Chapter 91. Congratulations to the host for receiving the divine favor. The moment an I Ching devoured the priest, a system notification chimed in her ears. Her first reaction was a start. Gods really exist? Then she wondered, how could she, having devoured his most favored divine messenger, still receive favor instead of a curse? Then, a series of notifications rang in an I Ching's ears. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the superpower. Spatial blockade. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the superpower. Spatial slicing. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the superpower. Hallucination miasma. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the superpower. Hearing the divine voice. And I Ching hadn't even had time to marvel at the many superpowers she had gained from the priest before she heard the hearing the divine voice sound. What the hell? Congratulations to the host for obtaining the weapon. Soul whip. And I Ching, aren't they even going to explain its purpose? Congratulations to the host for obtaining the memory fragment. And I Ching waited, but no more system notifications appeared. But what are these memory fragments? Whose memory fragments? The priest's? A series of footsteps echoed, and an I Ching immediately handed the invisibility cloak to Sierrue. Sierrue's eyes shone brightly. Although an I Ching was invisible, and couldn't see anyone, she knew the Lord had arrived when she saw the familiar gray mist. Sierrue was startled when she felt something draped over her shoulders. Looking down, she realized it was the invisibility cloak. She couldn't see anyone, but she heard an I Ching's voice. Hide carefully. Once we're done here, I take you away. Sierrue's heart pounded with excitement, her eyes sparkling. She nodded vigorously, then realized she was wearing the invisibility cloak and made a hurried sound, humming heavily. By this time, the controlled Yuzong had already gathered everyone, as she had requested. She only had 10 minutes, 2 of which had already passed. She needed to use the remaining 8 to completely eliminate any threatening individuals here. Thus, the white-robed and black-robed individuals who had just entered were swallowed by the abyssal maw of the gray fog. The system's voice, prompting her to gain superpowers, continued to echo in her ears. By this moment, Mingtian and the other 12 silver-patterned white-robed individuals had gathered, followed by 120 white-patterned white-robed individuals, and countless white-robed individuals without dark patterns, rushing over in haste. Mingtian solemnly asked Yuzong, who had rushed to report the situation, what's going on? What's that person's power? Can't even you, the adults, handle it? Yuzong, also anxious and solemn, said, the other party is very cunning. Your Excellency's attempts to borrow divine power have been interrupted several times, so I'm asking you to go and contain him. Mingtian paused, narrowing his eyes at him. Yuzong frowned and urged, what are you standing there for? Hurry up. The next moment, a thick bolt of lightning struck Yuzong from the sky, striking him directly. Yuzong didn't even have time to utter a sound before he collapsed to the ground, charred black. The other's expression suddenly changed. Isn't this Yuzong? But if it wasn't Yuzong, it would be too horrifying. They had been completely unaware of the sacred land, their names and whereabouts known. The reason Yuzong, wearing only a white robe with white stripes, dared to challenge Mingtian, wearing a silver robe, without even giving him any respect, was because of his special status. This specialness lay in his special ability of time. His time powers not only allowed him to bend time to avoid his own death when facing powerful enemies, but also served a more important purpose, controlling childbirth. He had to ensure a daily birth so that the daily sacrifices wouldn't be delayed. Sacrifice was important, and so was the person who could ensure the timely birth of the sacrifice. That was why Mingtian had been suspicious when Yuzong said the master's divine power had been interrupted. After all, Yuzong, who possessed the time powers, was there at the time, and there was no way he could have allowed the master's divine power to be interrupted. Even if that person had the ability to interrupt, Yuzong could simply rewind that person's time, creating an opportunity for the master, which would be faster and more effective than him running out to call for help. Sure enough, Mingtian struck down with a bolt of lightning. Instead of rewinding time to avoid danger, as he had done before, the man before him was killed instantly by the lightning. Standing in the vast square, everyone stared at the charred body on the ground in silence. This person deliberately led us there. Are we still going? Someone asked hesitantly. Mingtian looked over and said, if something happens to Yuzong, it means something has indeed happened to the master. If anything happens to the master, who will be held responsible? Everyone was startled, and immediately composed themselves, rushing to the priest's palace. As they reached the palace gate, they saw a gray mist pouring out. The mist continued to grow, then opened its abyssal maw and swallowed them all. Mingtian summoned lightning to strike the gray mist, which dispersed for a moment, but quickly condensed again, swallowing several people in one gulp. Mingtian narrowly avoided being swallowed by the gray mist. The white-robed and black-robed warriors around him threw all kinds of attacks at the gray mist, but they had no effect. Even if they did, the gray mist was only dispersed for a moment, and even in less than a second, it gathered again. Mingtian, his expression grim, directed the fierce wind. The two gusts collided, forming a tornado that hurtled towards the gray fog. But this time, the gray fog opened its maw and swallowed the tornado whole. And Iching, standing invisible outside the attack circle, watched the scene. Swallow, it can swallow everything. Then, of course, supernatural attacks can also swallow. Then, the expressions of the men in white and black robes changed. This time, none of their attacks lasted even a fraction of a second. The gray fog swallowed up any attack, even swallowing a whole group of people. And Iching's gaze fell on Mingtian. This man's supernatural powers were powerful. He had been punished before and looked seriously injured, yet he could still wield such powerful powers. She directed the gray fog to rush forward, attempting to devour Mingtian. And Iching only had 1 minute left. She had to finish Mingtian off within that minute. However, Mingtian was incredibly fast, even controlling the wind to instantly teleport hundreds of meters away, successfully dodging the gray fog's attacks. And Iching considered using mind control, but during the battle, she hadn't even had a chance to meet Mingtian's gaze, let alone use it. After some thought, and Iching simply let the gray fog swallow her. Of course, not completely. And Iching stood atop the gray fog's maw, gazing down at everyone below. 30 seconds left. She looked at Mingtian, who was staring intently at the gray fog. But perhaps the distance was too great for mind control, so Iching controlled the gray fog to charge towards him. Mingtian controlled the wind to dodge, perhaps sensing the gray fog's insistence on swallowing him. Mingtian narrowed his eyes, and the next moment, he turned and fled. And Iching stared at the rapidly retreating figure in astonishment. It was too late to use her domain card. Mingtian had already passed its range in that instant. If he really escaped, and Iching would be nauseous. Although using teleport would allow her to instantly teleport to a place she could see, Mingtian's speed wasn't much slower, and she didn't have time to waste with him. While checking for other cards, and Iching suddenly remembered that she seemed to have forgotten the ability she had received from the priest. Seeing Mingtian almost disappear from her field of vision, and Iching immediately activated her space-blocking ability. Then Mingtian, who was about to fall from midair, froze in midair. The small area he was in was completely blocked. Mingtian's pupils constricted. This was the priest's ability. Before he could think further, and Iching used Space Slice. Mingtian, in midair, seemed to have been suddenly sliced into countless pieces by a laser beam, blood splattering everywhere, the same manner of death as in Iching's first. A gray mist also appeared over there, its maw opening wide, and swallowing Mingtian's body in one gulp. At this moment, the 10-minute summoning period had completely ended. And Iching was instantly teleported back to her original location, and her invisibility skill disappeared. Congratulations to the host for gaining the lightning power. Congratulations to the host for gaining the wind power. It must be said that Iching's gains this time were truly substantial. In just those 10 minutes, Iching suddenly acquired so many powers. In addition to the powers she had received from the priest and Mingtian, she also gained 8 other powers: gold, water, earth, speed, skin enhancement, strength enhancement, and self-control. Although she had devoured many people before, most of their abilities were duplicates, so she ultimately only received these abilities. If she told anyone about this, it would sound a bit pretentious. After all, many people couldn't even get a single ability, while she suddenly possessed so many. But for Iching, all these abilities were completely wasted, some might never be used. Thinking of this, Iching suddenly remembered the stripping card. I wonder if the stripping card can strip her own abilities? Of course, she wouldn't try it now. If she did, she would wait until she returned to the territory. Iching opened the system panel. Except for teleport, mind control, devour, domain, and invisibility, all of them were on cooldown. She had hoped that cards used during a Lord summon wouldn't count against her cooldown, but... Iching sighed, and closed the system panel. 10 minutes after she disappeared, the zombies that had been surrounding her had retreated. Iching controlled the willow branches to lower herself to the ground, preparing to teleport back to the spot she had teleported from. Iching! Someone suddenly shouted at Iching. Iching turned her head, and saw what looked like a fight going on in the area not far away, surrounded by zombies. Because of the chaos there, Iching couldn't see who was surrounded, but she spotted a zombie perched high on a streetlight. The zombie was a female in a miniskirt, probably around middle school or high school age. As an Iching looked over, she saw the zombie looking back. Its pupils were cyan. Another high-level zombie. This scene was familiar. It had happened the same way the first time she encountered a 5th-level zombie. The 5th-level zombies controlled the lower-level zombies to encircle and deplete the human strength. There was probably a psychic among the trapped group. Call her Iching, so there must be someone the original owner knew among them. And Iching's skill cards were mostly on cooldown, and the only abilities she could use now were the ones she gained through devouring. The 5th-level zombie growled at an Iching, as if warning her not to meddle. And Iching didn't have much time to waste here, as the situation at the Holy Land wasn't over yet. Although the priests had been dealt with, and the silver-patterned and white-patterned white robes had been largely eliminated, who knew if there were any left? Not to mention, there were still so many white and black robes inside. If these people escaped, it wouldn't be a big deal. What if they went crazy and started a killing spree inside? Those women were already pitiful enough, and an Iching didn't want them to die because of someone else's anger or fear. So an Iching used spatial confinement to confine the 5th-level zombie, then used spatial division to sever its head. Immediately afterwards, a bolt of lightning struck the zombies attacking the humans, deliberately keeping the lightning a little distance away from them. Then, a series of wind blades struck the lower-level zombies. After this series of powerful attacks, an Iching immediately felt a hollowness in her body, her spirit drained away, and even a dull ache in her brain. She immediately took out some chocolate chips and stuffed them into her mouth. I have to say, this thing is really useful. After an Iching had dealt with most of the zombies, she figured the people over there could handle it, so she didn't even bother to pick up the corpses and immediately ran towards the bridge. Arriving at the location they had teleported from, an Iching took out the space car, turned it around, got in, quickly filled the crystal core, and began teleporting. After 2 teleports, the space car returned to the palace courtyard where Xiaorui had previously lived. An Iching folded up the space car, opened the door, and quickly walked out. By then, chaos was indeed raging outside. Those in black and white robes were hurrying around, their faces grim, and it was unclear whether they were about to do something or just flee. Which courtyard are you from? Go back. A man in white robes saw an Iching and, since this was the newborn nursery, immediately mistook her for one of the women. After all, there were at least hundreds of women in the nursery, if not 1,000. It was impossible for them to know them all, so they immediately rebuked an Iching. And Iching was not going to go easy on these people. While it was unclear how much they knew about the religion's background, they were certainly aware of its persecution of women. The white-robed man had just finished his scolding, and seeing an Iching showed no sign of retreating, he stormed over. Before he reached an Iching, a flash of cold light suddenly flashed. The white-robed man's eyes widened, clutching his neck in shock. Blood gushed from his palm, and a zombie-like gurgling sound emanated from his throat. With a thud, the white-robed man collapsed to the ground. The hurried white-robed and black-robed men, upon seeing this, instantly surged with rage and attacked an Iching. An Iching, Xiantian's sword in her right hand and chocolate chips in her left, unleashed her supernatural powers simultaneously as she swung her sword. In an instant, the area was ablaze with a special effect, a shimmering, intertwined light of various supernatural powers. An Iching, Xiantian's sword in hand, weaved through the area. Soon, white-robed and black-robed men fell around her. The most formidable group here had already been dealt with, so the remaining minions were nothing to an Iching. At most, they were just a bit too numerous. But with chocolate in hand, it wasn't a big deal. She could replenish her mental energy instantly if she ran out. Now, she had proven that chocolate truly could be replenished indefinitely, with no side effects. This was the result of her own personal experience. Draping her invisibility cloak, Xiaorui carefully returned to the incubation center. An Iching had previously told her to wait for her at her former residence. She had been walking cautiously, avoiding the hurried black-robed men, which was why she was a bit slow. Even though an Iching had returned, she hadn't yet returned to the incubation center. So, upon entering, she saw an Iching, like a god of death, with corpses scattered about her feet, and bright red blood covering almost the entire ground. An Iching stepped on it, and the accumulated blood on the ground seemed like stagnant water, even splattering. Xiaorui watched an Iching, harnessing her supernatural powers, and simultaneously wielding her long sword, mercilessly hunting down those around her. The surviving black-robed and white-robed warriors were terrified and desperate to flee, but as soon as they turned, an Iching's long sword pierced their backs. It was a gruesome scene, akin to hell on earth. An Iching seemed a murderous, genocidal demon, slaughtering the very people here. But Xiaorui felt no fear at all. She even felt a surge of excitement. She gazed at an Iching with fascination and admiration, finding her every move and every look captivating and heroic. The vast courtyard fell silent. An Iching had long since Sierue. She shook the blood off the Xiantian sword, and the blood fluttered off. The Xiantian sword returned to its bloodless state, as if it had never killed anyone. An Iching sheathed her sword, walked over to Sierue, and asked, "What's going on out there?" Sierue removed her invisibility cloak and returned it to an Iching. Her eyes curved, and she actually smiled. "It's a mess. You scared them all before, and now a whole bunch of them are trying to pack up and run. A man named Yutian, wearing a white robe with silver stripes, and a group of people are trying to stop them. They look incredibly exhausted." And Iching nodded, and put the invisibility cloak back on Sierue. "Go check on the others. If nothing's wrong, gather them together. Be careful. I'm not sure if there are any more hiding here." Sierue, knowing that an Iching was referring to the white and black robes, nodded. "I understand. Can I gather them all over where I used to live?" And Iching smiled. "Sure." She held her sword and headed outside. This day was destined to wash away the sins of this place with blood. With a single sword, an Iching slaughtered every last one of the white-robed and black-robed warriors inside and outside. She didn't know how many more were still stationed outside the Holy Land, but they had better hope they didn't get spotted. After an Iching finished dispatching everyone, she stood atop the high palace wall, gazing at the peaceful village not far away. These people might be aware of the filth within the palace. After all, Sierue had told her that even those seemingly simple peasant men would patronize the palace's girls. They weren't innocent, they just turned a blind eye. And Iching wondered if she should kill these people. There were elderly people and children inside. The thought gave an Iching a headache. If only this matter could be handed over to a reliable person. She really didn't want to waste her energy on it. If she killed them, she felt they didn't deserve the death penalty. If she didn't, she felt letting them go would be too easy. Or, should she leave them to the girls inside? An Iching leaped from the palace wall. Now, corpses in white and black robes clung to the walls and grounds of every palace courtyard. Blood splattered the ground and walls, casting a gloomy atmosphere in the darkness. Combined with the silence and the absence of any human presence, it felt like the scene from a horror movie. As they reached the palace where Sierue had previously lived, they could hear a commotion from within. It felt like the only place in the entire palace with people. But there seemed to be some kind of quarrel going on. It was a chaotic mess, a cacophony of voices. Suddenly, a shrill female voice screamed, "Who wants to be saved by you? I'm eating and drinking well here, living comfortably, never having to worry about zombies suddenly appearing and taking my life. What have you done now? You ruined my hard-earned, stable life, don't you know? That's right, I really don't know what you're thinking. Isn't it good enough to live like this? Why do we have to run out to eat and drink, and then face zombies? You completely degraded yourself. Those damn gods don't even treat us as human beings, and you still think this is a good life? You want to be kept like livestock, but we don't. Who are you calling an animal? You? You're willing to be an animal, and you can't stand being told off? I rip your mouth off." And Iching, standing at the doorway, listened to the chaos inside, her face expressionless. After a moment, she took a deep breath, raised her hand, and pushed open the heavy palace gate. The women huddled together in the courtyard were startled by the noise, and instantly fell silent. Those fighting stopped. The night wind blew, and the strong smell of an Iching's blood instantly engulfed the courtyard. One pregnant woman, unable to bear the smell of blood, retched with a nauseous grumble in her stomach. The next moment, she covered her mouth with a pale face, looking anxiously towards the door. The courtyard was brightly lit, allowing everyone to see an Iching's appearance clearly. Her short hair was stained with blood, so much so that the tips were stuck together. Dried blood was visible on her face and neck, and the blood on her hands was even more obvious. Although she was wearing a black tracksuit, revealing the extent of her blood, she left a trail of bloody footprints as she entered. After entering, an Iching looked at everyone with a faint, apologetic smile. "I apologize for disturbing your peaceful and tranquil lives. Everyone has their own aspirations, and an Iching didn't want to meddle with others' choices. After all, it was their own life." However, no one responded. To these people, an Iching's smile, against the backdrop of the blood staining her body, looked rather sinister. Some of those who had been shouting loudly before swallowed, refusing to utter a single word, and even shrank back, hiding themselves in the crowd. And Iching offered only a token apology, one devoid of sincerity. Even if she had known there were people among them willing to live this way, she would have destroyed the religion when she had the power. Sierra had already removed her invisibility cloak, confirming that no one in white or black robes was present. However, she hadn't expected such ungrateful individuals to exist among them, and her face was livid with anger. She walked over to an I Ching and pursed her lips. "I'm sorry, Lord. I should have confirmed the situation before calling anyone over." And I Ching smiled and patted her head. "It's okay. It's not your fault. 10 people have 10 different opinions. 100 people have 100 choices. Sierra is just one person. How could she be expected to screen people first?" And I Ching looked at the silent crowd. There were about 600 or 700 women here. Some looked very young, in their teens and 20s, while others were much older, in their 40s and 50s. Even the elderly women like the third wife, who looked to be in their 60s and 70s, were there. Those caught in an I Ching's gaze, no matter what they were thinking, involuntarily avoided her gaze. "If nothing unexpected happens, I'd be leaving here tomorrow. Everyone, get a good night's rest. Those who wish to stay can stay after tomorrow, and those who wish to go with me can leave with me tomorrow. Of course, you have the freedom to choose, I don't force it." As soon as an I Ching finished speaking, they all looked at her in surprise, and began to whisper among themselves. It was so quiet that an I Ching couldn't hear what they were saying. "Okay, I called you here to discuss this. Everyone, go back and rest," an I Ching said with a smile. Sierra's palace was large and had many rooms, but it was still a bit difficult to accommodate so many hundreds of people. After an I Ching spoke, someone tentatively made their way out. Seeing that an I Ching didn't try to stop them, they left quickly, as if fleeing from some dangerous place. And I Ching couldn't help but laugh, wondering what kind of image she held in the eyes of these people. Sierra's face darkened even more after seeing this. She gritted her teeth, eager to rush forward and engage in a fight. Soon, only 57 people were left out of the 600 plus. And I Ching looked at them with some surprise, then asked with a smile, "What's wrong? Anything else?" A woman, also clearly pregnant, but not as far along as Sierra, mustered up the courage to ask, "May I ask, if we're going with you, where will you take us?" And I Ching sized her up and smiled, "I have a territory. Well, the conditions aren't as good as the Holy Land. It's still under construction, and I don't think there's much progress yet. It's basically just a wasteland. If you like, you can stay there for now. I ensure your safety, and you can join the territory later, depending on the situation." The woman listening intently, she actually breathed a sigh of relief when an I Ching finished. After her experience with the Holy Land, she no longer believed in such rosy descriptions of places. And I Ching's words reassured her. She really didn't want to walk right into the tiger's den. Although an I Ching had just saved them, they couldn't completely let down their guard. Who among them hadn't been rescued by the white robes? Who could have known they would end up like this? How grateful they had once been to the white robes for saving them, how much they now resented them. The woman questioning her introduced herself to an I Ching earnestly. "My name is Sui. I was an obstetrician and gynecologist before the apocalypse." And I Ching looked at Sui with some surprise. He looked about 30 years old, so an obstetrician and gynecologist certainly seemed like the right fit. Almost half of the women here were pregnant. I just didn't know if she could deliver a baby while still pregnant herself. And I Ching looked at Sierra. If she remembered correctly, her due date had already arrived. The people from the Holy Land had originally planned that she would give birth tomorrow. It was already dark, and there was no telling when Sierra would go into labor. And I Ching asked, "Can you deliver the baby now?" Sui smiled and said, "Yes, but I might need help. It would be difficult for me to do it alone." Although her belly didn't look as big as Sierra's, she was still 6 or 7 months pregnant, so moving around was still a bit difficult. At this moment, someone in the crowd raised their hand. "I can help. I'm from a medical school. I can help too. I'm a pediatric nurse, and worked in obstetrics before becoming a full-time employee. I'm a general practitioner, so I can help too. There are nurses and doctors here, really a complete staff." "But, is this a hospital? So many doctors and nurses? There are those who are newly pregnant, and some who are not yet pregnant. It would be much easier for everyone if there were a few people helping deliver the baby together." Among the group, Sierra was the only one about to give birth. And I Ching nodded. "Sierra will probably go into labor tonight or tomorrow. I'd be in trouble then." Everyone looked at Sierra. The 57 people remaining here were inclined to follow an I Ching and find a room to rest for the night. The few people preparing to deliver Sierra's baby shared a room with her, and they also hired a few non-pregnant women to help boil water for delivery preparations. Although the current conditions were limited, they still had to do their best to disinfect and prepare. Thankfully, not all babies were sacrificed at the holy site. For example, If children outside the village were born on the same day, one would be sacrificed, and the other would be given away for care. That's why the holy site had baby supplies. And Iching suddenly thought of something and asked them, I see there are only boys outside. What about the girls? It's impossible for there to be only boys and no girls, right? Xiarui shook her head. I don't know. Sui thought for a moment. I did hear a drunken man in white robes say that the girls were kept somewhere separate, but I don't know where. And Iching nodded. She found a room and went in, fetched some water, and quickly washed herself. She didn't have any spare clothes in her space, but she had previously drawn a constant temperature combat suit. And Iching used the constant temperature combat suit card, and soon 1,000 sets of uniforms appeared before her. She grabbed one and put it on, then put the rest back into her space. The constant temperature combat suit was somewhat similar to the tracksuit she'd been wearing, but it was more form-fitting. And Iching stretched her arms and legs. Although the clothing snugly fitted her body, it didn't restrict her movements. She felt as if she were naked, without any restraint. She used her water powers to control the water in her hair, and discarded it into the basin beside her, instantly drying it. I have to say, the rooms here are truly excellent. Even though this wasn't the master bedroom, the bed was soft and comfortable. And Iching lay in bed, but didn't close her eyes to sleep. She opened the system panel, and checked the memory fragments she had previously obtained. This memory fragment actually belonged to the priest. This priest had actually lived for thousands of years. Thousands of years ago, he was the son of a lowly commoner. In the ancient world ruled by imperial power, the priest was oppressed by the powerful, his family destroyed, and he eventually became a wandering beggar. By some strange coincidence, he fainted beside a shrine. His intense desire to survive alerted the gods, who took pity on this innocent child and saved him from certain death. At that time, the priest, still a simple child, still had no idea of the existence of gods. He would spend his days circling the god's shrine, picking wildflowers for the god, offering him game he had hunted, and chatting with the god. It could be said that the priest was raised by the god. The god favored the priest, granting him the status of divine messenger and bestowing upon him gifts and blessings. Later, the priest became a highly respected divine messenger. Imperial relatives bowed their heads in greeting before him. He became the priest of all divine messengers, the only one who could communicate with the gods. Becoming a divine messenger granted the same lifespan as the gods, achieving immortality. The priest witnessed the rise and fall of dynasties in humankind, yet, as the gods' most favored messenger, he remained forever aloof. Unconsciously, he began to look down upon everyone with a look of pity. Until time passed, and humanity's faith in the gods waned. This lack of faith made the gods unable to maintain their sanity, and they fell into a deep slumber, waking only briefly after long intervals, only to return to sleep again. The priest and the messenger traveled the mortal world, preaching the gods, hoping to regain sufficient faith, but their efforts were ultimately unsuccessful. For the powers bestowed upon the messengers by the gods were limited. They could not use their divine power in front of non-believers. They could not use their divine power for evil. The era of widespread worship of the gods had passed. As the gods' slumber stretched on, the messengers were forced down from their lofty perches, even becoming unknown. The priest, who had once enjoyed a position of supremacy, with all bowing before them, could not accept this disparity. However, no matter how hard he tried, he could not re-establish sufficient faith in the gods, nor could he awaken them from their slumber. The divine messenger was gradually lost in the long river of history. In the past, humanity faced many unsolvable problems, so they believed in the gods, hoping that they could lead them out of their predicament. Today, humans no longer need gods, they can handle most things on their own, and praying to the gods is even labeled feudal superstition. The divine messenger saw this as the inherent weakness of humankind. They build temples, erect Buddha statues, and erect shrines when they need to pray to the gods, but discard them when they no longer need them. As divine messengers once raised by the gods, and their most favored, the priests knew far more than other divine messengers. Therefore, the priests began to plot to bring disaster upon humanity once again. The first obstacle to this was the god himself. The power bestowed upon him by the god had become his bondage. So, the priests replaced the flowers, fruits, and vegetables that once served the god with newborn babies. A newborn untainted by the world is purest and innocent. Even the purest creature, when smothered, becomes a being of utter evil. The resentment of a newborn is beyond the reach of even the god. Yes, he intended to pollute the god. The god's fall would plunge the entire world into disaster. Then, it would be his time to rise again, becoming humanity's savior, once again standing on the high priestly throne. Everyone would kneel at his feet, looking up to him and worshipping him. And Iching couldn't help but grind her teeth. What kind of dog is this? Swallowing him whole was a real bargain. And Iching even began to feel pity for the god. What the hell had he raised? Raising barbecued pork would be better than raising this thing. Moreover, this priest had done more than just this. At this moment, and Iching finally understood what Mingtian had said about the mother body. The god was unprecedentedly powerful. Even the newborn priests could not completely taint the god. The god remained slumbering, but the tainted portion of his divine power had already begun to pollute the entire world. This was the beginning of the end. Since the priest intended to be humanity's savior, he had naturally made preparations long ago. The power of the gods could only be countered by the power of the gods themselves. Therefore, he sought a mother body suitable for nurturing the son of the gods. This was difficult, but not impossible. After finding the mother body, he performed a ritual to summon the god's descent. However, the descent of the god was not the true arrival of the god. After all, the god was still slumbering, and had not yet awakened. The so-called divine descent can be described as a splitting of the divine spirit. The dormant god was summoned by his favored messenger through a ritual, the purpose of which was to inspire these mothers to conceive and give birth to a divine son. The so-called divine son is actually the incarnation of the god, born with the divine bloodline. However, because the god is dormant, these incarnations are born as unaware as a real newborn. Afterwards, the priests used the divine son's blood to create a so-called holy place. And Iching felt suffocated. She suddenly recalled two dreams she had had. The first dream was of herself as a very small child, with a tube made of an unknown material inserted into her heart. Her blood trickled out through the tube. The second dream was of a man, also with a tube inserted into his heart. With each heartbeat, blood flowed into the tube, flowing to an unknown destination. Now Iching knew. Those pipes were buried within the holy ground, like veins of blood, spreading throughout it. The divine blood within the Son of God gradually nourished and protected the area, preventing it from being polluted. It was quite eerie. And Iching felt that this god was truly miserable, utterly miserable. If this god had known what had happened, would he have killed the priest from the outset? What about the farmer and the snake? What this priest had done was truly astonishing. After all, not just anyone could betray a god. And Iching, however, felt a headache. After all, the god had been polluted. Even if it wasn't completely tainted, even if no one performed blood sacrifices now, the god's power would be gradually tainted. Once this god was completely corrupted, he would awaken from his slumber. The terrifying thing was that the god who woke up would be a corrupted and evil god, not the benevolent god he once was. The priest dared to pollute the god because he relied on the god's favor. He considered the god, even if corrupted, to be his most powerful supporter. And Iching was furious. The corrupted god was like a time bomb. No one knew when it would finally fall. She was already powerful, but could she stand up to the god? And Iching stood up, opened the door, and quietly left. Soon, she arrived at the central temple. The night was dark. Even the moon in the sky couldn't illuminate the place. And Iching stepped into the temple. Chapter 92. Ah! A heart-wrenching scream echoed through the gray haze. The priest's body was being eaten away bit by the gray fog, leaving him in excruciating pain, like being tortured to death. He wanted to faint, but his consciousness was too clear to allow him to do so. The priest watched helplessly as his flesh and blood were devoured by the gray fog. Death approached, and the fear of death finally reminded the priest that, long ago, he had felt the shadow of death himself. Back then, he was a child of 6 or 7, blessed by the gods through some strange twist of fate. So much time had passed, so much so that he had forgotten that he was once just an ordinary person, looked down upon and pitied. He couldn't even remember his own name. He only remembered that he was a priest, the god's most favored messenger, the only priest who could communicate with him. Priest had become his name, and he alone was worthy of the title. But he had never imagined that one day he would lose the power bestowed by the gods, much less that he would be once again faced with death. For even when the gods slept, the power they bestowed upon him, though not to be used recklessly, remained within his grasp. The gods are immortal, and their messengers live forever. Now, the priest felt his end approaching. His body was engulfed by the gray mist, and his soul felt a wave of gnawing pain. He was utterly unwilling to accept this. Why? Why had he come to this end? Wasn't he the god's most beloved messenger? Why would the gods treat him like this? The priest didn't believe that an ordinary person or a person with special abilities could have brought him to this point. He believed that the gods must have been behind this. But he couldn't understand how the gods could have accomplished all this if they couldn't awaken. If they could awaken, why would they watch him helplessly as he was driven to despair and ultimately forced into a blood sacrifice? Suddenly, a soft, warm light emanated from the depths of his soul, dispelling the gray fog that was consuming his spirit. This was a blessing bestowed upon him by the gods. The priest's eyes widened, momentarily stunned. The divine light enveloped him, and the surrounding gray fog could no longer advance. The priest had thought himself doomed, but he hadn't expected the blessing bestowed upon him by the gods to save him at this very moment. Even though his flesh and blood were gone, leaving only a soul, the priest still felt his heart pounding with excitement. As expected, the gods still loved him. They couldn't bear to see him die, and ultimately saved him. The priest smiled, a smile of triumph and satisfaction. Although his body was gone, as long as his soul remained, he could find a new body after leaving this haunted place. This meant nothing to him. The priest chose a direction and tentatively took his foot off. As expected, the gray fog feared the divine light, dispersing swiftly wherever he passed. Soon, the priest reached the end of the gray fog, which gradually vanished. He had made it out. Before the priest could rejoice, he suddenly felt his feet go empty, his body weightless, and he plummeted downwards. No! The priest uttered a cry even more miserable and shrill than when his flesh and bones had been devoured. The divine light deep within his soul was being gradually ripped away from it. The priest frantically covered the area where the divine light was about to leave with his hands, but it was in vain. The divine light was completely ripped from his soul. Ah! The priest desperately reached upward, his eyes bloodshot, trying to grasp the divine light back. But how could he possibly recapture it? The next moment, the priest finally hit the bottom and abruptly opened his eyes. The priest let out a long breath. Was it a dream? What a terrible nightmare. But as a priest, he hadn't dreamed in a long time. When he did, it usually meant something might happen in the future. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but frown. Just as he was about to stand up, he realized something was amiss. The priest's eyes suddenly widened, and he saw a familiar face, his own face. The priest stared at the face in front of him, stunned. His perspective was strange, as if he were looking up at himself, looking down at him. You? The priest was horrified. Just as he was about to ask who you were, he found himself letting out a cry. The priest's heart suddenly went cold. He finally understood why his perspective felt so strange. It was because he was now a baby, held in his arms, being sacrificed. No! Let me go! Let me go! The priest struggled frantically to escape, but his grip was steady, and the tiny baby couldn't break free. As the ritual drums and chants ended, he took a small knife and slit the priest's palms, soles, and the arteries in his neck, then placed him on the altar. Blood drained away, waves of cold invaded, and breathing became increasingly labored. The priest stared, feeling death once again. This time, the death was so real that it filled him with a deep fear, a fear that felt like his own, as well as the ignorant yet instinctive fear of this baby's body. After a long death process, the priest opened his eyes once again, and he was once again a baby being sacrificed. Time and again, he died at his own hands. This torture nearly drove the priest insane, yet he could do nothing, unable to resist, only to accept the arrangements, like a recurring cycle. After countless attempts, when the priest was almost numb, he was finally no longer a baby. This time, he was a child who had recently committed suicide and aborted the sacrificial offering, now damaged by uterine damage and unable to conceive again. The priest saw his subordinates, who looked either unfamiliar or familiar, with evil grins on their faces, sizing him up with lewd eyes before lunging at him. How dare you? The priest was filled with shock and fury, only to find herself completely powerless, a woman without any divine powers to call upon. She was completely defenseless in the hands of these men. The priest was forced to endure something he should never have endured, suffering once again a tremendous trauma both physically and mentally. After the men left, satisfied, the priest was tossed to the ground like a rag doll, unattended. The priest propped himself up, his eyes filled with murderous intent. He wanted to slay these insurrectionists. The next moment, the priest transformed into another woman. This woman seemed to enjoy life here. Not only did she not object to receiving guests every day, she actually enjoyed it, even deliberately seducing and ingratiating herself with them. This body was completely uncontrollable by the priest. He was forced to follow it, performing all kinds of seductive actions, actively pleasing and serving the white-robed and even the black-robed. The priest roared wildly, cursing without dignity, but it did nothing to change the experience. The scene shifted, and the priest became another woman again. Forced to receive guests, she finally became pregnant. The priest watched his belly grow day by day, the tiny life inside, initially silent, then occasionally interacting with him. The priest wondered if he'd been tortured to the point of madness. Otherwise, why would he have developed feelings for the little creature in his belly? He anticipated its every kick and every movement, even beginning to anticipate its birth. However, when the due date arrived, the pain was so intense he felt like he was being split in two, nearly fainting. The child he'd painstakingly given birth to was taken away before he could even look at it. At that moment, the priest felt an indescribable pain, as if his most precious and precious possession had been snatched away. He frantically tried to reclaim the child, but was held down, forcing him to watch helplessly as it was taken away. The priest experienced reincarnation after reincarnation, becoming a man driven mad by the abduction of his wife and daughter, only to be ruthlessly murdered. He also became a man who refused to associate with the Holy Land, and was brutally murdered. He had finally gone mad, no longer knowing who he truly was. Yet, even in his madness, he continued to reincarnate among these people, experiencing the pain they had once endured. As soon as an I Ching entered the temple, she felt something vibrate within her. She subconsciously checked her sea of consciousness, but it was calm and unperturbed. Her consciousness scanned the area, but found nothing. An I Ching opened the system panel again and checked carefully, but found nothing unusual. Although she found nothing, a sense of alarm still rose in an I Ching, as she felt the vibration was unusual. But the most important thing now was the present. An I Ching looked around the temple. It was a secluded front yard, lush with flowers and plants, but it was obvious that no one had trimmed it in a long time, giving it a somewhat unkempt appearance. After crossing the front yard, she arrived at a familiar hall, a place she had dreamed of before. Entering the hall and surveying her surroundings for a moment, an I Ching looked towards the shrine she had seen before. Everything here overlapped with her previous dream. Perhaps it wasn't a dream at all. After all, what she saw in a dream was real, so how could it be considered a dream? So why did she dream of this place, and even of the Son of God imprisoned within? Based on fragments of the priest's memories, an I Ching knew that there had been two previous sons of God who had been bound to the cross, commanding the divine blood to nourish this place. This was the third. The first two sons of God had only lasted a short time. The first lasted only 2 years, the second lasted almost 8. This third son of God had endured the longest, having already lasted 12 years. The reason the religion was so anxious to find the Son of God's mother was that, although this one had persisted for 12 years, the flow of divine blood had been slowing down, seemingly reaching its limit. Therefore, they urgently needed the next Son of God. How ironic. He's called the Son of God, yet he's the victim of this group's exploitation. With the priest's fragments of memory, an I Ching quickly opened the entrance to the inner chamber, and entered the dimly lit room. A young man, incredibly handsome, seemingly unreal, was bound naked to the cross, eyes closed, without dignity. I wonder how the priest could enjoy the favor of the gods while committing such blasphemous acts. Well, they already directly defiled the gods, so what's wrong with blasphemy? At least, they didn't leave the Son of God tied up naked in broad daylight for everyone to see. Although the Son of God looked like a young man in his 20s, he had only been in the womb for 12 years, and for those 12 years, he had been imprisoned here, nourishing the Holy Land. And I Ching couldn't help but feel a surge of pity when she looked at him. Standing before the Son of God, and I Ching leaned in to observe him closely. Perhaps it was because he was the incarnation of a god, but he looked truly perfect, almost as perfect as a mannequin. So, was her dream here a divine instruction? Could gods truly still send dreams after falling asleep? Why didn't they send dreams sooner to stop the priest's madness? And I Ching felt that the Son of God's heartbeat was slower than in her previous dreams, but with each beat, blood still flowed through the tube. Suddenly, the young man, who had closed his eyes, opened them. In his perfectly formed phoenix eyes, his pupils were as clear as lake water, untainted by dust. He blinked slowly, looking at an I Ching. An I Ching didn't say anything, but soon he smiled, a smile as innocent and pure as a child's. He leaned his head toward an I Ching, nuzzling her cheek affectionately to her surprise. His face was cold, and it felt like ice when it touched an I Ching's. An I Ching frowned and took a step back, creating some distance. He was still smiling, his curved brows adorning her face, a particularly charming smile. But seeing an I Ching staring at him expressionlessly, he tilted his head, a hint of doubt in his clear, beautiful eyes. An I Ching was silent for a moment, then walked over and grasped the tube inserted into his chest. Even if he was the incarnation of a god, at this moment, he was still a human. Even though she knew he wouldn't survive if the tube was removed, she still planned to rescue him, at least let him see the outside world before he died. And I Ching didn't remove the tube immediately, but instead took out the cell activation spray. The young man smiled again as an Iching approached. His smile was beautiful and warm, carrying a healing, beautiful feeling. If he weren't in this place, such a smile would have made one feel like a little prince, raised with everyone's unwavering love and care, never having experienced the dangers of the human world. And Iching abruptly pulled out the tube. The young man's smile froze for a moment, and a mist formed in his clear eyes. He looked at an Iching with a sense of grievance, subconsciously wanting to rub against her for comfort. The moment an Iching pulled out the tube, she sprayed the cell-activating spray on the young man's chest. She wasn't sure if the cell-activating spray would help the incarnation of the god, but thankfully, it did. Familiar flesh tentacles appeared and began to repair the young man's tattered heart and chest. As if it were itchy, the young man's hand moved, wanting to scratch his chest, but he was still tied to the cross, so his hand froze. An Iching looked at the young man. "Can you speak?" The young man looked at an Iching in confusion, neither nodding nor shaking his head, as if he had no idea what an Iching was talking about. An Iching fell silent. The young man had been imprisoned in this place since infancy, his existence solely to draw upon the divine bloodline to nourish this place. No one had ever approached him, let alone spoken to him. Except when the Son of God was being replaced, priests would not set foot here. So, strictly speaking, an Iching was the first person the young man had met. An Iching's expression was a little subtle, and she remembered a word. A nestling complex. Could this man have mistaken her for his mother? Otherwise, an Iching couldn't understand why he had acted so affectionately towards her upon first meeting her. The young man's chest was completely repaired. An Iching reached out and untied the chains that bound him. With her goal-related abilities, she easily removed the chains and immediately produced a set of temperature-controlled combat uniforms for the young man to wear. An Iching watched as the young man's long, shiny, black hair dragged, literally dragging, for it was long enough to drag on the ground. "Stand still, don't move." An Iching held down the young man's movements. Although the young man didn't understand what an Iching was saying, he remained motionless, blinking his innocent, childlike eyes at an Iching. In fact, according to human birth age, he was only 12 years old. An Iching drew her Xiantian sword, grasped the young man's hair, and without hesitation, severed it. In the next instant, the young man's beautiful, long hair had been chopped off into a tangled, dog-eaten mess. The young man's eyes widened, staring blankly at the long hair in an Iching's hands, which had once grown from his head. An Iching paused, explaining, "It's too long, it get in the way." The young man tilted his head, probably still not understanding. Seeing that he could stand steadily on the ground, an Iching guessed he could walk. Sighing, she pulled him outside, deciding to ask if any of the women in the group were kindergarten teachers or similar. She simply didn't know how to communicate with a baby who couldn't yet speak. Although she had taken care of children in her previous life, she was only responsible for raising them, not teaching them. Teaching children is something that only people with specialized skills can do. Otherwise, leaving it to these half-grown children wouldn't be practical. As soon as an Iching took a step, the young man she was holding fell. An Iching, She reached up and rubbed her brow, suddenly realizing she'd gotten herself into serious trouble. The young man, dazed after the fall, subconsciously placed his hands on the ground, clumsily but with great effort, trying to stand up. His posture was comical, and even more eerie against his perfect face. An Iching pursed her lips and pulled him up. She demonstrated how to walk before him, then, recalling how people taught children to walk in their past lives, stood in front of the young man, took his hand, and said, "I hold you, you walk forward." Thankfully, this wasn't a real baby. Even if he couldn't understand her, he probably understood her meaning. So, as an Iching pulled him along, he slowly took a step forward. As he lifted his foot, he lost his balance and threatened to fall to one side. An Iching held his hand to steady him. "Very good, keep going." An Iching smiled, encouraging the young man. Although he clearly didn't understand, the young man suddenly became delighted, his eyes sparkling with joy as he walked diligently, step after step. After an Iching held him to ensure he could maintain his balance, she released his hand and, standing a few meters in front of him, waved, "Now, come over here." The young man glanced at where he was standing, then at where an Iching was standing, and immediately started toward her. At first, his steps were unsteady and stumbling, but he soon seemed to have found his balance, his pace increasing in speed. Then, the young man, beaming, pounced on an Iching, embracing her and nuzzling her face like a cat. An Iching, She pushed the young man away, sighed, and said, "You can't hug like that, okay? If you hug someone casually like that, people will think you're harassing them." The young man, who had been pushed away, looked at her in confusion, his eyes wide with a hint of grievance. And Iching, she really needed a kindergarten teacher desperately. It took just over an hour to teach the young man how to walk, and soon Iching had him away from the place where he had been imprisoned for 12 years. After leaving the dark room, the young man's beautiful eyes began to scan the surroundings, wide open, filled with curiosity, eager to touch and rub everything he saw. Even after leaving the temple, upon seeing the body lying on the ground, the young man crouched down and reached out to poke the lifeless figure in white robes. And Iching reached out and pulled the man to his feet. Although he was a head and a half taller than an Iching, he was carried to his feet like a chicken by an Iching. She looked at the blood stain on the young man's slender, fair fingers and wiped it with a tissue. Even though he didn't understand, she couldn't help but say, "Don't touch anything dirty, okay?" The young man smiled brightly at her. While the priest didn't need to personally investigate the infant girls, who weren't offered as sacrifices, he knew where they were being raised. So Iching led the young man around several palaces, and soon arrived at the most secluded courtyard. Entering, they found 4 old women inside. These were the 4 people Siarue hadn't called upon earlier. When Iching arrived, the 4 women were already asleep, each with a girl. A baby girl just a few months old, a child over a year old, and 2 children aged 3 and 4. When Iching entered, she startled the old women, who were already lightly asleep. They seemed completely surprised that someone would arrive at this hour, and looked at Iching with some surprise. "Who are you?" The baby girl, just a few months old, was still smacking her lips in her sleep, and the 1-year-old child rolled over, but didn't wake up. The little girl, about 3 or 4 years old, had drifted awake, looking at Iching with a mixture of confusion and curiosity. The young men around Iching looked at the children, and the 4 old women with almost the same gaze. Iching looked at the 4 people carefully, feeling a bit puzzled. It was obvious that these 4 old women were responsible for caring for these children. The children must have grown accustomed to and dependent on them. If they were taken away directly, they would undoubtedly become upset and cry. But if they were taken away as well, Iching had no idea what their situation was, or how deeply they were involved with religion. Although there were fragments of the priest's memories, these trivial matters were not handled by the priest at all. Perhaps Iching's gaze was too oppressive, and the old women felt uneasy under her gaze. They were responsible for caring for the children here, and their daily food was delivered, so they had no idea that this place had been taken over. Iching asked, "Who are you? Where are you from? How long have you been in the Holy Land?" The old women looked at each other in confusion. Iching didn't answer their questions, but instead took the initiative and asked directly. For a moment, they were unsure of Iching's identity, wondering if she was a high-ranking official in the religion. But what would a high-ranking official do here? Puzzled, the few looked at each other before answering cautiously. "My name is Kai Jinhua. I used to live in Huifeng village at the foot of Huifeng mountain. I was brought to the Holy Land by a divine messenger after the apocalypse. Since arriving, I've been assigned the task of caring for children. I wonder what the adults are doing here this time." Kai Jinhua answered Iching's question first, then carefully inquired. Iching remained silent, then glanced at the others. The people who were being observed became nervous and quickly spoke. These people had been sent here to care for children almost immediately after entering the Holy Land, and were completely unaware of the situation there. Iching studied their expressions, her penetrating gaze making the old women uneasy. Once she confirmed they weren't lying, she breathed a sigh of relief. That was good. No need to worry about the children crying after someone else took care of them. Iching thought for a moment and said, "This isn't a proper religion, nor is it a holy place. This is the territory of a cult. They sacrifice newborns there every day to the gods. To ensure a sufficient supply of newborns, they even kidnapped and tricked many women into staying here to bear children." Iching wasn't being casual about kidnapping, as religions pollute the gods for a long time before the apocalypse arrives. And the women offering these sacrifices were all kidnapped and abducted. Of course, there weren't many women kidnapped and abducted back then, and the fact that there are so many women here is entirely due to the aftermath of the apocalypse. Several elderly people stared at Iching in shock, some struggling to digest the information she had revealed. Suddenly, an old woman collapsed to the ground, dazed and exhausted. After a while, she burst into tears. "My swear, isn't that? At this point, the old woman couldn't continue and burst into tears. "Was my daughter-in-law also in trouble? And what about my son? How is my son?" Another old woman was also in a state of panic. 2 other elderly people came alone, and although shocked by what Iching revealed, they managed to remain calm. The 2 children were also frightened by the elderly's wailing and burst into tears. Even the 2 who had been sleeping soundly joined in. The endless crying gave An-Iching a headache, and she felt as if she had been transported back to the nightmare of raising children in her previous life. Thankfully, the other two elderly women who hadn't cried hurried to comfort the children. An-Iching waited for the two elderly people to cry for a while, then vented her emotions. I don't know how your families are doing now. I dealt with all the black-robed and white-robed people outside. The surviving women are resting now. You can go and see if your relatives are among them tomorrow. After storing all the baby items in the yard, An-Iching led her men back to the palace where Xiaorui lived. It was already early morning. Thankfully, there were still empty rooms, and several elderly women with their children squeezed into one to sleep. The palace was quiet. Xiaorui probably hadn't started yet. An-Iching arranged for the young man to move into another room and then prepared to go back to sleep. However, as soon as she left, the young man followed her closely. An-Iching turned around, pushed the man back, and pointed to the bed inside, saying, "You sleep here. Do you understand?" The young man grabbed An-Iching's skirt with his backhand, a look of unease flashing in his beautiful, bright eyes. Like an animal about to be abandoned, his entire body radiating unease. An-Iching tried to persuade him, but he refused to let go. As soon as she moved, he immediately followed. Reflecting that this man, though he looked adult, was actually only 12, she sighed helplessly and resigned herself to taking him back to her room. The room contained a large antique bed and a narrow chaise longue. Although this man was only 12 years old, his body was that of a real adult. Even though he was completely clueless, An-Iching would not let him sleep in the same room with her. Sharing the same room was the limit of her tolerance. So, An-Iching sternly and firmly told him that one of them would sleep on the bed, and the other on the chaise longue, or else he would return to the room he had been staying in. After a long moment, the young man vaguely seemed to grasp An-Iching's meaning. Resignedly, he imitated her, lying on the chaise longue, which was too narrow and a bit too short for him. An-Iching finally settled down on the bed, and closed her eyes to rest. However, the presence of a stranger in the room made her instinctively wary, so she didn't sleep well. The next day, at dawn, a faint commotion could be heard outside. An-Iching opened her eyes, and went to open the door. The light had only barely entered, not yet fully bright, but the courtyard was already bustling with activity. Seeing their hurried steps, and listening to the noises in the other room, An-Iching realized that Xiaorui had taken action. As Xiaorui began to move, she would occasionally hear muffled cries of pain from inside, along with the voices of several women trying to comfort her. An-Iching felt a little anxious even outside, especially when basins of blood began to be carried out. Her heart tightened. It wasn't until the afternoon that Xiaorui gave birth. Before An-Iching could even breathe a sigh of relief after hearing the baby was born, she heard Xiaorui had a fever. An-Iching frantically searched through the deck for medical cards, and quickly found anti-inflammatory and fever-reducing medication, but she wasn't sure if they were safe for someone who had just given birth. Sui had never seen these medications before, and they didn't have the manufacturer or certification on them. But since they were An-Iching's, she wouldn't harm Xiaorui. She felt that Xiaorui and An-Iching were a team. So, she took the medication and said, "Her fever is quite high. Give her the medicine first. We have formula here anyway. Just don't let her breastfeed for now." An-Iching didn't understand this, so she just followed the doctor's advice. Afterward, An-Iching saw the newborn baby. It was a sturdy little boy, well-proportioned. His skin was fair and tender from birth, and his facial features bore a striking resemblance to Xiaorui. One eye was already open. It was unclear whether it was because he was new or because his eyes were naturally small, but the one that opened was only a slit. Through this slit, his bright black eyes curiously surveyed his surroundings, and it was unclear whether he could see clearly. In her previous life, newborns were always cared for by specialized personnel. It would take at least a few months for them to become stronger before they would be given care of these children. So, this was An-Iching's first time seeing a newborn baby. Newborn babies are incredibly fragile, tiny, like kittens, and so limp they feel like their bones are all jelly. An-Iching's fingers gently touched the cotton-soft skin, but she didn't dare touch it again, fearing she'd break it if she pushed too hard. Sui couldn't help but laugh at An-Iching's cautious approach. Children aren't that fragile, actually. Look, just hold them like this. As he spoke, Sui demonstrated how to properly hold a newborn. An-Iching's scalp tingled at the sight of the limp body, and she smiled and waved her hand. Forget it. I drop it, and it'd be terrible. Sui chuckled, suddenly feeling that An-Iching wasn't so scary after all. Wasn't she just a child who hadn't been married and had never had children? An-Iching felt a little embarrassed by the laughter. Sui suddenly glanced at the man who followed An-Iching closely, a hint of curiosity. After all, the place was now filled with women, so the sudden appearance of such a large man dressed like an I Ching was bound to spark curiosity. And I Ching noticed him, but didn't explain, as she didn't know how to explain the young man. Thinking, and I Ching asked the women around her, "Are there any kindergarten teachers among you? Or babysitters?" She did find someone in the crowd. A woman in her 40s raised her hand and said, "Looking for a baby? I'm a confinement nanny. I can take care of both babies and new mothers." While she could care for Sierra and the newborn, a confinement nanny wouldn't be able to care for the young man. And I Ching thought for a moment and said, "I also need someone to teach my child, who can't talk yet, to speak. Does anyone have the skills?" Everyone looked at each other. One woman hesitated, saying, "I haven't learned anything specifically, but I had 2 children before coming here, and I raised and educated them myself." The thought of her own children dimmed the woman's gaze, and she worried deeply about her son and daughter's current situation. The apocalypse had struck suddenly. Her son and daughter were both away. Before coming to the Holy Land, she had left letters for them. Who could have known the Holy Land would turn out like this? And I Ching breathed a sigh of relief, smiled, and pointed at the young man, saying, "Okay, he be in your care from now on." The young man didn't understand at all, and was completely bewildered, but seeing an I Ching pointing at him, he instinctively smiled. The woman was stunned, a bit bewildered. A child?" And I Ching frowned. According to his actual age, he's only 12 years old. The reason he looks like an adult is similar to how you can reach childbirth in just 1 or 2 months after conception. Luckily, these women here had all experienced unusual pregnancies before, so they quickly understood an I Ching's meaning. Instantly, all the women looked at the young man with affection. The young man's appearance was already outstanding, perhaps because he was the incarnation of a god, which naturally made everyone have a strong liking for him. And now, considering he was only 12 years old and being forced to grow up like an adult, while not knowing his specific experiences, it was clear that relying on religious practices was not a good thing. For a moment, everyone was overwhelmed with maternal love for the young man. Only the young man was still confused, and didn't know what was happening. "Okay, no problem. Leave it to me. I take good care of him." The woman agreed readily and asked, "What's his name?" And I Ching shook her head. "I don't know. No one has picked a name for him, right? Why don't you give him one?" The mention of naming excited everyone, gathering together to discuss what name to give the young man. "He's so handsome, he needs a nice name to suit him. Well, he has a warm smile and looks like a sunny, cheerful child. How about a name with the character Yao in it? I was thinking of Su, but Yao seems more appropriate. Then what should Yao be? Don't add any other characters. Just give him a surname. It feels a bit cumbersome." And I Ching, it's just a name. Is that necessary?" Then an I Ching noticed everyone was looking at her. And I Ching glanced over in confusion. Had she just complained in her mind, not spoken aloud? Sui smiled and said, "Lord, you saved this person, so from now on, he bear your last name, right? By the way, Lord, what's your last name?" She didn't know an I Ching's given name, but she had heard Sierra call an I Ching Lord before. Adding to that, an I Ching's previous mention of the territory, and she quickly understood which lord it was. An I Ching, And so, the young man's name was quickly decided. And Yao. To be honest, an I Ching felt the name was a bit out of place, and sounded strange, but the others unanimously said it was fine, and sounded nice, which made an I Ching wonder if it was her fault. Before coming to the Holy Land, an I Ching had thought resolving the situation here would be a hassle, but she hadn't expected it to be resolved in just 1 day. We had originally planned to leave the next day, but Sierra gave birth in the afternoon, and was still running a fever, so we couldn't leave. And I Ching called everyone over, including those who had gone to other palaces to rest the previous day, and asked them about their plans. Some couldn't help but murmur. Of course we chose to stay. Who knows what's going on in the territory? I think it's better to stay. The lands outside are all infected, and only here is still normal. Of course, we chose to stay. Today, and I Ching washed the blood off her body, her face still smiling faintly as always, looking friendly and easy to talk to. For a moment, everyone grew bolder and began to whisper. Some who had been hesitant, after hearing what the others said, suddenly thought of the current situation outside the Holy Land and immediately wanted to stay. Although this place was once a demonic lair, weren't the divine messengers killed now? Without those who oppressed them, they could stay and live a good life. And I Ching's ears brimmed with their chatter, a bit noisy, but she could vaguely make out the gist of their conversation. And I Ching warned, this place will soon be like the outside world, it won't last much longer. It had previously been protected from contamination by divine blood. Now that Anyao had been rescued, it wouldn't be long before the divine blood underground was depleted, and this place would be contaminated again. However, when Aniching spoke these words, many people didn't believe her, and some even looked at her with suspicion. Seeing this, Aniching said nothing more. Soon, in addition to the 57 people who had stayed behind the previous night, more people began to step forward, intending to follow Aniching. After waiting for a moment, and looking at the 11 people who had stepped forward, no one else stepped forward. Aniching smiled and said, "Are you all planning to stay here?" Everyone looked at Aniching's face. Although it didn't look as terrifying as it had the night before, they were still a little nervous. Seeing that she didn't seem to be getting angry, someone boldly said, "Yes, we plan to stay here." So many people wanted to stay because they thought the land here was unpolluted, suitable for growing crops, and had clean, drinkable water. Moreover, the palace provided a ready-made place to live. Aniching nodded and said, "Okay, then, I hope you get what you want in the future." She had already said that this place would soon be like the outside world. If they didn't want to believe it, she didn't need to persuade them. For those who didn't believe her, no matter how much she said, they wouldn't believe her. Aniching's reluctance to speak further caused some who were already hesitant to hesitate again, wondering if what she said was true. But seeing that the vast majority had chosen to stay, they gritted their teeth and ultimately followed the crowd. Chapter 93. The question of whether to stay or go has been resolved. The next thing to discuss is what to do with the people in the village. These people's crimes don't deserve death, so let the victims decide what's best for them. So Aniching looked at everyone who planned to stay or leave with her and said, "There's one more thing I need to discuss with you." Everyone was a little confused, not knowing what Aniching wanted to discuss with them, thinking the matter had already been decided. Aniching asked, "You all know those people in the village outside, right? What do you think is the best way to deal with them?" As soon as she opened her mouth, someone who stayed behind hurriedly said, "Deal with what? Are you going to kill them? They're not religious, and they haven't done anything like sacrificing children." As soon as she said that, everyone realized what was going on. Although the men in the village outside the Holy Land hadn't joined the apostles, they had been blessed with supernatural powers by the priests. If they were to kill them all, what would happen when the zombies arrived? They stayed because they wanted to live a good life, but they didn't want the zombies to overtake them so soon. The group then jumped to the defense of the men in that village, saying they hadn't committed such immoral acts and shouldn't be lumped together. Aniching looked at the people who had agreed to follow her and asked, "We're all victims too, what do you say?" The culprit had been killed, and they were about to leave. Many people didn't want to cause any more trouble. Since those who chose to stay wanted to protect the men, then so be it. Those who were leaving with Aniching didn't want to dwell on this matter any further, and many of the women had never even seen the men outside. The women who had entertained the men outside were all infertile. Some of those preparing to leave with Aniching had also entertained such men, but it was nothing more than sleeping with them. Their hatred for these men far outweighed their hatred for the divine messengers and apostles. Aniching nodded. "All right, since everyone's choosing this, then let's do it." "Wait!" Suddenly, a woman in the crowd shouted, her voice cracking with nervousness. Aniching instinctively looked over. It was one of the 11 people who had just stepped forward. She was trembling all over, her face frighteningly pale, not even a trace of blood on her lips. The others looked at the woman. She gritted her teeth, took a deep breath, and walked out with heavy steps. Aniching asked softly, "What? Do you disagree?" The woman clenched her fists tightly, as if to give herself courage. Aniching didn't rush her, but waited patiently. Soon, the woman's eyes, reddening with intense hatred, burst forth. "I don't care about anyone else, but I will kill that man named Zhao Shan." The venomous hatred, so intense that it threatened to devour him alive, was so profound that everyone around her could sense the intense hatred emanating from her. Although she was called a woman, she actually looked quite young. A closer look suggested she was no more than 20 years old, perhaps even younger. Before Aniching could ask what was going on, the woman closed her eyes and, with a reckless abandon, undressed, exposing her naked body to everyone. As she undressed, the woman caring for Anyao subconsciously turned him around. He was still a minor. All eyes fell on the woman, some gasping in shock and unable to hold back their cries. The woman's injuries were so horrific that many people turned their eyes away, afraid to look. Ten Xiang gave a smile uglier than tears. "This is Zhao Shan's masterpiece. He's a complete beast. A pervert." Whether it was the cold, the anger, or perhaps the fear of Zhao Shan's torture, the woman's trembling became even more intense. There was hardly a single piece of intact skin on her body. A large portion of her breast had been cut off, and her body was covered in wounds so numerous, it was unimaginable how they had been inflicted. Tan Xiang smiled, tears streaming down her face. She looked at an I Ching stubbornly. Is it okay? She exposed her embarrassment to everyone, not seeking sympathy, but simply wanting to kill her enemy. However, she lacked the ability to do so, so she could only look at an I Ching with hope. The young body was covered in horrific scars, and even an I Ching found them shocking. These wounds were even worse than those Song Yu had once endured. It was truly hard to imagine how this person had managed to survive to this day. A deathly silence fell over the surroundings after this incident. After a long moment, Tan Xiang heard an I Ching's voice. Yes. With an I Ching's words, the dead silence suddenly came alive, and tiny voices drifted out from the crowd. Some sympathized with Tan Xiang, some thought her body was horrifying, and some thought Zhao Shan was a complete psychopath. Others said he must be killed, otherwise what would happen if he targeted them after Tan Xiang left? Amidst the flurry of discussion, a small number of people felt Zhao Shan shouldn't be killed. There were already very few supernatural beings in the Holy Land, and killing another would mean greater danger in the future. A chaotic murmur filled the air. And I Ching ignored the specifics of the conversation. She walked over to Tan Xiang, who still exposed herself to everyone, and gently helped her put her clothes on. She dressed carefully and meticulously, quickly covering all the injuries on Tan Xiang's body, and even smoothing out her clothes. Tan Xiang, her eyes red, looked at an I Ching and opened her mouth, about to say something. A voice rang out, deliberately amplified so that everyone in the room could hear it clearly. It was just a little rough in bed. You're not hurt. Why would you call someone a pervert and want to beat or kill you for such a small thing? People's hearts are always complicated. But an I Ching hadn't expected that someone, a woman, would say such things. As these words were spoken, someone else started talking. That's right. I also received Zhao Shan. Why didn't he treat me like this? Did you do something to anger him, and that's why he treated you like this? As soon as these words were spoken, someone couldn't stand it anymore. Are you crazy? Why are you blaming the victim? You think we deserve to be brought here by this cult to be used as reproductive tools? Are you really a woman? Or did you undergo a sex change operation to become a woman? Open your eyes and look at the injuries on her body. How can you say such things? Instantly, hundreds of people started arguing again, making a commotion. Those who hadn't rationally joined in, seeing the chaos was about to break out, hurriedly tried to calm everyone down, only to end up getting involved in the chaotic brawl themselves. As a fight was about to break out, an I Ching's sharp gaze swept over them. In this world, an I Ching had killed both humans and zombies, and she carried a strong aura of murder, especially since she had slaughtered thousands just the day before. Even though she didn't speak, simply suppressed her smile and chilled her expression as her gaze swept over everyone. Everyone around her felt as if they were frozen, as if being stared at by the god of death. Everyone fell silent, daring not to speak or even move. And I Ching's gaze finally settled on a woman who was clearly 5 or 6 months pregnant. The woman's scalp tingled under an I Ching's gaze, and she felt panic-stricken, her legs and feet starting to weaken. She hurriedly backed away, trying to hide in the crowd. However, the people around her were also frightened. Realizing that an I Ching was looking at her, they immediately moved aside, leaving the woman exposed to everyone. The woman was stunned, terrified. There had been so many people around her just a moment ago, and now there was a void. And I Ching suddenly smiled. She was naturally pretty, and this smile made her previously icy expression seem as warm and gentle as spring breeze melting snow. Suddenly, a sword appeared in her hand, radiating a chilling long sword, pointing at the woman. Since you think her injuries are nothing, I make a copy for you. I think you like it, so you're welcome. She spoke these cold, cruel words in the softest, gentlest voice. The woman's face paled instantly, and she trembled with fear, staring at an I Ching in horror, as if she were some kind of demonic pervert. And I Ching glanced around and smiled. I know some people don't feel pain unless they're whipped. It's okay. Since you weren't whipped, I can do it for you. At that moment, an I Ching, sword in hand, smiled softly, resembling a brutal and bloodthirsty tyrant. Everyone's face paled with fear. They all sensed she was serious. If anyone dared to speak at this moment, she would absolutely strike. And I Ching, regardless of their thoughts, calmed down, and she sheathed her sword. If anyone was truly blind and spoke nonsense, she wouldn't mind using someone as an example. She turned and smiled at Tan Xiang. Do you want to take revenge on him personally? I can help you. Tan Xiang stared at an I Ching in amazement, tears welling in her eyes. She nodded vigorously. Yes, I do. I don't want him to die so easily. I want to cut away his flesh, bit by bit, just like he tortured me. Let him experience what I endured. And Iching, okay. The palace was quite far from the village, so the dramatic changes taking place within were completely unheard of by the villagers. It was almost dusk, and every household sat outside on their doorsteps, eating and chatting, their bowls in hand. Tomorrow's the day, isn't it? One of the men licked his lips while eating, subconsciously glancing in the direction of the palace. Hey, wouldn't it be nice if we could go there every day? Why only once every 3 days? Another man sighed, unable to resist reminiscing about the sweet and tender beauty. Come on, you're not satisfied with just once every 3 days? Can your body handle going there every night? Another man scoffed. In reality, everyone knew that, not to mention the various ranks of white robes, the number of black robes inside was many times greater than the number of women, and there wouldn't be enough for everyone. Allowing them to go once every 3 days was already a special favor from the divine messenger. Zhao Shan sat among the men, devouring his meal. The thought of going inside the next day brought a sudden smile, a touch of pride. He couldn't help but feel excited when he thought of the girl named Tan Xiang. She couldn't get pregnant, and it was just his good fortune that he met her. Before the apocalypse, Zhao Shan's wife had sued him for domestic violence and intentional injury, ultimately convicting him and forcing him to spend years in prison before he was released. He felt truly aggrieved. Wasn't it just a little bit of violence in the heat of the moment? How could that be considered intentional injury? But after he was released, his ex-wife had already divorced him through a court order, and his stories of domestic violence and assault had spread, leaving him unable to find a wife and forced to remain single. Zhao Shan hated his ex-wife to the core, but she had disappeared long ago, and he couldn't find her even if he wanted to seek revenge. He thought he'd be condemned to this life forever, but who could have predicted that the apocalypse would arrive in such a beautiful place as the Holy Land? Tan Xiang was far more beautiful than his ex-wife, young and pretty. Furthermore, his sexual habits had left her covered in wounds, leaving others disgusted. Thus, Tan Xiang now belonged completely to Zhao Shan. Zhao Shan was particularly proud of this. After all, having a woman all to himself was a privilege only afforded to those of high status, white robes. Zhao Shan was basking in his admiration, when he suddenly spotted 2 figures approaching from a distance. They were coming from the palace, but those who usually approached from that direction were either in white or black robes. He squinted his eyes, and looked closely. Why did they look like 2 women? Are those 2 over their women? Zhao Shan couldn't help but glance at the person next to him, raising his chin to signal them to look over there. The others around him laughed at him. Are you crazy about women? How could a woman come out? Be careful not to offend the Lord Divine Envoy, or he'd punish you by not letting you in tomorrow. Oh, my eyesight is excellent. There's no way I'm mistaken. Those aren't the Lord Divine Envoy and the Lord Apostle, Zhao Shan said hurriedly. Although everyone laughed at him, they also looked over curiously. They saw the 2 approaching. For a moment, everyone was stunned. They were really women? Everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. What was going on? How could women escape? Escape? That's impossible. The palace is heavily guarded. How could these women escape? But everyone stood up alertly, their eyes fixed on Iching and Tan Xiang as they approached. Zhao Shan was caught off guard by Tan Xiang's utterly familiar face. He'd just been musing over it, and now, unexpectedly, she was right there before him. He couldn't help but grab himself. Hiss, it wasn't a dream, Tan Xiang. How did you get out? Zhao Shan stood up, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he examined Tan Xiang. Zhao Shan, don't go over there. Something doesn't seem right. A nearby person warned Zhao Shan, because a divine messenger wouldn't let a woman out. Meanwhile, 2 women were swaggering out, yet there was no movement from the palace. The slightly more alert people swallowed nervously, noticing the defensive and vigilant looks in Iching and Tan Xiang's eyes. Tan Xiang stared at Zhao Shan, her gaze as venomous as a ghost's. She said to Iching beside her, "That's him." Zhao Shan shuddered at Tan Xiang's look, sensing something was amiss. He shouted, "These 2 women must be trying to escape. Brothers, let's capture them first and notify the envoys later." The domain card restriction had expired, and Iching activated it and said, "Using supernatural powers is prohibited here." The others looked at each other, not understanding Iching's actions, but rather amused. "You said you forbid the use of supernatural powers?" For a moment, everyone put down their chopsticks and prepared to capture Iching and Tan Xiang. They assumed they had slipped out, and this was just a bluff to scare them. Catching them now would allow them to have some fun before notifying the envoys. Now that the apocalypse had arrived and the signal was down, everyone had very little entertainment, so they became particularly addicted to that activity. And Iching kicked down several people who rushed forward to grab them. Grabbing Zhao Shan by the collar with one hand, she swung her sword and slashed through his tendons in 2 swishes, then tossed him to Tan Xiang. Ah! Zhao Shan screamed miserably and fell to the ground, writhing and howling in pain. The men who were kicked over were horrified. After all, after awakening their superpowers, they had become agile and strong, but being kicked over by a woman in the face instantly made them hesitant to act rashly. But seeing how he had severed Zhao Shan's tendons with a single blow, their faces lit up with anger. Some were about to use their superpowers, only to find that they had vanished, unable to be used. And I Ching smiled at Tan Xiang and said, "It's all right now. Don't worry, he can't use his powers, so he won't hurt you." The others instinctively stepped back, horrified by I Ching's earlier statement that the use of supernatural powers was forbidden in this area. But their fear of her only grew, and they dared not act rashly. And I Ching held out a defective Qifeng sword for Tan Xiang. She couldn't have any more defective and substandard Qifeng swords now, and such a scumbag deserved only a defective one. Tan Xiang's expression was strange, excitement, joy, and a host of other emotions blended together, distorting her beautiful face. Zhao Shan admired Tan Xiang's pretty face, so he didn't want to touch it when torturing her, thoroughly appreciating the pain that blossomed on her beautiful face. However, Zhao Shan, nearly fainting from the pain, watched in horror as Tan Xiang, sword in hand, the tip of the sword scraping harshly against the ground, stepped toward him. His tendons in his hands and feet were all broken, but he was so frightened that he ignored the pain and pushed himself back. "You, don't come over here, don't come over here." A strong smell of urine wafted in. Zhao Shan was so frightened that he peed himself. And I Ching twitched her lips. With such audacity, how could he dare to attack someone else? Did he really not expect retaliation? Thinking this, and I Ching took out a bottle of cell activation spray and handed it to Tan Xiang. "This is cell activation spray. Spray it on the wound, and it will heal completely in a short time." Tan Xiang was stunned for a moment, then understood I Ching's meaning and smiled. "Thank you." Soon, Zhao Shan's miserable screams rang out. Those watching the scene trembled with fear and quickly ran back to their houses to hide. Tan Xiang cut off Zhao Shan's flesh piece by piece, then used the cell activation spray again to let the flesh grow back before cutting again. Zhao Shan convulsed in pain. Each time he fainted, he was awakened by a slap from Tan Xiang. He wept bitterly, begging Tan Xiang to spare him, his face covered in tears and snot, a grotesque sight that was disgusting. Tan Xiang observed Zhao Shan's pained expression, but a smile of pleasure crossed her face, even humming a cheerful tune, completely unmoved. Zhao Shan was going mad. After his cries and pleas proved futile, he erupted in a torrent of filthy and unpleasant curses. It was unclear if Tan Xiang had heard this kind of abuse many times before. Her expression remained unchanged, as she delighted in torturing Zhao Shan. And I Ching didn't care how Zhao Shan was tortured, he deserved it no matter what. But she was a little worried about Tan Xiang, a little concerned that Zhao Shan's torture had caused her mental problems, as her current behavior suggested that. But I Ching didn't stop Tan Xiang, allowing her to do whatever she wanted with Zhao Shan. The area was already covered in Zhao Shan's blood. The cell-activating spray could heal the wounds, but it couldn't replenish the blood lost. As time went on, Zhao Shan was tortured to the point of near death. In the end, Zhao Shan died from excessive blood loss. Tan Xiang seemed caught off guard. As Zhao Shan died, she thought he had fainted from the pain again and slapped him several times. This time, Zhao Shan showed no sign of waking up. It was completely dark. And I Ching warned, "He's dead." Tan Xiang stared at Zhao Shan's body, seemingly in a daze. After a long moment, she finally uttered, "Dead." The people in the surrounding houses watched Zhao Shan's tortured death, trembling with fear. However, the divine messenger never appeared. They had no idea why this had happened, and they were all paralyzed with fear. Those who had previously been obsessed with the gentle and beautiful women were now so frightened that their legs trembled at the mere thought of those women. How could they still have the same thoughts as before? And I Ching took Tan Xiang back to the palace. She felt that she urgently needed a good therapist. No, perhaps one wasn't enough, it would be better if there were more. This place was worthy of the depressing novel she had read. There were so many scumbags. Those who were rescued before they could be tortured were fine. Like Su Jingxian, she had no idea what she would have faced. But those who had already experienced it, like Song Yu, Lu Mingxiang, Tang Bai, and now Tan Xiang. Song Yu seemed to have recovered on his own. Lu Mingxiang was a woman of great strength and had gotten through it on her own. However, Tang Bai, had some psychological problems because of Lu Mingxiang's experience, which was why he was overly nervous about her and kept a constant eye on her. Fortunately, Lu Mingxiang was able to suppress Tang Bai, otherwise she suspected Tang Bai's condition would have worsened. By the time they left the territory, Tang Bai seemed to be feeling slightly better, no longer panicking at the sight of Lu Mingxiang. Looking at Tan Xiang, who was obediently following her side, and I Ching didn't know what to say. Comfort was too feeble, it wouldn't do anything for a girl who had already suffered countless hurts. Advising her to be more open-minded felt like easy talk. And I Ching sighed, and decided to find a therapist when she returned to offer counseling to these hurt girls. They had been hurt, and it wasn't their fault. They could hate and seek revenge against those who had hurt them, but she hoped that after venting their anger, they wouldn't become consumed by internal conflict, but would be able to move on from the past and live a better, more fulfilling life. And I Ching pulled out a new bottle of cell revitalizing spray and asked Tan Xiang, "Do you need this?" Tan Xiang, distracted, blinked in confusion before noticing what I Ching was holding. Having just used it, she knew the spray's effects well. It could heal all her scars and lost flesh. After staring at the cell revitalizing spray for a long time, Tan Xiang slowly shook her head, "No thanks." And I Ching wasn't sure what Tan Xiang was thinking, but she respected her. She put the spray away and said, "Okay, but if you change your mind anytime, you can always come get it from me." Tan Xiang, who had been quietly following I Ching, suddenly stopped. And I Ching turned to look at her. "What's wrong?" Tan Xiang's heart ached, but she suddenly smiled at I Ching, a bright smile she tried to hide the tears threatening to burst out. "Nothing, just you're so kind." And I Ching, having been given the nice guy card, smiled. "Let's go. You're tired, go back and get some rest." Tan Xiang, breaking her previous silence, walked over to I Ching and asked hesitantly, "Don't you think I was too cruel just now?" She had just seen those fearful gazes gazing at her from the cracks in the window and door. She had only been paying back what Zhao Shan had done to her, yet those people looked at her as if she were the pervert. How could that be? And I Ching smiled. "I admire your courage. After all, many people in this world, after being hurt, face their hurters not with hatred but with fear, or even with immense panic at the mere sight of them." Tan Xiang had done well. The apocalypse isn't a society ruled by law, without laws and justice. So Tan Xiang can only seek justice on her own. Tan Xiang's expression relaxed, and the corners of her mouth curled up unconsciously. The two of them walked back step by step. The third wife and the others had already prepared the meal. And I Ching told Tan Xiang to wash the blood off her body before coming to eat. As I Ching and Tan Xiang returned, everyone fell silent. And I Ching ignored their gazes and asked Sui, "Is Sierra feeling better?" Sui sighed, "She's been getting better and worse. The fever subsided, but then it came back again. This time it's even worse. She seems unconscious." She was a little worried that Sierra wouldn't make it. And I Ching frowned, "I go check on her." And Yao, who had just been left behind, immediately followed I Ching. Seeing this, I Ching stopped and reached out to touch his head, but found she was a bit out of reach. And Yao immediately bent down and leaned forward, like a puppy trying to please its owner. And I Ching laughed, but her mood was also a little complicated. She sighed and explained softly, "I need to go in to see a patient." "You can't go in. Just stay outside and wait for me, okay?" And Yao tilted his head, and I Ching patiently repeated, "You can't go in." "Okay, I'll be out in a minute." She gently pushed Yao away and said to Xianglan, who was in charge of his care, "Auntie Xiang, please watch him for a while." "Okay." Xianglan smiled and walked over, tugging at Yao's clothes. She had noticed that Yao didn't like being touched. While he would tolerate it, he still felt a little unhappy. Xianglan ignored his now adult body and completely treated him like a 12-year-old. "All right, and Yao, be obedient. The Lord is busy now. When he's done, he have time to take you. You must be obedient, and don't delay the Lord. Otherwise, the Lord will have even less time for you. Got it?" And Yao watched I Ching enter the room, pursing his lips in displeasure, but he obediently followed Xianglan's lead and sat on the stool beside him, his eyes constantly glancing towards the door. Xianglan, amused, fished a colorful candy from her pocket and handed it to Yao. "Look, Auntie has some candy here. It's very sweet. And Yao, do you want to try some?" Sui chuckled. "Xiang, you look like a child trafficker." Xianglan was stunned, then laughed, then said unhappily, "What nonsense are you talking about? Who trafficked a child?" A few people chatted and laughed, but Yao seemed to be oblivious to their words, staring intently at the door. Everyone felt a little helpless. Perhaps because Yao had been rescued by the Lord, he was very dependent on him. With so many of them here, No matter what they said or did, he would simply ignore them. The aggrieved look on his face, waiting anxiously for the Lord, made them feel deeply distressed, but they didn't know what to do. After all, the Lord was really busy. How could he have the time to take care of a child? The room was clean, but upon entering, Aniching could still smell a strong odor of blood. There were windows in the room for ventilation, but they didn't dare open them too high to prevent Siarue from catching a cold. Aniching had initially been a little worried about Siarue, but upon seeing her condition, she felt relieved. Overexerting her mental energy over the past 2 days had actually led to a significant increase in Aniching's mental strength. Therefore, she could immediately detect the faint fluctuations of Siarue's supernatural powers. It seemed she wasn't just suffering from a fever, she was awakening supernatural powers. Also, in the original plot, Siarue was able to escape such a heavily guarded place. It was impossible for her to not have supernatural powers. Aniching was rather curious about what supernatural power she had awakened to allow her to escape. After all, Aniching herself had died in this place once before. If she hadn't had the time to revisit her past, she would have likely perished in obscure circumstances. After escaping, Aniching told Sui and the others that Siarue was fine. They had dinner and were going to bed early. They were going to go to the village tomorrow to count some poultry and livestock and take them away. Of course, Aniching wouldn't take everything with her, but she would at least take half of them. The next day, when Aniching went to the village to take inventory and prepare to take away half of the livestock, neither the women who planned to stay nor the men and elderly villagers dared to say anything. Zhao Shan's death was so tragic, it left a deep psychological scar on the men in the village. Seeing Aniching, they were instantly terrified as quails, not daring to move, let alone stop her. It's amazing how abundant the village's livestock and poultry are. There were about 300 households in the village, each with only one man, and at most, the elderly and children. Almost every household had chickens, ducks, and geese. Over 300 households had nearly 10,000 chickens, ducks, and geese in total. Every household raised at least 10 pigs, 5 or 6 sheep, and 2 or 3 cows. Aniching took out a battle cart, filled it with enough crystal cores, and loaded it with 5,000 chickens, ducks, and geese, then took away half the pigs, cattle, and sheep. A battle cart full of poultry and livestock naturally couldn't accommodate passengers. Fortunately, the battle carts could be linked together like trailers, so Aniching and her group quickly left the Holy Land. Aside from the group of women, Aniching only took the 4 little girls she had found, and the 4 old women who had taken them. 2 of the old women, who had come to the Holy Land with their families, had been feeling rather unwell for the past 2 days. After asking around, they learned that their sons, daughters-in-law, and daughters were all dead. Siarue was now awake in the battle cart, but still feverish and dazed, as if she hadn't fully recovered. Aniching started the battle car, looked back at the women inside, who were looking at them with some surprise, and asked, "Does anyone know how to drive?" After a pause, she added, "No one who's not pregnant." This eliminated most of the people. Tenxiang raised her hand. "I can, but I just got my license before the apocalypse." Aniching smiled. "Okay, you drive first." Tenxiang immediately walked over and took a look at the driver's seat. Seeing it was the same one she was familiar with, she breathed a sigh of relief. As she sat down, she was still a little nervous. "Lord, I took my test for a small car license before, so I never driven a car this big." Aniching, "It's okay, just don't drive into the ditch." Tenxiang pursed her lips and said cautiously, "I get used to it first. I should be able to do it soon." Seeing this, Aniching stood aside, waiting for Tenxiang to adjust to the vehicle. She stepped on the accelerator and tried driving for a while. She found that while the battlefield vehicle was a bit larger, as long as she mastered its width, it was no different from driving a small car. In fact, it felt easier to drive than a small car. So Tenxiang quickly mastered it. Aniching then let her drive, and went to the back. She gathered all the non-pregnant women and said, "I'm sure you all know how dangerous the world is now. Some people are even more terrifying than zombies." The pregnant women, all sitting in their seats, couldn't help but glance over. The non-pregnant women also looked at Aniching nervously, unsure of what she was going to say. Aniching smiled and said, "So, I'm going to teach you a set of physical techniques to strengthen your bodies and sharpen your agility. As long as you work hard and practice consistently, you won't become incredibly skilled in the future, but at least you'll be able to protect yourself in many situations. Do you want to learn?" Sui instinctively raised her hand. "Lord, we want to learn too." "Is that okay?" Aniching looked over helplessly. "You're still pregnant, so of course not." At these words, The eyes of the pregnant women around them dimmed, and they rubbed their bulging bellies with a hint of frustration. And Iching soothed, "But don't worry, you just be a little slower than others. You can start learning after you give birth." "Really?" someone asked in surprise. And Iching smiled. "Of course it's true." "That's great, thank you, Lord. Lord, you're so kind. After I give birth, I study hard and won't slack off." Seeing the excitement and enthusiasm of the pregnant women, the non-pregnant women nearby also quickly followed suit. "Lord, we will study diligently too." "Yes, yes, Lord, can you teach us now? No matter how hard or tiring it is, we will persevere and will never slack off." The girls, having experienced hardships, deeply understood the importance of strength to survive in today's world. After all, those with less strength would be at the mercy of others in the Holy Land, while the powerful and Iching could single-handedly conquer the entire Holy Land. And Iching smiled and said, "Okay, I teach you now." A group of girls stood in the middle of the corridor. And Iching demonstrated the first set of physical training techniques to them, slowing down each move and then breaking it down into smaller movements. It must be said that they were truly serious about learning the physical training techniques, each of them applying the same academic spirit. The results were swift, and in no time, they had mastered the first set of physical training techniques. After observing their physical training, and Iching assigned them a timetable based on their individual needs. At this point, the battle vehicle had completely left the Holy Land and arrived at the foot of Fire Phoenix Mountain. "Lord, where are we going now?" Ten Xiang, who was in the driver's seat, asked. And Iching, "Get on the highway and head for City D's province base." After 48 hours of observation, Zhang Kai, Tang Ming, and the others were finally able to enter the base. When entering the base, the group surrendered 1/5 of their supplies to the base, and the remaining 4/5 were divided equally among the 10 members of the team. However, their team had specifically found a larger residence within the base, where all 10 of them lived together, eating and drinking together, so there was no need for such detailed division. This time, everyone in their team was injured to varying degrees, to even seriously. This was why they were kept in an observation room outside the base for 48 hours before being allowed back into the city. Actually, the zombie virus's incubation period isn't 48 hours, but a month. But being able to detect infection 48 hours after a zombie scratch was a major advancement for the base's research institute. Otherwise, they might have been locked up for a month. Back at their quarters, everyone plopped down on their beds, some slumping directly onto them with sighs of satisfaction. They called them beds, but they were actually just blankets spread out on the ground. There was nothing they could do. With supplies scarce and conditions so difficult these days, having blankets was a blessing. Many people in the base didn't even have a blanket roll. Qin Tao's eyes darted around. Seeing Tang Ming grab his things to wash up, he immediately scrambled over to Zhang Kai, winking and whispering, "Kai, let me ask you something. What's going on with Tang Ming's blind date?" A group of people who had been resting nearby gathered around. "Yeah, tell us what's going on between Tang Ming and her? Did it not work out or what?" "What nonsense! How could it not work out? Just look at Tang Ming's face. TSK, what girl wouldn't be confused? Did the apocalypse suddenly break them up? Hey, I don't know when we see her again. We haven't even had time to thank her yet." At this point, Zhang Kai didn't need to speak. They fell into conversation. "Speaking of which, that girl is incredible. Did you guys really see how many superpowers she has?" Talking about this, they couldn't help but sigh. If it weren't for an Iching, they might have been completely wiped out. Zhang Kai tried to speak several times, but was silenced by the group's barrage of arguments. He couldn't help but roll his eyes. "Do you guys even want to listen to me?" Yes. Of course. Zhang Kai, do you think Tang Ming, your blind date, will have a chance to join our team in the future? That would be great. With such a talented teammate, maybe we could easily win every mission in the future, hee. Zhang Kai interrupted again. Click. The bathroom door opened, and Tang Ming, towel in hand, stood in the doorway, watching them quietly. "What do you mean by easy win?" Everyone fell silent, and then dispersed. "Nothing. I'm just tired and want to lie down and rest." Yes. I've been through a lot this time." The man yawned and said, "Everyone, get some rest. That observation room is a terrible place to be. We have a day off. We need to find a healer tomorrow to heal our wounds." Oh, if only there was a healer on the team. Chapter 94. Knock. There was a rapid knock at the door, and the room instantly fell silent. Qin Tao stood up, walked over, and opened the door. "Who is it?" Then, seeing a woman standing at the door, dressed very elegantly in an off-white trench coat, Qin Tao's words trailed off. Just now, everyone was talking about Tang Ming's blind date, but seeing the woman before him now felt a little strange. Especially judging by Tang Ming's reaction when he heard about the blind date, it was clear that Tang Ming cared deeply about his blind date. The woman looked around the room, her expression somewhat anxious, and asked, "I heard Tang Ming was injured. How is it? Is it serious? I brought a therapist with me." Qin Tao sighed, his expression suddenly conflicted, unsure whether to let the person in. To be honest, having a healing power user come to their home for treatment was certainly a good thing. If they went to find a healing power user tomorrow, they would have to wait in line for treatment, and they wouldn't even be sure if they could get treatment by nightfall. Qin Tao instinctively turned his head to look inside. "Tang Ming, it's Miss Jiang. She's brought a therapist." Although the room was slightly larger than the others, it only had one bedroom, one living room, one kitchen, and one bathroom. The bedroom was used to store supplies, and everyone slept on the floor in the living room. Therefore, everyone could hear the conversation at the door clearly. At that moment, someone in the room silently uttered "ouch," their lips moving in exaggerated patterns, and exchanged excited glances with their teammates. Tang Ming walked to the door. Jiang Ying breathed a sigh of relief when she saw Tang Ming emerge, but then gasped at the sight of the fleshy wound on his arm, heartbroken. How did he get injured like this? "Liao Zihao, hurry up, treat Tang Ming first." Tang Ming shook his head. "My injury isn't a problem. My teammate is more seriously injured. Please ask the healer to heal him first." Liao Zihao, seeing this, looked at Jiang Ying. "Miss?" Jiang Ying saw that Tang Ming, though gentle, was resolute. She gritted her teeth, stamped her feet, and said, "Heal, heal, heal. Why are you dawdling?" Liao Zihao rubbed his nose helplessly, and smiled at Tang Ming. Tang Ming stepped aside and invited him in. Liao Zihao was the most powerful healing psychic in the entire base. These days, healing psychics were revered as healers. However, low-level healing psychics could only heal minor injuries. Liao Zihao's was extremely high-level. As long as someone was alive, and in his presence, he could heal them. Of course, the more serious the injury, the more psychic energy it consumed. Healing a single person with a near-death injury would consume all of his psychic energy. Jiang Ying was horrified when she heard Tang Ming was injured, and hurriedly dragged Liao Zihao over. With Liao Zihao here, the team members' injuries could all be healed by today, so Tang Ming naturally wouldn't turn them away. Jiang Ying was displeased. She had come because she was worried about Tang Ming, but upon arriving, Tang Ming's injuries hadn't been treated yet, while he had already been treating others. She wanted to ignore Tang Ming out of spite, but if she did, he wouldn't speak, which only made her even more angry, her eyes reddening. Jiang Ying was the daughter of the current commander of the S Province base. Even before the apocalypse, her father was the governor of S Province, and she had been the darling of the land since birth. She wasn't particularly pretty, her features were ordinary, but she had been pampered from a young age, her skin as white and smooth as a baby's. Furthermore, she loved dressing up, applying elaborate makeup every day, and with every effort, her beauty became even more vibrant. When Tang Ming arrived at the S Province base, he happened upon Jiang Ying, who was being escorted back to the base by the armed forces. The team had been trapped by a horde of zombies, and Tang Ming, having already awakened his superpowers, intervened to help the team, effectively saving Jiang Ying. It wasn't clear if it was the heroic act of saving a beautiful woman that touched her heart, or if it was Tang Ming's celebrity-worthy looks that had caused trouble, but after returning to the base, Jiang Ying had been appearing in front of Tang Ming almost daily, all dressed up, making no secret of her feelings for him. But Tang Ming clearly had no interest in Jiang Ying, even seeming to avoid her. Jiang Ying remained in a stalemate for a while, nearly tears streaming down her face with anger. She knew that if she didn't speak up, Tang Ming wouldn't initiate a conversation. She bit her lip and spoke first. "Did you encounter any particularly powerful zombies this time?" Tang Ming nodded, yes. Although he smiled and spoke gently, he had the air of a conversation terminator, leaving Jiang Ying choked. The atmosphere suddenly froze again. Jiang Ying took a deep breath and decided not to argue with Tang Ming. If she did, she'd probably be pissed off to death. Preparing herself mentally, Jiang Ying looked at Tang Ming with a resolute determination. "Tang Ming, I don't want to play tricks on you anymore. I like you. Let's go out." Tang Ming shook his head. "Sorry, Miss Jiang, you're very kind, but I'm not that interested in you." Jiang Ying, She stared at Tang Ming with wide eyes, truly devastated. Furthermore, The rejection was so quick and smooth that Jiang Yingying began to wonder if he already planned it, waiting for her to say it directly. Jiang Yingying really cried this time, tears streaming down her face. Why? What's wrong with me? Why don't you like me? Tang Ming sighed. You're not wrong, it's me. Jiang Yingying, She could barely hold back her tears, and angrily turned and ran. Liao Zihao treated the 9 people inside one by one, and when he came out, Jiang Yingying had already vanished. He looked at Tang Ming with amusement. Our eldest daughter has been pampered since she was a child, getting whatever she wanted. This is the first time she's fallen. Tang Ming smiled. If she doesn't like you, then she doesn't. It's better to make this clear sooner rather than later. Liao Zihao shrugged. That's true, but the base commander loves his daughter dearly, and the eldest young master protects her like the apple of his eye. You better be careful about getting hurt. He gestured for Tang Ming to extend his hand. Tang Ming, feeling helpless, held out his hand to Liao Zihao for treatment. A flash of white light enveloped Tang Ming's arm. Liao Zihao asked casually, by the way, I heard you're from City D, right? Tang Ming glanced over, puzzled. Yes, what's wrong? Liao Zihao smiled and said, nothing much. I just wanted to ask if you know someone named Song Ping. Tang Ming knew quite a few people, and Song Ping was a very common name. What's wrong with him? Liao Zihao shook his head. Nothing much. Our eldest daughter somehow adopted a godparent. This family is so different, they're responsible for everything, like they're taking advantage of her. And yet, she's been very kind to this family. The base commander was worried she might be being deceived, so he asked us to find out about them. After all, it's the end of the world, and investigating isn't as easy as it used to be, it's actually quite difficult. Now all I can do is try my best to ask people in City D and try my luck. But City D is so large, trying to gather information this way is like looking for a needle in a haystack. Liao Zihao now asks almost everyone he meets in City D. Of course, he's not as specific with others, but knowing Tang Ming is reliable, he's a bit more specific. Tang Ming smiled and said, there are a lot of people named Song Ping. I met quite a few clients at work named Song Ping. The name you gave is too broad. Liao Zihao thought for a moment and said, he also has a father named Song Tian and a mother named Xiefan. Do you remember him? Ah, I think I heard of this family before. Zhang Kai emerged. Tang Ming looked over in surprise. You know? Zhang Kai nodded. Yes, I do. It's the aunt who introduced you to your marriage partner. Her neighbors across the street are from this family. When we were chatting and eating sunflower seeds together before, she kept complaining about them. Liao Zihao, upon hearing this, looked over with a serious expression. What did she complain about? Zhang Kai nodded. There are so many. The worst part is that the whole family is sucking blood from his daughter like leeches. Liao Zihao, tell me about it in detail. This time, I waive all your medical expenses. Zhang Kai's eyes suddenly lit up. He smiled and said, come on, come in. I want to talk to you. I know everything about this. The aunt who complained about his family really enjoyed chatting with me and explained his family's affairs in detail. Half an hour later, Liao Zihao left Tang Ming and his friend's residence with a grim expression. Tang Ming watched Liao Zihao leave and said to Zhang Kai, go pack up some supplies later and send them to the base commander to thank the young lady for hiring a therapist for us. Zhang Kai, who had been happy to save on treatment costs, suddenly lost his composure. Ah, Liao Zihao said it's free. Tang Ming smiled and said, but without the young lady, can you get Liao Zihao to treat us? That's true. Ordinary therapists are already in high demand, let alone Liao Zihao. Zhang Kai sighed as he went to pack up the supplies. The thought of giving away so much stuff made him unable to hold back. Tang Ming, why don't you just go along with the young lady? Tang Ming smiled at him, saying nothing. Zhang Kai shrank back. Okay. I get it. I won't say anything. Don't laugh like that. It's making me cringe. Meanwhile, Liao Zihao had returned to the base command center and knocked on the base commander's office door. Come in, the base commander's voice came from inside, and Liao Zihao pushed the door open. The base commander looked up at Liao Zihao and said with a smile, I heard Yingying is bothering you again? Liao Zihao had been base commander Jiang Ren's personal secretary before the apocalypse, and was intimately familiar with the Jiang family's affairs. 20 years ago, while Jiang Ren's wife was returning to his hometown to visit his elderly parents on his behalf, she was involved in a car accident and went into premature labor. Although Jiang Yingying was born safely, his wife died from severe hemorrhage and failed attempts to save her. Jiangren cherished this motherless daughter, and doted on her with all the love he given her. It can be said that the Jiangs, father and son, treated their daughter/sister with the same devotion. His words to Tang Ming were without a trace of exaggeration. For the Jiang family, Jiang Yingying was the Achilles heel for both father and son. Liao Zihao still remembers the time when the eldest daughter was in junior high school and burst into tears after being teased about her appearance. The eldest son, enraged at the time, rushed to the daughter's school and beat the mocker, sending him to the hospital. Although Jiangren later forced his son to apologize and handle the funeral, it gradually became clear to everyone that Jiang Yingying was the Achilles heel of the Jiang family, a force to be reckoned with. Liao Zihao shook his head. It's not a big deal. The young lady asked me to come over to save someone. But sir, I inquired about the family the young lady has adopted as her godparents. Jiangren frowned at the thought of that family. What are they? Liao Zihao sighed. Sir, please persuade the young lady to stay away from them. If she doesn't want to, I suggest sending them out of the base. Jiangren glanced at Liao Zihao with some surprise. Sending someone out of the base would be like sending them to their death. He knew his secretary well. He wasn't a cruel, cold-blooded person. Perhaps it was because of his personality that he had awakened his healing powers. And now, he was suggesting sending them out? Jiangren thought for a moment. Tell me what you learned first. Liao Zihao recounted everything he had heard from Zhang Kai. Jiangren's brows furrowed ever tighter, until the wrinkles between his brows seemed strong enough to crush a fly. He rubbed his brows with his hand. No rush. I asked someone to see if there's anyone at the base who lives near the Xinhua residential complex in City D. If there is, we can verify it with multiple sources to avoid any misunderstandings. Although he also felt that the family didn't look good, as a loving father, Jiangren couldn't understand how any parents could have the heart to treat their daughter this way. Liao Zihao nodded. Okay, I go right away. Until now, they hadn't known exactly where the Song family lived in City D. Now that they knew they lived in Xinhua community, it would be much easier to find someone who knew them. At this time, in the west residential area of the base. In the Song family's living room, Jiang Yingying sat on the sofa, tears streaming down her face, her sobs filled with utter indignation. Song Tian and Xiefan lovingly wiped Jiang Yingying's tears, and gently soothed her. Song Ping gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. That kid's too arrogant. Just wait, sister. I teach him a lesson. Jiang Yingying sniffed, and couldn't help rolling her eyes. Come on, are you here to teach others a lesson, or to be taught a lesson? Tang Ming has ice-type abilities, and you? Can a mere mortal like you defeat him? Song Ping felt a little embarrassed by Jiang Yingying's blunt barbs, his face turning pale and red. But his father kept chiming in. Okay, just behave yourself and stop upsetting your sister. Xiefan caressed Jiang Yingying's cheek. Yingying, sweetheart, this kind of man isn't worth your attention. Let's just stop liking him, okay? There are so many people in the base, so many more capable than him. I think Liao Zihao is a good choice. Song Ping immediately came over with a flattering expression. Yes, Yingying, Liao Zihao is a high-level healing psychic. So many people come to him with supplies every day, begging him for treatment. Who in the base doesn't beg him for help? He's definitely more reliable than that ungrateful brat, and I think Liao Zihao seems interested in you too. Jiang Yingying's lips twitched, unable to cry anymore. She said impatiently, What do you know? Liao Zihao isn't my type. Song Ping wanted to roll his eyes at her. This young lady was truly a young lady, truly spoiled by the Jiang family. Why would she even bother with type now? It's the end of the world, so profit comes first. However, with Jiang Yingying's status, she didn't need to worry about such things. If anyone else in the base was short of supplies, Jiang Yingying wouldn't be left without them. Jiang Yingying washed her face at the Song residence. Alright, no one's allowed to tell anyone about what happened today. Do you hear me? Song Ping sensed something was wrong and asked hurriedly, You haven't given up yet? That guy just flatly rejected you. Jiang Yingying snorted. He's not just like me. He's like this with all women. As long as I don't give up, he'd be mine one day. Song Ping, Jiang Yingying was about to leave. She hadn't expected to be rejected so bluntly. She was so heartbroken that she wanted to cry and vent. If her father and brother saw her at home, she was worried they'd vent their anger on Tang Ming. So she came to the Song residence to cry. After Jiang Yingying left, the Song family couldn't help but sigh. Song Ping gritted his teeth. Is this Tang Ming a reincarnated vixen? Xiefan shook her head. You, stop meddling in your sister's affairs. If you upset her, you be in for it. Song Ping felt depressed at this. He used to be the treasure of the family, his parents' first priority, no matter what. But who knew things would change, and now, he was the one being bullied. But there was nothing they could do. No one in their family had awakened superpowers, and they were able to live in this small, two-bedroom apartment thanks to Jiang Yingying. So, now the whole family had to keep Jiang Yingying happy, otherwise they would probably end up living in the shantytown with those people. Song Ping rubbed his stomach. Mom, I'm hungry. Let's cook. Siefan glared at him angrily. Eat, eat, eat. All you know is eat. There's not much food left at home. Let's save some. Song Ping frowned. Why didn't you tell Yingying you were out of food? Song Tian, your sister was so upset just now, and we're just asking her. Aren't we just making things worse for her? Okay, she can still eat a few days if we save some food. We can talk to her when she's feeling better. Song Ping suddenly became annoyed. Yingying is so naive. Even if we didn't ask her, she should have brought some food. She knows what's going on in our family. Every day you're eating and drinking delicious food, but our family is left starving. Siefan hurriedly twisted Song Ping's ear. Keep your voice down. How can you say that? Song Ping rolled his eyes. We're at home. I'm not complaining out loud, and I didn't say anything. Yingying is my god sister now, your goddaughter. No one will doubt me if I say this. Song Tian said earnestly. It's better to be safe than sorry. Don't be so careless. Song Ping couldn't help but mutter. Song Yu is dead. I don't know why you're still so cautious. Song Yu, far away in the territory, suddenly sneezed loudly. Sister Song Yu, are you okay? A group of children nearby were startled by Song Yu's sudden sneeze, and asked with concern. Song Yu rubbed his nose and shook his head. I'm fine. Don't crowd around. Just focus on your training. These were a group of children newly rescued from a middle school, from the first, second, and third grades. Because they were children, they were quite boisterous. Xiao Yunan ran away after a few sessions, leaving them to Song Yu for training. Except when facing an Yiqing, Song Yu's face was always stern. Even though it wasn't as gloomy as before, it was still cold, as if a chill was emanating from his body. This made Song Yu quite intimidating to these children. Thus, Song Yu became the instructor responsible for supervising the children's physical training. Zhongxi had previously estimated that Song Yu and his team would be ready to clear the surrounding zombies and collect supplies to rescue survivors in just over half a month. In fact, everyone had been training diligently, and with the exception of Chu Dong and the others who had recently joined, everyone else was making rapid progress. Therefore, 10 days after an Yiqing's departure, Zhongxi began sending them out in teams to clear the surrounding zombies. Upon learning they could go out and clear the zombies, Lu Mingxiang immediately asked to return home to her parents. Now that the territory was temporarily under the management of Zhou Tongxi, Lu Mingxiang spoke to him. Zhou Tongxi frowned and asked, just the two of you? Lu Mingxiang nodded. It's just Tang Bai and me. Don't worry, Tang Bai has already secured all the steel and building materials needed for the territory. We'll be back soon, so we won't be delayed. Zhou Tongxi thought about it, and concluded that if an Yiqing were here, she would most likely agree. Moreover, Tang Bai had indeed gathered all the materials needed for building the house over the next few days, which wouldn't delay the progress of the territory's construction. So, after only a moment's thought, Zhou Tongxi nodded in agreement. The Lord is too far away, and communication has been temporarily cut off. Judging from the distance the Lord last contacted us, City D should be within range. If you encounter any danger, please contact us immediately. Lu Mingxiang's expression relaxed, and she smiled and nodded, okay. Elsewhere, Jiang Shan and her family were approaching the spot where they had seen someone calling for help on the national highway, preparing to join the expressway. In fact, it was thanks to the teleportation of the space car that they had arrived so quickly and safely. Because, in addition to the crystal cores already filled in the car, and Yiqing only gave her enough crystal cores to use for 2 or 3 teleportations, so Jiang Shan used them very carefully and economically. Then she realized that once the crystal cores were fully filled, they didn't have to be used up all at once. For example, once the crystal core was fully filled, she could teleport 10 kilometers directly, but she could also teleport just 1 kilometer instead of all at once. However, after teleporting 1 kilometer, the energy bar would be empty by 1/10, and she would be unable to teleport further until the bar was fully filled. But in this way, the crystal cores and Yiqing gave her were more than enough for their family. She would try to avoid dangers that she could quickly avoid by driving. If she couldn't avoid them, she would get out of the car, store it in the spaceship, and kill the zombies with her sword. If she encountered too many zombies, She would use the spaceship car to teleport out of the encirclement and then drive away at high speed. Along the way, Jiang Shan and Jiang Guodong, father and daughter, took turns driving without wasting any time, which allowed them to reach the highway entrance near the service station where someone had called for help in such a short time. The entrance was jammed with cars, some with their doors tightly shut, others wide open, with the remains of severed fingers visible across the entrances. The traffic was so heavy that they couldn't clear it all by themselves. Jiang Shan adjusted the car, estimated the distance, and used teleportation. The next moment, she was on the highway, a few hundred meters from the toll booth. Jiang Shan breathed a sigh of relief. That was a close call. We almost ran off the highway. Jiang Guodong smiled and said, "Don't be so nervous. Can't you park the car? If we really run off the highway, we can just park it and get back on the highway." Jiang Shan smiled. "True, but I calculated the distance just right. We don't have to go back on the highway." Qian Xuemei glanced at the zombies running towards them from behind and warned, "Let's go. The zombies are chasing us." There weren't many zombies lingering at the highway intersection, and even if they did, Jiang Shan could handle them. She glanced at the roaring zombies charging towards her in the rearview mirror and stepped on the accelerator. The space car instantly shot off into the distance. "I wonder how Sister Qing is doing." Jiang Shan was still a little worried. These past few days, not only had she told her about her own situation, but her parents had also shared their knowledge of religion. Although her parents didn't know much, and their understanding was quite limited, it was enough to make her realize that religion is truly complex. Qian Xuemei consoled her, saying, "Don't worry. That girl is so capable. She might even be able to destroy that religion." She was just trying to comfort her daughter out of fear, but Jiang Shan burst into laughter upon hearing it. "That's right, Sister Qing is the best. Those religious people are definitely no match for her." Qian Xuemei, What blind trust and worship. Every now and then, a crashed car could be seen on the highway. Fortunately, the road was wide enough for the space car to pass through, so Jiang Shan didn't have to waste her crystal cores. 10 minutes later, the family of 3 arrived at the highway rest area. The parking lot at the rest area was empty, with only a bus and 3 small cars. Jiang Shan pulled into the rest area, and her eyes fell on the large floor-to-ceiling windows on the second floor of the service station. The SOS written in some inexplicable way was still there, and she wondered if the people inside were still there. In fact, Jiang Shan felt a little strange, because there were no zombies here. When she teleported here, Jiang Shan only saw the SOS, and didn't pay attention to the surroundings, so she didn't think anything was wrong. But now, she felt a little uneasy. Although there were no zombies, it could also be explained by the fact that there were not many people here before the apocalypse, so there were fewer zombies. But in that case, would she even need to write an SOS? Jiang Shan's body tensed, her gaze fixed on the service station, not leaving the car immediately. Jiang Guodong, noticing his daughter's worried look, didn't move. He glanced outside, seeing nothing unusual. "What's wrong, Shan? Is there something wrong here?" Jiang Shan swallowed, and shared her concerns with her parents. She was thinking, why not just stay in the parking lot and wait for Sister Qing? She had enough food and drink here anyway, so she didn't need to go inside to restock. Qian Xuemei looked at her overly nervous daughter and asked a soul-searching question. Is it possible that the person calling for help was an ordinary person? Jiang Shan was stunned, unable to react for a moment. Jiang Guodong also found it a little amusing. Just because there aren't zombies outside doesn't mean there aren't any inside. Maybe the person calling for help is trapped on the second floor, and that's why they called for help. Not everyone has the courage to kill zombies. Some people can't even muster the courage to do so. Jiang Shan, She had forgotten about that. But Jiang Guodong changed the subject. However, I don't feel good in here. For safety's sake, we better stay outside. Jiang Shan, who had been wondering if she was mistaken, hurriedly asked, "Dad, do you also feel something's wrong here?" Jiang Guodong shook his head. "I can't really put my finger on it, but it doesn't feel right." This intuition was very similar to the feeling he had at the Holy Land before. Her husband had proven his intuition right, so Qian Xuemei had no doubts this time. She immediately said, "Okay, we won't go in, let's just wait here." In fact, if it weren't for the agreement with an I Ching, it would have been safest for them to just leave now. Jiang Shan took out her resident card and looked at it. This place could already contact the territory, but an I Ching's name was gray, indicating that it couldn't be contacted. She sighed, looked back at the service station, and was stunned. At that moment, a second-floor window was open from the inside, and a girl with short hair poked her head out. Hello, are you survivors? Jiang Shan couldn't help but blink, looking at her parents in the back seat in confusion. Dad, Mom, is someone talking to us from the second floor? Jiang Guodong nodded. There was indeed a girl, but she didn't look frightened, and didn't seem in any danger. Jiang Shan, also feeling a little strange, rolled down the car window and stuck her head out. Yes, we're survivors. The girl on the second floor retracted her head and closed the window. Soon, Jiang Shan and her family saw someone running out of the service station. It was the short-haired girl from earlier. She was wrapped in a service station worker's uniform and ran over with a smile. I saw a car coming and I thought it must be a survivor, but when I saw you guys didn't get out, I started to doubt it. Luckily, you're survivors. Jiang Shan saw the girl rubbing her hands and stamping her feet from the cold and asked, Have you been in there all this time? What's going on? Are there no zombies? The girl was stunned. Ah? Zombies? No, we cleared out the zombies long ago. It's safe inside now. Jiang Shan was stunned. No, I saw someone write SOS on the window earlier. Huh? The girl looked confused. She followed Jiang Shan's gaze. Where? Jiang Shan blinked, a little dazed. Looking closely, the giant SOS actually looked like 505. The girl also noticed the 505 on the glass and was momentarily silent. Well, actually, it looked like a phone number before. Look, there's still some marks of numbers somewhere else that haven't been cleaned off. Jiang Shan looked carefully and saw that there were indeed traces of glue in front of the 505, where the numbers had been pasted. It's so cold in here. Let's go inside and talk. The girl shivered under her clothes. After all, her work clothes here were just one layer. The weather had already turned cold enough for down jackets, and it was really cold to be wearing just one layer. Jiang Shan looked at her parents. Jiang Guodong smiled and asked, Girl, are you alone here? The girl was startled, then shook her head. Of course not, there are a lot of people inside, but it's cold, and no one wants to come out. She then smiled. Don't worry, I came out to ask you to come in because there's plenty of food here. Look, there used to be a supermarket, a gas station, and a snack bar. There's really plenty of food, so we won't steal your things. Jiang Shan was a little embarrassed. We didn't mean to. The girl smiled and waved her hand. It's okay. After all, it's the end of the world now, so everyone's going to be more cautious. Do you want to go in? If not, I leave. It's really cold. They hesitated for a moment. They didn't know when an Iching would arrive, and they couldn't just stay in the car forever. After thinking it over, the family decided to go in with the girl. My name is Hong Ying. Where are you? The girl asked, breathing into her hands as she led the two into the service area. Jiang Shan, my name is Jiang Shan, and these are my parents. Hong Ying led them up the stairs and asked, somewhat puzzled, I haven't seen any survivors on the highway in ages. Why are you here? Jiang Shan said, We're waiting for people here. Hong Ying was a little surprised, but didn't ask any more questions. They had already reached the second floor, and she reached out and pushed open the double-triple glass doors. Jiang Shan had initially assumed Hong Ying's description of a large crowd inside, only a dozen or so. But she was shocked to see the people coming and going inside. There must be at least 100 people, right? Hong Ying smiled, Don't worry, even though there are so many of us, we have enough food. We're just short on warmth. Luckily, we're all crammed in here, so it's warm. Indeed, the sheer number of people inside made the temperature inside much higher than outside, making it quite warm. Jiang Guodong walked in, bundled up in thick clothes, and instinctively took off his coat, otherwise he'd feel a bit too hot. Yes, we brought the food up here. Just help yourself. Hong Ying pointed to a place where food was piled high. Over there, overflowing supermarket shelves were filled with all sorts of food, a wide variety, and much of it was piled directly against the wall. The food alone took up most of the second floor, leaving the 100 or so people crammed into just a smaller space. Jiang Shan saw some people sitting cross-legged on the floor, playing on their phones, others playing video games, a few gathered together playing landlord with a deck of cards, and some wrapped up in their clothes, sitting on the floor, leaning against the wall, their eyes closed, asleep. There was a commotion on the second floor, a cacophony of voices. I have to say, although it looked a bit messy, it didn't seem dangerous. Hong Ying smiled and said, Okay, I brought you up here. From now on, do as you please. The place was packed with people. Jiang Shan looked around, feeling like there was no place to stand. Finally finding a spot, she pulled her parents to sit on the floor and survey the surroundings. It really seems like there's nothing here. I must have been mistaken, Jiang Shan whispered to her parents. Xian Xuemei smiled and said, You're just feeling uneasy because you've been mistaken. Your dad thought this place was dangerous too. Jiang Guodong said sheepishly, It's possible I'm wrong sometimes. I haven't awakened my powers yet, so how could I be so accurate? Xian Xuemei chuckled, But it's safe here. It's better than being in danger. At least we can wait here safely for your sister Qing to return. Jiang Shan nodded in agreement. Time passed slowly, and the sky outside gradually darkened. With so many people around, Jiang Shan didn't take anything out of the card. She yawned and sat on the ground, cuddling with her parents. After everyone's asleep, I go put the car back into the card. I'm really worried about leaving it out here. Jiang Shan whispered to her parents, her eyelids drooping. Xian Xuemei touched her little face. Everyone's still awake. Get some rest. I call. Before she finished, Xian Xuemei yawned too. Jiang Guodong smiled. All right, you two go to sleep, I watch. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Shan and Xian Xuemei leaned against each other and drifted off to sleep. The noises around them gradually quieted down, and everyone seemed to have drifted off to sleep. Soon, the sound of snoring could be heard. Jiang Guodong also felt his eyelids suddenly become extremely heavy. He hadn't felt this intense sleepiness just a moment ago, but now they felt like 1,000 pounds, and his mind was starting to foggy, as if he hadn't slept for days and nights. This was not right. Jiang Guodong was startled and tried to wake Jiang Shan. He raised his hand, but his eyelids were already closed. The falling hand slammed down on the sleeping Jiang Shan, and Jiang Shan was suddenly awakened by the force. Still very sleepy, she groggily opened her eyes. It was dark, and the second floor of the service area was pitch black without any lights. Luckily, the three of them were all seated by the windows, and the silvery moonlight from outside streamed in, allowing them to see clearly once they adjusted to the darkness. Jiang Shan rubbed her eyes and tried to go back to sleep, but suddenly, she felt something was wrong. She instinctively glanced at Jiang Guodong beside her, and then her whole body froze. Sleepiness vanished, and so did her heart. Something was wrong. Alarm bells blared in her brain, but Jiang Shan dared not move. She nestled between her parents, cautiously surveying her surroundings, trying to control her breathing to be even and long, like she was asleep. Jiang Shan knew well enough that her father had slept for several hours in the car, since she had been driving today. It made no sense for him to fall asleep so quickly. Especially since her father had said he would call her once everyone was asleep, but he hadn't called her just now. She seemed to have just woken up after being hit by her father's hand. So, her father had noticed something was wrong and wanted to wake her, but he was already sleepy. Come to think of it, she'd fallen asleep strangely before, too quickly, as if she'd fallen asleep the moment she closed her eyes. Suddenly, a standing figure appeared among the crowd of people sitting or lying down. Jiang Shan half closed her eyes and studied the lone standing figure. This person seemed in a good mood, humming a cheerful song as they walked. The moonlight shone on their face, and Jiang Shan's whole body froze. It was the girl named Hong Ying. At that moment, she bent down, grabbed someone's ankle, and dragged him away like a pig. Jiang Shan's foggy mind suddenly cleared up. She and her parents had actually come in. How did they follow someone in? They had clearly decided not to come in, and then... Jiang Shan gritted her teeth nervously. Yes, then that girl named Hong Ying appeared. In a few words, they had followed her in, and that SOS distress sign? That wasn't 505, the phone number, at all. It was clearly SOS. Jiang Shan remembered that when she and an I Ching teleported here, there wasn't an SOS sign on the glass. It was only when an I Ching was filling the crystal core that someone had written a large SOS on the glass. But while talking to Hong Ying, she had actually forgotten about it, and had mistakenly thought that SOS meant 505. Jiang Shan was a little anxious. There was definitely something wrong with that person named Hong Ying. She must have some ability to control or bewitch others. Jiang Shan secretly hated herself for having been tricked without even realizing it. What to do now? The tune of the cheerful song faded away, then vanished. But soon, a familiar horse sound echoed, followed by the sounds of flesh being chewed and gnawed. Who? Jiang Shan's mind exploded. Zombies. She had no doubt heard that voice wrong. It was indeed the voice of zombies. Hong Ying feeding the zombies? Jiang Shan's pupils trembled violently. To her, this speculation was unbelievable, but hearing the faint sounds of chewing flesh and the horror sounds emanating from the zombies' throats in the distance, it was hard not to think so. Jiang Shan felt as cold as if she had fallen into an ice cellar. So, were all these people here Hong Ying's food reserves for the zombies? Why? Why would a human raise zombies? Or is Hong Ying actually a zombie? Zombie levels rise. Although she hadn't seen a fully human-like zombie yet, she often read in novels that zombies, upon reaching a certain level, could revert to their human form. Perhaps that was Hong Ying? Rather than a human raising humans to feed the zombies, Jiang Shan preferred to believe that Hong Ying herself was a zombie. Otherwise, she couldn't understand why. Whatever the case, it was terrifying. Jiang Shan closed her eyes and forced herself to remain calm. Her territory card could now be used to contact the territory, but what level was Hong Ying? Were the people in the territory a match for her? If not, wouldn't calling for help mean dragging everyone in the territory along with them to their deaths? Jiang Shan's emotions were surging, and suddenly, she felt someone stop in front of her. Her heart tightened, and Jiang Shan closed her eyes and forced herself to remain calm. Warm breath fanned Jiang Shan's face. With her eyes closed, Jiang Shan couldn't see, but she knew it must be Hong Ying leaning in to observe her. Had she been discovered? Jiang Shan's breathing was even, but cold sweat broke out on her back from nervousness. She could feel her heartbeat, even though she tried her best to control it, still pounding a little. Somewhat cold fingers gently slid across Jiang Shan's face, making her feel creepy. She couldn't help but wonder if she had been discovered. After all, her heartbeat was really fast. If she was discovered, what should she do now? Fight to the death? Suddenly, the cold hand stopped at Jiang Shan's neck. Chapter 95. As the cold hand gripped her neck, Jiang Shan screamed frantically in her mind. Discovered? Discovered. But if she fought back now, she wasn't sure she could kill the man before her. Jiang Shan fiercely suppressed the urge to strike back, but her heart began to beat uncontrollably, accelerating. She didn't know how long it had been, but it felt like Hong Ying's hand had lingered on her neck for what felt like a century. But then, gradually, Hong Ying's hand withdrew. The cheerful tune rang in her ears again, and Hong Ying walked away with a brisk pace. Jiang Shan's body was frozen, and after a long moment, she dared to slowly open her eyes. Is this not being discovered? Impossible. Hong Ying had been so close to her just now, her heart nearly leaped out of her chest. How could she possibly be discovered? So, not caring? Is it because she felt she was out of control and couldn't possibly cause any trouble? Jiang Shan surveyed the people around her. There were men, women, and children, all wrapped up in their clothes, soundly asleep. One child even giggled in her sleep, wondering what happy dream they had. She turned her gaze to her parents, and saw that Jiang Guodong and Qian Xuemei were also smiling, as if they had also had a blissful dream. Jiang Shan concentrated and held her breath for a while, but Hong Ying didn't emerge. Whether she was discovered or not, she still wanted to struggle. What if? What if she could escape? She didn't need to run far. She only needed to get to the parking lot and into the space car, and everything would be safe. The space car still had enough crystal cores for 2 10-kilometer teleports. With this thought, Jiang Shan nudged her parents beside her. However, her parents were soundly asleep, and Jiang Shan's repeated pushes were in vain. Perhaps they were also under Hong Ying's control. Then why did she wake up immediately after being hit by her father's hand when he tried to wake her? To be fair, it was probably because her father was truly sleepy at the time, so his hand wasn't raised high enough, and the impact wasn't strong enough, yet she felt it instantly, and woke up drowsily. Jiang Shan pondered for a while, before remembering that the difference between her and her parents was she was a resident of the territory, bound to a resident card, and had learned physical training and swordsmanship. Physical training and swordsmanship should only improve physical fitness and combat prowess, and shouldn't have much impact on abilities, like being controlled or bewitched. So, the most important thing was the resident card. Jiang Shan took a deep breath. Even if that was the case, the resident card probably wouldn't have been very effective, otherwise she wouldn't have been bewitched during the day without even realizing it. Jiang Shan spent the entire night in agony. She kept trying to wake her parents, but to no avail, and she didn't dare make too much noise to alert Hong Ying. She waited until dawn. People around her began to wake up. Some yawned and went to the bathroom, while others stretched and went to the food and water area to pick out their favorites. Jiang Shan's parents also woke up. Seeing Jiang Shan's red and bloodshot eyes, Jiang Guodong was startled. Shan, what's wrong with you? You haven't slept all night? Jiang Shan finally breathed a sigh of relief when she saw him awake. She lowered her voice and whispered, Dad, it's dangerous here. We need to leave now. Jiang Guodong was stunned. He patted her head with amusement. What nonsense are you talking about? We finally made it to the base, and now we have to leave again? Did you get confused? Jiang Shan was stunned, staring at her father in disbelief. Base? What base? She instinctively glanced at Qian Xueme, who had also woken up. Qian Xueme looked at her and said worriedly, Shan, did you have a nightmare last night? Sweetheart, don't be afraid. Dreams are fake. We're at the base now, and it's safe. Jiang Shan felt as if she had fallen into an icy cellar. She finally understood why Honging had discovered she was awake last night, and yet had let her go so easily. She opened her mouth, but her throat seemed blocked and no sound came out. Jiang Guodong stood up and said, Shan, what do you want to eat? Daddy's going to get it for you. Eat it, and then rest for a while. I see your eyes are bloodshot. Jiang Shan watched her father go to the food storage area and returned with a bunch of her favorite dishes. Come on, eat. Jiang Guodong smiled as he unwrapped the package and handed it to her, saying, I remember you used to love this brand of sandwich bread. Jiang Shan's eyes welled up. She really did like this kind of sandwich bread, and she still does. Thank you, Dad. Jiang Shan's throat was dry, and she struggled to speak. She took the sandwich bread Jiang Guodong handed her, and mechanically took a bite. What should she do now? Jiang Shan was bewildered and helpless. She sniffed, fighting back the tears that threatened to fall. Crying would only make her look weak and incompetent, would be useless, and would only make her parents worry. Jiang Shan felt truly useless. She had previously thought she would work hard on her physical training so that she could help Sister Qing in the future, but it had only been so long since she left Sister Qing, and she had already put her parents in danger. If only Sister Qing were here. Suddenly someone approached. Where did you get this sandwich bread? I can't find it. Jiang Shan looked up. It was a boy in a baseball uniform. He was clearly asking about the sandwich, but his eyes were fixed on hers. It's on the shelf over there. I think there's quite a few. Let me take you there. Jiang Guodong said, and was about to stand up. Jiang Shan's mind suddenly turned. She reached out and put her hand on Jiang Guodong's shoulder. Dad, I know where it is. I take him there. You and Mom can eat first. With that, she stood up and led the others towards the shelf. Jiang Guodong was stunned, then asked suspiciously, she didn't even go there just now, so how could she know where it was? Qian Xueme smiled and said, she probably saw you take it from which shelf. Jiang Guodong felt something was amiss, but his mind suddenly seemed foggy, so he subconsciously stopped thinking too deeply. He nodded maybe. He took a can, opened it, and handed it to Qian Xueme. Surprisingly, there's canned pear and white fungus here. It's a pity we can't light a fire, or we could just warm it up. Qian Xueme took it with a smile. That's pretty good. It's better than the starvation we endured before. As she spoke, Qian Xueme's expression faltered for a moment, and she looked at Jiang Guodong hesitantly. Did we ever starve before? As she recalled, because of the apocalypse, supplies were severely scarce, so they had been starving all the way to the base. But why did something feel so wrong? Jiang Guodong hesitated for a moment. Okay, I guess. Even then, Jiang Guodong's brow furrowed. The feeling that something was wrong intensified, but his vision seemed shrouded in a fog, and he couldn't quite place what was wrong. While the two were lost in confusion, Jiang Shan and the boy had already reached the center of the shelves, where they could see the surroundings and immediately spot anyone approaching. Jiang Shan looked at the boy with some excitement. Aren't you being controlled? The boy nodded solemnly. When your car appeared, I was the one who wrote SOS on the window. In fact, after watching the car appear and disappear shortly thereafter, he had considered erasing the SOS. Then, Honging appeared. She stood by the window, staring at the SOS for a long time, then smiled, seemingly pleased with the new symbol. So, the boy, who had been about to erase the SOS, stopped. Jiang Shan asked, do you know what's going on here? What's going on? The boy's name was Yuming. He and Honging had been on a bus and stopped at the service area to rest before the apocalypse. He survived thanks entirely to his special ability. His special ability was a kind of invisibility, but he couldn't make himself invisible. Instead, he could make everyone ignore him simply by remaining still. This skill was useless, however, because he had to be still to be ignored. In other words, the moment he moved, he'd be spotted. It felt like the 1, 2, 3 statues from our childhood games. Yuming also considered leaving while Honging was away, but the place seemed to be encircled. If you walked towards the door, Honging would suddenly reappear. Hongying's son, now 1.5 years old, was said to have a rare disease called myasthenia gravis. When the apocalypse struck, he was on a bus to the children's hospital in City B for treatment. Who knew that the apocalypse would strike right here in this service station? The apocalypse was chaotic. People were fleeing, but some wiser than to flee blindly, hiding in cabinets or on the second floor of the service station. Yuming hid in a storage box for cleaning tools and survived the red fog that followed. When he emerged, Hong Ying was already organizing the survivors to fight the zombies around them. She looked petite and delicate, but she was a black belt in Taekwondo, leading the charge against the zombies with a knife from the snack area kitchen. It's a shame to say, with her leading the charge, everyone's blood was ablaze. Soon, everyone was following her lead, wielding a variety of weapons and battling the zombies. Thankfully, by the time the apocalypse arrived, many of the vehicles resting at the service station had already left, so the number of zombies was relatively small, and the situation was quickly resolved. The zombie flesh and blood were truly stinking, and only after everyone worked together to dump the corpses off the highway did they feel a bit better. Now that they were safe, everyone, exhausted from their earlier enthusiasm for killing zombies, decided to rest in the rest area and gather to discuss their next steps. After all, the apocalypse had caught everyone completely off guard, leaving everyone feeling uneasy. Everyone knew that food would become extremely scarce after the apocalypse, so even though they were exhausted, they didn't rest immediately. Instead, they moved everything from the snack area and supermarket to the second floor, which was safer than the ground floor. Everyone slept in the second floor rest area for the night, and the next day they discussed their next move. Leaving here worried about a wrecked car blocking the road. If they encountered a wrecked car blocking their way, and then were surrounded by zombies, it would be disastrous. Such an event was entirely possible, especially when the red fog descended, as a car driving was highly likely to crash, or the driver suddenly transformed into a zombie mid-drive. After much discussion, everyone finally decided to wait for rescue here. However, gradually, everyone sensed something was amiss. There were at least 50 or 60 survivors after the apocalypse, but their numbers were steadily dwindling. Because they didn't know each other well, no one noticed at first. But after about 10 people disappeared, the decline became noticeable. The sudden disappearance of people for no apparent reason alarmed everyone. Hong Ying suddenly pointed outside and said, "I saw a lot of cars gone. Did they leave in the middle of the night?" It was then that everyone realized that many of the cars in the parking lot had indeed disappeared. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, but Yueming sensed something was amiss, though he couldn't figure out what. Yueming silently counted the remaining people and discovered that while there were always enough people when they went to bed, there would always be one less person by the time they woke up the next day. This happened every day. So Yueming decided to stay up all night to see what was going on. But at night, he felt utterly sleepy, unable to endure. Even more frightening, Yueming suddenly realized that many people seemed to be treating this place as a base. Confused, he asked, only to discover that, in their view, they had finally arrived at the base after the apocalypse, after countless hardships. The base was safe, with plenty of food and water, and they would never again face the horrors of the zombies. Yueming asked several people, and they all felt the same way. Their perceptions were distorted. Yueming felt a chill run down his spine. It was so strange that only one person was missing each day, yet the people around him seemed oblivious to the dwindling numbers. At night, as everyone yawned and bundled up for bed, Yueming bit his tongue, forcing himself to wake. Soon, he saw Hong Ying appear, dragging someone from the sleeping group. The person, dragged along the ground, remained soundly asleep, showing no signs of waking. After Hong Ying completely disappeared from his sight, Yueming followed in the direction she had left. It turned out there was an office at the very back. It was clearly a prominent office, yet they had all previously overlooked it. The office was brightly lit. Yueming concentrated, holding his breath, and walked to the window. Through it, he saw the scene inside. The man Hong Ying had just dragged away was stripped naked and tied to a chair. Hong Ying, like a chef, wielded a sharp knife, slicing off pieces of flesh. The blood that flowed out was collected in a basin below. Next to them, two zombies, one large and one small, were tied tightly to the chair. Roar! Attracted by the smell of blood, the two zombies struggled continuously, their throats emitting impatient roars. Hong Ying slapped the larger zombie on the head with her backhand. "Why are you in such a hurry? There's so much meat here. You won't starve," she said angrily. Then she gently stroked the head of the other smaller zombie. "Baby, I sliced the meat before I feed you. Wait a little longer, it'd be ready soon." Yueming stared at the events unfolding through the window in horror, his legs weakening with fear. The larger zombie's features still bore resemblance to Hong Ying's husband, and the smaller zombie, strapped to the chair, was even more clearly Hong Ying's son. She was using a human to feed her husband and child, now zombies. Yueming wanted to turn and run, but his entire body was frozen, as if it weren't his own. He was so frightened that he couldn't even move. Suddenly, Hong Ying, having sliced a plate of meat, turned and looked directly at him, staring directly at Yu Ming. In that instant, Yu Ming's mind went blank. He stared at Hong Ying in horror. She had expected Hong Ying to immediately come out and silence him after being discovered. However, Hong Ying watched for a long moment, frowning as if she hadn't seen anything. She carefully picked up the slices of meat with her chopsticks. Her husband struggled anxiously, yelling non-stop. Hong Ying impatiently kicked him. Can't you be more mature as a father? Can't you just let Xiaobao eat first? Will he die if you wait any longer? If you start making noise again, I throw you out. The zombie didn't understand her at all and continued to yell. Furious, Hong Ying put down the plate and grabbed the nearby tape to seal her husband's mouth. Hong Ying continued to feed the little zombie, giving it a few slices of meat and then letting it drink a little blood. The sound of chewing meat reached Yu Ming's ears, and he belatedly realized that Hong Ying hadn't come out to deal with him. Did she not notice him? She had clearly seen him. Even though he thought it was impossible for him to escape unnoticed, Yu Ming waited until Hong Ying wasn't paying attention before quietly leaving. The person being sliced by Hong Ying made no sound from beginning to end, not even waking from his deep sleep when the flesh was sliced a little at a time. Yu Ming returned to the group and tentatively tried to wake the person next to him, but found that they were in a coma and could not be awakened at all. It went without saying that Yu Ming understood that this had to be related to Hong Ying. Yu Ming wanted to leave. While Hong Ying was still feeding her husband and son, he ran for the door. Before he reached the door, Hong Ying appeared and asked, "You're still awake?" Yu Ming turned slowly, his body stiff, and looked at Hong Ying. Hong Ying smiled and said, "It's late. Go to bed and get some rest." Yu Ming's eyelids suddenly felt heavy, and his head was dizzy. When he woke up again, it was already morning. Yu Ming whispered to Jiang Shan, "I only discovered later that I awakened my powers. And people with powers are more or less resistant to Hong Ying's control, which is why I've been here for so long without her altering my memory. Everyone's memories here have been unknowingly altered, or perhaps it wasn't just memories, but something else." After hearing Yu Ming's words, Jiang Shan belatedly realized that while she wasn't a power user, her cognitive memory hadn't been distorted. "Is it a citizen card? What are you talking about?" Hong Ying's voice boomed from behind Yu Ming, and Yu Ming froze, feeling his hair stand on end. Jiang Shan's eyes widened in shock. She had clearly seen Hong Ying not here before. As if accustomed to Hong Ying's elusiveness, Yu Ming quickly reacted and grabbed a bag of sandwiches from the shelf. "Nothing. I hadn't noticed they had sandwiches here before. I just saw her eating them, so I asked her to bring me some." Hong Ying smiled at Jiang Shan. "Is that so?" Hong Ying was beautiful, the type that easily elicited a positive impression. Yet, looking at that smile, Jiang Shan felt a chill, as if she were possessed by a ghost. She nodded stiffly. "Yes, that's right." Hong Ying seemed to believe it. She looked at the two of them and sighed, "You're both too thin. You need to eat more." The very sound of that was terrifying. "What do you mean by they're too thin? Are you raising pigs here?" Jiang Shan, with a stiff smile on her face, quickly returned to her parents, her sandwich in hand. Her heart was pounding with fear. She felt like she would go into cardiac arrest if this happened a few more times. Jiang Guodong asked, "What took you so long?" Jiang Shan forced a smile. Having just confirmed that she and everyone else here were indeed the zombies' food supply, she was now filled with panic and confusion. Because Hong Ying suddenly interrupted, she hadn't been able to discuss her escape plan with Yu Ming. Besides, her parents were now completely convinced that this was the base. How could she convince them to escape with her? Jiang Shan was feeling a headache. Suddenly, a ball of paper was thrown towards her. She raised her hand to catch it. Jiang Shan looked over, and saw that it was Yu Ming who had thrown it to her. Jiang Guodong and Qian Xuemei both looked over. "What's wrong?" Jiang Shan smiled. "Nothing, I just made a friend, and we were playing past the note." Jiang Guodong looked at Jiang Shan helplessly. "How old are you? You're still playing past the note?" Qian Xuemei couldn't help but glance at Yu Ming, who was sitting nearby. She leaned over to Jiang Shan's ear and whispered, "Is this past the note game, or a love letter? Shan, is he interested in you and pursuing you? Tell me, I keep it a secret." Jiang Shan, She hummed and hawed casually to Qian Xuemei, then carefully unfolded the note from a safe angle. A line of scribbled words appeared. "Do you have the ability to teleport? We can leave together." Jiang Shan's eyes lit up, but then dimmed again. She didn't have the ability to teleport, and this person had misunderstood. She wanted to write back to Yu Ming, but after feeling around, she found no pen. Yu Ming, seeing this, tossed her a pen. Jiang Shan caught the pen and wrote on the back. I don't have the ability to teleport, but my car can. This isn't just any car, it's mine. After writing, Jiang Shan tossed it to Yuming. Yuming frowned at the words. He thought Jiang Shan had the ability to teleport, and he felt a little disappointed. But if the car could teleport, that was fine, though it would be more dangerous. I haven't figured out the specifics of Hong Ying's ability, but her mental power should cover the entire rest area. If you could teleport, we'd be safer leaving. If only the car could teleport, the situation would be quite dangerous. I don't know how to categorize my abilities, so I just tell you about their effects. When I use my ability, I can make everyone ignore me. But there's a drawback. I can't move, not even my eyes, while using it, or it will lose its effect. My ability allows me to carry others, but they must also remain motionless like me, otherwise the ability will also lose its effect. So, relying solely on my ability to escape to the parking lot would be very dangerous. Would you like to try this with me? Jiang Shan wondered whether it would be safer to wait here for Sister Qing to arrive, or to escape on her own. Hong Ying was a black belt in Taekwondo before the apocalypse, and now she's a psychic. A fight is a sure thing. If she stayed here to wait for Sister Qing, she didn't have Yuming's ability to be ignored. She doubted she and her parents would survive to see Sister Qing, especially since Hong Ying must have discovered her last night, and might even use her tonight. Even if Yuming agreed to help her family, and used her abilities to make them invisible to Hong Ying, her parents were a wild card. If they moved, Yuming would be killed along with them. So, after much deliberation, the only option seemed to be to try to escape. Jiang Shan replied, I want to give it a try, but I take my parents with me. Yuming's brow furrowed noticeably upon receiving the letter, and it took a while before he replied. The chance of the two of us surviving after running this far to teleport is only 30%. If we take your parents with us, our chances of survival might be only 0.1%. Jiang Shan, how's that any different from saying taking her parents with her means death? Then the 0.1% chance of survival is only possible if there's a miracle, right? But it's impossible for Jiang Shan to abandon her parents and escape alone. She hesitated for a moment, then replied, I know what you're worried about. I try to communicate with my parents first. If they listen to me, we can leave together. If not, then you should find a way to leave on your own. Yuming, If he could leave alone, would he have stayed here for so long? But he could understand Jiang Shan's feelings. After all, this was a life-or-death struggle. Yuming gritted his teeth and agreed. Jiang Shan asked Yuming to keep watch for the family. She didn't want to experience Hong Ying suddenly appearing like a ghost in the middle of a conversation again. Yuming moved over and sat next to Jiang Shan, using his supernatural power. Jiang Guodong had just been watching Yuming, who had moved to sit next to his daughter, when he suddenly felt dazed and blinked, as if he had lost sight of him. Even Jiang Shan herself ignored Yuming, but she remembered what she was doing, and pulled her parents closer to talk. Qian Shuemei smiled and said, Why are you still whispering? What's so important? Jiang Shan took a deep breath and lowered her voice. Mom and Dad, do you remember what happened before we came here? Jiang Guodong and Qian Shuemei looked at each other, confused by Jiang Shan's sudden question. Jiang Guodong frowned, reminiscing. It was the apocalypse. We finally escaped from home and arrived at the base yesterday. Qian Shuemei sighed. The outside world is too dangerous now. The base is better. We have food and drink, we don't have to starve, and it's safe. Jiang Shan, She smiled and said, Mom and Dad, do you remember what our family does? Jiang Guodong, of course. Before he finished his words, his expression changed, like a gust of wind blowing away the fog in his eyes. He finally understood what he had vaguely sensed was wrong. Their family runs a grain processing plant. How could they possibly escape starving? Qian Shuemei's mind was a little confused, and she frowned. What's going on? Why do I remember? She couldn't help but rub her temples, racking her brains. But no matter how she thought about it, she remembered her family rushing to the base with only the last bit of food they had left, enduring many dangers along the way, barely escaping death before finally reaching the base. Jiang Shan looked at her parents. Mom, Dad, you noticed something's wrong, haven't you? So listen to me now. Don't interrupt me until I'm done, okay? Jiang Guodong and Qian Shuemei looked over. They naturally trusted their daughter, so they nodded. Jiang Shan took out her resident card and stared into her parents' eyes. I was an intern at Rong'an County Hospital and was officially hired there. I was still in Rong'an County when the apocalypse struck. How could I have escaped from home with you? This isn't a base. It's a highway service station. We agreed to wait here for Sister Qing, who gave me this card. Your memories are distorted because you've been affected by the psychic's abilities. This place is dangerous, and we need to leave as soon as possible. Jiang Guodong stared at the card in Jiang Shan's hand. The pure black card was familiar. He felt it must be something extremely important, but his mind was foggy, and he couldn't recall it. But that was enough. He knew there was something wrong with his memory. Qian Shuime's face paled slightly. So how do we get out of here? Jiang Shan finally breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile, I found an ally. But you must cooperate with us when the time comes. There can't be any mistakes. Qian Shuime took a deep breath and nodded seriously. Don't worry. Your father and I know the importance of this, and will listen to you. Jiang Shan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Yu Ming, standing nearby, then said, they haven't been deeply affected by Hong Ying's abilities yet. Once they are, your method won't work. For example, the others here. In the beginning, Hong Ying's abilities probably weren't as strong as they are now, so everyone's memories weren't altered. They were just afraid of the outside world and afraid to leave this place, feeling that this was the safest place. As Hong Ying's powers grew stronger, so did her influence on these people. The 100 or so people currently in the rest area had mostly arrived after the apocalypse. Yu Ming observed that these people were reaching levels in just 2 or 3 days, that those who had previously taken almost a month to reach. This also proved that Hong Ying's powers were growing at an extremely rapid rate. Jiang Shan suddenly became nervous. Are we leaving now? Yu Ming nodded. I thought so, but I just used my powers, so it'd be best to give me some time to recover. I can use them for 10 minutes if they haven't used them yet. You guys just chatted for 4 minutes, so I only have 6 minutes left. Jiang Shan was a little worried. How long will it take for your powers to recover? Yu Ming, I estimate 1 minute of use time in a little over an hour. For minutes, so it would take almost 5 hours to fully recover. It was now a little after 9 in the morning, so 5 hours would be a little after 2 in the afternoon. They could still wait. Jiang Shan whispered, doesn't she feed during the day? Yu Ming shook his head. From what I observed, she only feeds one person every night. As for why Hong Ying sliced up human flesh to feed, it's probably because she's afraid that if a zombie bites directly, the person will quickly turn into a zombie. So, she slices the flesh directly, so that one person is enough for 2 zombies. Jiang Shan glanced at the space car outside, then checked the contact and I Ching's name on the card. It was still gray. She sighed. She couldn't rely on Sister Qing for everything. No matter how powerful Sister Qing was, she was only one person. Would she have to rely on Sister Qing for everything she encountered in the future? Then, when the number of people in the territory grew, even Sister Qing's clone skills wouldn't be enough. After 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Yu Ming's supernatural powers were fully restored. During this time, Hong Ying hadn't appeared. The people around him were completely immersed in their own world, or their own group's world, and showed no reaction to anything Jiang Shan and the others did. Yu Ming had clearly explained his supernatural powers to Jiang Guodong and Qian Shuime. If he said run, they had to run. If he said stop, they had to stop immediately. No one was allowed to move. Not even their eyes could move. This was quite a challenge. Before 2 o'clock, Jiang Guodong and Qian Shuime had practiced some more. The 4 of them were about 1.5 meters from the door. Yu Ming stopped and said, I've been experimenting lately. We're at a safe distance now. If we take another step out, Hong Ying will sense it and appear quickly. Jiang Shan and her family nodded, their expressions grave. Yu Ming stood in the middle, holding Jiang Shan's hand with one hand and Qian Shuime's with the other, while Qian Shuime held Jiang Guodong's. Run! The 4 of them rushed to the door at full speed, and Jiang Guodong immediately pushed open the door blocking their path. As they ran out, Hong Ying's voice rang out from behind them. Where are you going? Yu Ming didn't call for a stop, so no one paused, not even turning back to look at Hong Ying. The 4 of them sprinted down the stairs in unison. Fortunately, the stairs were wide enough for 4 people, hand in hand, to stand side by side. Hong Ying narrowed her eyes, and was about to attack. Yu Ming shouted, Stop! As if they were playing statue, the 4 of them stopped in unison, as if they were frozen in time, without a single wasted movement. Hong Ying froze for a moment, blinking in confusion as she looked at Yu Ming and the others. Her brows furrowed, a look of bewilderment on her face. She clearly remembered someone running out from inside just now, but now there was nothing outside. Could they have already fled? Or was she mistaken? But Hong Ying didn't leave. She walked down the stairs, step by step, staring intently at the spot where Yu Ming and the other 3 stood. She even reached out to touch them. Jiang Shan remained motionless, her eyes already tingling with pain even with her eyes open, but she suppressed the urge to blink. Then she saw a hand reaching out. It was so close, less than a millimeter away from touching her face. Jiang Shan was nervous, but she still restrained herself. The hand wavered between her and Yu Ming, as if trying to feel for anyone. Perhaps due to Yu Ming's special ability, Hong Ying's hand avoided the areas where several people were standing. After a moment, Hong Ying withdrew her hand, frowning as she headed upstairs. As she climbed, she glanced back at their location. Finally, Hong Ying returned, and the door was pushed open and then closed again. Yu Ming immediately responded, "Run." Not even a moment to breathe, the four of them immediately began to run downstairs. Hong Ying had wasted a full 4 minutes of her doubts, and they hadn't even made it downstairs. Having just returned, Hong Ying noticed someone descending the stairs, and her expression darkened. She immediately turned back. When she reached the stairs, several people had just finished descending, and were running toward the lobby of the lounge area. Hong Ying was incredibly fast, catching up almost the moment they stepped out the door. "Stop!" Yu Ming shouted. The four of them stopped in unison, entering a state of restraint once more. Hong Ying, charging forward, narrowed her eyes, a moment of daze before staring at the empty doorway. As a psychic, she sensed something was amiss, so even though nothing seemed to be in sight, she pulled out her meat-slicing knife. She had sharpened the knife to a pinpoint sharpness, allowing her to slice the meat for her son into incredibly thin, evenly sliced pieces. Now, she stood at the doorway, brandishing the cold blade, stabbing into the empty space. This time, not to mention the Jiang family, even Yu Ming began to sweat with nervousness. Hong Ying passed by each of them, her blade slicing right past their faces, eyes, and necks, each time missing by a millimeter or half a millimeter. It was truly a test of one's nerves. Time ticked by, and this time Hong Ying seemed to be waiting patiently, showing no sign of leaving. The four of them were anxious, but they couldn't speak now, or Yu Ming's ability would be ineffective. However, even if Yu Ming's ability could make Hong Ying's attacks completely ineffective, it would be useless because Yu Ming's ability was almost exhausted as time passed. Yu Ming had been calculating the time in his mind. With only a minute left and Hong Ying showing no sign of leaving, he had no choice but to give it his all. "Run!" he practically shouted at the top of his lungs. Jiang Shan had been poised for action. Before she even heard Yu Ming's voice, she sensed his forward movement and immediately followed him toward the space van. The space van was very close to the service area gate, only about 100 meters away, but to the four of them, it seemed far away, as if the end was in sight. Hong Ying, behind them, was even faster, appearing like a ghost within striking distance, her knife slashing straight at their necks. Jiang Shan immediately drew her Qifeng sword and slashed at Hong Ying. A flicker of surprise crossed Hong Ying's face. No matter how skilled she was, she wouldn't dare use a few-inch-long knife to clash with Jiang Shan's long sword. She paused, dodged, and attacked Jiang Guodong nearby. "Dad, get out of the way!" Jiang Shan noticed Hong Ying's swift movements, but she could still barely see them. She immediately let go of Yu Ming's hand and slashed at Jiang Guodong with her long sword. At his daughter's voice, Jiang Guodong ducked without a second thought and rushed forward. The longsword slashed past where Jiang Guodong had been standing, slashing towards Hong Ying, who was holding the blade. "Watch your back!" Yu Ming shouted. Jiang Shan was startled, realizing Hong Ying wasn't there. She felt a sharp pain in her back, as if something cold and sharp had pierced her. Without a second thought, Jiang Shan swung her sword backward. Hong Ying hadn't expected Jiang Shan to even have the urge to fight back. Even with her swift retreat, she was still pierced by the sword's tip. Jiang Shan didn't pursue the attack, but instead sped towards the space car. "Get in." The pre-prepared leader's card was swiped against the space car's identifier, and the door opened. Hong Ying frowned at the sight, and flung the knife at Jiang Guodong. The blade sliced through the air, darting towards Jiang Guodong's neck at breakneck speed. Yu Ming pushed Jiang Guodong aside, raising his hand to block the incoming blade, but it was too late. By the time he raised his hand, the knife had already passed his shield and instantly sank into his neck. Yu Ming's eyes widened. His body slowly fell to the side. Jiang Guodong turned around, scooped up the fallen Yu Ming, and carried him to the car. He then pushed Qian Xuemei in and followed in himself. Jiang Shan had already filled the crystal core and activated the teleportation before even closing the car door. Hong Ying stood there with a sullen expression, one hand clutching her injured abdomen, staring intently at the spot where the space car had vanished. Unlike the previous two false disappearances, this time those people had truly left. 10 kilometers away. The space car landed on the green belt in the middle of the highway. "Shanshan, are you okay?" Qian Shuimei still remembered the stab wound to Jiang Shan's back, and anxiously glanced at her in the driver's seat. Jiang Shan leaned back in her chair, gasping for air as if exhausted, and soothed, "I am fine." It was actually very bad. Her back hurt so much that it made her vision go black and her whole body felt a little cold. This was a sign of excessive blood loss. She needed to use the cell activation spray immediately. Shan. Yu Ming's neck was stabbed. Is there still hope? Jiang Guodong's voice trembled. Because Yu Ming had been stabbed in the neck while trying to save him. If Yu Ming hadn't pushed him, he would have been the one stabbed in the neck. Jiang Guodong looked at Yu Ming, the knife stuck in his neck, watching the blood ooze out, but he didn't know what to do. He wanted to pull out the knife and cover the wound, but he was afraid that doing so would hasten Yu Ming's death. Jiang Shan bit her tongue to clear her head, and pulled out 2 bottles of cell-activating spray from her citizen card. "Mom and Dad, this will help the wound heal faster. Just spray it on the wound." "Dad, pull the knife out of Yu Ming's body and spray it immediately." "Mom, come up and help me spray it." Jiang Guodong quickly took the spray from Jiang Shan, calmed himself, and grasped the knife handle at Yu Ming's neck. He trusted his daughter so deeply that he drew the knife without hesitation. The moment the knife was pulled out, Yu Ming's body reflexively jerked, and the punctured artery spurted out blood like a fountain. Jiang Shan, press the upper and lower ends of the artery. Jiang Guodong calmly followed Jiang Shan's instructions, pressing his fingers on the upper and lower ends of the artery. Sure enough, the bleeding slowed down. He then took the spray and applied it to the wound. Before him, Qian Shuimei had already sprayed Jiang Shan. Jiang Shan felt an itch on her back, not just any itchy, but a piercing itch that made her gasp and shiver uncontrollably. She wanted to reach out and scratch, but the thought of her back wound held her back. Qian Shuimei covered her mouth, staring at Jiang Shan's back in shock. The wound was now covered with dense, tangled, twisting, and writhing buds. The scene was so shocking that it made Qian Shuimei's hair stand on end. She only came to her senses when she heard Jiang Shan gasp. Seeing her trembling violently, Qian Shuimei panicked. "Shan, what's wrong with you? Are you feeling uncomfortable? Is this thing really for healing wounds?" Jiang Shan hummed, unable to speak. It took a while for her wound to heal. Jiang Shan asked weakly, "Dad, how's Yu Ming?" Jiang Guodong finally recovered from his shock. Anyone witnessing the effects of the cell revitalizing spray for the first time would be shocked. Yu Ming, who had nearly died just moments ago, couldn't see how his wounds had healed. He touched his neck in shock. When Jiang Shan asked, he replied, "I'm fine. Completely healed." Just then, he truly thought he was going to die. Yu Ming glanced at the frail girl in the driver's seat with a complicated expression. He had saved Jiang Guodong in that situation because he feared that if something happened to Jiang Guodong, Jiang Shan's anger would overwhelm her reason, and she and Hong Ying would fight to the death. If that had happened, they would all have died. And when he pushed Jiang Guodong away, he thought he could block the knife with his arm. He could sacrifice his arm for Jiang Guodong's life. A good deal. However, Yu Ming hadn't anticipated that he would be so slow that, after pushing Jiang Guodong aside, he couldn't even use his arm to block the knife. The moment his neck was pierced, Yu Ming regretted it. He thought he was doomed. Roar! Jiang Shan looked up, and saw a dense swarm of zombies surging forward like a tide. On either side of the highway, zombies also tried to climb in from the outside, and even from behind them, countless zombies were rushing in. Almost instantly, the space then seemed to be surrounded by the zombie horde, and the encirclement was rapidly closing. Chapter 96. On an empty stretch of highway, 2 battle vehicles, connected front and back, sped along, and each drove leisurely from the driver's seat. To be able to detect a signal the moment it was detected, she had shrunk the system panel to the side. Next to the driver's seat was the passenger seat, where an Iching had previously occupied the battle vehicle. Now, a young man with a messy, short head of hair sat. He sat perfectly upright, his hands neatly placed on his knees, like a schoolboy, his eyes occasionally glancing at an Iching. An Iching had almost grown accustomed to being stared at. She retrieved a bag of bear cookies from her space and handed them over. "Want some?" And Yao's eyes lit up instantly. She reached for the bear cookies, her smile as dazzling as a blooming flower. "Eat." "Thank you, sister." A clear voice rang out. It was a beautiful sound. Though it was just a single sentence, it made one feel as if they were listening to a truly enjoyable piece of music, lifting their spirits. This was in Yao's voice. He could already speak a few simple words, and whenever he wanted to, they flowed fluently. It was inconceivable that just a few days ago, he was someone who couldn't understand or speak. And Iching smiled. Aside from not allowing Yao to sleep in the same bed with her, she had always been quite indulgent towards him. She wasn't an impatient person, but she was a bit more patient with Yao than usual. And Iching couldn't explain why. Perhaps it was out of pity for Yao. After all, no one knew how many days he had left. Yao, unaware of Iching's thoughts, carefully tore a tiny slit in the bare biscuit, just enough to take out the biscuit. Then, with a frown on his face, he pulled a small piece of the bare biscuit from the biscuit with his slender fingers and handed it to Iching. "Sister, eat it." Iching bit down on the bare biscuit and ate it. "Thank you, it's delicious." Yao instantly became even happier. He sat properly at his seat, munching on the bare biscuits one by one. His childish behavior completely marred his otherwise stunning face. However, such behavior was quite fitting for his age. A woman, newly pregnant, came down from the second floor and called out to Iching, "Lord, the meal is ready. It's time to eat." Iching agreed, looking at Yao. "Yao, no more. I have the biscuits later. It's time to eat." "Okay." Yao obediently folded the opening of his pocket twice and placed it on the table. Iching parked the car on the side of the highway and led Yao into the car. Lord. Tan Xiang and the others had just finished training, and each of them was drenched in sweat. Iching nodded. "Go wash up, we go upstairs to eat." "Okay." Although Tan Xiang was covered in wounds, even more horrific and severe than Song Yu's before, her injuries had mostly healed, though the marks still stubbornly lingered. After all, lost flesh can't be regrown. Thus, Tan Xiang was perfectly capable of practicing physical techniques. So, when they reached the highway from Fire Phoenix Mountain, Iching replaced her with the driver and allowed her to practice with the others. After a quick wash, Tan Xiang and the others went upstairs with everyone else. The second floor had plenty of tables, chairs, and benches, enough for so many people. Several people gathered around a table and began to eat. Iching had drawn a lot of food cards without special effects, a fairly comprehensive variety, so everyone had a very plentiful meal during this period. Of course, this was also thanks to a woman named Lian Yu, who was recently pregnant. She claimed her ancestors were descendants of imperial chefs. Since she could remember, Lian Yu had been identifying ingredients, memorizing her family's recipes, and practicing her knife skills when she was older. Not to mention the others, even Iching was stunned by what she had done. Lian Yu had previously demonstrated a flying knife carving trick for her, seeing Iching's curiosity. An ordinary white radish, with the whirling blade of her knife, swiftly transformed into a crystal clear, snow-white silver lotus. According to Lian Yu, carving is just a basic skill. Iching, She didn't understand, but was deeply impressed. But soon, Iching was won over by Lian Yu's skill. Lian Yu's cooking was truly delicious. Even a simple stir-fried cabbage tasted worlds apart from Wang Yuehua's. For several days, everyone in the battle vehicle was beaming with joy. Today's lunch consisted of cold mixed pork, stewed chicken with mushrooms, and blanched bamboo shoots. Each piece of pork Lian Yu cut was the size of a palm, yet each slice was incredibly thin. When you lifted the meat, you could see it was so thin it was almost transparent, and each slice was perfectly even. Iching couldn't help but sigh, what a talent. Lian Yu's cooking was both beautiful and delicious. Iching devoured 3 bowls of rice with the dish. Ever since Lian Yu started cooking, Iching had been eating 3 bowls of rice almost every day. Perhaps it was because Lian Yu's cooking was so delicious, but she hadn't felt hungry even after a full meal lately. She hadn't eaten a single one of the crystal cores piling up in the space for days. After all, they weren't tasty. If she weren't hungry, Iching wouldn't have eaten them. And Yao, on the other hand, always looked uninterested in the food. If Iching hadn't been staring at him, he wouldn't have been happy to eat. Even though the food was so delicious, Yao always frowned as he ate, as if he were being forced to eat poison. Iching had previously suspected that his unwillingness to eat was because he was the son of God, the incarnation of the gods. But he happily and joyfully ate the snack she gave him. So, is this a common problem among children? Iching had seen many children in her original owner's memory, who preferred snacks over meals. Every day at mealtime, she see grandparents, parents, and grandparents chasing after their children to feed them. Luckily, although Yao didn't like to eat, Iching didn't have to chase him to feed him. She just had to watch him, and he eat. Although he didn't eat much, he still managed to finish a bowl of rice. After dinner, Iching arranged for everyone to get out of the car and walk around to digest their food. Sitting inactive in the car all the time wasn't good for health, especially with so many pregnant women here. Now that the kitchen was empty, Kai Jinhua took Tan Xiang and the others into the kitchen to prepare food for the poultry and livestock. Chickens, ducks, and geese were fine, they could just feed them rice and vegetable leaves. Pigs were also easy to manage. Everyone's leftover soup, sweet potatoes, radishes, and cabbage could all be boiled together and fed to the pigs. But the cattle and sheep weren't. The most common item on an I Ching's food card now was cabbage. But cabbage was too high in water content, so the cattle and sheep couldn't eat much. And I Ching had originally thought that since cattle and sheep were herbivores, cabbage would be considered a type of grass, so she wanted to feed them cabbage directly. Kai Jinhua, who was with the children, saw this and hurriedly stopped an I Ching. Kai Jinhua had raised cattle and sheep before, so she knew how to care for them. Cabbage with too much water was fine for them, but not too much, as it would be bad for them. The same goes for beans, which the cattle and sheep couldn't eat too much, otherwise they would suffer from indigestion. And I Ching was stunned by what she heard, but she felt a little relieved. Fortunately, she had Kai Jinhua. Otherwise, if she had been left to her own devices, the cattle and sheep might have been eating meat before they even reached their territory. After that, I Ching stopped letting Kai Jinhua look after the children. The 3 remaining wives took care of the 4 children, while Kai Jinhua took care of the poultry and livestock in the back car. At this moment, Kai Jinhua led Tan Xiang and her group, carrying buckets of supplies, toward the back car. And I Ching followed. And Yao followed an I Ching. Kai Jinhua smiled and said, "Lord, it's best not to go in. The smell inside is unpleasant. If you want to see, take a look outside." And I Ching smiled, "It's okay. Even if it smells bad, can it be as bad as zombies?" Kai Jinhua was stunned, then smiled, "Of course not. Zombie flesh and blood are incredibly smelly." The car door opened, and an I Ching climbed in to take a look. The chickens, ducks, and geese were all in separate enclosures. Besides the chickens and ducks, there were pigs on the ground floor. These creatures were clearly well-fed and more energetic than they had been in the Holy Land. And Yao looked at the geese in the pen, seemingly curious, and reached out to grab their necks. The geese reacted quickly, turning their heads and nibbling at Yao's hand. And Yao was stunned. And I Ching saw a large red patch on the back of his hand. Although the skin wasn't broken, it looked like it must be painful. She was both angry and amused. "I told you not to touch anything. Now you know it hurts, don't you?" She took Yao's hand and examined it. Although it was red and a little swollen, it wasn't a big deal. "Does it hurt?" And Yao pursed his lips and nodded with a hint of grievance. And I Ching blew on his hand. "Every failure makes you wiser. Remember not to catch it next time." After comforting Yao, and I Ching turned back to look at the pigs. The pigs seemed to have grown considerably fatter than before. Kai Jinhua was actually quite diligent, cleaning the place several times a day, but sometimes, just as she finished, the animals would poop. They weren't exactly hygienic. As a result, the mingled smells were truly unpleasant. On the second floor, there were only cattle and sheep. It was I Ching's first time up there, and the sight took her breath away. The tablecloth had been gnawed to shreds, and the legs had been broken. What was going on? Aren't they said only huskies destroy things? Kai Jinhua was a little embarrassed. "Well, it was already like this when I found it. I figured we had no place to put it, so I just let it do whatever it wanted." And I Ching waved her hand. There really wasn't anywhere to put these things. If they were moved to the first floor, they would take up space for the chickens, ducks, geese, and pigs, and the first floor was already crowded enough. After feeding them, I Ching glanced at the energetic cattle and sheep and quietly got out of the car. This battlefield vehicle couldn't be kept. After a half-hour rest, I Ching set off again. This time, they didn't drive long before they saw the road ahead was blocked. A large truck and 2 buses collided, followed by a dozen smaller cars. It seemed that several cars in front of the buses and trucks were also scattered along the roadside or collided with each other. There were many cars, and there were also many zombies. The battlefield vehicle's appearance attracted the zombies' attention. Roar! The zombies roared and rushed towards the battlefield vehicle. And I Ching parked the car by the roadside and said with a smile, "It's time to get ready. Everyone, get ready and get out of the car." The non-pregnant women, 16 in total, excluding Kai Jinhua and the other 4, were all filled with fighting spirit. Their eyes lit up as they all responded in clear, resounding voices. The car door opened, and all 16 people got out. Xie Rui shook her head, still feverish and exhausted, and could only watch with envy as the spirited women got out of the car and killed zombies. Zhao Lai sat beside Xie Rui, holding her only-day-old baby in her arms. She smiled and said, "Don't be envious. You can join them once you're well. I probably have to wait 8 or 9 months." Zhao Lai was the one who had mentioned her job as a postpartum nanny. Even though she was a postpartum nanny, she was only 39 years old. She was also pregnant, but because she just gotten pregnant, it wasn't obvious yet. Xia Rui smiled at Zhao Lai. Thank you for taking care of me and the child. Zhao Lai smiled. What's there to thank me for? We're both in the same boat. We escaped from that hellhole together, so naturally, we need to help each other and survive together. Xia Rui smiled as well. She was still groggy, and soon fell asleep again. Zhao Lai sighed, still a little worried. The fever had been going on for days, rising and falling, which was really worrying. But the Lord said Xia Rui was fine, and she still trusted him. Just as Xia Rui fell asleep, the baby in Zhao Lai's arms woke up and cried loudly. Zhao Lai felt the baby, but found no urine or bowel movement. He gently touched the baby's mouth, and the baby immediately opened its mouth for food. Zhao Lai smiled. Hungry? Wait a minute, I make you some milk powder. And Yiqing wasn't paying attention to the noise behind them. She was watching Tan Xiang and the others deal with the zombies. This wasn't the first time Tan Xiang and the others had killed zombies. Actual combat was a real challenge, and they were now quite adept at it. After getting off the bus, they formed teams of 2, keeping their distance and scattering the swarming zombies. Then, they worked in pairs, one leading the way, while the other swooped in from behind and slashed the zombie's neck. Someone grabbed a teammate's hand and used it like a pendulum, sweeping across to knock the zombie to the ground, then quickly stepping on the zombie's back and finishing it off with a single strike. Of course, the pendulum attack required skill. If they weren't careful, they could easily kill their teammates, so the others opted for other coordinated tactics. Regardless, they worked with perfect ease and tacit understanding, harvesting the zombie heads at a breakneck pace. Zombie blood spurted out in all directions, a foul stench filling the air. These women, once used as tools, now became fearless warriors, growing braver with each kill, their eyes bright and sharp. And Yiqing smiled, pleased with the outcome. After the zombies outside were dealt with, Tan Xiang and the others quickly approached the wrecked cars, opening the doors and clearing the zombies inside. Seeing that the zombies were mostly gone, and Yiqing dismounted from the battle vehicle, took out the refining furnace, and placed it on the ground. And Yao followed suit. He seemed to enjoy being by An Yiqing's side, but knowing that An Yiqing didn't like him following too closely, he followed her without being too close. At that moment, An Yao glanced at An Yiqing, who was tossing zombie carcasses into the refining furnace with the others. And Yao tilted his head as he looked at the corpse at his feet, then squatted down, staring at it curiously. He remembered An Yiqing's instructions, so he didn't poke the zombie with his divine hand, but simply stared at it. An Yiqing turned around and saw An Yao squatting in front of a zombie. Feeling helpless, she suddenly felt something was wrong, and her pupils constricted. Unlike the other zombies, whose heads were separated from their bodies, this zombie's head was still firmly attached to its body. And Yao! Get out of the way! And Yao turned his head and looked at An Yiqing, his eyes bewildered. The zombie lying on the ground, covered in blood, suddenly opened its eyes, its blue eyes fixed on An Yao. At the same time, a dense stream of ice cones shot out from the air, shooting in all directions. This was directed at Tan Xiang and An Yiqing, who were nearby. An Yiqing immediately activated her domain. Using supernatural powers is prohibited here. The ice cone instantly melted and vanished, and the 6th level zombie leaped up, its sharp, bony hands grasping An Yao's shoulders, its bloody maw opening wide to bite An Yao's neck. Just as An Yiqing was about to use spatial confinement, she saw the 6th level zombie, which had been about to bite An Yao, gradually disintegrate into dust, starting with its head. An Yao stared at her blankly, seemingly still unsure of the situation. Sister? He blinked in confusion. An Yiqing, eh? A familiar feeling of hunger surged over her, and An Yiqing's expression instantly darkened. Hungry, An Yiqing frowned, took out the crystal core, and stuffed it into her mouth. She ate several before the sudden hunger subsided. And Yao saw the crystal core and immediately walked towards An Yiqing, staring at it eagerly. In fact, An Yao had seemed interested in her crystal core before, but she didn't think much of it at the time, fearing he might swallow it and get stuck in it, so she didn't dare give it to him. This time, An Yiqing handed the crystal core to An Yao. An Yao happily took the core and immediately put it into his mouth. Unlike An Yiqing's candy-like chewing method, he could clearly see the core melt as it entered An Yao's mouth. So he swallowed it down in one gulp. An Yiqing stared at An Yao for a long moment before asking, An Yao, what happened to that zombie just now? An Yao blinked, then turned back to where he had been squatting. He looked at An Yiqing in bewilderment. It's gone. An Yiqing looked at him for a moment, then sighed. Forget it. Stay in the car. and Yao was still reluctant. He wanted to follow Aniching, but this time, instead of trying to coax him as before, Aniching gave him a cold look. Go up. And Yao was stunned, a thin mist clouding his clear, beautiful eyes. Aniching took a deep breath. Be good, listen. I don't want to get mad at you. And Yao stared blankly at Aniching for a long moment, before slowly sauntering back to the car, his head drooping. He glanced back every few steps, and when he saw Aniching wasn't looking at him, he returned to the car with a sullen look. Aniching stood there, her face expressionless. Tan Xiang and the others had cleared away all the zombie corpses, and then Aniching went over to collect the refining furnace and the crystal core on the ground. Tan Xiang looked at Aniching with some concern. Lord, are you okay? Aniching shook her head, a faint smile on her face. I'm fine, don't worry. The others looked at each other. They had all witnessed the zombie's sudden change, but Aniching had easily dealt with it, so they didn't take it seriously. However, seeing Aniching's cold face towards Yao made them a little worried. After all, this was the first time Aniching had given Yao the cold shoulder. But they also understood. If the Lord hadn't reacted quickly, Yao would have nearly been mauled by the zombie, so it was natural for the Lord to be angry. Tan Xiang and the others all assumed that Aniching had caused the zombie to suddenly turn to dust. In their view, Aniching was omnipotent, and whatever she did was normal. However, Aniching knew very well that it wasn't her fault that time. Back in the car, Aniching gave the driver's seat to Tan Xiang, and found a random seat to sit down, closing her eyes and thinking. The instantaneous reduction of the 6th level zombies to dust wasn't her fault, but in Yao. Although he seemed bewildered and confused, she was certain it was definitely because of him. And her sudden hunger after that couldn't be a coincidence. Come to think of it, when did she stop feeling hungry even after eating crystal cores? Aniching slowly opened her eyes. It was after she rescued Yao from the temple. Aniching twitched her lips, wanting to laugh. So, the intense hunger she had previously inexplicably felt was because Yao had been constantly draining blood from the Holy Land, consuming too much energy, and needing to replenish it, which was why she was constantly starving. Had the energy from the crystal cores she ate been transferred to Yao? Why was that? When she first crossed over, her appetite had already been huge, and it had only grown ever larger, until ordinary food couldn't replenish her energy needs, and she was constantly starving. Now it's understood that the zombie virus that brought about the apocalypse is actually contaminated divine power. So, the zombie virus is equivalent to contaminated divine power, and Yao is the incarnation of a god, and the Holy Land is sustained by the divine power contained in the divine blood of the incarnation of a god. And the essence of her consuming the zombie virus is that she is consuming divine power, and each intake brings with it a greater hunger. So, when she consumes the zombie virus, she is actually establishing a connection with the incarnation of a god. The more she thought about it, the colder Aniching's expression grew. Unconsciously, the entire battle vehicle fell silent. Everyone was afraid to breathe, breathing cautiously. They didn't even dare to look at Aniching. At this moment, Aniching became terrifying, as if she had become a true tyrant, possessing the power of life and death, her mood swings unpredictable. She could leave this place awash with corpses and rivers of blood in the next moment. Aniching began to ponder the system. Could this system possibly be connected to the gods? She had never considered this possibility before, but now, she felt that her transmigration, and the golden fingers she had gained afterward, might be connected to this world's gods. So what was he planning to do with her? In any case, the feeling of being a pawn in someone else's hands was unbearable. Aniching took a deep breath, suppressing the sudden surge of violent anger within her. After such a long time, Aniching tried to communicate with the system again. She didn't speak, but instead called out to the system with her consciousness. System, are you there? There was silence. At this moment, Aniching's usual patience was gone. She was impatient, and her mind was unstable. Just when Aniching thought she wouldn't hear a response, a voice appeared. The voice bore a resemblance to Yao's, yet it carried the same cold, mechanical quality as the system. Hello, host. Aniching sneered. She now suspected that the system was a so-called god, or perhaps even a deity's incarnation. Host? Do you really think you're the system? I'm sorry, but I'm now a card-drawing system. Aniching was stunned, then frowned. What do you mean? I used my remaining divine power to simulate a card-drawing system, so now I'm just a card-drawing system. Aniching leaned back in her chair, her expression uncertain. Really? Then what were you before? A god? No, I was once the heavenly Tao, the one who held this world together. Aniching, ? This was an answer she hadn't expected. Heavenly Tao? Heavenly Tao is the name humans gave me. Actually, as you humans would call it, I'm the god's assistant, or rather, his assistant, who maintains and protects this world. And I Ching, Very good, she immediately understood Heavenly Tao's responsibilities. She felt a momentary wavering. So, my transmigration was manipulated by you, or by the god? The god has fallen into a deep sleep, and he hasn't awakened in a long time. Your transmigration was a deal I made with your world. I'm sorry, I dragged you into this world without your consent. And I Ching was confused. So why did you drag me into this world? Heavenly Tao, this story goes back a long time. The god sensed that this world would be destroyed because of him, but he couldn't deduce the specific cause. Perhaps because of the priest's connection with the god couldn't determine the specific cause of destruction. Therefore, the gods gave half of their divine power to the Heavenly Tao, hoping that it could find a correct way to prevent the destruction of the world. The gods eliminated humanity's faith in them, hoping to weaken themselves and reduce the possibility of the world's destruction at their hands. Deprived of faith, the gods could not remain awake and could only fall into a deep slumber. The Heavenly Tao constantly sought someone who could prevent the world's destruction, but the exact time of destruction was unclear, leaving it with no way to prevent it. Thus, it did not understand the cause of the world's destruction until the apocalypse. So, it used its divine power to reverse time, returning to the time before the apocalypse. It gifted Su Jingxian, whom it had calculated to be the most likely savior, with divine power, granting her space, hoping she could lead humanity to a path to prevent world destruction. However, Su Jingxian, who should have been the leader of humanity, ended up as a mere storage tool. The Heavenly Tao cannot reclaim divine power once it has been used. It can use the power bestowed upon it by the gods, but it cannot absorb it. Therefore, it cannot reclaim the special abilities bestowed upon Su Jingxian by divine power. So, when it reversed time a second time, it chose Songyu. However, after the apocalypse, Songyu was thrown into a swarm of zombies, transformed into a zombie, and ultimately became a villain bent on destroying the world. Those whom the Heavenly Tao had calculated to be the most likely to lead humanity to survival were, after being chosen, various mishaps occurred, leading to a tragic end. The Heavenly Tao was perplexed as to why its predictions had been so erroneous, and so utterly wrong. It wasn't until Xierui, who had escaped the Holy Land, showed up that Tian Dao understood the reason. It was divine power, tainted power at that had changed these people's lives. This tainted divine power was wreaking havoc on the world. Already aware of the situation, Tian Dao had already expended most of the divine power granted to it by the gods, leaving it powerless to reverse the gods' corruption. Even if it could reverse time and eliminate the priests before the gods' corruption, it wouldn't be able to reverse the fact that the gods themselves had been corrupted. And no matter who it found to grant it, no matter how powerful its abilities, the tainted divine power would still alter their lives. The only way to change this was to find someone whose life trajectory, even the gods themselves, couldn't alter. Those whose lives even gods can't control are from another world. Those from another world are naturally governed by other gods. This world's gods can't control them, and even the tainted divine power can't alter their trajectory. Tian Dao, among countless worlds, found in I Ching, a perfect match for I Ching from this world. And I Ching was lost in thought. What Tian Dao had said to her left her feeling confused, her mind a blur. So, there were gods in our previous world too? What about them? Are they asleep too? Otherwise, why would our world be like this? And I Ching murmured. No, the gods of your world have vanished, leaving only a powerless Tian Dao. Tian Dao's words to I Ching uncontrollably roamed, leaving her with a turbulent, agonizing thought. She felt like she was about to explode. She desperately needed to vent the accumulated emotions within her. Just then, another group of zombies appeared ahead. And I Ching said, "Stop." Tan Xiang immediately pulled over. And I Ching, clutching the Xiantian sword, disembarked from the vehicle alone. Her face was stern, and a terrifying murderous aura emanated from her. Without using any special powers or skills, she charged into the zombie horde, sword in hand. Blood splattered everywhere she passed, and zombie heads fell to the ground one by one. No one left the battle vehicle. Everyone stood inside, watching through the windows, as an I Ching slaughtered her fellow soldiers outside. Xianglan murmured, "What's wrong with the Lord?" The others shook their heads, confused. Sui frowned. "It seems like the Lord has been provoked by something. But everyone was here just now, and nothing special happened. What could possibly have provoked him?" Tan Xiang glanced at Anyao, opened her mouth, and ultimately said nothing. And I Ching had vented her anger, slaughtering every zombie by herself. She was now covered in blood, like an Azura, but she had calmed down. She still had many questions to ask the system, No, the heavenly Tao. She looked at the zombies scattered on the ground, took out the refining furnace, and asked Tan Xiang and the others to help clean up the corpses. She went to the bathroom of the battle vehicle to clean the blood off herself. As the warm water washed over her skin, and Yiqing stood under the shower and asked the system, "So, what kind of deal did you make with the heavenly Tao of my world? I will allocate a small portion of my divine power to give Yiqing a golden finger to help improve her living environment in that world." The system didn't keep her in suspense, saying directly, "Your world is short of food, so she will bring a shopping mall with her." And Yiqing stood under the stream for a long moment before blinking her dry eyes. "My teammates and I were surrounded by mutant beasts. Was that your doing? No, I had no idea you would suddenly be in trouble. If you hadn't been in trouble, I would have brought you into this world after you led a team and become a mature captain." And Yiqing's expression relaxed, knowing her death wasn't orchestrated by fate, and she felt a little better. "What about my teammates? I took Yiqing to the time before you encountered the mutant beasts." And Yiqing was silent for a long time before asking, "Does she have any memories of me?" "Yes, including the memories of your death." And Yiqing curled her lips and smiled. "That's good." She felt somewhat relieved. After all, even if heaven hadn't pulled her over, she would have died in her original world. "What about Yiqing? You didn't manipulate her death in this world, did you?" "No, every time I reversed time, she chose suicide at that point, and then the apocalypse arrived, and her parents became zombies." And Yiqing sighed, but now that she was certain her death wasn't intentionally caused by heaven, she felt much more relieved. However, she also needed to clarify the affairs of this world. "What about me consuming the zombie virus, or rather, the contaminated divine power? After consuming it, what connection did I have with the incarnation of the god? I'm also surprised that you can absorb divine power. Under normal circumstances, no one except a god can contain divine power. Even I can only use it, not contain it." And Yiqing frowned. "So you don't know about this either?" "Not really. From the moment you began consuming the contaminated divine power, you became another incarnation of the god." And Yiqing's heart skipped a beat. Becoming the incarnation of a god wasn't a good thing for her, regardless of whether the god was contaminated or not. The incarnation of a god, didn't that mean that if the god wanted to take her back, she would disappear? Seemingly sensing in Yiqing's thoughts, Tiandao added, "From another perspective, your growth has no upper limit. You even possess the power to kill gods." And Yiqing scoffed. "That requires me to reach a level comparable to a god, right? If a god awakens now, completely contaminated, can I kill him?" Tiandao fell silent. And Yiqing finally felt like washing the zombie blood off her body. She lathered up the shower gel and rubbed it over her body. "Since you can communicate, why didn't you speak when I asked you before? I used a portion of my divine power to give to Anqing, then used that power to transform myself into a card drawing system, attaching divine power to cards. Then, I reversed time between this world and yours, so I was essentially unconscious at first. I can communicate with you now thanks to the divine power feeding back from you." And Yiqing frowned. "Wait, I consumed contaminated divine power. Is that really okay?" "It's okay. After you consumed it, the contaminated part was purified. I don't know why, but it was." And Yiqing twitched her lips, not suspecting Tiandao of deceiving her. If her divine power hadn't been purified, she wouldn't be fine now, having consumed so much zombie virus. After all, even gods could contaminate it. So, the zombie virus serum. It's made with the divine power fed back from you. The divine power you purified also possesses a weak purifying power. It's more effective when the human body isn't severely contaminated. If the contamination is too severe, the body's own resistance will still be needed." And Yiqing, She suddenly understood the origin of the saying, "The wool comes from the sheep." After showering, and Yiqing put on a new set of clothes and began washing her hair. "You showed me Survivor specifically for me, right?" And Yiqing asked as she washed her hair. "Yes, I wanted you to learn more about this world before you came." And Yiqing's mood was a little complicated. "So the content of the book is actually what really happened?" "Yes." And Yiqing pursed her lips and rinsed the foam off her hair with water. She didn't speak for a long time. After rinsing her hair, she wiped the water off with a towel and asked, "Why didn't you contact them before? If you had communicated with them before giving them supernatural powers, perhaps they could have avoided the danger later." "I can't communicate with humans." And Yiqing was stunned. "Why?" "I don't have a physical body. My duty is to assist the gods in maintaining this world. I only need to communicate with the gods, not humans, so I don't have the ability to communicate with them." And Yiqing paused to dry her hair, and suddenly thought of the listening to the divine voice she had received from the priest. So, the reason you can communicate with me now isn't because you're less weak, but because I gained the ability to hear divine voices? Gaining the divine voice wouldn't allow me to communicate with you. I can speak to you now, because you became a divine incarnation and also gained the divine voice. And now, I'm no longer the heavenly Tao, but a system. It's the combination of these factors that allows the heavenly Tao and an I Ching to communicate with each other. And I Ching continued to dry her hair. So, the priests can't communicate with the heavenly Tao, and neither can Yao, the incarnation of the god. And I Ching curled her lips. The divine power I absorbed not only flows to you for your use, but can also be transferred to Yao. Why do I feel like I'm just a transit point? And Yao is the incarnation of a god, and can now be considered your clone. It's normal for him to borrow from you when his divine power is insufficient. And I Ching, So, this is why Yao is so close to her? And I Ching felt her temples throbbing. What about you? I'm different. I'm your assistant now, a system serving you. And I Ching couldn't help but roll her eyes. You're talking as if I can freely use everything in the system cards? Then wouldn't I still have to collect draw points and draw cards? Tian Dao seemed to choke, and his voice was weak for a while. I set the rules when I transformed myself into the system, and now I can't change them. Back then, it just wanted to use this method to encourage an I Ching to save humanity. And I Ching pondered for a moment. The card draw requirement can't be changed. Since you're awake now, I can specify what I need when I draw cards next time, right? Tian Dao. After a moment, it finally said with difficulty, but I'm the system now. The established operating logic can't be changed. And I Ching smiled. Haven't you gained a lot of divine power from me? I don't need you to make any major changes. Letting me draw what I need will also speed up my efforts to save the world, right? Otherwise, what if the gods awaken one day, and I haven't grown to the point of rivaling them? Tian Dao fell silent again. And I Ching didn't rush. After drying her hair, she used a hair dryer to blow dry it. Although she could use her wind power to dry her hair directly, she was enjoying the act of drying it herself. It made her feel like she was still a human being, not some incarnation of some god. After a long pause, Tian Dao spoke hesitantly. Actually, it's not impossible, but you haven't absorbed divine power in a long time. And I Ching paused. I understand. I try to absorb more in the future. After showering, and I Ching's aura had softened, as if her previous harshness and violence had been an illusion. But everyone breathed a sigh of relief now that an I Ching was back to normal. Only Yao, sitting at the front, looked at an I Ching with pitiful eyes, like an abandoned puppy, but he didn't dare approach, simply watching from afar. And I Ching had calmed down by now. Although she still disliked the idea of someone borrowing her divine power, she was now able to face Yao calmly. To put it bluntly, Yao didn't actively borrow from her. He and she were now like a tributary. When his side dried up, her side naturally began to flow towards him. Even with this thought, I Ching still felt unwilling to give up. She used her consciousness to ask the system, is there a way to block this flow? Yes, wait until you can master divine power. Then how can I master divine power? Wait until you can control wind, rain, thunder, lightning, and climate changes on your own without using the abilities gained from the system. And I Ching's face was numb. She rubbed her brow and walked towards Yao. She consoled herself by thinking that as long as Yao's divine power remained full, perhaps she would be able to borrow divine power from him in the future. After communicating with the heavenly Tao, I Ching was certain of one thing. Yao would not die at this time. The previous son of God died because the divine blood and divine power in his bloodline were completely depleted, but now he could borrow it from her. I Ching walked over to Yao and saw him looking at her with sparkling yet somewhat anxious eyes. Her heart softened, and she reached out to rub his head and took some crystal cores from her space. Yao took the cores and smiled brightly. Thank you, sister. I Ching watched him devour them one by one, and suddenly it occurred to her that these crystal cores were actually condensed divine power. Seeing that Yao had already finished the cores, she hurriedly asked, is the divine power contained in the crystal cores still contaminated? No, after discovering that you could purify contamination, I placed the refining furnace in your sea of consciousness to nourish it, so it now also has the ability to purify contamination. I Ching, I Ching, in the future, please tell me in advance about things like this. Okay. I Ching, so my purification is so powerful? Then can I directly purify the contamination of the gods? Yes, when you grow enough to kill them. I Ching, Chapter 97. Yao was truly easy to coax. It seemed as if as long as an I Ching's face warmed to him, he would be happy, completely forgetting her previous cold face. And I Ching couldn't help but touch Yao's head. She pondered carefully whether she had forgotten anything, and this thought actually brought to mind something. Before I went to the temple to see Yao, I felt something vibrate inside my body. What was that? She had examined herself before and found nothing, but she kept thinking about it. Well, I was the one who fished the priest out of your devour skill. And I Ching frowned, narrowing her eyes. You fished him out? Yes. Do you want to see him now? And I Ching was very upset. Why didn't you tell me this? You were able to communicate with me by then, weren't you? Tiandao remained silent, silently playing the priest's current life on the system panel. And I Ching, Because Tiandao was playing at double speed, and I Ching quickly finished watching the priest's reincarnations. Admittedly, this was much more satisfying than just letting him die. But I Ching was still unhappy. I don't want this to happen again. If you keep hiding something from me again, I just give up. This life was given for nothing, and every day counts. I don't want to build a territory anymore. Don't worry, I won't do that again. Tiandao answered cautiously and seriously. Although it felt that given an I Ching's personality, she wouldn't give up if it did something like this again, it didn't dare to take the chance. Because this was its last stand. If an I Ching truly gave up, it would no longer be able to reverse time. To an I Ching, the voice still sounded emotionless, but she could detect caution within it. This reassured an I Ching somewhat. This system was beyond her control. First, it was able to place the refining furnace in her sea of consciousness without her knowledge, and then to rescue people from her devouring ability. This really made her feel insecure. Thankfully, even if the heavenly Tao cares about something, it also has weaknesses. And I Ching got out of the car, retrieved the refining furnace and crystal core, and asked the heavenly Tao, by the way, did you also grant those scumbags in this world their superpowers? After all, in the apocalypse survival game that the heavenly Tao had specifically shown her, those who could bring about a tragic end for those chosen by the heavenly Tao were all powerful superpowers. No, when the gods sensed the world's destruction, they spread the seeds of fire to the human world. The fire would choose to merge with humans when the world entered its destruction period. And I Ching, She was at a loss for words. So, those scumbags were also chosen by the spark? Haha, then this god's vision is really not very good. First there were the priests, then there were these corrupt scumbags. I really don't know how this god judges people. No, some of the spark's choices were distorted by the already polluted divine power. Tiandao couldn't help but defend the god. It's hard to say about the priests, but the spark's choice is truly not the god's own will. And I Ching understood. If the polluted divine power could distort the lives of the saviors chosen by Tiandao, it could certainly distort the spark's choices. However, Tiandao mentioned a portion of the fire, suggesting that some remained intact. She couldn't help but laugh. So you even protect the gods? I thought you had no feelings for them. After all, this Tiandao had directly told her she possessed the power to kill gods, and she had assumed it desperately wanted her to do so. Tiandao fell silent. And I Ching didn't want to continue chatting with it. She got in the driver's seat and drove away, keeping an eye on the system panel to see if a signal would return. After a short delay on the road, as dusk approached, and I Ching finally saw the gray contact names light up. There was a signal. Just as an I Ching was about to contact Jiang Shan, she saw Jiang Shan's message pop up. Sister Qing, there's something fishy about this service area. If you come here, be especially careful, especially beware of that woman named Heng Ying. She possesses powers like manipulation and bewitching, capable of deceiving others and altering their memories. She tricks people into thinking this service area is their base, ensuring they stay put and never leave. Every night, she uses someone to feed her zombie-like husband and son. And I Ching frowned. This must have been said by Jiang Shan earlier, but she hadn't received it due to the lack of signal. Besides this, there's another one. Sister Qing, I escaped with Yuming, who sent the SOS message asking for help. He possesses the ability to be ignored. Besides making others ignore him, he can also make attacks ignore him. This ability can even carry people. So, we escaped and are now 10 kilometers from the service area, heading towards Fire Phoenix Mountain. And I Ching called Jiang Shan directly. The next moment, the call was connected, and the roars of zombies echoed through I Ching's ears. Jiang Shan? What's going on over there? At this moment, in the green belt on the highway, 10 kilometers from the service area, Jiang Shan had already stored the space car in her card. The family of 3, plus Yuming, lay on the ground, hand in hand, motionless. Yuming himself hadn't expected that his ability could even make the zombies ignore them. However, Even though the space car was stored, the area still lingered with the lingering smell of blood, especially on Yuming and Jiang Shan's clothes, where large patches of blood still clung to them. An hour ago. Faced with a dense swarm of zombies charging towards them, Jiang Shan's first reaction was to activate teleportation. But she quickly calmed down. She only had one teleportation core left, so no matter how far she teleported this time, she wouldn't have the chance to teleport again. Was she really going to use it here? Besides, the smell of blood was difficult to deal with. Even if she teleported to the next location, it would quickly attract zombies. Jiang Shan decided to take advantage of the zombies before they arrived and look in the cards for anything that could remove the bloody smell. She even wanted something with a strong masking scent. Jiang Shan didn't find anything to mask the bloody smell, but she did find chocolate beans. And Yiqing had probably noticed when she stuffed her food, but she had actually slipped 10 boxes of chocolate beans in with it. Jiang Shan had seen this before. Back in the territory, and Yiqing had given it to Qiu Yuan and to Song Yu, who had been mentally exhausted. Jiang Shan stared at the chocolate beans and suddenly asked, Yuming, your ability allows you to ignore attacks, so what about zombies? Yuming was also nervous as he watched the zombies swarm around him. Seeing that Jiang Shan hadn't activated her teleportation yet, he was about to ask, but Jiang Shan spoke first. He was stunned. I haven't tried it. Jiang Shan gritted her teeth. After all, she had zombie virus serum and cell activation spray. Even if they were bitten by zombies, they could just use the space car to teleport away and use the serum and spray to save their lives. If Yuming's ability worked, the zombies would slowly disperse when they couldn't find them, keeping them safe and saving this last chance to teleport. With this thought, Jiang Shan immediately handed Yuming a box of chocolate beans. These can restore your mental strength and supernatural powers. After you eat them, let's get out of the car and try it out. Yuming was stunned. Looking at the chocolate beans in his hand, it was hard not to doubt Jiang Shan's words. He asked, can't we just teleport away? It's only one last teleport. Given our current situation, teleporting there will attract zombies. Might as well take a gamble. Jiang Shan said calmly, don't worry. I have the zombie virus serum and the cell activation spray you just used. If your supernatural powers don't work, we can get in the car and teleport away again. Jiang Guodong and his wife unconditionally supported their daughter, even if the decision seemed absurd and outrageous. Yuming, he agreed with great difficulty. He had no choice but to agree. If Jiang Shan didn't activate the teleportation function, there was nothing he could do to her. He could only hope that his supernatural powers would work. As it turned out, they did. Yuming put a whole box of chocolate beans in his mouth, and when he felt that his superpowers were almost used up, he swallowed a small bite. He had to find a time when the zombies were a little far away from them to swallow. This way, when he swallowed, the superpowers would be ineffective with a slight movement of his throat, and he could use his superpowers immediately when the zombies ran over. They had been holding out here for over an hour. During this time, Yuming poured another box of chocolate chips into his mouth filled with the sweetness of chocolate, and he felt like he was turning into chocolate. To keep everyone as still as possible, they all lay down in rows in the green belt. Luckily, this patch of green belt had enough space for people to lie down. To ensure Yuming could get more chocolate chips, Jiang Shan and Yuming lay together. On Yuming's other side were Jiang Guodong and his wife. All four of them had their eyes closed, looking very peaceful. Suddenly, a clanging sound rang out, and Jiang Shan almost opened her eyes. Although there were fewer zombies around now than before, the lingering smell of blood still lingered, leaving many unwilling zombies lingering and sniffing around. Thankfully, she managed to control herself in time and excitedly answered the call, but because she couldn't move, she didn't dare speak. A familiar voice came over. Jiang Shan? What's going on over there? At the sound of Sister Qing's voice, Jiang Shan's nose tightened, and she felt a surge of inexplicable grievance and fear, but she couldn't blink just yet. At that moment, a zombie was right next to Jiang Shan. It growled in its throat, crouched down, sniffing the bloody scent, and even opened its mouth to try and take a bite. The stench was so strong that Jiang Shan almost rolled her eyes, but she gritted her teeth and endured it. For a while, the zombie bit a few times but failed to get anything, then slowly moved away. Jiang Shan maintained a steady breath and didn't dare speak, only letting out a soft hum. The sound reached Yuming and Jiang Guodong and his wife, who were standing nearby. Jiang Guodong and his wife, having heard their daughter talk about the magical power of the citizen card, had suspected Jiang Shan's sudden response. Yuming was startled by the sound, almost thinking Jiang Shan had moved, and he quickly opened his eyes to look over. On seeing this, He realized Jiang Shan lay motionless. It was his movement that had deactivated his supernatural power, instantly allowing the surrounding zombies to spot them. Roar! The zombies roared and lunged towards them. Yu Ming didn't even turn his head away before he activated his supernatural power. The lunging zombie's body tilted slightly, crashing into the bushes. Jiang Shan, startled by the noise, opened her eyes. Yu Ming shouted, "Don't move. I'm using my supernatural power again." Jiang Guodong and his wife, who had just opened their eyes, froze, daring not to move. Yu Ming activated his supernatural power again. This was a truly horrifying and utterly terrifying sequence. Jiang Shan didn't have time to say a word to Aniqing, feeling rather depressed. Soon, Aniqing's voice came from the other side again. "Is it not convenient to talk now?" Jiang Shan could only hum again. Yu Ming's ability was good, but it was too torturous. Her eyes were already sore from keeping them open, and she was practically losing control of her blinking. Aniqing heard the roars of the zombies from the other side. "Are you still in the green belt 10 kilometers from the service area?" Jiang Shan, "Yes." She found the name of her resident, Jiang Shan, on the system panel and clicked on it to check her location. She quickly saw that Jiang Shan was about 60 or 70 kilometers away from her. The distance wasn't far. At full speed, they'd be there quickly. Aniqing, "Okay, I got it. I'd be there in about 10 minutes. After that, Aniqing hung up the call and said to Tan Xiang and the others who were training, "Everyone, stop training and return to your seats. We're going to accelerate." Tan Xiang and the others immediately returned to their seats and fastened their seatbelts. The interior of the battle vehicle is quite stable, but it will still react when the vehicle is violently jolted. For safety's sake, it's best to stay seated. Xiang Wan hurried over and confirmed that Anyao had fastened his seatbelt before returning to her seat. Aniqing floored the accelerator, and the car instantly reached 300 miles per hour. The car remained perfectly stable, making the speed completely imperceptible. However, looking out the window, the scenery flying backwards was almost blurred and impossible to see clearly. This time, even when encountering zombies and cars blocking the road, Aniqing didn't stop. She simply controlled the collision of two gusts of wind, forming a tornado that swept away both the zombies and the cars. This move was one she had seen Ming Tian use before. It was quite effective, though it consumed quite a bit of her supernatural powers and mental energy. Aniqing felt a throbbing pain in her head and immediately ate some chocolate chips to recover. At full speed, the 60 or 70 kilometers were indeed covered in about 10 minutes. As she neared Jiang Shan's location, Aniqing spotted a swarm of zombies ahead, far fewer than she had expected. Aniqing slowly applied the brakes. The movement of the battle vehicle startled the zombies, who immediately rushed towards her excitedly. Aniqing looked towards the green belt. Although she was certain Jiang Shan was there, she saw nothing. Perhaps it was Yu Ming's ignore technique that had taken effect, but she subconsciously assumed there was no one there. Lying in the green belt, Jiang Shan heard the zombies around her suddenly roar with excitement, followed by the sound of stumbling footsteps, running in one direction. Jiang Shan had been counting silently, estimating it had been over 10 minutes. Hearing the unusual sounds of the zombies around her, she suddenly felt excited. It was Sister Qin. She scrambled to her feet, drew her Qifeng sword, and leaped out of the green belt. Sure enough, she spotted the familiar battle vehicle. "What are you doing?" Yu Ming was startled by Jiang Shan's behavior. Jiang Guodong stood up, also pulling Qian Xueme to her feet, and reached out to grab Yu Ming. "Don't worry about her. Please use your superpower again. The zombies have spotted us." Yu Ming watched helplessly as Jiang Shan, like a drug addict, wielded her long sword and slaughtered the zombies. However, because her superpower had worn off, the zombies that had been heading towards the battle vehicle spotted Yu Ming and the others and turned to pounce. Yu Ming had no time to ask any more questions. He quickly grabbed Jiang Guodong's hand and activated his supernatural power again. The zombies that had just approached lost their target again. After circling around and failing to find their target, they turned and rushed towards the battle vehicle. Yu Ming then realized that two strangely designed vehicles had suddenly appeared over there. They looked like something out of a sci-fi movie, not real. Then he saw the doors of the vehicles open, and a dozen or so women emerged. They all wielded Qifeng swords identical to Jiang Shan's. They quickly dispersed, as if surrounding the zombies and beginning to encircle them. It was a real encirclement. Yu Ming watched in astonishment. The zombies seemed vulnerable before these women. The sharp swords sliced through the air, severing their heads in one fell swoop. He watched as wave after wave of zombies rushed forward, offering their lives. No, their very heads. They were like leaks, cutting the zombies, one after another falling. Yu Ming was bewildered, a bit dazed. Zombies, are they so easy to kill? Looking at the others, then at himself, utterly wrecked by the zombies, Yu Ming realized once again how useless he truly was. At this moment, even Jiang Shan was like a shot of chicken blood, slaying gods and Buddhas alike. With a blue-bladed sword, she decapitated the zombies around her one by one, leaving a trail of corpses around her. Although it had been 2 hours since the large group of zombies attracted by the blood, and most of the zombies had dispersed, there were still quite a few left. However, with Jiang Shan included, there were less than 20 women in total, yet they slaughtered all the zombies in just 20 minutes. And Yiqing finally got out of the car. The moment Jiang Shan saw an Yiqing, she rushed over like a cannonball, hugging her tightly. "Wow, Sister Qing, I almost thought I'd never see you again." And Yiqing instinctively opened her arms and caught Jiang Shan, who was covered in mud and zombie blood. She really wasn't good at comforting people. And Yiqing felt a little helpless, but she gently stroked Jiang Shan's back. It's okay. Jiang Shan nodded vigorously, stepped out of Yiqing's arms, and smiled sheepishly. She looked around at the group of women curiously watching her, a little surprised. "Sister Qing, who are they?" And Yiqing said, "They were rescued from the Holy Land." Jiang Shan immediately thought of what an Yiqing had told her about the Holy Land priests, and a heavy feeling settled over her heart. And Yiqing raised her hand and placed it on Jiang Shan's head. "They're doing well, and are very capable now. They don't need your pity." The heaviness in Jiang Shan's heart instantly vanished. She glared at an Yiqing. "How could I? I just saw it all. They're all better than me." And Yiqing smiled. "That's good to know. You have to work hard. Don't let those who come after you surpass you." Jiang Shan felt a surge of urgency. Suddenly, she felt a strong gaze fixed on her. Jiang Shan turned her head, and was instantly met with a stunning face. Caught off guard by the beauty, Jiang Shan froze for a moment. Who was this person? A celebrity? She recalled the famously beautiful celebrities before the apocalypse, but none of them could compare to this one. Furthermore, she felt that those celebrities' faces paled in comparison to the one before her. The next moment, Jiang Shan shuddered violently, as the person opposite her suddenly narrowed their narrow eyes, revealing a hint of discontent. It wasn't that he was fierce, merely expressing unhappiness and dissatisfaction, perhaps even disdain. But Jiang Shan instinctively took a step back. And Yiqing looked at Jiang Shan with some confusion. "What's wrong?" Jiang Shan gave a slightly strained smile and shook her head. "No, nothing." And Yiqing turned back to where Jiang Shan had been looking and saw An Yao standing there. She waved at him. An Yao quickly approached and stood beside An Yiqing, obediently saying, "Sister." Jiang Shan, Jiang Shan's mind was abuzz with questions. She looked at this man, who was clearly a head and a half taller than Sister Qing and looked to be in his 20s. What had he just called Sister Qing? And Yiqing introduced her to Jiang Shan. "His name is An Yao." After a pause, she caught Jiang Shan's somewhat indescribable look. Remembering An Yao's way of addressing her, An Yiqing finally explained, "He's 12 years old." Jiang Shan, shock. But how could a 12-year-old be the same as a 20-something? At that moment, Jiang Shan wondered if Sister Qing had been bewitched too. And Yiqing said to An Yao, "Her name is Jiang Shan, and she's also a doctor. You can call her Sister Jiang, or Dr. Jiang." An Yao nodded obediently, but remained silent. And Yiqing didn't insist, and turned to retrieve the refining furnace. Tan Xiang and the others had already gathered the corpses of the zombies. And Yiqing took out the refining furnace, and they began to toss the bodies inside. At this moment, Jiang Guodong and his wife, along with Yu Ming, also approached. Jiang Guodong and his wife greeted An Yiqing. Unsure of the proper way to address her, they followed the others in calling her Lord. And Yiqing nodded at them, her gaze settling on Yu Ming. Yu Ming stared at the woman before him, who looked no more than 20 years old. He felt an inexplicable sense of oppression when she gazed at him. He suddenly lost his balance, clutching at the hem of his clothes nervously. And Yiqing smiled at him and said gently, "You're Yu Ming, right? Thank you for saving my uncle, aunt, and Jiang Shan." This smile soothed Yu Ming's nerves, allowing him to relax a little. A little sheepishly he said, "Not really. They saved me too. We were just helping each other. It's not really a case of one saving the other." And Yiqing could tell he meant what he said. This frank, honest attitude, without taking credit for anything, warmed An Yiqing's heart. She asked, "What are your plans next?" Yu Ming was taken aback. While he was still at the service area, he had been focused on escaping, but what about afterward? He hadn't decided where to go. Then he remembered the post-apocalyptic news. The S province base was the closest. But before he spoke, Yuming glanced at an I Ching and the car behind her. Even before he understood the specifics, he had a vague idea that an I Ching was the leader here. Just now, Jiang Guodong and his wife had called an I Ching lord. The term lord has long appeared in novels, generally referring to the owner of a territory. There was also the cell activation spray Jiang Shan had brought out earlier, the chocolate beans that could quickly restore superpowers and mental strength, and the teleporting space car. Yuming's mind raced with thoughts. In fact, it had only been a second or two since an I Ching finished her questioning. Coming to his senses, Yuming shook his head. I haven't decided yet. An I Ching met Yuming's expectant gaze, and couldn't help but smile. Since you haven't decided yet, why don't you join us? I have a territory in the suburbs of D City that's currently under construction. You can come with us and spend some time outside the territory to get accustomed. Later, if you're interested, you can join the territory. He had guessed right. Yuming breathed a sigh of relief, his expression much more relaxed. He immediately nodded in agreement. Okay. As they spoke, Jiang Shan and Jiang Guodong had already gone over to help throw away the zombies. Seeing this, Yuming scratched his head and said, Lord, I go help too. With that, he hurried over to Jiang Guodong's side to join them in throwing away the zombies. Although an I Ching appeared gentle and friendly, he still felt a bit pressured standing in her presence. Everyone helped together, and soon all the zombies on the ground were thrown into the refining furnace. By the time an I Ching put away the refining furnace and crystal core, it was completely dark. Lian Yu had already prepared the food with her team, and everyone lined up to go in, clean up, and then eat. Since no one in the car had yet joined the territory, all the points needed were earned from an I Ching. An I Ching had previously considered having everyone join the territory, so that the zombies they killed would count towards their points. But she thought better of it. After all, she had previously told everyone to live outside the territory first to acclimate. The car was filled with women, many of them pregnant. Yuming felt awkward among them, so he stuck close to Jiang Guodong. He even whispered to Jiang Shan, "Isn't the territory all women?" It wasn't sexism, but if the territory were truly filled with women, it would be awkward for a grown man like him to be in there. Jiang Shan shook her head. No, well, there are actually more men than women in the territory. At this point, Jiang Shan brightened, but now it's good. Once everyone returns and joins the territory, our numbers will be more or less even. Yuming, He breathed a sigh of relief that the territory wasn't entirely filled with women. A rich aroma lingered in the battlefield vehicle. Yuming, who had just reached the second floor, couldn't help but inhale deeply, his stomach growling uncontrollably. Since the apocalypse, except for the first few days when he could eat cooked food from the snack bar, he'd been eating only supermarket bread, biscuits, and instant noodles, which he only gnawed dry. Though he wasn't starving, the constant consumption of those things made him want to vomit at the mere sight of them. At the rich aroma of meat, Yuming swallowed his saliva uncontrollably. Jiang Shan did the same. After all, she hadn't had a proper meal since leaving the territory. Upstairs, the aroma intensified, a fragrance so strong it seemed to draw the soul away. Tonight's rice noodles and clear broth. Everyone line up and help yourselves. Pregnant women, please be careful. Walk carefully, Lian Yu shouted from the kitchen. Then, she skillfully boiled the rice noodles for everyone. The rice noodles had been soaked earlier, and were cooked through in just a few scalds of boiling water. Tan Xiang and a few other non-pregnant women were helping. Lian Yu boiled the noodles while Tan Xiang and the others made the broth and added toppings, asking those in the queue ahead if they had anything they wanted. An I Ching, This scene echoed the breakfast shop and Qing remembered. Lian Yu was always quick, and now with help, her speed was even faster. In no time, she had boiled the rice noodles for dozens of people. Everyone had a bowl of rice noodles, the clear broth contrasting with the snow-white rice noodles. Each bowl was topped with half a soft-boiled egg, 2 small greens, and a few pieces of chicken, all garnished with chopped green onions. A bowl of rice noodles like this would have been incredibly appetizing even before the apocalypse, let alone now. Yuming sat down next to Jiang Guodong, holding a handful of rice noodles. He couldn't help but take a deep breath. It smells so good. Am I dreaming? Jiang Shan had already taken a sip of the delicious soup and smiled. Why don't you try pinching yourself? Yuming actually pinched himself, hissing in pain. He smiled and said, It hurts, seriously? I'm not dreaming. He took a sip of the soup as well. The delicious broth made him feel like his soul was ascending to heaven. It took him a while to swallow it. He then used his chopsticks to stuff the egg into his mouth and began to eat. Before the apocalypse, He had disliked eggs. He always felt a fishy smell that made him nauseous. But now, he ate half of the soft-boiled egg with extra care, chewing it for a long time, not wanting to swallow it. He felt the egg was so fragrant. No matter how much you cherish your food, a bowl of rice noodles only has so much to offer. He quickly devoured both the noodles and the soup, even the chopped green onions. Yu Ming burped contentedly, feeling finally alive. Fully fed and well-drained, he slept exceptionally well that night. The next morning, Xia Rui's fever had finally completely subsided, but she seemed somewhat dazed. Xiao Lai, seeing her dazed, holding the child, felt apprehensive. "Are you still not fully recovered? Otherwise, let me hold the child. I'm worried you might drop it." Xia Rui regained consciousness and looked down at the fair and tender little creature, who had been well cared for. The little creature's eyes were fully open, and they looked exactly like Xia Rui's, a pair of beautiful, cat-like eyes. He loved to laugh. Seeing Xia Rui staring at him, he grinned, revealing his toothless gums, and laughed with a chuckle. Xiao Lai couldn't help but chuckle. "Oh my! Does this little guy recognize his mother? He's only been here a few days? Can he even see his mother clearly? He's already laughing like that?" The little guy didn't understand a thing. He reached out a white, tender little hand from his swaddle and began scratching around, babbling incomprehensible sounds. Xiao Lai couldn't help but laugh. It seems he really does recognize his mother. He wasn't so happy when I took care of him these past few days. Xia Rui couldn't help but lower her head and gently pressed her cheek against the little guy's fair, tender face. Then, Xia Rui felt the little guy's hand gently grasp her ear, and she laughed softly. She had a dream last night. In it, Aniqing didn't show up when she was due, and she didn't even get to see the child after she gave birth. The child was taken away for sacrifice. The grief of losing her children nearly drove her mad. Yu Zong stayed by her side, counseling and comforting her, yet she actually fell, step by step, into his false tenderness. Afterwards, child after child was born, snatched away, and sacrificed. She finally broke free from that false tenderness. She attempted to control Yu Zong's heart, to make him fall completely in love with her, and she succeeded. Yu Zong became increasingly fond of her presence, even when doing nothing. Xia Rui rarely mentioned the sacrificed children, but occasionally a look of longing and sorrow would appear, even going so far as to sew herself an ugly rag doll to cuddle with. It was clear that Yu Zong was beginning to feel pain too. When Xia Rui felt the time was almost up, she became pregnant again. This time, she clutched Yu Zong in panic, sobbing breathlessly, insisting she didn't want their child to be sacrificed again. She wanted to keep the child, and wanted Yu Zong to send her away. Yu Zong struggled, but then he refused, saying he would ask the priest to let her keep the child. After all, children were sometimes left behind in the Holy Land. Not all children were sacrificed. Xia Rui's heart suddenly sank. She changed her strategy, no longer pinning her hopes on Yu Zong. She began leaving the palace frequently to lure out other white robes, such as Ming Tian, who had always been at odds with Yu Zong, Qi Zong, who was in charge of the sacrifices, and others. Xia Rui's attempt to incite internal strife on her own was foolish, but she had no other options, and could only cling to a faint hope. However, the civil unrest failed to ignite. She was completely abandoned by Yu Zong. After her child was taken away from her, she lost his protection, and became one of the many women who needed to entertain clients. Afterwards, Xia Rui was forced to become pregnant again and again. Finally, when she could no longer bear it, and attempted suicide, she awakened her supernatural power. Water-related supernatural power. But she couldn't control water. Instead, she could turn herself into liquid. A supernatural power without any offensive power, but it allowed her to escape from this closely guarded cage. Xia Rui chose a rainy day, the ground covered in stagnant water. She transformed herself into water, blending in with the rain, becoming indistinguishable from it, looking identical to it. Who would care about the stagnant water? Even if her disappearance were discovered and the entire Holy Land sounded the alarm, Xia Rui still left the Holy Land. Still pregnant, she finally found the base, and spread the news of the Holy Land. The base was also extremely cautious, sending personnel to explore the Holy Land, but none of them returned. The base finally took it seriously, and sent psychics to encircle and suppress the Holy Land. However, the Holy Land had a high-level psychic per capita, and those who had gone from the base had narrowly escaped death. The base then contacted other major bases, and united to destroy the Holy Land. But they still failed to shake the Holy Land, and were instead severely damaged by it. The psychics of the major bases were killed or injured, and the bases were severely weakened. At this time, the Holy Land launched a counterattack. Some bases were forced to surrender and join the Holy Land, while others fought desperately but were eventually destroyed. Siarue had no idea that her desperate escape would not only fail to eliminate the Holy Land, but would also bring devastating disaster to those outside. Devastated, Siarue thought of the countless deaths caused by her fleeting thought, and remorse gradually weighed on her, finally crushing her. She leaped from the base's wall, hoping to atone for her sins with her own life. Siarue looked at the little creature in her arms, giggling at her, and laughed too. It was just a dream. Dreams are false. In the dream, no Lord appeared, yet in reality, the Lord had appeared. She had single-handedly overthrown the entire Holy Land. Now that the priests and divine messengers were dead, the Holy Land was no longer a holy land, and the scenes in her dream would never return. Siarue took a deep breath, raised her hand, and it quickly dissolved into a transparent liquid. What is this? Xiao Lai was stunned, staring at Siarue's hand in disbelief. Siarue smiled, raised an eyebrow, and said proudly, "Superpowers! I awaken superpowers! Wow, what kind of superpower is this? You actually awaken superpowers! That's amazing! I want to awaken superpowers too!" The women around them immediately gathered around, staring at Siarue's liquid hand in awe and curiosity. After transforming into liquid, her hand could also transform into various shapes, instantly drawing a flood of envious glances. Even if her superpowers weren't offensive, they were still superpowers. Even without them, her physical fitness was many times greater than that of an ordinary person, and I Ching watched from a distance, understanding why Siarue was able to escape from such a heavily guarded area in the original plot. Looking at the chattering women, I Ching smiled but didn't bother interrupting them. Instead, she called Jiang Shan and inquired about the situation in the service area. Jiang Shan asked, "Sister Qing, are you planning on going?" I Ching nodded, "Yes. Since we met her, we can't just ignore her." Jiang Shan was a little worried. After all, Hong Ying's abilities were so bizarre. But then she realized that even if she hadn't been deeply bewitched by Hong Ying, Sister Qing certainly wouldn't be either. So she let go of her worries. Yu Ming said that Hong Ying seemed to be a black belt in Taekwondo before the apocalypse. After the apocalypse, she became a psychic. Her physical strength improved significantly, and her attacks were incredibly fast. We often didn't see her 1 second, and she was right next to us the next. And I Ching raised an eyebrow. It seemed unlikely. Even a speed-based psychic couldn't be silent. Of course, perhaps Jiang Shan and the others didn't notice Hong Ying's arrival, which led to that effect. Or perhaps they were bewitched once again. After listening to Jiang Shan's description, I Ching felt that Hong Ying was most likely a psychic. But Sister Qing, I think we should also be careful about that woman's husband and son. After explaining everything she knew, Jiang Shan cautiously said, "Since the beginning of the apocalypse, she's been feeding zombies with humans. Outside, zombies typically only eat 1 or 2 bites of a person before they become zombies, but Hong Ying feeds the zombies her entire flesh and blood. After so long, perhaps her husband and son are no longer low-level zombies." Although Hong Ying's husband and son didn't appear when they escaped, Jiang Shan still felt uneasy. Her intuition told her that they were definitely not ordinary people. And I Ching nodded. "I understand. You guys rest here for now. I go check it out by myself." Jiang Shan hummed. "Then Sister Qing, be careful." And I Ching smiled. "Don't worry." Just as she was about to leave, she realized Yao was following her. And I Ching shook her head. "No, you can't come with me. Stay in the car and wait for me to come back." She patted Yao's shoulder and pushed him back. And Yao pursed his lips. "No." And I Ching was stunned. This was the first time Yao had said no to her. And Yao grabbed at I Ching's skirt and looked warily toward the service area. His clear voice was a little tense. "Danger." Chapter 98. Territory. If I Ching were here, she would be astonished by the progress of the territory construction. After all, according to normal progress, just laying the foundation would take 2 or 3 months to complete. Yet now, not only the foundation, but the entire building is almost complete, and it looks like the roof is almost ready. During this time, Xiao Yunan and the others dispersed to clear the surrounding zombies and advance outward, but this advance was very slow, and they could not collect much of the necessary supplies. Therefore, the disciples of Zhongxi went to Rong'an County to collect the necessary supplies. They dared to go there because they knew that the zombies there had been mostly wiped out by I Ching. Even if there were any that slipped through, they would be few and far between, and they could easily deal with them. This was what I Ching specifically contacted Zhou Tongxi to tell them after clearing the zombies in Rong'an County. Thus, Wang Bin and the others took Su Jingxian with them. Su Jingxian, possessing nearly limitless space, was undoubtedly crucial to the territory, so Wang Bin and the others remained on high alert throughout the journey, protecting her within a tight circle. Arriving in Rongan County, they discovered that the zombies seemed truly absent, making it perfectly safe. However, Su Jingxian remained cautious, her surroundings guarding her wherever she went. She plundered every supermarket in Rongan County, and even located the freezers of major fresh produce stores. Although the freezers had been without power for a long time, winter had already arrived, and the various meats inside were still frozen. Su Jingxian, like a fish in the sea, happily scoured Rongan County, purchasing everything for free. She also took furniture and home textiles, as well as tiles, glass, wood, latex paint, and a whole host of other items. Su Jingxian didn't recognize many of them, but before leaving, Laoli and the others made a list for her, and she moved everything into her space. Regardless, Su Jingxian left nothing behind wherever she went, moving everything useful or not. After all, the space had enough space, just in case it came in handy later. This included, but wasn't limited to, bicycles and electric scooters on the roadside, cars intact or wrecked, and even trash cans. Of course, they were new, clean, odorless trash cans. She still despised used ones. After completely plundering Rongan County, Su Jingxian certainly didn't leave out the most important construction machinery. Crane, excavator, mixer, crane. However, these items were incredibly heavy. Even though Su Jingxian had significantly improved her spiritual power through cultivation, it was still difficult to store so much of this heavy stuff. So, Wang Bin and the others simply called in a large truck and used it to transport the items back. The rapid construction of the territory is partly due to these machines, but the most important factor is the materials provided by Aniching. In addition to the buildings within the territory, a shelter area has also been constructed outside. This shelter area was built using prefabricated housing materials shipped back from Rongan County. Because of their convenience, construction was very fast. By now, most of the people in the rows of prefabricated houses in the shelter area have already moved in. Of course, the rooms in the prefabricated houses are very small, only a few square meters, and they also need to accommodate 2 bunk beds, so 4 people can sleep in one room. The ground outside the territory is still being leveled. The tasks of leveling the ground and constructing the prefabricated houses have been entrusted to the survivors outside the territory. They work diligently. In addition to providing 3 meals a day, the territory also organizes daily physical training for everyone. With so many people, the disparities quickly became apparent. When these people worked together, some always felt they were smarter than the others, leading some to slack off and cheat, including practicing physical techniques. While physical techniques can indeed improve one's constitution and enhance physical fitness, they also require serious practice and persistence. Many felt it was too hard and tiring. Leveling the ground and building prefabricated houses every day was already tiring enough, so why bother practicing physical techniques? They might as well just go back and rest. Some also thought that after practicing physical techniques, they might be asked to join the zombie extermination effort. How dangerous would that be? It would be safer to just slack off and hide in the back. In short, each of these people had their own ideas and their own clever tricks. Xiao Yunan's face was livid at the indignation of these people. The once nerdy geek had now become a firecracker. His personality was becoming more and more like Zhou Tongyuan's, and he was even more irritable. Early in the morning, Xiao Yunan observed that only a sparse third of the people who had risen early for morning exercises were still there. 2/3 were still asleep, some were still washing up, and one had just gotten out of bed, yawning and walking out the door, their movements sluggish, completely unconcerned with his scheduled training time. He had previously thought those middle school kids were difficult to teach, but now he felt they were no match for them. Xiao Yunan stood there with a sullen expression. Once everyone arrived, he couldn't help but scold them. What's going on in your heads all day? Slacking off at work, slacking off in training. Do you think you're smart and everyone else is stupid? What kind of world is this now? A zombie-stricken apocalypse. Do you think I'm harming you by forcing you to practice martial arts? Can you use your brain? I'm making you train for your own good. You have only one life. If you're lazy and not serious about training now, what will happen when you're really in danger? You cry for help. Who will save you? It's not always possible to find someone to help you in time when you're in danger. Our Lord is kind enough to teach you something that can save your life. Haha, and what's the result? You really think something free is worthless, don't you? You don't cherish what you get so easily? I'm putting it out there. Those who want to train, train. Those who don't, get out. I'm really giving you face, aren't I? There were people around his age, some in their 30s, and some who could be his parents and grandparents. But he was so angry, his rage rising rapidly, and he unleashed a barrage of abuse on the entire crowd. After Xiao Yunan finished his scolding, he glared at the crowd with murderous intent. Now, anyone who doesn't want to train, stand up, or you won't have to come anymore. The entire area instantly fell silent, and no one dared to speak. Xiao Yunan's eyes swept over everyone sharply. After a moment's pause, seeing no one step forward, he nodded. Okay, everyone wants to train, right? Starting tomorrow, anyone late will be kicked out. Now, training begins. After saying this, he still couldn't vent his anger. Regardless of whether these people would obey, he turned and walked away with a sullen face. Back in the territory, Xiao Yunan squatted beside the cultivated field, sulking. Zhou Tongyuan slowly walked over and squatted beside Xiao Yunan. Seeing him fuming like a pufferfish, he felt very sympathetic. So, he spoke to Xiao Yunan in a rare, kind way. I say, you're too sentimental. We're all adults. We know how to take responsibility for ourselves. If they don't want to learn, why are you interfering so much? If they're willing to learn, teach them. If they don't, forget it. You're not their parent. Don't get yourself into trouble by interfering too much. Xiao Yunan took a deep breath and said, I feel sorry for Sister Qing. Zhou Tongyuan, seeing Xiao Yunan looking like he was about to get stuck in a rut, touched his nose, and was about to say something when he suddenly felt a darkening sensation above his head. He looked up and saw Zhou Tongxi. Brother? Zhou Tongxi glanced at Xiao Yunan and waved him off. Zhou Tongyuan looked at Xiao Yunan with some concern, but still obediently left, patting his shoulder soothingly before leaving. After Zhou Tongyuan left, Zhou Tongxi spoke again. Although the Lord has entrusted you with the task of teaching everyone physical training, he doesn't intend for you to teach everyone. Xiao Yunan, still feeling a bit upset, looked up at Zhou Tongxi. Zhou Tongxi also squatted down and looked at the cultivated fields. They were now planted with young cabbages, lush and green, growing beautifully. He looked up at the expanse of greenery, a smile playing on his lips. Let me put it this way, even though the country is implementing universal education before the apocalypse, it's impossible for everyone to become a genius, right? Xiao Yunan, eh? He looked at Zhou Tongxi speechlessly. How is this the same? Zhou Tongxi asked. Why are they different? Xiao Yunan opened his mouth, but wasn't sure what to say. Zhou Tongxi smiled and said, You were doing a pretty good job with those middle school kids before, weren't you? Why are you so obsessed with them now? Xiao Yunan was stunned, then remembered that he had handed them over to Song Yu because he was troubled by their rambling and disobedient behavior, and after realizing, they seemed terrified of him. He sighed, a little wearily. I'd love to find someone to help me manage them, but there aren't enough people. Zhou Tongxi smiled. I've been meaning to say this before. You're overthinking these people. It's not good. You're wasting your time and energy, and you still can't manage them properly. Xiao Yunan looked at Zhou Tongxi suspiciously, waiting for him to continue. Zhou Tongxi didn't say anything, but smiled and said, I suggest you learn from Song Yu. Xiao Yunan, ? Clearly, Zhou Tongxi had no intention of explaining anything. He stood up and walked away. After taking 2 steps, he stopped again and said something meaningful. The Lord won't always feed everyone from the same pot. Xiao Yunan stared blankly at Zhou Tongxi's back, then lowered his head to ponder what Zhou Tongxi had said. He squatted for a while, his legs numb from squatting. He stood up, hesitated for a moment, and then walked up the hillside. Because the number of people in the internment area was growing, Song Yu, dissatisfied with a large and mixed crowd, had the children's training area moved to a small flat area halfway up the hill. Xiao Yunan finally took Zhou Tongxi's words to heart. Curious about what he wanted him to learn from Song Yu, he decided to go and see. When he reached the small flat area halfway up the hill, he discovered Song Yu wasn't there at all. However, the students were training diligently, each one sweating profusely. Xiao Yunan was somewhat surprised. After all, he's seen these people before when they first arrived. How could they be so self-disciplined without someone watching them? As he watched, Xiao Yunan realized that the students had been divided into several small groups, each led by 2 leaders. While competing with the other groups, they also seemed to be keeping tabs on them. Xiao Yunan, He wanted to know how Song Yu managed it. But after waiting for a long time, Song Yu still didn't show up, and Xiao Yunan was even more shocked. Could Song Yu still be up? After all, Xiao Yunan was always the first one to get up every day to keep an eye on everyone's training, so he really didn't know if Song Yu hadn't gotten up yet. He watched for a while, then turned back down the mountain. When he returned to the convoy, he happened to run into Song Yu coming out of the restroom. Just as Xiao Yunan was about to ask about Song Yu, he saw that Song Yu's face was pale and dazed, and her face was covered in water stains. He swallowed his question in an instant. He frowned and asked worriedly, "What's wrong with you? Why do you look so bad?" Song Yu wiped the water off her face and sat down at the side, her breathing still rapid. Xiao Yunan hurriedly handed her a tissue. "Song Yu, are you okay? What happened?" Song Yu shook her head, took the tissue from Xiao Yunan, and shakily wiped her face. Then she took out her ID card. She didn't say anything, but her hand holding the card was shaking violently, and her eyes were red. Xiao Yunan was genuinely frightened, at a loss for what to do. He could only sit there and watch her. "What's wrong? Say something, don't scare me." Song Yu took a deep breath, her throat dry. "I saw it again." Song Yu stared at her citizenship card. And Yiqing's name was no longer gray on the contact list, and her expression brightened slightly. Xiao Yunan wanted to ask her what she had seen, but when he saw that Song Yu had contacted an Yiqing, he closed his mouth. Song Yu had just called an Yiqing, and the call was quickly connected. The other end seemed a little surprised. "Song Yu?" Song Yu's nose felt sore, and tears fell. Seeing Song Yu like this, Xiao Yunan felt a little uneasy. He hurriedly got her another tissue, then sat there fidgeting, watching her. He had only seen Song Yu cry twice. Once, when her wounds healed, in the tent, she only heard sobs. The second time was when the rapist blew himself up. Song Yu had foreseen Sister Qing's death and warned her in advance. Although Sister Qing was fine afterward, Song Yu had cried too. And now, Xiao Yunan watched Song Yu call Sister Qing, his mind instantly a blur. Could something have happened to Sister Qing? This thought took root in his mind, sending Xiao Yunan into a state of panic. He stared intently at Song Yu. He couldn't hear an Yiqing's voice from the other side, so he could only judge the situation from Song Yu's reaction. "Sister Qing, I saw it, I saw it. I killed you." Song Yu choked out her words, her tone filled with utter hesitation and anxiety. She didn't even understand why she had seen him kill an Yiqing. Elsewhere, an Yiqing was standing next to the battle vehicle. She had just heard an Yao tell her about the danger. A true incarnation of a god was certainly different from a charlatan like an Yiqing. So, and Yao's mention of danger made an Yiqing cautious. The Hongying she learned from Jiang Shan couldn't possibly be the source of the danger an Yao was talking about. After all, while Hongying could alter people's memories, that only limited to ordinary people. Otherwise, Yuming's memory would have been altered and distorted long ago, and he wouldn't have been able to write an SOS. So, Jiang Shan's suspicions must be true. The real danger lay with the father and son. And Yiqing's expression was quite solemn. They were not far from the territory, and the more dangerous it became, the greater the threat to the territory. She couldn't just sit there and do nothing. But just how far had the danger grown that even an Yao felt threatened? An Yiqing glanced at the people in the battle vehicle. Previously, she had wanted them to wait here, but now she wanted them to leave immediately. After all, 10 kilometers wasn't too far, and she was afraid they would be dragged into this situation. It just so happened that there was a national highway not far from this expressway. She could control the wind to lift the battle vehicle and carry them there. Just then, the ding-dong of a phone rang in her ears. And Yiqing took out her citizen card, and saw that it was Song Yu calling. She answered the call immediately, then frowned. She heard Song Yu's uncontrollable sobs. Even though she tried to suppress them, they were still clearly heard by an Yiqing. Song Yu wasn't one to cry easily, so an Yiqing hurriedly asked, "What's wrong? What happened?" Song Yu's nose was a little stuffy, and her voice was muffled, but one could hear the fear and confusion in her voice. "Sister Qing, I saw it. I killed you." Song Yu trembled as she spoke, seemingly still caught up in the scene she had witnessed. And Yiqing was also stunned. What Song Yu meant by seeing was foreknowledge. In the future she foresaw? She saw her kill herself? How could that be possible? Of the people surrounding her now, the ones an Yiqing trusted most were definitely Song Yu, Xiao Yunan, and Su Jingxian. And Yiqing still remembered how they surrounded her and protected her when a zombie had bitten off her entire arm. So, she didn't believe Song Yu would attack her, let alone kill her. Could it be that Song Yu would turn into a zombie and become the zombie king, just like in the original storyline? But she had left zombie virus serum for everyone in her territory, so it made no sense for Song Yu to become a zombie. So, was it something that happened that was so jarring that it caused her to turn evil? And Yiqing gently comforted Song Yu, "Don't worry, don't cry. What you saw hasn't happened yet, and it might not be what you think it is." Song Yu bit her lip to regulate her breathing. Xiao Yunan stared at her in shock, his mind blank. After a moment, hesitantly handed her a tissue. Song Yu wiped the tears from her face with the tissue and hummed softly. Aniching, first, tell me in detail what you saw. Tell me as fully as possible. If you remember the surroundings, describe them, okay? Song Yu hummed, her voice thick with nasal sounds, and then began to describe what she had seen. The surroundings were so hazy I couldn't see clearly. It felt a bit like I was in the territory, but also a bit different. Song Yu recalled, trying to speak as carefully as possible. I saw it. I looked at you with hatred and resentment, and then I took a knife and stabbed it into your heart. And Iching suddenly felt something was wrong. Wait, you said a knife? What kind of knife? Song Yu was stunned, then thought carefully. Yes, a knife. A small, kitchen knife, a bit like a fruit knife. And Iching's mouth twitched. What kind of bizarre description, but it was probably the shape of a kitchen knife. This was strange. If Song Yu really wanted to kill her, he clearly had the most suitable Qi Feng sword in his hand, right? Why would he use a kitchen knife? Song Yu bit her lip, took a deep breath, and then spoke. Sister Qing, if one day you see me resentful of you, don't hesitate, kill me. Song Yu said the words kill me with great difficulty. But if one day she really had to kill Sister Qing, she hoped it would be herself, not her, who died. After saying this, Song Yu felt as if a huge weight had been lifted from her heart. The heavy pressure on her heart instantly eased, but then a sense of resentment followed. Of course, it wasn't resentment that she was killed. Rather, if that day ever came, she hoped it would be after she had taken revenge on the Song family. Of course, she only thought this in her heart, not out loud. And Iching opened her mouth, feeling a mixture of bitterness and amusement. What nonsense! With your limited abilities, you can't kill me. Song Yu smiled, but it was a bit awkward. But in the footage I saw, I did kill you. In the footage she saw, Sister Qing looked at her with a sorrowful expression, the sharp kitchen knife piercing her heart as she slowly fell to the ground. Song Yu's breathing became a little irregular at the thought of that scene. And Iching smiled. Don't worry. If you ever harbor hatred towards me, I won't give you the chance to harm me. Song Yu smiled at that, and nodded vigorously. Yes. After hanging up the phone, and Iching paused and thought. Song Yu said the surroundings were hazy and unclear. Under normal circumstances, Song Yu couldn't possibly see clearly, let alone the territory. If Song Yu had actually attacked her in the territory, he would have been ejected from the territory in the next instant. After much thought, and Iching couldn't comprehend Song Yu's prophecy, and could only let it go for now. She called out to Jiang Shan. Jiang Shan hurried over. Sister Qing, what's wrong? And Iching smiled. I take you to the national highway later. Then you can take everyone back to the territory. Got it? Jiang Shan was stunned for a moment, then nodded. Okay, but Sister Qing, is there something wrong? After all, and Iching had just planned to have them wait here, but she changed her mind the next moment. And Iching smiled and said, It's nothing, but I think waiting here is a waste of time, so we should go first. After all, the service area is likely to be quite complex, and I don't know how long it will take. If you go ahead, I can return directly to the territory. Jiang Shan was a little unconvinced, but she nodded obediently. I understand, Sister Qing. With so many people in the battle vehicle, the food she had given Jiang Shan before was clearly insufficient, so An Iching stuffed her with a large amount of food again. This time, there was a wider variety, and plenty of fresh meat and vegetables. She figured there would be enough left over until they returned to the territory. An Iching glanced at Anyao, dug out a cardboard box from her space, filled it with crystal cores, and placed it in Anyao's arms. Anyao, will you help me get everyone back to the territory safely? Anyao, stunned, held the box filled with crystal cores in his arms, and shook his head, no. And Iching reached out to touch his head, and Anyao instinctively bent down to cooperate, obediently giving her the pat. But I need someone to protect them. In fact, An Iching had considered whether bringing Anyao with her would enhance their combat effectiveness, given the danger there. But first, Anyao himself wasn't even clear about his own abilities, so the help he could offer her was limited. Second, even if Anyao's abilities were triggered, once his divine power was unleashed, she would be simultaneously hampered by a frenzied hunger, a ticking time bomb for her. Of course, letting Anyao protect these women did carry this risk, but it was much smaller than following her to the service area. After all, this place wasn't far from Ronin County, and she had already largely cleared out the zombies along the way from Ronin County to the territory. Even if some zombies wandered in during this time, they wouldn't be numerous. Furthermore, An Iching had given Anyao so many crystal cores so that he could consume as many as possible, replenishing his divine power and preventing him from borrowing it from her. Perhaps when his divine power was too abundant, she could borrow it from him. And I Ching had it all figured out. She couldn't possibly take Yao to the service area. Even if he could maintain his divine power by consuming crystal cores, letting him consume them, there would clearly signal to the enemy that something was wrong. If Yao became a target, she would be constrained, unless she simply ignored his life or death. And I Ching stared into Yao's eyes. And Yao, I know you want to help me and protect me, but think about it. How can you help me? And Yao blinked hesitantly, looking down at the crystal cores in his arms. And I Ching thought for a moment, then filled another box for him. She smiled. All right, let's get back to the car. I take you down? And Yao looked toward the service area, then at I Ching, then back at the box in his arms. He tightened his grip around the box, his eyes clouded over. Then, he slowly turned and inched his way back to the car. It was clear he was still quite reluctant, but at least he was obedient. And I Ching controlled the wind, lifting the 2 battle vehicles. 2 battle vehicles were heavy enough, and adding so much poultry, livestock, and people to the load made it even heavier. Even I Ching felt a bit breathless under the weight. His supernatural powers and mental strength were rapidly depleting, like a weightlifter lifting a barbell beyond their capacity. And I Ching's hands trembled slightly, but she gritted her teeth to keep the vehicles from tilting. There were so many pregnant women inside. Thankfully, before her mental strength ran out, the 2 vehicles landed safely on the highway. And I Ching breathed a sigh of relief, wiped the sweat from her face, took out some chocolate chips, and ate them. After a short rest, she used teleportation to move forward. She didn't take out the space car. After all, Honging must have had a deep impression of it after what had happened before. So, she looked far ahead, saw a car, and teleported directly to it. There were several cars here, some wrecked, some intact. Zombies here had been lured forward by Jiang Shan and the others, and there were no zombies in the cars now. And I Ching pulled up a car that looked relatively undamaged. The keys were inside, but there was still a smudge of blackened, dried blood. Because it had been there for quite some time, there was no odor, making it hard to tell whether it was human or zombie blood. After checking the car's condition and confirming it still had enough gas, and I Ching got in the driver's seat, started the car, and drove towards the service area. To reach the service area, and I Ching drove against traffic. Of course, it was the end of the world, so there was no point in going against traffic. 10 kilometers wasn't a long distance, and soon I Ching saw the service area standing quietly. And I Ching asked, "Do you know what's going on inside?" "I'm sorry, I'm just a system now, and I can't make any more deductions." And I Ching, I thought the system would become useful now that we could communicate, but now it seems it's still useless, and can't help at all. She began to think about the possible abilities the zombies inside might possess, and how to deal with them. After some thought, and I Ching opened the system panel to check her skills. The skills currently available were Devour, Invisibility, and Domain Card. With a kilometer or 2 left, and I Ching stopped the car, checked her surroundings to make sure no one was watching, and then donned her invisibility cloak, opened the door, and got out. She still had too few skill cards. And I Ching asked Tiandao, "I need skill cards now, is that okay? My current divine power isn't enough for me to replace your cards." And I Ching walked towards the service area while consuming crystal cores. After a long while, Tiandao's voice reached her. "What cards do you need? I can control, and give you 3 skill cards right now." And I Ching thought for a moment and said, "A psychic card, one that can hypnotize me and prevent others from distorting my memory." Although Jiang Shan and Yu Ming had confirmed that Honging could only distort and tamper with the memories of ordinary people, she felt it was best to be prepared, just in case. A Devourer card. I need to upgrade my current Devourer card. An attack card that can kill with 1 strike. Okay, you need to do a 100 strike draw. And I Ching immediately opened the system panel, and did a 100 strike draw. Soon, 3 SSR cards appeared from the 100 strike draw. She put the other cards back into the card box, and flipped over 3 cards. The first one. Skill card, Memory Mark. Once marked, it cannot be interfered with or tampered with by psychics. Long-term card, no cooldown. The card wasn't what I Ching had imagined, but the description showed the effect was exactly what she wanted. She immediately used the Memory Mark. When using it, I Ching didn't feel much. The second card was the Devour card. And I Ching combined the previous Devour card and upgraded it. The description on the Devour card after the upgrade changed slightly, saying it could devour anything. Each use lasts 6 seconds, with a cooldown of 48 hours. The cooldown remained the same, only increasing by 3 seconds. And I Ching sighed, and looked at the last card. Skill card Thunderbolt. Use after confirming the target. Target has a 99.9% mortality rate. One-time use card. And I Ching stared at Thunderbolt for a moment, then couldn't help but ask, are there no other attack cards? This card was the most effective at killing with one strike. And I Ching rubbed her brow inside. She felt that asking heaven to open a backdoor for her wasn't very effective. The only benefit was that she could draw some skills she needed. At this point, I Ching had reached the entrance to the service area. She looked inside and, as Jiang Shan had said, there was only a bus and 3 cars. The ground was clean, save for some stains caused by dried blood. And I Ching looked up at the window. The large SOS sign was still written on the window, unwiped. And I Ching gathered her invisibility cloak, checked it, and made sure it was securely covered before stepping inside. She needed to first confirm the level of the 2 zombies, and ideally, their abilities. Entering the rest area, the supermarket and snack area were empty, having been emptied long ago. And I Ching ascended the stairs, and quickly reached the 2nd floor. The entrance to the 2nd floor was a double-triple glass door. And I Ching peered inside. Just as Jiang Shan had described, there were quite a few people here, all seemingly enjoying themselves. And I Ching even spotted a man using a drink bottle as a microphone, singing engrossed. And I Ching checked the glass door, it slid outward. Standing outside, she knew it would have to be pulled toward her if she tried to open it. Would opening the door alert the people inside? After a moment's hesitation, I Ching reached out and opened the door. She couldn't wait here any longer. The moment the door swung open, a cold breeze blew into the room. The bustling crowd inside shivered, but they rubbed their arms, seemingly oblivious to the door's opening, and went about their business. And I Ching walked in and gently closed the glass door. There were so many people crammed around that it was hard to find a place to stand. And I Ching carefully avoided the crowd and headed inside. There was indeed a lot of food here, and many boxes looked unopened. And I Ching made her way through the shelves to the back, soon seeing the window of the office at the far end. She walked over and peeked through the window, stunned. It was completely empty, neither Hong Ying nor her husband or son were there. And I Ching frowned and glanced around. Aside from an office, there were no other rooms on the 2nd floor. Where could Hong Ying, her husband, and her son be? Suddenly, she felt her vision begin to shift. Startled, she quickly retreated, but everything around her began to distort. Off to the other side, a battle vehicle sped along the highway. The battle vehicle's defenses were impressive. It could ram through zombies or cars blocking the road, as long as there weren't too many of them. And Yao sat in the front seat, cradling a box of crystal cores, stuffing them one by one. And I Ching hadn't directly told him to eat the cores, but Yao knew that consuming as many as possible would help I Ching, so he began eating non-stop from the moment he got in the car. Seeing Yao like this, everyone felt a little worried, unable to help but glance at him frequently. No one knew whether the crystal cores were edible, but since I Ching gave them to Yao, they should be edible, right? But even if they were, wouldn't that be too much? No one knew the function of the crystal cores, but watching Yao eat until he already devoured half of the entire box was terrifying, fearing he'd burst his stomach. And Yao, you eaten a lot. Can you rest for a while? Xianglan coaxed softly from beside him. And Yao's beautiful eyes turned to Xianglan, and he shook his head, a gesture of acknowledgement. He knew that this was the person I Ching had hired to take care of him and teach him how to speak, so he would usually respond to Xianglan, though he never spoke to her or anyone else. Xianglan frowned. You already eaten a lot. Overeating isn't good for your health. The Lord will be angry. Seeing no sign of her, Xianglan brought up I Ching. And Yao looked at Xianglan again, his clear black and white pupils instantly radiating an inorganic coldness, completely different from the way he usually looked. And Lan's pupils shrank, as an extremely terrifying aura enveloped her. In that instant, she felt as if she were being stared at by some ancient, enormous beast. Her body involuntarily took a step back, staring at Yao in horror. And Yao, however, averted his gaze and continued to eat the crystal core. Xianglan opened her mouth, the trembling fear still lingering in her bones, making her afraid to move forward. Jiang Shan approached and pulled Xianglan closer. He knows what he's doing. Don't worry, he'll be fine. Although Jiang Shan didn't know Yao's exact identity, she felt that since Sister Qing had chosen to give him so many crystal cores, she must have given him clear instructions, and they didn't need to worry. Furthermore, Yao didn't look ordinary. Even if he was truly only 12, that only proved him to be even more extraordinary. Jiang Shan knew full well that Sister Qing also wanted to eat the crystal core, and crystal cores weren't something that just anyone could eat. Xianglan, pulled by Jiang Shan, finally escaped the terrifying atmosphere, but she didn't dare look at Niao. She glanced at Jiang Shan gratefully, then walked back to her seat with limp legs. She sat there for a long time, still feeling a lingering fear and an uncontrollable tremor. The battlefield vehicle was moving at a rapid pace, passing Ronging County in no time. It wouldn't be long before they reached the territory. Suddenly Yuming, who had shamelessly squeezed in next to Jiang Guodong, stood up abruptly, his face a frightening pale as he spoke in terror. "Stop! Stop!" Jiang Shan was startled by him, and so was Tan Xiang, who was driving. Thinking something had happened, she instinctively slammed on the brakes. Everyone in the car turned to look at Yuming. Jiang Guodong stood up, looked at the terrified Yuming, and asked, "What's wrong? What happened?" Yuming was trembling all over, his face drained of color. Go back, quickly, go back. It's a trap. They're waiting for the Lord." Everyone was stunned, some unable to grasp what he meant. It took Jiang Shan a moment to understand Yuming's meaning, and she shuddered. Her pupils constricted, and she instantly rushed to Yuming. With a sullen expression, she grabbed his collar and glared at him fiercely. "What did you say? What did you mean by that?" Yuming's body was already weakening, and Jiang Shan's tug sent him tumbling to the ground. His eyes widened, his expression a mixture of tears and laughter. I was wrong. I thought my memory was fine, but in fact, she had tampered with it." Jiang Shan shuddered. "Your memory is flawed, so I—" Her throat was dry. Yuming shook his head. "Your memory is fine, only I. Everyone in the car gathered around, staring anxiously at Yuming and Jiang Shan. "What are you talking about? What happened? Is the Lord in danger? What's going on? Tell me clearly. I'm so worried." The women around them were frantic, each asking in a flurry. Jiang Shan didn't know whether she should believe Yuming. She now doubted whether her memory had been tampered with, but the most important thing now was to find out about Yuming's situation. She gritted her teeth, squatted down, grabbed Yuming's shoulders, and shook him vigorously. "Tell me clearly, what's wrong with your memory? Why do you say it's a trap?" Yuming made a face uglier than tears. "Everything I told you before was fake. It was all Hong Ying's fabricated memories. Aside from the one about feeding her husband and son, it was all fake. They had set up there long ago, waiting for the Lord to arrive. You and I were just bait to lure the Lord over." Jiang Shan stumbled back, unable to accept it. Her face pale, she shook her head vigorously. "How is this possible? We all escaped," Yuming muttered, "because they calculated that the Lord, knowing of our presence, would definitely head to the service area." Jiang Shan closed her eyes. "So they let us go on purpose?" Yuming nodded slowly. This was very likely. Amidst the commotion, Niao sat in the front, seemingly unresponsive, continuing to eat the crystal course. He moved quickly, as if he couldn't wait to empty both boxes into his mouth. It took Tan Xiang a moment to understand that someone had deliberately lured the Lord to that service area. She glanced at Jiang Shan anxiously, her heart racing with worry, fearing something might happen to an I Ching. "So what do we do now? Is there any way to notify the Lord?" Jiang Shan regained consciousness and immediately took out her resident card, intending to call an I Ching. However, upon seeing the dim name on it, Jiang Shan's hand trembled, and the card fell to the ground. Jiang Guodong bent down to pick up the card from the ground. "Don't panic yet. The Lord is no ordinary person. She won't necessarily be tricked. Think about it, wasn't a powerful religion destroyed by the Lord? Jiang Guodong and Qian Xuemei had been bewitched at the service area before, but they immediately regained consciousness after leaving. Yuming's memory distortion was clearly even more severe. He only regained consciousness and his original memories after leaving the service area. This also proves that no one is likely under Hong Ying's control anymore." Jiang Shan took a deep breath, took her territory card back from Jiang Guodong, and said firmly, "Yes, Sister Qing will be fine. She won't be." Unrest and guilt threatened to overwhelm Yuming. He had never imagined that while he had previously thought he was unaffected, he was actually the most deeply affected. The claim that Hong Ying's ability couldn't affect those with abilities was all a lie. Yuming's eyes welled up, and he lowered his head in apology. "I'm sorry." Jiang Shan's eyes were red as she stared at Yuming. "Shut up. Don't say anything. Don't force me to beat you up." Tan Xiang frowned and asked, "Are we going back to the Lord now?" Jiang Shan stood there for a long moment before gritting her teeth and saying, "What can we do if we go back? What if Sister Qing is fine? We just caused trouble." She took a deep breath. Listened to Sister Qing, and returned to the territory. Chapter 99. Second floor, rest area. An I Ching stood motionless, eyes closed. Hong Ying came over, holding Xiaobao, smiling. She circled Aniqing and said, "Her willpower is quite strong. My mental power can't significantly distort her memories. I can only slightly alter them based on her own memories." Of course, Hongying didn't know Aniqing's specific memories, but she only needed to use her mental power to interfere and lure her. A tall, upright man walked over and touched Xiaobao's head. "Don't worry. With each layer of dream, her mind will eventually show a flaw." Xiaobao's awakened ability was to devour people. He could trap them in dreams, and those who died in his dreams would become nourishment for him. Xiaobao's dream-devouring ability was actually somewhat similar to the inner demons described in novels. The combined effect of Hongying's mental power and Xiaobao's dream-devouring was even greater. Xiaobao, touched on the head by the man, burst into a giggle. At first glance, they looked like a happy family of three. Hongying smiled. "That's true, but it's a little difficult for spiritual energy to penetrate right now. We probably have to wait patiently for 10 days or half a month." Surrounding them was a dense forest of tall trees. Thick tree roots stretched out from the ground. At a glance, the dense web of roots stretched everywhere, like giant snakes. Aniqing looked up at the towering tree before her. Its dense branches and leaves blocked out the sun, making it difficult for sunlight to penetrate. The place was extremely dark, giving it a chilling and eerie feeling. But why was she here? Aniqing glanced around in confusion. She frowned and pondered for a while before slowly remembering that she had come out with her teammates to collect plants for making nutrient solution. But the area was completely empty, with no one around except her. Aniqing tapped her head, her brain feeling a bit dull. She couldn't even recall why she was alone here, or how she'd gotten separated from her teammates. Crack! A soft snapping sound of a dead branch echoed, and Aniqing immediately became alert, looking in the direction of the sound. A blood-soaked man leaned against a tree trunk, gasping for air. Blood still dripped down his body, staining the grass and dead branches on the ground red. His face and body were covered in wounds, and he looked utterly miserable. When Aniqing saw the man clearly, her guard dropped, but she tensed up again when she saw the man's obvious, severe injuries. She hurried over. "Captain, what's wrong with you? What happened? Why are you so badly injured?" Before she could get close, the man suddenly pulled out a knife and pointed it at Aniqing. His eyes were filled with hatred, bloodshot, and he glared at her with gritted teeth. "Aniqing, how dare you sacrifice the entire 188th team over a trivial grudge? I will kill you today and avenge the entire team." Aniqing stopped in her tracks, staring at the captain, knife pointed at her, slowly digesting the message in his words. What does it mean to sacrifice the entire 188th team? What does it mean to avenge the entire team? Aniqing asked, bewildered. "Captain, what are you talking about?" The man sneered, then stepped towards her. His weight was unstable due to his severe injuries, and each step seemed weak and powerless, stumbling all over. "What's the point of playing dumb now? Aren't you narrow-minded? Just because you had a few arguments with your teammates, you couldn't stand the injustice, and you harbored a grudge against everyone, so you deliberately led us to the mutant beasts. Watching your teammates being torn apart by the mutant beasts, you're so proud, aren't you? Aniqing, those are your teammates you've been with day and night. How could you? How could you?" The captain's eyes were filled with anger, disappointment, and intense hatred. Boom! Aniqing felt as if a thunderbolt had struck, her brain buzzing. She stared at the captain with wide eyes. "No, that's not the case. I didn't." How could she possibly kill a teammate over a few words? After all these years, didn't the captain understand her? However, Aniqing's mind suddenly flashed back to a scene she had long forgotten. The mutant beast surged in like a tide, quickly engulfing the defenseless teammates. The ferocious beasts mercilessly stabbed each teammate with their sharp claws and fangs, quickly tearing them apart. Aniqing's lips trembled. You know, every time the team leaves base and goes outside, they wear detection bracelets. If they encounter high-level mutant beasts or plants, they warn them before they enter the danger zone. In a situation like this, the bracelets should have sounded the alarm long beforehand. There was only one possibility. Everyone's bracelets had been tampered with. Aniqing opened her mouth, but she couldn't possibly tamper with her teammates' bracelets. She was even more convinced that she wouldn't kill them over a minor argument. But it was clear that the captain before her didn't believe her at all. Facing the approaching captain, Aniqing pursed her lips and slowly backed away, eventually being blocked by a massive tree behind her. She looked up at the captain, trying to make him see her clearly, to let him know she wasn't lying. "Captain, it really wasn't me." The captain, standing before Aniqing, his face covered in blood, sneered. "Really? Then why are you the only one still alive? while everyone else is dead. And Iching's pupil shrank, and she stared at the captain in disbelief, having never expected him to say such a thing. No, that's not right. The captain couldn't possibly say such a thing, even if he truly suspected her of tampering. And Iching pondered, her increasingly dull mind. Suddenly, a distant voice echoed in her ears. The base exists to preserve the flame of humanity. Iching, remember, when we're out there, we fight together and trust each other. We trust our companions, and when they're in danger, we must also lend a hand. But, the voice grew clearer, as if the captain, smiling before her again, was telling her, but in everything, you must act within your capabilities. If you're sure the situation is too dangerous, and you can't rescue your companions, you must retreat immediately to save yourself. Because everyone is a flame that the base needs to preserve. That was the captain's earnest advice to her. So, even if the captain truly suspected her, he wouldn't kill her outright. He would simply bring her back to the base for investigation and judgment. You should be buried with everyone else. The captain before her had already raised his knife high. The knife had a strange shape, at least to an Iching. It looked like a fruit knife, but larger, more like a kitchen knife, yet significantly smaller. And Iching stared at the knife, and noticed something was wrong again. The weapon wasn't right. The captain always preferred a gun and a broadsword, and he also wore a sharp dagger at his waist. It definitely wasn't the knife he was holding. She had a vague feeling that she had seen such a knife before. Thoughts raced through her mind, and an Iching instinctively dodged to the side, then grabbed the man's arm, and wrenched the knife from his hand. And Iching easily snatched the captain's knife, feeling even stranger. When had the captain become so easy to deal with? He once slain a high-level mutant blood vine, while holding on from the brink of death. As long as he was breathing, he wouldn't let anyone take his weapon so easily. And Iching narrowed her eyes. You're not my captain. With that, she moved with incredible speed, ghost-like, approaching the captain, slashing the dagger across his neck. The captain's reaction was too slow. Even after an Iching had slashed his neck, he hadn't even managed a chance to fight back. Now, with eyes wide open, he covered his bleeding neck and stared at her with resentment. And Iching watched indifferently, as the captain's body collapsed to the ground with a thud, quickly becoming motionless. And Iching looked down at the blood-stained knife, and couldn't help but narrow her eyes. Every time she thought, every time she recalled something, her mind felt clogged. It was difficult for her to think, and it was also difficult for her to retrieve any memories. What the hell was going on? Had she encountered some psychedelic plant? Suddenly, the surrounding space began to distort and shift. When an Iching opened her eyes again, a woman who looked exactly like her stood before her. The woman, a knife in hand, looked at an Iching with tears on her face. You robber. You stole my body, my life, but why? Why didn't you treat my parents well? I'm going to kill you. An Iching dodged the woman's attack, and it took her a moment to react. And Qing's knife missed, and she stabbed at an Iching again. You killed my parents, you deserve a horrible death. I'm sending you down to make amends to my parents today. And Iching's mind was still blank, and she nimbly dodged Qing's attacks. She raised her slow brain, taking a moment to comprehend the situation. Yes, she had traveled through time, becoming Qing of this world. The apocalypse had arrived when she first arrived. She didn't notice anything unusual at first, and was about to go out to try the delicious food from the original owner's memories, when she ran headfirst into zombies in the hallway. And Iching had a strong fighting instinct, but her body couldn't keep up. When she was about to be bitten by a zombie, she subconsciously pushed the original owner's parents, asking them to shield her from the zombies, then immediately turned and ran back home, closing the door. And Iching's brows furrowed, feeling absurd. Why would she do such a thing? She felt as if her memory was amiss. It wasn't something she could have done, but after trying to recall it for a moment, she realized it was indeed her own doing. And Iching dodged left and right, feeling incredibly guilty facing Qing. She opened her mouth and said, I'm sorry. And Qing sneered, go down and apologize to my parents. With that, she raised the knife high and thrust it fiercely at an Iching. And Iching was momentarily stunned. Just as the blade was about to plunge into her chest, she suddenly realized that the knife looked familiar, as if she had seen it somewhere before. In a flash, her increasingly sluggish mind seemed to unravel, remembering why it felt so familiar. Someone had used this kind of knife before, trying to kill her. No, she was in trouble. This sudden realization immediately alerted an Iching to the fact that her memory was malfunctioning. Although she hadn't yet figured out what was happening, she had already swiftly snatched the knife from Qing's hand. With her weapon taken away, Qing became even more frantic, charging at her like a zombie, ready to bite her neck. And I Ching was still racking her slow brain, trying to comprehend the situation, but she realized I Ching's speed had increased, leaving her no time to dodge. Instinctively, she thrust her knife back into I Ching's heart. I Ching's pupil shrank, and she looked at I Ching with resentment, her body slowly collapsing. I Ching froze, instinctively trying to grab her, but the surrounding scenery began to distort and shift again. Why did she use the word again to describe it? The world spun around. I Ching stood beside an overturned commercial vehicle, and it took a moment for her to come to her senses. She shook her head, feeling a heavy, foggy feeling, as if she hadn't slept for days. It took her a while to register what was happening. After leaving City D, they were resting and eating on a small lawn, approximately 100 square meters, when they encountered a large truck being chased by a swarm of zombies. As they were trying to evacuate, they were struck by the truck, overturned, and surrounded by zombies. In an emergency, she used her Lord card. But where were the people around her? I Ching glanced around suspiciously. Everyone had disappeared, including the zombies outside the territory, as if they had never been there. Just then, a person slowly climbed out of the overturned commercial vehicle. I Ching was startled. It was Song Yu. She hurried over and asked, "Song Yu, why are you alone? Where are the others?" Song Yu stood up, his face pale, his dark eyes fixed on I Ching. I Ching frowned, sensing something was amiss, and took a cautious step back. A tear trickled down Song Yu's face. "Yes, I'm all alone." She looked down at the festering wounds on her body, a horrifying, twisted smile forming on her lips. "But I'm almost dead." I Ching then saw clearly that Song Yu was still wearing the dress with the holes cut through it, revealing the wounds. The wounds beneath the clothes were deep enough to reveal the bone. Furthermore, the injuries were now extremely severe, completely rotting away. Maggots could even be seen wriggling and burrowing through them. How could this happen? I Ching's heart tightened. She instinctively reached forward, trying to retrieve the cell revitalizing spray, but it was empty. Stupefied, she frowned and opened the system panel, but nothing happened. She couldn't find the system, couldn't open the system panel, let alone retrieve the cell revitalizing spray. I Ching hurriedly asked, "Where's Jingxian?" "I go get Jingxian's first aid kit." Song Yu sneered, "Jingxian? Why are you playing dumb? Jingxian's dead. You pushed her into the zombie swarm with your own hands. Don't you remember?" I Ching's pupils suddenly constricted. She stared at Song Yu blankly, her mouth opening but unable to speak. Because, as Song Yu said that, a memory surfaced in her mind. The van sped away, a swarm of zombies swarming behind it. Seeing the zombies about to catch up to the van, she simply grabbed Su Jingxian and threw her out, ignoring her cries. The swarm of zombies quickly overwhelmed Su Jingxian, but that did indeed slow them down, allowing the van to quickly escape the encirclement. I Ching's heart felt as if something was tightening. This shouldn't be the case. This shouldn't be the case. Why would she do this? Why did she escape the zombies that way? Song Yu, holding a knife, walked towards I Ching, stopping before her. His smile twisted and filled with hatred. "Aren't all these injuries I'm carrying all over me all thanks to you, Sister Ching?" Song Yu gritted his teeth as he spoke the last two words, stabbing I Ching with the knife in his hand. I Ching's pupils drooped as she stood there motionless. She recalled escaping from home and encountering Song Yu, also trying to escape, as she descended the stairs. However, there were too many zombies outside the apartment building. She couldn't handle them all on her own, so she pushed Song Yu out as bait, letting him attract the zombies' attention while she attacked them one by one from behind. I Ching felt something was wrong with this logic, but her mind seemed frozen, unable to decipher what exactly was wrong. When she felt the sharp pain of the cold, sharp object piercing her chest, I Ching's drooping pupils suddenly cleared. She stared across at Song Yu, a wave of self-blame and remorse threatening to overwhelm her. I Ching's mind was consumed by a single thought: she truly deserved to die. I Ching slowly closed her eyes, and at that moment, Song Yu's choked yet resolute voice seemed to echo in her ears. "Sister Ching, if one day you see me resentful of you, don't hesitate, kill me." The voice, like a thunderbolt, pierced through the miasma. I Ching suddenly opened her eyes, and reached out to firmly grasp Song Yu's hand. Song Yu's wrist was grasped, and the blade, freshly drawn, stuck in I Ching's chest, could not advance an inch. She stared at I Ching sinisterly. "Sister Ching, do you want to kill me?" I Ching frowned, feeling her memory begin to scramble. She was completely lost. The inexplicable voice had clearly come from Song Yu, but it clearly couldn't have come from the Song Yu before her. "So you're afraid of death too?" Song Yu scoffed, "And I Ching, you're so hypocritical and disgusting." and I Ching's grip on her wrist tightened. Then, with his other hand, Song Yu swiftly snatched the dagger from his restrained hand and thrust it forcefully into I Ching's heart. I Ching's pupils constricted. Perhaps because everyone is selfish, driven by an instinctive desire to survive, I Ching obeyed the voice that had come from nowhere, snatched the knife again, and stabbed the resentful Song Yu in the chest. As dusk fell, the two battle vehicles finally arrived at the territory. Jiang Shan got out of the car. Although the territory had undergone significant changes, she didn't bother to look around. She first found Zhou Tongxi and asked him to arrange for someone to take in the people in the car. The car was mostly filled with women, and a large number of them were pregnant. Zhou Tongxi thought for a moment and said, "There's a row of unoccupied prefabricated shelters just built in the shelter area. Let's put them there first. Pregnant women won't be able to sleep in the upper bunks though. We can put 3 people in one room. A pregnant woman will sleep on each lower bunk, and a non-pregnant woman will sleep on the upper bunk. This will also allow her to take care of the pregnant woman." Jiang Shan agreed, so Zhou Tongxi called Ma Fang over and asked her to take the pregnant women to the shelter. Jiang Shan's parents, Yuming and Anyao, hadn't received their citizen cards yet and couldn't enter the territory. But entering the territory now wouldn't make much of a difference, since Lao Li and the other workers were also living in the prefabricated shelters. After all, while the space was small, it was still a room. In a battlefield vehicle, a whole bunch of people would be squeezed into one space. No matter how comfortable the car was, they still preferred the beds. Wang Weihua looked at the group of women getting off the car and couldn't help but ask, "Lord, are these the survivors rescued from the women and children's hospital?" Otherwise, she simply couldn't understand why there were so many pregnant women. Jiang Shan shook her head. "No, Sister Qing rescued them from the religious community." Wang Weihua was a little surprised, but seeing that Jiang Shan didn't intend to discuss further, she didn't pursue the matter further. She looked at the women with bulging bellies and said, "Many of them seem to be getting their due dates close. It's time to have the delivery rooms ready. Even if it's not the end of the world now, we still need to prepare well to avoid infection during childbirth." Su Jingxian came over. "I have hospital supplies in my space, but I don't know what they are. Anyway, I brought back everything I could." Zhou Tongxi glanced at the shelter area, where another 50 square meter area had been leveled. "Let's talk to them about getting a larger area for the hospital. The territory now has a generator, but it's used on the construction site, so the prefabricated houses don't have power. However, if they want to build a hospital, this generator won't be enough." Fortunately, Su Jingxian had plundered all of Roman County, so she still has plenty of generators in her space. The women had all gotten off the vehicle, and everyone waited and waited, but there was no sign of an I Ching. Zhou Tongxi frowned and asked, "Where's the Lord?" Jiang Shan's eyes instantly turned red. Song Yu's heart skipped a beat, feeling something was wrong. He instinctively pulled out his resident card and checked it, only to see an I Ching's name, which had once again faded to gray. There were too many people here, so Zhou Tongxi led Jiang Shan and the others to the field vehicle. At this moment, only the Zhou family was present, followed by Song Yu, Xiao Yunan, Su Jingxian, and Jiang Shan. After the battle vehicle door closed, Zhou Tongxi asked, "What happened?" Jiang Shan covered her face, took a deep breath, and tried to calmly explain the entire situation. After listening, Song Yu's face paled slightly. Xiao Yunan stood up, his expression also grim. Zhou Tongyuan hurriedly asked, "Then let's go now and rescue Sister Qing." Zhou Tongxi glanced at everyone. "Calm down, everyone. If that man is so powerful that even the Lord can't handle him, what good will it do you to go there?" Although this was the truth, it was still quite frustrating to hear. Zhou Tongxi, the territory and the Lord are closely connected. The territory is fine now, which means the Lord is fine too. So if we rush over there, we might not be able to help and might even hinder the Lord. If they really went over there, would they save an I Ching, or would an I Ching save them? The air suddenly became dead silent, and everyone was deeply depressed. After a while, Song Yu spoke with difficulty. "I feel that if Sister Qing was in danger, I would definitely see it. Perhaps because Sister Qing was so important to her, she always foresaw her danger. This time, she only foresaw that she had killed her, so she thought she would be fine in the service area. But she was also afraid that her communication had unknowingly changed something, and that the future she saw would change again. This is not uncommon. The territory is a prime example." Zhou Tongxi clapped his hands. "All right, cheer up. The Lord will definitely return safely. So we can't let the people in the territory panic. We must keep people calm. Sho Tongmin wholeheartedly agreed with his elder brother's words. He nodded and said, "We can't help Sister Ching at all right now. Instead of worrying about it here, we should focus on developing the territory. When Sister Ching returns, she see a completely transformed territory and be pleasantly surprised." Xiao Yunan sat back in his seat, somewhat frustrated, and nodded. "This is all we can do now. If we can't even do this, we truly be failing Sister Ching's trust." Soon, the group in the battle vehicles united as one, energizing themselves to tackle the next steps in the territory. The sheer number of poultry and livestock in the back of the two newly arrived battle vehicles was a pleasant surprise. Although they didn't have to worry about food and drink right now, the feeling of building castles in the air was unsettling. Now that they had poultry and livestock, they had to carve out space in the territory to raise them, and they also had to figure out how to get fodder for the cattle and sheep. The food cards an I Ching had given them didn't include fodder. Su Jingxian took out all the seeds she collected and searched through them for any forage seeds. After all, it was an entire county, so there were forage seeds, quite a bit. However, forage is usually planted in spring and autumn, and it was already deep winter, so the weather was too cold to plant anything. After hearing this, Old Chen suggested using a greenhouse for planting. After all, it was impossible to forage the cattle and sheep through the entire winter. Even if they couldn't grow much in a greenhouse, it would definitely be enough to feed the current herd. However, it would take about a month from planting to harvesting forage, so they still had to wait. The next morning, Jiang Guodong woke at the crack of dawn. The loud alarm bell outside was so noticeable that he couldn't help but wake up. Qian Shuime yawned, glancing outside in surprise. "So early?" Jiang Guodong checked his watch. "Not too early past 6? It's winter now, so the sun rises late." Yesterday, they had heard from Jiang Shan that the survivors living here would practice physical exercises together early every morning, so when the alarm bell sounded, they had to get up, line up, wash up, and gather in the playground. It felt like morning exercises back in school. The alarm bell didn't last long, maybe 10 seconds, and then it quickly stopped. The couple got up, dressed, and grabbed the toiletries distributed yesterday, a basin, towel, mouthwash cup, toothbrush, and toothpaste, and went out to line up for washing. The washroom was on the battlefield vehicle, so the line wasn't particularly long. Many people had received thermoses and had lined up to get water last night, so they could use the water from the thermoses to wash this morning. Jiang Guodong and his friends didn't have these, so they had to line up on the battlefield vehicle to wash. Thankfully, everyone was quick and efficient, so it was their turn soon. Jiang Guodong and his wife hadn't starved since the apocalypse, thanks to their surplus food. However, since clean water was scarce, they had to be frugal with their drinking, and washing was even more of a luxury for them. It was only yesterday, after boarding the battle vehicle, that they were able to properly wash up. I thought such an opportunity was rare, but now it seems everyone washes up every morning and evening. Where did the water in this vehicle come from? Wouldn't it run out? Though curious, the couple didn't waste any time and quickly washed up, letting Yuming, who was waiting behind them, do the same. Yuming had been silent since Jiang Shan told him to shut up yesterday, looking completely dazed. Jiang Guodong sighed and patted Yuming's shoulder. "Don't take it personally. You didn't mean to lie to us. Shan was just anxious and took her anger out on you." Yuming came to his senses and gave Jiang Guodong a forced smile. "Yeah." He walked to the sink and washed his face vigorously under the warm water. The water splashed everywhere, and it was unclear whether it was water or tears. Soon, everyone finished washing up, and before the time Xiao Yunan set, everyone, including Tan Xiang and the others, stood in the playground. Sui and the other pregnant women naturally didn't need to practice physical exercises, but they all got up after the alarm rang. Since they were in a new place, no one knew what to do, so they stood at a distance and watched the group practice physical exercises. Xiao Yunan looked at the survivors who had arrived today in good order, feeling a sense of satisfaction. However, he also learned from Song Yu that this time, he would directly divide the survivors into groups of 10. Each group would have a diligent and conscientious leader and deputy leader. Each group would be responsible for supervising the others. If anyone from the opposing group was found to be late or leaving early, they could report it. After verification, the reporting group would receive an extra bowl of braised pork each day. Otherwise, the reported group would not have dinner that night. Of course, the group that made the fastest progress in physical training would also receive a reward. For example, the first place team whose entire team passed the first stage would receive a sumptuous meal. The second place team would receive a slightly smaller reward, and the third place would receive a slightly smaller one. Similarly, The first, second, and third place finishers all passed the second stage of physical training, and those who passed the third stage also received a reward. Although the rewards were simple, they were very motivating for everyone who hadn't had any good food since the apocalypse. As a result, Xiao Yunan noticed that after the groups were formed, they were like chickens with a shot of adrenaline, each one working incredibly hard, and there was no sign of slacking off. Xiao Yunan, eh? At this moment, Zhou Tongxi and Wang Yuehua gathered the pregnant women together to inquire about their individual conditions. Pregnant women's bodies are not as healthy as normal, so they can't do everything, and many things should be avoided if possible. Lian Yu, knowing that the tasks were about to be assigned, hurriedly explained that she was the heir of the imperial chef. To be honest, the identity of an heir of the imperial chef was quite shocking. For many people, they would never come into contact with someone of Lian Yu's pedigree. Wang Weihua was very curious about the skills of the heir of the imperial chef, and allowed Lian Yu to demonstrate her skills. Wang Weihua, who had tasted her cooking, was amazed. The cooking steps looked similar, yet the texture and flavor were completely different. Wang Weihua immediately decided that Lian Yu would be responsible for cooking for the people in the territory from now on, and she would assign a few more people to assist her. Wang Weihua would be responsible for cooking for those outside the territory herself, which would also reduce the burden on Lian Yu. After all, the total number of people in the territory was only a quarter of the number in the internment area. The territory now had 3 or 2 battle trucks, which was equivalent to having 3 kitchens. However, the battle trucks that had previously housed chickens, ducks, cattle, and sheep needed to be thoroughly cleaned inside and out. They were now marinated. Earlier, an I Ching had considered giving up the vehicle, but in reality, it was impossible to do without. After finishing the morning's physical training, Zhou Tongxi immediately arranged for some of the survivors to clean the battlefield vehicle. After cleaning, the task of preparing food for the poultry and livestock was handed over to Kai Jinhua, who of course, also had some helpers. Now that the territory has grown in number, there are more mouths to feed, and daily washing vegetables and cooking is a very tedious task. Thus, the pregnant women were assigned the task of cleaning and scrubbing. Su Yi, a doctor, also had work to do. Her job was to examine the pregnant women to ensure the fetuses were healthy. Although the hospital hadn't been established yet, she had already obtained some obstetrics and gynecology equipment, adjusted it, and began work. The territory was bustling with activity, a vibrant atmosphere that made it hard to believe this was a post-apocalyptic world. Meanwhile, at the S province base, Jiang Xiao returned home with a gloomy face. Jiang Ren frowned at him. "What's wrong?" Jiang Xiao plopped down on the sofa, took a deep breath, and said, "I saw the Song family today. They were so arrogant, relying on my sister's support. Dad, you don't know. They went straight to the distribution point to get supplies. I asked, and I found out this isn't the first time they've done this." Jiang Ren's face darkened. "Does your sister know about this?" Jiang Xiao shook his head. "I don't know. I haven't asked my sister yet. Besides, a lot of people have been dissatisfied with this family lately. They do nothing, yet they have food and drink, and live in the West residential area. I heard a lot of complaints." He looked at Jiang Ren and said, "Dad, we can't let my sister keep acting like this. Even if we're godparents, we can't go this far, right? Even if she likes this family, sending them supplies is fine, but asking them to just go to the distribution center and ask for whatever they want is absolutely not acceptable. Also, we need to find something for them to do. We can't just sit around doing nothing and eat and drink all day." Jiang Xiao was clearly very dissatisfied with this family, and he rambled on and on. In fact, he wanted to kick them out of the base. He felt like the Song family was a real troublemaker in the base, and he was afraid that one day the entire base would be thrown into chaos because of this family. This wasn't an exaggeration. After all, even Jiang Ren, the base commander, wasn't as arrogant as the Song family. Yet, the Song family, relying on the Jiang family's influence, was acting like a bully, causing a lot of resentment in the base. Jiang Ren frowned and sighed. Actually, Liao Zihao had heard that this family wasn't a good family. I told Ying about this, but Ying didn't believe it at all, thinking it was all just lies. Jiang Xiao asked, "What did Liao Zihao find out?" Jiang Ren then told him what he knew about the Song family. Jiang Xiao laughed in anger. Ying was deceived by this family because we protected her so well. What lies? Based on what this family did at the base, it's almost certainly true. Jiang Ren, too, felt a headache. He rubbed his brow. I told your sister about this family's actions before, but she didn't believe it. She said the Song family treated her well, and she didn't believe parents could be so cruel to their own children. It must be a fabricated slander. As she spoke, she became increasingly impatient, demanding I produce evidence. At that moment, Jiang Yingying glared at Jiangren, her eyes red. Dad, everything requires evidence. That's what you taught me since I was little. You can't just believe one-sided statements and jump to conclusions. You have to see for yourself and understand. I've been with my godparents for so long, I know exactly what kind of people they are. They would never do such a thing. Because there was truly no evidence, Jiangren was speechless. Jiang Xiao felt a surge of frustration. Are there no people from City D at the base? Yes, there are, but no one from Xinhua community, where the Song family lives. Yao Zihao has already counted everyone in City D, and there are indeed no people there. Jiangren sighed. Okay, I talk this over with Yingying later. The Song family can't just sit around doing nothing. They really need to be doing something. Jiang Xiao was silent for a moment, then got down to business. Dad, things are basically in order at the base. I think we can begin searching for survivors. Jiangren shook his head. Let's wait a little longer. Although the zombies around the base have been mostly cleared, the base's housing is limited. By then, the rescued survivors won't even have a place to stay. Currently, the base's houses are all built by psychics of the three elements, gold, wood, and earth. After the apocalypse, Jiangren discovered that many of the pre-apocalyptic houses were rapidly deteriorating, with many beginning to crack. For safety reasons, Jiangren didn't use the pre-apocalyptic houses for everyone to live in. Instead, he summoned all the psychics of the three elements in the base to build houses. The number of psychics was limited, especially since they were specifically designated for the three elements. Therefore, the construction of buildings in the base was very slow. Especially to keep out the zombies, a high wall was erected around the base, also built by users with the abilities of metal, wood, and earth. The entire base currently covers approximately 2,000 to 3,000 square meters, but there are very few habitable houses. 70% of the base's residents still live in shantytowns. Under these circumstances, rather than searching for survivors, Jiangren felt it was better to first complete the base construction so that more survivors could be accommodated. Jiang Xiao shook his head. Dad, we don't need too many people to search for survivors. One small team in each direction will suffice, and we don't need users with the abilities of earth, wood, and gold. Jiangren frowned, thinking. The search for survivors was urgent. The longer it was delayed, the more the survival rate would decline. However, the base wasn't fully built yet, and it couldn't accommodate too many survivors. Moreover, when the base was incomplete, the more people there were, the more problems would arise. Jiangren said, we have a meeting tomorrow to discuss this. Just then, the door clicked open, and Jiang Yingying walked back in, beaming. Seeing Jiang Xiao there, she was immediately surprised and ran over to hug him. Brother, you're back? I missed you so much. Jiang Xiao had joined the army long ago, but that didn't mean he'd lost contact with his sister. It was just that his long stint in the army meant they had less time to see each other. After the apocalypse, he was incredibly busy leading his team to clear the surrounding zombies, making it difficult for him to see Jiang Yingying. Jiang Zhao's expression softened as she held him, and he smiled, patting her head. How old are you? You're still acting like a spoiled child with your brother? Jiang Yingying nuzzled into Jiang Zhao's arms like a cat, humming softly, no matter how old I am, I'm still your sister. Acting like a spoiled child is normal. Jiangren looked lovingly at the close-knit siblings, a smile playing on his lips. During dinner, Jiangren mentioned his plans to arrange work for the Song family. Jiang Yingying couldn't help but frown. Dad, my godfather and godmother are so old. They suffered so much on the run after the apocalypse. They're already in poor health, so how can they possibly work? Besides, they don't eat much. I can just give them a share of my profits. Jiang Xiao sighed. Sister, even if you're not feeling well, you can still do what you can. They're just sitting around doing nothing. People in the base are already talking about them. Besides, judging by their arrogant demeanor in the territory, it's hard to tell they're in poor health. Jiang Yingying glared. Let them talk. What I'm giving them is mine. I give it to whoever I want. Who am I bothering? Yingying. Jiang Ren's voice grew stern. Jiang Yingying's eyes instantly turned red, and she looked at Jiang Ren with grievance. Dad, that's just how it is. Anyway, I don't agree with this. Anyone who's dissatisfied can come to me. With that, she angrily put down her chopsticks and went back to her room, not even eating. Jiang Ren suddenly felt a headache. Jiang Zhao's face was also very dark. He wondered what kind of magic potion the Song family had put on his sister. After a while, Jiang Zhao finally stood up, knocked on the door, and finally coaxed Jiang Yingying out to eat. This time, father and son tacitly agreed not to mention the Song family again. The next day, after discussion, everyone agreed that the search and rescue operation could begin. After estimating the manpower at the base, they did indeed have some personnel available. Jiang Xiao immediately chose the direction of City D for a search and rescue operation. He naturally had a selfish motive for choosing City D. He might be able to find survivors in Xinhua community or nearby. With enough witnesses, he doubted the family would be able to deceive his sister with any more sweet talk. That afternoon, ready-to-go military vehicles emerged from the base, heading off in all directions. Jiang Yingying stood at the base gate, saw Jiang Xiao off, and immediately returned to the Song family's residence in the west residential area. Song Ping was lying on the sofa, playing games. The base had a generator, but its power was limited. Therefore, electricity was primarily used by the Research Institute, the troops, and for base defense. No other areas were connected. Yet, Song Ping often, under the name of Jiang Yingying, brazenly went to the troops to charge his batteries. Of course, a single charge lasted him several days. He had traded food for several tablets and phones from others. Now, he spent his days playing games and watching downloaded TV shows, movies, and novels on his tablet or phone, leading a leisurely life. Jiang Yingying came in and saw him like this, and angrily said, "I say, can you have some ambition? You're so young, and all you do is sit around playing games. Would being ambitious be the real deal?" Song Ping was inexplicably annoyed by this, but he didn't dare to lash out at Jiang Yingying. He could only swallow his anger and say, "I don't have any special powers, so what can I do? If I really go out with the others to collect supplies, I might never come back." Song Tian and Siefan hurried over at the sound. Siefan saw that it was Jiang Yingying and smiled brightly. "Yingying, you're back? Are you hungry? We have chicken wings today. Mommy's making you some cola chicken wings, okay?" Song Tian was also busy pouring water for Jiang Yingying, and even kicked Song Ping. "You have no manners. Didn't you see your sister's back? You didn't even bother pouring water for her." Song Ping, He was increasingly disliking Jiang Yingying's presence. Every time she came, he felt superfluous. Jiang Yingying took the water Song Tian offered her, and pulled Siefan to sit down. "Mom and Dad, stop busying yourself. Sit down and rest for a while." The couple was delighted by their daughter's closeness, sitting on either side of Jiang Yingying, asking about her well-being. Jiang Yingying took a sip of water and put it down, frowning and saying, "My brother went to City D. Are you sure Song Yu is dead?" The Song family took a moment to react before realizing that Jiang Yingying wasn't talking about Song Ping, but Jiang Xiao. Their expressions suddenly changed, and they couldn't help but become impatient. "What's going on? Are the Jiang suspicious? Why are you suddenly going to City D?" Siefan stood up suddenly, whirling around anxiously. Song Tian swallowed, feeling a little uneasy. "Really? Are they really suspicious? Yingying, how did they find out?" Jiang Yingying rolled her eyes. "No, it's just that you've been getting more and more arrogant lately. My dad and brother can't stand you. And after hearing about you sucking blood and abusing your own daughter, we've grown even more disgusted with you. This time, my brother is mainly going to search for survivors, and he wants to go to City D to investigate you." The Song family breathed a sigh of relief, then became nervous again. Jiang Yingying was speechless. "It's the end of the world now. I don't know how many people who knew you were dead. Even if he can find one or two, just deny it." She paused and looked at Song Ping. "Mom and Dad are old, so it's okay if they don't work. But don't stay home all the time. I find you an easy job someday, so that people won't gossip about me and make things difficult for me." Song Ping was immediately displeased. "Why? What's their business whether I work or not?" Jiang Yingying glanced over with a half-smile. "Okay, if you don't want to work, I buy Mom and Dad a new house, and I won't take care of your food, clothing, and shelter from the rest of the world." Song Ping suddenly lost consciousness and looked at her parents for help. Song Tian and Siefan pretended not to notice and wouldn't argue with their daughter. They both knew exactly who they were relying on. Jiang Yingying was satisfied and then asked, "That Song Yu?" She was genuinely worried that Song Yu was still alive. She had seen him before, and he bore some resemblance to the Jiang family, especially Jiang Zhao's mother. Of course, there are actually quite a few people in this world who look alike. Many people, upon closer inspection, bear a passing resemblance to someone, and some even resemble celebrities, though these are not blood relatives. But Jiang Yingying feared that Jiang Xiao might develop some kind of blood connection after meeting Song Yu. Just like her, although she disliked Song Ping, honestly, she felt closer to him than to Jiang Xiao. After all, he was her biological brother. Song Tian and Siefan both laughed at this. Don't worry about that. Song Yu will definitely not survive. Song Ping smiled, quite proudly. I saw her being overwhelmed by the zombie horde with my own eyes. If she hadn't been infected and turned into a zombie, she would have been eaten to the bone by the zombies. Siefan nodded. That's right. Your brother stabbed her in the stomach when he threw her out. Jiang Yingying finally breathed a sigh of relief. She knew Song Yu had stomach cancer long ago, and even if she hadn't been thrown into the zombie swarm, she wouldn't have survived for more than a few days, not to mention Song Ping's final treatment. Jiang Yingying's previously somewhat uneasy heart was now completely at peace. As she left the Song family's house, Jiang Yingying looked toward the Jiang family with a dark look in her eyes. Because of her ordinary appearance, so different from the outstanding appearance of the Jiang father and son, some unpleasant rumors began to spread in high school. During that time, the real and fake daughter story was all the rage at school, and Jiang Yingying became the subject of everyone's gossip behind her back. They didn't dare to talk about it in front of her, but gossip spread quickly. By the time Jiang Yingying learned of it, the rumor had already reached Jiang Ren and Jiang Xiao. Although they were furious, Jiang Yingying noticed they were also consciously or subconsciously scrutinizing her appearance, clearly harboring suspicions. So, Jiang Yingying preemptively erupted, running away from home just as they were about to take a paternity test. She fled to a place without surveillance, applied heavy makeup to alter her appearance, and then changed her clothes. She then took a taxi to City D, where she found Jiang Ping, a university student. Then, posing as Song Ping's classmate, she returned to the Song family and retrieved Song Yu's hair. At that time, Siefan frequently beat and scolded Song Yu, often pulling out fistfuls of her hair at any moment. Therefore, Jiang Yingying easily obtained Song Yu's hair. After returning to Province S, she waited in the park for Jiang Ren and Jiang Xiao to come find her. As expected, the incident had frightened them, and they dared not bring up the paternity test again. However, Jiang Yingying feigned anger and dragged them into the paternity test. After the test results came out, Jiang Ren and Jiang Xiao felt guilty for a long time and tried to please her carefully. However, this incident left a lingering feeling in Jiang Yingying's heart, and she no longer felt as close to them as before. But she also knew that everything she had now depended on them, so no matter how much she felt, she couldn't show it. Jiang Yingying took a deep breath and prepared to go find Tang Ming. Jiang Yingying did like Tang Ming's face, but she valued his abilities even more. Although she was closer to the Song family than the Jiangs, she had to admit that the Song family was short-sighted and didn't see Tang Ming's growth rate. She chose Tang Ming to find a future supporter for her. As for Liao Zihao, he treated her very well, but that was because she was Jiang Ren's daughter, not because he liked her at all. Besides, Liao Zihao was a smiling tiger. Those eyes made her dislike him. She felt as if he could see through her. Therefore, Jiang Yingying refused to spend much time with Liao Zihao unless it was necessary. Chapter 100. In the service area. Hong Ying frowned as she stared at an I Ching, who stood motionless with her eyes closed, seemingly petrified. She's really holding on. It's been over half a month, and she's still able to resist my mental power. The man was also somewhat surprised. This was his domain, completely under his control. Here, an I Ching was completely disconnected from the system, and all the items in the system were useless to her. For example, the invisibility cloak an I Ching still wore had completely lost its effect, and even ordinary people could see her standing there. Under such circumstances, she had managed to survive for over half a month in Shibao's dream. The man frowned and said, "We've been dragging it out for too long. If all else fails, we should just sacrifice her." Although his domain restricted an I Ching's connection to the system, it only limited her to the cards she actively used. She also had a passive card in her hand, Time Rewind. Ming couldn't stop this, so they didn't dare kill her outright. Once she died, the time reversal would take effect, forcing them to return to the light. Dealing with an I Ching wouldn't be so easy then. There were two ways to halt an I Ching's cycle of death. One was to have Xiaobao devour an I Ching directly through his dreams, and the other was to perform a ritual to sacrifice her. Sacrifice was the safest and most effective, but everyone is greedy. Rather than sacrificing, Hong Ying naturally preferred to have Xiaobao devour an I Ching slowly, as this would be a much faster way to grow than consuming a large number of psychics. Alas, for over half a month, Xiaobao failed to devour an I Ching. Despite his intense mental turmoil, he always managed to calm down. Hong Ying was still a little unwilling. "Wait a little longer, I think she's almost reached her limit." The man frowned. Forget it, Xiu Bao's abilities are already impressive compared to those with superpowers. It doesn't matter whether he swallows her or not. Let's not make things complicated. If something goes wrong, that master won't forgive us. Hong Ying stared at an I Ching, trying to use her mental power to distort her memory again. However, she soon sensed something was wrong. When her mental power penetrated an I Ching's brain, it seemed to merge into an endless ocean and be swallowed up in one go. Ah! Hong Ying screamed, staggering and falling. Her mental power was swallowed up in an instant, causing her to tremble with pain and her face to instantly lose color. Startled, the man rushed over and hugged Hong Ying. Wife, what's wrong with you? Hong Ying's face was covered in cold sweat, her voice trembling as she gritted her teeth. Sacrifice. Quick sacrifice. The man glanced sharply towards an I Ching, shoved the small bag in his arms into Hong Ying's arms, and let her sit against the wall. He immediately stood up and rushed towards the people still having fun and laughing. He dragged someone over and slashed across their neck like a chicken's neck. Then, holding them, he began to draw a formation on the ground. He was incredibly fast. As soon as one person's blood ran out, he was immediately grabbing the next. At this moment, Xiu Bao's face suddenly changed. Puff! A mouthful of foul-smelling blood spurted out of Xiu Bao's mouth. Xiao Bao! Hong Ying was instantly panicked. She watched in horror as the child convulsed and cried out in pain, her eyes rolling back uncontrollably. Seeing this, the man dared not stop, and his speed in drawing the formation on the ground increased. An I Ching stood in a gray, hazy space, neither above nor below, suspended in the very center. She raised her hand, and golden thread shot out from her palm, instantly severing the objects that bound her from all sides. The golden threads moved as freely as her left and right hands, and in an instant, the gray space collapsed completely. Before, an I Ching had been drawn into dreams again and again, her memories distorted time and again, and she had even been assassinated by her trusted companions out of hatred. Her mind grew increasingly rigid, and she became increasingly unable to think. An irresistible force was pushing her step by step towards death. But an I Ching, unable to think, could do nothing to stop it, even though she always realized something was wrong and killed the companions who were about to assassinate her. But it was useless, because it was all a dream. Every time she killed someone, she only killed the illusion, and her memory would be distorted even more. Time and again, an I Ching felt as if she were forced into a cycle of reincarnation. She could barely remember how many people she had killed. Trusted companions became acquaintances, and those acquaintances became strangers. Soon, an I Ching's mind would become completely rigid. Once her thoughts stagnated, she would be forced to follow the scripts given to her, and at that point, she would truly die. It was at that moment that an I Ching returned to her conscious form. After returning to her conscious form, an I Ching immediately shattered the dream and stood in this gray space. Her return to consciousness was certainly no accident. From the very first dream, she had sensed something was amiss. Due to her limited memory, she couldn't even remember her own conscious form. However, after killing the captain, she experienced a brief moment of lucidity. Although her lucidity lasted only a second, barely enough for her to do anything, even her thoughts were extremely limited. But an I Ching was well aware that she had lost connection with the system. Thus, her first reaction was to return to her conscious form. However, this return was quickly interrupted by the distortion of the dream, and she entered the next dream. Each dream was accompanied by a brief moment of lucidity at the end, initially lasting only a second, then gradually decreasing. This made it more difficult for an I Ching to return to her conscious form. Thankfully, she succeeded before her mind completely froze. After experiencing the cycle of reincarnation created by the dream, an I Ching's conscious form became even more powerful. Without the system, her card skills, and even her supernatural powers, she finally felt the presence of divine power. This was a power she had never felt before. Even though Tiandao claimed she had absorbed divine power, an I Ching felt nothing. At this moment, an I Ching, uninstructed, controlled her divine power, shattering the gray void. The moment the void shattered, ambient light shone in. An I Ching opened her eyes, and found herself still standing on the second floor of the rest area. Xiao Bao! A woman's panicked scream echoed. An I Ching looked up, and saw a woman frantically cradling a child in her arms. Long streams of black blood continued to flow from the child's mouth, emitting a strong, fetid odor. It was obvious that the child was not human at all, but a zombie. Another man, carrying a body with a slit at the neck, was drawing an ancient, intricate formation on the ground. An I Ching couldn't decipher the twisted lines on the ground, but she lifted her foot, stepping on the blood as she walked towards Hong Ying and the child in her arms. The man, startled, instinctively threw the body he was holding towards an Iching. An Iching stepped aside, avoiding the body. It slammed to the ground and slid against the wall. An Iching looked over, raised her hand, and the golden thread shot out, piercing the man's throat like a laser. A stream of black blood spurted out, carrying a strong, foul odor. Clearly, this wasn't a human either. The man stared at an Iching in astonishment, his eyes widening as he stared at her, his throat choking. How is this possible? This was clearly his domain, and he had restricted all of an Iching's abilities. Why was she still able to do this? The next moment, the man's neck snapped, and his head tumbled from his body. Hong lowered her head, wanting to cover Xiaobao's mouth, where blood was gushing, but she dared not. Her eyes flushed with anxiety, tears streaming down her face. Xiaobao. An Iching stopped in front of her. You are? Hong? Hong looked up, stunned, only to see that an Iching was awake. Her eyes widened, and she instinctively looked at the man, whose head had been separated from his body. She stared at him blankly, unable to believe what was happening before her. An Iching bent down and lifted Xiaobao, who was still spitting blood, from Hong Ying's arms. Enraged by this action, Hong leaped up like a lioness, her blade drawn, attempting to reclaim her son. At that moment, she felt her body tighten, bound by countless golden threads, unable to move, and tumbled uncontrollably to the ground. Let go of Xiaobao. Hong struggled fiercely, her eyes agape at Xiaobao, held in an Iching's arms. An Iching glanced at her, her grip loosening, and the child fell from her grasp, bouncing twice on the ground. Xiaobao. Hong was driven nearly mad by this sight. While struggling frantically, she glared at an Iching with hatred. I'm going to kill you! I'm going to kill you! An Iching kicked the child. Didn't you tell me to let him go? I did. Hong glared at an Iching, her eyes nearly bleeding. An Iching stepped on Xiaobao. Tell me, who are you? Why are you waiting here for me? And how did you know about my abilities? Hong gritted her teeth and said nothing. An Iching picked up the knife that had fallen to the ground. It was one that Hong had dropped earlier. It looked familiar. In the dream, the weapons used by those trying to kill her all looked like this. Hong probably used this knife frequently to cut meat to feed Xiaobao, so Xiaobao had such a deep memory of it that it was the same weapon in the dream. An Iching smiled and said, It's okay if you don't want to talk. She squatted down and looked at Xiaobao, who was still spitting blood on the ground. Tell me, who's better at slicing meat, you or me? She smiled at Hong. Although I haven't seen the meat you slice, I think you know it best. You can tell who did it just by looking at it, right? As she spoke, an Iching unbuttoned the little zombie's clothes. The little zombie looked in agony, its face twisted and its eyes rolling back. An Iching placed the knife on Xiaobao's body, the cold blade tilted, as if calculating the right angle. No! Hong was still terrified. She screamed sharply, Don't move. Don't move. What do you want to know? I tell you everything. I tell you everything. Xiaobao was Hong Ying's life. How could she bear to watch him being chopped apart? Even if Xiaobao was already a zombie, unaware of pain, she couldn't bear it. An Iching smiled and slowly retracted the knife, but her foot remained on Xiaobao. Very well, tell me everything you experienced and know. Hong Ying closed her eyes, looked at Xiaobao, still being stepped on by an Iching, and gritted her teeth. Pick Xiaobao up first. An Iching smiled. Do you have the right to negotiate with me? Hong Ying choked. She looked at an Iching angrily, but didn't dare to provoke her any further. She honestly told an Iching what she wanted to know. When the apocalypse arrived, Hong Ying immediately awakened her supernatural powers, but she didn't awaken on her own. A chaotic voice echoed in her ears, and she didn't quite understand what it was at the time. But after that voice, her supernatural powers awakened. Before she could rejoice, she discovered that her husband and son had turned into zombies. Hong Ying and her husband were in a free relationship and had always had a good relationship. Their son was even more precious to them. He was their treasure, their life. The red fog had not yet dissipated at that time, and Hong Ying immediately thought of a countermeasure, and hid her husband and son as soon as possible. The two newly transformed zombies were naturally irrational and frantically tried to bite Hong Ying. Hong Ying tied them up and sealed their mouths with tape. She then led the remaining survivors in killing the zombies, using her still weak mental power to influence everyone and attempt to control them. She had read novels and knew that supernatural powers needed to be developed, so she tried to cultivate the methods described in them. Although the results were slow, they were effective. Over time, her manipulation of others became increasingly adept. Those passing through were bewitched and controlled, becoming food to feed her husband and son. One day, Hong Ying had a dream. She walked into a void, where a person stood with their back to her. Once a person becomes a zombie, they are dead. Even if they later regain their human form and memories at a higher level, they are no longer the same person. However, this person made Hong Ying an offer she couldn't refuse. He would fully restore her husband and son. Although they would still be zombies, they would be their original selves. Hong Ying was instantly thrilled, and immediately agreed to follow the person in her dream. That person had given her husband the ability to use his domain, and her son the ability to devour dreams. Only then did Hong Ying realize that her own abilities had been given to her by this person. Afterwards, this person told the family about an I Ching, including her system card skills and the abilities she had acquired, and demanded that they kill her at all costs. Of course, killing her directly was impossible, as an I Ching possessed the ability to rewind time. Therefore, the person's instructions were to first trap an I Ching in her husband's domain, then activate the formation to sacrifice her. If the sacrifice failed, Xiaobao would immediately devour her. If Xiaobao could truly devour an I Ching, his strength would undoubtedly increase significantly. By then, everyone in the world combined would be powerless against him. Hong Ying was naturally tempted, so upon meeting an I Ching, she changed her original plan. Instead of sacrificing herself immediately, she allowed Xiaobao to devour her first. As Hong Ying spoke, she stared intently at Xiaobao at an I Ching's feet. She tried to struggle, and even used her mental power to attack an I Ching, but found no escape no matter how hard she struggled. The mental power she used to attack an I Ching was like a drop in the ocean, disappearing without a trace. Hong Ying closed her eyes. I told you everything you need to know. Can you let us go now? Although she was heartbroken over her husband's death, Hong Ying knew that the gap in strength between her and an I Ching was now significant, and she had no power to avenge her husband. The golden thread in an I Ching's hand instantly severed Xiaobao's head. Hong Ying's pupils suddenly constricted, and she glared at an I Ching angrily. You killed Xiaobao. An I Ching smiled. I only killed the zombies. Your Xiaobao was already dead. Hong Ying gritted her teeth, her eyes filled with resentment, as if she wanted to devour an I Ching alive. She spoke word by word. I already told you everything. Why won't you let Xiaobao go? An I Ching? I take a piece of its flesh as a token of my gratitude for the information. With that, the golden wire binding Hong Ying suddenly loosened. Hong Ying rolled over and rushed forward. I'm going to kill you. She had lost all sanity, and regardless of whether she could injure an I Ching, she attacked like a madman. The next moment, Hong Ying's wrists and ankles were bound by the golden wire and pulled into the air, her arms and legs spread wide, unable to move. A golden light enveloped the entire rest area, and one shadowy figure after another approached from all directions. An I Ching turned her back to them, and said, You don't have much time left. Discuss how to deal with her. Shadowy ghosts instantly rushed towards Hong Ying, who was bound in midair. Ah! Hong Ying struggled violently, screaming miserably, her voice cracking with pain. Her flesh was torn off bite by bite by the souls of those she had once torn apart. Blood splattered, instantly filling the area with a thick, bloody smell. Everyone has a soul, but there is no such thing as reincarnation. Without special opportunities, after death, the soul slowly dissipates into the world, like a wisp of wind or a puff of smoke, unable to harm humans in the slightest. There weren't many ghosts biting Hong Ying, as most of them had already dissipated, leaving them without even a chance to avenge themselves. Hong Ying's screams of pain grew fainter, evidently on the verge of collapse. However, the ghosts that an I Ching had given her a momentary opportunity to avenge her vanished before she died. Feeling the dissipation of these spirits, an I Ching turned and looked at Hong Ying. Her flesh was shattered, and blood was splattered all over the ground. Perhaps from the sheer amount of blood loss, Hong Ying appeared unconscious. An I Ching wondered if this person had any regrets, but surely someone capable of such a ruthless act would not. She used her devour skill, devouring Hong Ying. Of course, the bodies of Hong Ying's husband and son were not wasted. They were 2 zombie king-level zombies, and their crystal cores were extremely valuable. An I Ching dumped their bodies into the refining furnace, and quickly obtained 2 pure black crystal cores. After putting the cores away, an I Ching retrieved her battle vehicle, loaded everyone still alive from the rest area, and drove away. Host. Tiandao's voice sounded guilty and weak. An I Ching remained calm. Tell me about the person who appeared in Hong Ying's dreams and knows everything about me. For a moment, Tiandao remained silent. An I Ching, can't tell? No. Tiandao seemed to be composing his words, and after a long pause, he continued. It must be a god. An I Ching raised an eyebrow. In fact, she had vaguely guessed it when Hong Ying finished speaking. After all, this world has gods, and they are corrupted. The corrupted divine power changed the fate of Tiandao's chosen savior, altered the choice of the fire left by the gods. There was no reason for them to let her go. Can they appear in dreams? Does that mean the gods are already corrupted? And I Ching asked. The degree of contamination must be quite deep. The god's consciousness may have been largely tainted, so he can no longer suppress it. It's impossible for a god to appear in dreams while asleep. Even priests who can communicate with gods can't contact them after they've fallen asleep, let alone others. So he's about to wake up. And I Ching looked forward, feeling a heavy heart. Perhaps. And I Ching tapped her fingers lightly on the steering wheel. You became a system, pulling me, a person from another world, here, and knowing what cards and skills I acquired? Yes, the gods know everything. And I Ching lowered her eyes. What about my ability to purify and absorb divine power? He doesn't know about that. This is an innate ability of your soul, probably caused by a mutation during the journey through space. It has nothing to do with me, so he wouldn't know. And I Ching smiled. So he knows about me because of you? Tiandao felt even more guilty, and dared not speak again. Tiandao had previously stated that she was under the jurisdiction of the gods of another world, and therefore the gods of this world could not change or control her fate. Logically, he shouldn't know everything that happened to her. As expected, because the system was Tiandao, the god's assistant, the gods knew everything Tiandao did, including the abilities she gained from the system Tiandao transformed into, and the abilities she gained through using card skills. Everything related to Tiandao was known to the gods. And I Ching leaned back in her chair to relax. If it weren't for her ability to purify and absorb divine power, she would have been truly defeated this time. She suddenly scoffed. I'm now considered the incarnation of a god. If he is completely contaminated, will I be affected? Normally, yes. But you possess the ability to purify pollution. And I Ching, yes, she can purify pollution. Then, and I Ching thought of Yao, and couldn't help but frown. So Yao will still be able to do it, right? Yes. And I Ching fell silent. Should she eliminate the problem before it's too late? After all, if she waited until the god was completely contaminated, Yao would be contaminated too. If that happened, keeping Yao around would only be adding to the god's strength. In the battle vehicle, the sleepers gradually woke up. Where is this? How did I get here? Grandpa, wow wow wow. Wenjie was awakened by a cacophony of noise. He rubbed his aching temple, his head aching as if every nerve in it had been stretched to its limit, the pain so intense that he couldn't help but gasp. Then he realized something was wrong. He saw the rows of seats in front of him. He quickly sat up and looked around. The seats around him were filled with panicked people. Brother. Wenjie instinctively stood up and searched for his twin brother. There were dozens of people around him, all panicking. The cries and shouts echoed endlessly, leaving Wenjie no time to see if his brother was among them. Just then, the battle vehicle slowly stopped by the roadside, and an I Ching, who was in the driver's seat, approached. The moment an I Ching appeared, the chaotic crowd fell silent. And I Ching didn't comfort them, only saying, calm down and think carefully. You should be able to figure out what you've been through. The distorted memories were false, they were manipulated by Hong Ying to believe that. Now that Hong Ying was dead, her control over them naturally ceased. It was just that these people were so panicked that they hadn't been able to sort out their memories. After an I Ching gained access to divine power, her friendliness had increased considerably. Therefore, no one doubted her words and instinctively followed her advice. Wenjie's eyes suddenly widened, and he slumped back in his chair, tears streaming down his cheeks. He remembered how, after the apocalypse, he and his brother had barely escaped from home. Fearing the dangers of encountering too many zombies on the national highway, they had chosen to take the expressway. Fortunately, the highway intersection they took was clear of traffic and zombies, allowing them to enter the highway smoothly. When they arrived at the service area, their car ran low on gas. Seeing no zombies, the two brothers breathed a sigh of relief, but remained vigilant as they carefully filled the car. Then, a short-haired girl appeared. They didn't exchange much at the time, but they were persuaded by the short-haired girl to rest up on the second floor of the rest area for the night before setting off again. When they woke up the next day, they thought the rest area was their base, and they had arrived safely. Not long after, when Wenjie woke up, his brother was gone. However, he hadn't realized it at the time, or perhaps, in his memory, he had come alone. Now that Hong Ying's mind control was gone, Wenjie, now awake, understood that there was something wrong with the short-haired girl, and that something must have happened to his twin brother. After her, the short-haired girl had tricked people into the rest area under various pretexts. Some disappeared the next day, while others vanished one after another over the next few days. Not only Wenjie, but everyone else reacted as well. Suddenly, the battlefield vehicle was filled with mournful cries. The naive children, hearing the cries, began to cry too, some calling for their brothers, some for their grandfathers, and some for their mothers. And each knew they all needed to vent, so she stood quietly nearby waiting. After about an hour, the crying finally subsided, but the sobs continued. And Iching looked around and said, "Everyone knows the apocalypse has arrived. What are your plans for the future?" She pointed at the traffic jam at the highway exit ahead. There are no zombies at the exit. There should be some cars still drivable among the traffic jam. If you're planning to go to the base, you can pick one of those cars and leave. If you don't want to go to the base, I have a territory under construction there that's also housing survivors. Feel free to come back with me if you like. Of course, if you have somewhere else to go, you can leave on your own, and Iching said. The grief has passed, but those who survived must continue to live. Thus, everyone began to slowly consider where they should go. Wenjie suddenly asked, "You rescued us?" And Iching glanced over with some surprise, then nodded, "Yes." Wenjie gritted his teeth and said, "Then, what about that woman?" And Iching, "Dead." At the word dead, Wenjie's expression relaxed, and he smiled, but tears began to fall again. He wiped them away and sniffed. "Thank you." And Iching smiled, and then everyone around her began to express their gratitude. Those who hadn't understood the situation before now realized that they were able to escape alive, because an Iching had killed Hong Ying. After the thanks died down, Wenjie spoke again. "Before the apocalypse, I was an elementary school Chinese teacher. Now I'm just an ordinary person, not very useful. If you're willing to take me in, I'd love to go to your territory." And Iching smiled. Even in a doomsday world, those with superpowers are a minority. This is still a world for ordinary people. Wenjie was stunned, then smiled too. With Wenjie taking the lead, others also began to say that they wanted to go to an Iching's territory. After Hong Ying's incident, everyone witnessed the horror of the apocalypse. Besides the terrifying zombies, there were also terrifying people. And in many cases, human hearts were even more terrifying than the zombies themselves. At this moment, the people in the battle vehicle were extremely uneasy, but when they saw an Iching, they felt a closeness and involuntarily developed trust in her. And Iching had originally expected some to choose to leave, just like the women in the Holy Land before, but unexpectedly, everyone chose to stay. Some people even began to consciously comfort the frightened children. And Iching smiled, took out some ingredients, and asked, "Does anyone here know how to cook? There's a kitchen on the second floor for cooking." Many hands raised. "I can, but I can only make simple home-cooked meals. They don't taste particularly good." "I can, but only home-cooked meals." There were quite a few people in this group who could cook, but none with the masterful skills of Lianyu. And Iching gave them the ingredients, and told them to go cook on the second floor. She had been trapped in a dream for over half a month, starving for nearly half a month. She assumed Yao had been consuming crystal cores, so her divine energy was constantly replenishing. Although she was hungry, she wasn't starving to death. After dealing with Hong Ying, and Iching also ate some crystal cores, but her physical hunger wasn't caused by energy loss, so even after eating them, she still felt hungry. She had just eaten a piece of bread and felt somewhat full. However, she still craved a hot meal. Soon, the cook came down and told everyone to come upstairs for dinner. With so many people working together, the pace was naturally fast. And Iching looked up and saw that they had chopped the chicken into small pieces and mixed it into a cold dish. It smelled quite fragrant. And Iching poured herself a bowl of steaming white rice and ate it with cold mixed chicken and stir-fried bitter melon. It wasn't as spectacular as Lian Yu's dishes, but an Iching was still quite satisfied. After all, bread and the like couldn't compare to steaming rice. And Iching's portion came with a chicken head. This was a rooster, and the comb was plump and large. And Iching poked at it with her chopsticks. She never tasted a comb before. She took a tentative bite. The cooked, cold comb was crispy and fragrant, coated in a rich, oily sauce with the aroma of sesame seeds and the subtle acidity of vinegar. It was absolutely delicious. And Iching fell in love with the comb instantly. What a shame, there was only one comb for a chicken. After a satisfying meal, and Iching went downstairs and drove onto the territory. The journey was smooth, and soon she could see the situation in the territory through the windshield. Compared to the empty space she left, the area was now much more spacious. First, a towering building stood out, followed by the dense clusters of prefabricated buildings. As they drew closer, and Iching saw a patchwork of lush green vegetable leaves in the cultivated fields, and half the fields had been taped off to form rows of small greenhouses. Of course, the most eye-catching feature was the building. At 500 square meters, it wasn't particularly impressive, but at that moment, it still caught the eye. It wasn't just an Iching. Everyone else in the car noticed it as well, staring in surprise. I think I see a patch of green? Am I dazzled? No, I see it too. Can green plants still grow there? No, look, the soil over there isn't gray-black. It's a normal color. There are so many people over there, and they look so busy. Wenjie stared at the area, his eyes bright. After a moment, he asked an Iching, who was driving ahead, Lord, is that our territory? An Iching, yes, but you're staying in the internment area now. We be selecting new residents to join us at regular intervals. Wenjie was a little surprised. Wasn't everyone allowed to join the territory? The people around him suddenly came to their senses and became a little uneasy. And Iching reassured him, don't worry, we have people clearing the surrounding zombies from the territory. Even if it's not the internment area, it's safe. With this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Soon, an Iching's car stopped at the edge of the territory. A battle vehicle was parked in the territory. A large expanse of land near the internment area had been leveled. In addition to the playground and prefabricated buildings, it also had a parking lot. 2 battle vehicles were parked there. The moment the 4th battle vehicle appeared, everyone's attention was focused on it. Sister Qing! Sister Qing! The Lord is back! Almost instantly, everyone in the territory erupted in excitement, running towards battle vehicle number 4, each one incredibly excited. This was especially true for Zhou Tongyuan and Xiao Yunan. They were the only ones in the territory who knew an Iching might be in danger. They'd been living in constant fear, yet dared not show it. The pressure was immense, and they constantly monitored the territory card, checking for an Iching's darkened name. Although Tan Xiang and Su Yi knew an Iching might be in danger, their understanding was ultimately limited. Furthermore, with Jiang Shan's guidance and reassurance, even though they hadn't seen an Iching, they all felt confident she would be fine. They weren't as stressed as Xiao Yunan and the others. An Iching broke through the domain when she killed Hong Ying's husband, and everyone saw an Iching's name light up. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, but they didn't dare to rashly call an Iching, fearing that if she was in danger, a call would disturb her and disrupt her movements. However, the fact that her name was lit up meant that an Iching was probably fine. If the service area issue was resolved, she would surely be back soon. After all, it wasn't far from here, and there were no other dangers along the way. Thus, Xiao Yunan and the others had been eagerly waiting. The moment they saw another battle vehicle appear, they were certain that the person aboard was an Iching, and that's why they rushed over so excitedly. Even Lao Li and the others came running. Even though they knew nothing, the atmosphere in the territory had been tense and uneasy for over half a month, so they had some uneasy suspicions in their hearts, but they kept them to themselves. Now that an Iching had returned, everyone was naturally more excited than the other. And Iching was startled by their enthusiasm. She got out of the car and said with a smile, "What's going on? It hasn't been that long, but it feels like we haven't seen each other for 10 or 8 years. Su Jingxian, eyes red, rushed into an Iching's arms, hugging her tightly, muttering, "Sister Qing, I missed you." Song Yu also came over and hugged an Iching and Su Jingxian. "Sister Qing, I missed you too." Seeing this, Jiang Shan ran over to hug them too. Lu Mingxiang blinked, then smiled and ran over to hug an Iching. Lu Mingxiang and Tang Bai had returned to the territory 2 weeks ago, having successfully brought both sets of parents back with them. It was a stroke of luck. The 2 families were neighbors, and had a habit of stockpiling food and water. Therefore, when the apocalypse struck, both families had enough food, and no one on either side turned into a zombie. For safety's sake, the parents of both families pooled their supplies, and lived together, ensuring safety, and preventing any survivors from harboring malicious intentions. Lu Mingxiang and Tang Bai returned home anxiously. They first went to Lu Mingxiang's house, and upon seeing the empty house, Lu Mingxiang's heart sank. In fact, when they returned, they both worried that they might not be able to find their parents, or that they might have already become zombies. But the sight of the empty house still made them feel distressed. Tang Bai held Lu Mingxiang, and they stood there for a long time before turning back to Tang Bai's house. They tried to open the door with their key, but found it wouldn't budge. Tang Bai tentatively called out, "Dad, Mom?" The familiar voices echoed through the house, startling both parents, wary of the situation. They hurried over to move the furniture blocking the door, and the moment they opened it, they were filled with excitement. Lu Mingxiang, already feeling grief-stricken, was stunned to see her parents there, tears streaming uncontrollably. Lu Mingxiang and Tang Bai reminisced with their parents, then prepared to return to their territory with the uneaten food at home. The remaining survivors in the complex cried out for help, hoping Tang Bai and Lu Mingxiang would take them with them. Because Tang Bai and his team had cleared the area of zombies when they entered, and not only had Tang Bai's dazzling fire abilities, but also Lu Mingxiang's impressive ability to wield a long sword and destroy a single zombie, it was incredibly powerful. Many of the survivors had seen this clearly, and that's why they called for help. Afterward, Tang Bai and Lu Mingxiang discussed it, and decided to take everyone they could and rush to the territory as quickly as possible. After all, according to an I Ching, the territory was meant to house more survivors. After clearing the zombies surrounding the territory, they would continue their arc outward, clearing zombies and rescuing survivors. Since they had already arrived at the residential complex, they naturally wanted to rescue as many people as possible. Luckily, someone in the community had a large truck parked in the temporary parking lot outside, which could easily take away all the remaining residents. With so many people, the process was inevitably slow, which was why Tang Bai and Lu Mingxiang had only returned to the territory 2 weeks ago. And I Ching smiled as she was surrounded by the crowd when she suddenly noticed a gaze. She looked over and saw An Yao, holding an empty cardboard box, standing silently with his lips pursed in front of a row of prefabricated houses. Even from a distance, An Ching could sense that he looked like he was about to cry. Chapter 101. After An Yao was taken back to the holding area, he was given a room all to himself. This wasn't a special privilege, but rather the stress levels of those who shared his room with him were so severe they couldn't even make it a day before requesting a room change. This alerted Zhou Tongxi, who, after questioning Jiang Shan and the pregnant women, understood An Yao's situation and stopped assigning anyone to An Yao's room. Even with physical training, he had discussed it with Xiao Yunan, and An Yao wasn't required to participate. So, for the past 2 weeks, An Yao's presence has been minimal. If Xiang Lan hadn't brought him food, he wouldn't even come out to eat. In fact, after preventing An Yao from eating the crystal core, Xiang Lan had been very afraid of him and hadn't dared approach him. But she was a very responsible person. Since An I Ching had asked her to take care of An Yao, even though she was afraid, she still kept an eye on him. She became concerned when she noticed he'd been staying indoors, so she brought him food. Fortunately, after that incident, An Yao hadn't given her that same feeling of fear. An Yao had heard the noise outside early in the morning and immediately opened the door and walked out. This was his first time out since arriving here. Standing at the door, An Yao's first sight was An I Ching, surrounded by a crowd. He pursed his lips and stood stubbornly, not moving forward. The sight of An Yao instantly reminded An I Ching of the polluted god. The god was gradually becoming an evil god, and An Yao was destined to be polluted step by step. She hadn't yet decided whether to deal with An Yao beforehand. When her eyes fell on the empty cardboard box in his arms, An I Ching paused and sighed deeply. She couldn't bring herself to kill a victim who knew nothing, had done nothing, and had been drained of his blood for 12 years. After comforting the people around her, An I Ching pushed through the crowd and walked towards An Yao. An Yao's misty eyes gradually brightened. Even though he didn't speak, his emotions were easy to understand, his thoughts clearly visible on his face. He was the utterly innocent child. An I Ching smiled. The moment she reached out her hand, An Yao habitually lowered his head, resting his furry head against her palm. An Yao's hair was fine, and his whole body was clean. Even though he had been indoors for over half a month, he looked clean and bright, without a trace of slovenliness. The hair that An I Ching had cut earlier had grown longer, but the unevenness was still noticeable. This hairstyle would have broken anyone else, but An Yao managed to pull it off. "Thank you, An Yao, you helped me," An I Ching whispered, her eyes curved. She now knew how to use divine power, but she could only use it to attack and bind things, barely allowing dead souls to briefly semi-materialize. However, after this semi-materialization, these souls would dissipate more quickly. Ultimately, her control over her divine power was inadequate. The building was completely constructed, and thanks to the generators in place, the water and electricity were already installed. However, since there was no water supply to the building, the pipes were largely useless. The interior of the building hadn't undergone any major renovations, other than smoothing the cement. Even the ground floor shopping mall was still empty. After giving An Yao the territory card, An I Ching headed to the territory. The pumps were already in place, and they were just waiting for the spring. She asked Su Jingxian to bring out everything she had collected from Rongan County, and then she used the purification card to purify everything. An I Ching didn't yet know how to use divine power for purification, and the purification card she had previously drawn wasn't enough. So she drew two 1,000 square meter purification cards from the system, one 1,000 square meter territory expansion card, one purification card to cleanse the contamination from the items, and one to purify the territory area. Soon, the territory continued to expand. Of course, she controlled the edges, excluding the roads and the shelter area. And Iching used the ecological farming garden card on the newly expanded 1,000 square meters. The card was used successfully. Soon, green grass began to grow on the newly purified land, and a pool of water, approximately 200 square meters, appeared within it. The commotion was so deafening that everyone, whether in the territory or the internment area, paused their work. Standing near and far, they craned their heads, eyes wide open, staring in amazement at the suddenly appearing ecological park. This miraculous sight filled everyone with a sense of elation. Yu Ming was building a prefabricated house, so he was standing on the roof. From his vantage point, he could clearly see what was happening over there. He knew An Iching had returned. She was deeply relieved to be back safely, but he didn't dare approach. Even though An Iching was fine, he still felt guilty about having given her false information. Thankfully, she was fine. Thinking this way, Yu Ming stopped looking and continued with his work. When Jia and the others, brought back by An Iching, were first shocked by the situation in the territory, then stunned by the sheer size of the crowd. Then, a swarm of people flocked over, calling them Sister Qing and Lord. It was clear that An Iching was very popular here. After instructing Zhou Tongqi to settle them, An Iching left. But while they were waiting to be settled, they witnessed a miraculous scene on the other side. This was how all things came to be. When Jia finally understood how this place, so different from the other polluted lands, came to be. But even knowing that there were miraculous superpowers in this world, An Iching's actions were still astonishing. An Iching glanced at the area, which was nothing but a pond besides the grass, and asked, somewhat puzzled, "Is this the ecological farm? How much divine power did you have when you drew this card? To have even this much is impressive." An Iching also remembered that she had indeed drawn this card a long time ago. So she nodded and said nothing. She asked Su Jingxian, who is currently responsible for feeding the chickens, ducks, pigs, cattle, and sheep. Su Jingxian had been following An Iching and noticed that An Yao, who was following her closely, puffed out her cheeks and followed An Iching even closer, almost sticking to her. Su Jingxian had grown considerably taller than before, now reaching An Iching's chest, but her height was far too small for An Yao. So, Su Jingxian glared at her repeatedly, but An Yao acted as if he didn't notice, only closing the distance between them. As the two were arguing, An Iching suddenly spoke, startling Su Jingxian. She glanced at An Iching with a guilty look, then breathed a sigh of relief when she realized she wasn't angry. "The one responsible for feeding them is Aunt Kai Jinhua, the one you brought back earlier. But she can't enter the territory right now, so she prepares the food, and whoever's free goes to feed it." An Iching nodded, intending to give Aunt Kai a resident card later. She would still be responsible for the poultry and livestock. Then An Iching walked to the side of the building, and used the spring at the spot she and Zhou Tongban had chosen. A flash of light appeared, and a spring appeared in the previously empty space. The spring was small, only 8 meters in diameter. Although the purification area was required to be 100 square meters, it actually occupied less than 50 square meters. It was unknown how deep the spring was. Accustomed to An Iching's miraculous abilities, the people in the territory weren't as shocked as those in the internment area. After An Iching finished digging the spring, they immediately lowered the pump and connected the pipes to the building, and soon, water was flowing throughout the building. Once the water and electricity were connected, the people in the territory were overjoyed and couldn't help but cheer. Next, it was time to get their rooms. An Iching's room was on the top floor, an entire floor all to herself. An Iching had originally requested a 6-story building, but during construction, Zhou Tongban made it 7. The 7th floor was divided into only 3 areas: bedrooms, an office, and a lounge area. The bathroom was in the room, and she was given an enormous wardrobe that took up an entire wall. An Iching was speechless when she found out. Although, a whole floor of 500 square meters. Why would she live in such a large space all by herself? Wouldn't it feel empty? Even though she thought her previous life's house was too small and longed for a larger space, it was only slightly larger, not 1,000,000 square meters. An Iching had never imagined that one day, she would own a room covering just over 100 square meters. In response, Zhou Tongban said confidently, "Sister Keqing, you're the lord here." Of course, a lord should have the proper appearance. If the actual situation didn't allow it, I even build a lord's mansion. An Iching, thank you, that's not necessary. The appearance was there, but the space was truly empty. However, Zhou Tongbin's design of the 7th floor was indeed pleasant to the eye. It was large, but not so empty. Compared to the other floors, which were completely bare, the 7th floor was fully furnished with a refrigerator, a television, a washing machine, a water dispenser, a sofa, and a coffee table. The office also had large bookshelves, densely packed with books. The only area that was relatively empty was the lounge area. Zhou Tongbin's plan called for it to be filled with flowers and plants, but there weren't any yet, so it was left empty. And I Ching thought for a moment and pointed to the lounge area. Let's put a conference table here. We can come here when we need to discuss something. Although this was on the 7th floor, they had provided her with a direct elevator. Yes, direct, the kind that didn't stop at any of the other 2 or 3 floors. Furthermore, there were no elevators on the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th floors, only stairs. It was quite unique. And I Ching also visited the rooms downstairs. Each room was the same size. Because they hadn't been renovated yet, toilets and bathrooms hadn't been installed yet. However, the sewer and plumbing connections were already in place, ready to be connected later when the renovations were complete. Even without bathrooms, the rooms were still quite spacious. Su Jingxian placed beds and wardrobes in each room. She had a variety of beds in her space, which she placed haphazardly in each room. Some had 150-foot bunk beds, some had 180-foot beds, and some had 150-foot beds. Whatever was in there was fine. Afterwards, everyone chose their own room to sleep in. First day in the building. The 2nd floor cafeteria was open. Since Lian Yu hadn't received her citizen card yet, only the people in the territory were cooking a feast today. To celebrate everyone moving into their new home, everyone enjoyed a lively hot pot dinner tonight. The aroma of the hot pot was already overpowering, and it quickly wafted into the adjacent shelter area. Wang Yi's family consisted of 4 people, so they shared a room. It was a bit small, and lacked much privacy, but it was perfectly adequate for a post-apocalyptic world. She was perfectly content with her current life, working diligently every day, eating and drinking to her heart's content, and sleeping soundly at night. Burp! Wang Yi's 5-year-old brother finished washing up, and sat on the bed, burping loudly with his hand over his mouth. Wang Yi looked over and smiled. Are you full? Don't sit there. Get up and walk around, or you get food stuck. The Lord had returned today, and the dinner was particularly rich. Every survivor in the internment area came back licking their bellies with their mouths drooling. Although the territory provides 3 meals a day for everyone, with so many people, it's impossible to get the usual goodies. They can only ensure everyone is well fed. For example, in the morning, they typically have a bowl of porridge and a steamed bun, and only get 1 egg every 3 to 5 days. Lunch is a bowl of rice with 1 meat and 1 vegetable stir-fry, with only 2 or 3 slices of meat per person. Dinner is usually a bowl of vegetarian noodles, and occasionally porridge is served with a side of vegetarian cabbage. To be honest, the food wasn't particularly bad before the apocalypse, let alone now. But the meager daily intake of oil and water makes people particularly greedy, especially since everyone has to practice physical training and work every day. With increased consumption, the demand for oil and water increases, and the appetite also increases. Thus, it feels inadequate. Don't you see how those who used to be lazy about their work and training are now working and practicing physical training with all their might just to get the rewards? Isn't it all just for that little bit of food? However, tonight, to celebrate the Lord's return, they all enjoyed delicious braised pork, roast chicken, and braised eggs, with each person sharing a palm-sized cold mixed Crucian carp. Wang Yi was still savoring the taste of dinner. Wang Yi's parents returned from washing up, carrying 2 thermoses. They closed the door and sat on the bed to chat. Now that the Lord is back, I wonder if we can eat like this from now on. Wang Yi's father also ate quite a bit that night. If he hadn't been completely exhausted, he would have been tempted to eat more. He couldn't remember how long it had been since he had such a delicious meal, his face brimming with nostalgia and satisfaction. Wang Yi's mother couldn't help but roll her eyes. What are you dreaming of? Things aren't the same now. Just being able to eat is enough. Why are you dreaming of eating delicious food all day? Wang Yi's father gave an awkward smile. I'm just thinking. What if? I saw it today. That Lord is no ordinary person. Look, she can even purify polluted land and instantly make so much grass grow there. Just wait, she'd definitely make our lives better. Wang Yi's mother also thought about what she had seen today. Without arguing with Wang Yi's father, she smiled and said, I think so too. So, our family must all work hard and follow the Lord's instructions. Only then can we live a good life in the future. Wang Yi listened to her parents' conversation. I couldn't help but interrupt. Dad, Mom, did you see what the Lord looked like today? It was too far away, I couldn't see clearly. Wang Yi's parents looked at each other and shook their heads. We were working at the time, so we didn't dare drop what we were doing to go see what was happening. We just looked up, and it looked like a girl, but we couldn't see what she looked like. Wang Yi's eyes widened in surprise. A girl? Their family was in the internment zone, and when they heard of an I Ching, they only heard her addressed as Lord. Naturally, they didn't know whether the Lord was a man or a woman. As a result, many people subconsciously assumed the Lord here was a man. When the Lord did return, it turned out to be a woman. Wang Yi couldn't help but laugh. That's great. Our leader is a woman, and she's much more reliable than a man. Wang Yi's father was so angry that he laughed. Aren't men and women the same? Why are men inferior? Wang Yi pouted. Dad, I'm not being ridiculous. Look at those people who cheated and swindled Coach Xiao a few days ago, and made him so angry that he started cursing. Which one of them wasn't a man? Wang Yi's father choked. That's because there were more men than women in the internment area before, so it seemed like the ones who were cheating were all men. Wang Yi scoffed. The gender ratio is about the same now, isn't it? I saw those sisters and aunts who came back before, each one was more capable than the other. Even the pregnant ones didn't seem to be slacking off. Wang Yi's father was completely speechless. Wang Yi's mother couldn't help but laugh at the father-daughter argument. Seeing her husband sulking on the bed, she smiled and tried to smooth things over. Okay, cheating is everywhere, among men and women. It's perfectly normal. What are you two doing here? The family was chatting when they suddenly smelled the rich aroma of hot pot. Wang Yi sniffed hard and hurried over to open the window, letting in an even stronger aroma of hot pot. Even though she was already full, she subconsciously felt her appetite return, her saliva dripping. Wang Yi's father screamed from inside, Close it, close it, close it. Why are you opening the window? Are we even going to sleep tonight? Wang Yi looked eagerly toward the territory. The Lord has returned, and they're celebrating tonight too. They're having hot pot too. Oh, I'm craving hot pot too. Wang Yi's mother hurried over to close the window. Finally, the alluring smell of hot pot faded. She couldn't help but tap Wang Yi's brow. Don't think about it. Go to sleep. Dreams are full of dreams. Wang Yi came back out, sighing. Didn't Coach Xiao say there would be a test? If you pass it, you could enter the territory. When does the test start? Back in the internment area, some people opened their doors and windows to inhale the hot pot aroma, while others kept them tightly shut, fearing the smell would drift in and disturb their sleep. But everyone began to envy the people in the territory. It was obvious that the quality of the food improved significantly after entering the territory. After a hot pot meal, an I Ching felt refreshed. The 7th floor was fully furnished, so she had access to the bathroom in her room. I have to say, although it felt quite special, it was also very convenient. After taking a shower and washing her hair, an I Ching used a hairdryer to dry her hair. As soon as she returned, An Yao wanted to join her, but an I Ching had already put him in the room downstairs. He was a child, but not completely a child, and he had proven himself capable of sleeping alone during this time. So, an I Ching resolutely let him live on his own. After drying her hair, an I Ching rolled over on the soft, large bed. Lying on a large bed was simply comfortable. But she didn't go to sleep right away. Instead, she opened the mall panel on the system panel. A prompt appeared. The territory mall has been established. Do you want to open it? An I Ching chose yes. The mall was already open and had items available. Cellular activation spray for 100 points. An I Ching looked at the various cards in her card pool and asked Tian Dao, Can you help me list the items and set a suitable price? Of course. An I Ching nodded. Okay, I keep a small number of the food cards, clothing cards, medical cards, weapon cards, farm tools cards, and crop cards for my own use. I list the rest in the mall and set a suitable price. With so many items, if she were asked to set prices for each one, I wonder how long she'd be busy. Okay. And I Ching watched the cards she designated fly out. She kept a few food cards, both with and without special abilities, and a few Qifeng swords as weapon cards. As for the prices, an I Ching yawned and laid down on her bed, closing her eyes to rest. It was too late tonight, so she'd go directly to the first floor to check out the mall tomorrow. That night, after the mall opened, the ground floor, previously bare and unfinished, was instantly renovated, as if by magic. The gray concrete floor and walls were swiftly transformed. The floor was a bright porcelain white, the walls painted with snow-white latex paint. A breeze blew, and all the odors in the mall vanished. Then, the shelves, resembling vending machines, began to be set up. The next day, Aniching yawned and sat up in bed. She didn't know if it was because she now had a room of her own, but she slept soundly and dreamlessly the previous night. Her sleep quality was truly exceptional. After washing and changing her clothes, Aniching opened the door, walked out, and took the elevator to the first floor. As the elevator door opened, Aniching heard a bustling noise. She stepped out of the elevator and discovered that the ground floor had been tiled with bright white porcelain tiles. The mall, which had been bare bones yesterday, was now completely renovated. Turning around, she saw vending machines dotted throughout the mall. "It's out! It's out! Ah, my Coke!" Zhou Tongyuan's voice stood out against the crowd. Even without seeing him, one could tell it was him shouting. Aniching pushed through the crowd and walked over. She saw Zhou Tongyuan unscrew the cap of his Coke and take a long sip. He sighed with relief, his eyes bright. "It's really Coke. Wow, it's so delicious." Aniching, She slowly formed a question mark, not understanding what Zhou Tongyuan was so excited about. She always had enough for him, hadn't she? Even without the system, Su Jingxian still had plenty of Coke. "Sister." Su Jingxian immediately squeezed over when she saw Aniching. Aniching smiled and patted her head. "From now on, everyone in the territory can buy their own ingredients and cook here. Save the food in your space for the survivors outside." Su Jingxian nodded. "Okay, I understand." She looked up and saw Aniching was alone. She was a little puzzled as to why Anya wasn't there, but she didn't ask any further questions. The mall had numerous vending machines, including those for drinks, alcohol, vegetables, rice, seasonings, pork, chicken, duck, and fish, as well as eggs. There was also a vending machine for the constant temperature combat suit Aniching was wearing, a special food machine that restored her mental strength, and various farm tools, seeds, cell activation spray, zombie virus serum, and so on. The 500 square meter mall wasn't particularly large, but it was also quite large, and it was now practically filled with vending machines. Aniching watched Xiao Yunan standing in front of the constant temperature combat suit vending machine, swiping his citizen card, and then confirming his order on the machine. Soon, the vending machine's door opened, and a robotic arm extended, holding a constant temperature combat suit. Aniching walked over and noticed a description of a thermostatic combat suit on the vending machine. Xiao Yunan was startled when she saw Aniching. "Qing, Sister Qing." Aniching smiled. "This one breaks easily. Are you really going to buy it?" Xiao Yunan nodded awkwardly. "Yeah, it looks pretty good." Aniching glanced at the price of the thermostatic combat suit. 3,000 points. It seemed Xiao Yunan was quite wealthy, as he snapped up something worth 3,000 points without hesitation. "Wow, this is great. I want one too." Zhou Tongyuan was immediately excited when he saw the thermostatic combat suit in Xiao Yunan's hand, and swiped his card. Beep beep. The vending machine displayed insufficient points balance. Aniching, Zhou Tongyuan froze. How is that possible? How could I not have enough points? He took a look at his card. Points balance, 2,999. Zhou Tongyuan was petrified. Xiao Yunan scoffed. "Do you want to count how many points you used this morning?" Zhou Tongyuan, Aniching asked. "Did he buy a lot?" Xiao Yunan nodded. Of course he did, and a lot more than usual. He even bought a Qifeng sword. The Qifeng swords were placed in a vending machine. The one at the bottom was a defective Qifeng sword, costing only 100 points. The one in the middle was a defective Qifeng sword, costing 1,000 points. The one at the top was a Qifeng sword, costing 10,000 points. Aniching saw Zhou Tongyuan's sudden loss of spirit, and couldn't help but pat his shoulder sympathetically. "Shop wisely." Zhou Tongyuan, He felt even more like crying. After breakfast, Aniching prepared to issue the first batch of citizen cards to the internment area. So she called in Songyu. Songyu diligently followed Aniching's instructions. In her notebook, she recorded every word and action of everyone in the internment area, along with her own observations. Thankfully, she had previously reviewed Zhou Tongqi's memories from childhood, otherwise the task Aniching had assigned her would have been much more difficult. After all, before that, she couldn't even recognize all the characters, only simple, common ones, let alone write them. Songyu pointed to the names on the first page and said, "Sister Qing, these are all middle school students. They were a little difficult to manage at first, but they gradually improved since I took over, and they seem to be doing quite well so far. This one seems quite honest. After being assigned to the internment area, he's been very obedient, doing whatever he's told. He's efficient and proactive. Song Yu was worried that an I-Ching wouldn't understand her handwriting, so she explained it to her. After all, even with Zhou Tongqi's memories, she had never practiced writing herself. She recognized the characters, and could write them, but the way she wrote them looked strange. She was also frustrated. She felt the pen was incredibly difficult to control, its tip always twisting and turning when she wasn't paying attention. Sister Qing, this page shows the ones who were the most slacking off. They weren't serious about the training and work. I even wrote down their names. But after Xiao Yunan changed his approach and dangled a carrot in front of them, they started to take it seriously, and haven't been slacking off much. And I-Ching carefully read the information Song Yu had recorded, then saw the names of the two groups of people she had brought back. Sister Qing, the people you brought back are all very good. Although the pregnant women can't do much, they diligently help with the laundry every day. Their physical limitations slow them down a bit, but they always get the things they wash very clean. And these non-pregnant women are incredibly driven and fight harder than the other survivors. They're just as good at training and working as the men. Sometimes I feel like they're competing with them, each one pushing themselves really hard. Although they only been here for a little over half a month, their progress has already surpassed the others. They're always the ones who advance to the next stage of physical training early. Sometimes they come in first, and sometimes second or third. And I-Ching smiled. They're indeed competing with the men, trying to outdo them. After all, these women have all been hurt by men. They don't hate all men because of this. Simply competing against them secretly is quite impressive. These last few were brought back yesterday, Sister Qing. I can't see anything yet, but they all got up early this morning to follow instructions, so I'm feeling fine. And I-Ching asked, how old are these children? There are children in the shelter, like Wang Yi's younger brother, and some who are only a few months old, ranging from 1 or 2 to 7 or 8 years old. Song Yu, weren't there a few nannies among those who returned with the pregnant women? Zhou Tongqi arranged for them to take care of the children. Those aged a few months to 2 or 3 are left with them during the day, and their parents pick them up at night. Those 4 and older are now practicing physical exercises with the middle school students I'm teaching. During breaks, the middle school students teach them how to count and read. And I-Ching was quite satisfied, feeling that everything was arranged quite well. After thinking for a moment, and I-Ching asked Su Jingxian, do you have any books in your space? Su Jingxian nodded. When I went to Ronin County, I put all the books and shelves from the bookstore there into the space. I also went into the school and collected everything. The bunk beds in the internment area were taken from the school dormitory. And I-Ching nodded and said, let's build a classroom in the internment area first. We find some teachers later, and the children will go to school. Song Yu nodded. Okay. There are a few teachers who were rescued with the students earlier. We notify them once the prefabricated buildings are ready. And I-Ching nodded. After leaving the territory and finishing their physical training, Xiao Yunan didn't let everyone go back to work. Instead, they lined up and waited. Last night at dinner, and I-Ching mentioned that there would be an assessment today, and a number of places would be allocated to enter the territory. After the training, Xiao Yunan shared this news with everyone. Perhaps influenced by the hot pot last night, everyone was incredibly enthusiastic. Even though I-Ching hadn't arrived yet, everyone stood straight, as if at military attention. The middle school students, who had been training on the small flat ground on the hillside, had already come down and lined up neatly nearby. When I-Ching approached, she saw a large group of people lined up in an orderly formation, pairs of bright, blazing eyes staring straight at her, each filled with expectation. She paused. How could she put it? She was actually a little nervous. You know, she hadn't been nervous at all when Xiaorui's palace was crowded with hundreds of women arguing. Lord. Xiao Yunan had already put on the temperature-controlled combat uniform he had purchased earlier. It had to be said that it looked incredibly sharp and handsome. And I-Ching, She couldn't help but wonder, could Xiao Yunan have bought the combat uniform just for this? She glanced at Xiao Yunan with a subtle look. He always called her Sister Qing, but now, in front of so many people, he stood before her and loudly called her Lord. He was almost saluting her. So, were these people in the territory determined to elevate her to the lofty position of Lord? And I-Ching glanced at the neatly arranged crowd. There were quite a few people, probably over 1,000, and the vast playground was practically full. Those focused eyes on her did indeed put a bit of pressure on her. And I-Ching smiled, her expression gentle, and her tone soft as always. She spoke slowly. It seems everyone knows what we're going to do soon, so I won't say much. Everyone has a chance to enter the territory, so don't be nervous. The reason we're conducting the assessment now is because the territory isn't large enough right now, so we're selecting a select group of people to enter. As the territory expands, we conduct assessments periodically. As long as you're diligent and hardworking, and don't cause trouble, the territory will welcome you. Everyone became a little nervous after these words were spoken. Even if the territory expanded, everyone would be able to enter, but it was clear that those who came in first would have more advantages than those who came in later. Someone in the crowd raised their hand. And Iching raised an eyebrow, surprised that these people didn't start arguing or making a fuss, and that they actually raised their hands if they had questions. And Iching nodded to the person who raised their hand and asked, "Do you have any questions?" The man, standing on tiptoe to expose his face as much as possible, shouted to the crowd, "Lord, may I ask what exactly the assessment is about? Are there any specific standards?" This resonated with everyone, and many nodded enthusiastically. And Iching smiled and said, "The assessment is to examine your respective strengths. We will select the talents needed for the territory. Of course, I have records of your performance, and these will also count towards the assessment results." Another hand rose high. This time, there were several hands raised, and an Iching randomly selected one. "Lord, what kind of talents does the territory currently need?" And Iching smiled and said, "I will announce it publicly after your assessment." As soon as she finished speaking, Ma Fong approached. "Lord, I'm ready." And Iching nodded, and said to Xiao Yunan, "Please have someone organize them to go." Xiao Yunan agreed and immediately instructed each group to bring their personnel to line up for the assessment. The assessment took place in a newly built row of prefabricated buildings, each containing 10 rooms. Everyone formed into 10 teams and lined up at the entrances, each one entering the room for the assessment. The people in charge of the assessment were Qiu Yuan and her group of students. Originally, there were exactly 10 of them, but Ma Fong felt unfit to assess others, so she asked Zhou Tongxi to take over. And Iching didn't monitor the assessment. She returned to the territory and summoned Lao Li, the others, and Zhou Tongmin. "Lord." Lao Li and the others greeted an Iching as they arrived. They had all recovered completely, and were in better health than before. Their faces were rosy, and they looked energetic. And Iching smiled and invited them to sit down. Everyone settled down around her, waiting for her to speak. And Iching also sat on the ground. There are so many pregnant women in the territory right now, and the next due date is only a month or two away. So I'm thinking of building a hospital here. Old Li was stunned. Didn't Mr. Zhou have prefabricated cabins built outside? Are we still building a hospital? And Iching nodded. Prefabricated cabins aren't very good, after all. Let's just build a hospital. It'd be useful in the future. Zhou Tongbin took out the sketch of the territory he had drawn earlier and frowned. Sister Qing, a hospital will need at least 200 or 300 square meters, right? Isn't the space in the territory a bit insufficient now? Hospitals are indeed very important. Even with a healing psychic and cell activation spray, the cell activation spray isn't a panacea. For example, it won't heal bone injuries. And right now, there's only one healing psychic in their territory, and she can't care for the injured alone, not to mention so many expectant mothers. And Iching smiled. Besides breeding, the ecological farm can also be reclaimed for growing crops. So, the previously reclaimed land can be cultivated after the harvest. This way, building a small hospital won't be too crowded. Zhongliang asked, "Lord, we're running low on building materials. Do we have any left for building a hospital?" And Iching nodded. "Don't worry, we have the materials." Old Chen smiled. "Lord, these materials are extraordinary. They're truly excellent. They allow us to build faster than with more ordinary materials." And Iching smiled but didn't reply. She had heard about this last night. It seemed the special materials she provided were responsible for the rapid construction progress. It was called a hospital, but it was actually just a larger clinic. And Iching estimated that she could allocate 300 square meters for the hospital, but that would mean she would lose the territory's parking lot. Of course, Battlefield Vehicle Number 1 could also be parked in the shelter area. After all, the building now had water and electricity, so she could find time to fix up the bathrooms in the other rooms. If time was tight, there was no need to renovate everything all at once. 2 or 3 rooms that everyone could share would be sufficient. As an Iching and Zhou Tongbin were discussing a suitable location for the hospital, Ma Fong, who was maintaining Q discipline in the shelter area with Song Yu, Wang Bin, and others, suddenly looked up at the end of the road. Several familiar military vehicles were slowly approaching. Ma Fong stood up straight and squinted her eyes. Ever since the incident with Li Renbao, Ma Fong lost her initial fondness, for the sudden appearance of military vehicles. As if she had PTSD, she tensed and became wary of them. Sensing something was amiss with Ma Fong, Song Yu looked up and asked, "What's wrong?" Then she spotted several military vehicles approaching. Wang Bin also approached. The military? Ma Fong, not necessarily. The ones we encountered before weren't the military. Wang Bin, well aware of what Ma Fong and her group had encountered, couldn't help but sigh. Before the apocalypse, who but soldiers could drive these vehicles? Now, who knows what kind of monsters are behind the wheel? Song Yu thought for a moment and said, "You stay here. I go over and take a look." Ma Fong followed. "I go with you." Chapter 102. 5 military vehicles moved forward in a line, each manned by 2 people, one driving and one sitting in the passenger seat, taking turns driving. Each vehicle was equipped with a newly developed intercom system from the Research Institute, with a range of up to 20 kilometers. At this moment, Jiang Xiao, sitting in the passenger seat of the last vehicle, was frowning as he surveyed his surroundings. This journey had been incredibly strange. Before arriving in Rong'an County, they had to enter the city to search for survivors at each destination. Naturally, encountering zombies was inevitable. Most of the zombies now were low level, but encountering higher level zombies was inevitable, and a brutal fight ensued. Unable to defeat them, they could only resort to a strategic retreat. Along the way, they had also transported many survivors back to base. They had expected another fierce battle in Rong'an County, but instead found a remarkably clean city. Yes, clean. So clean. There wasn't a single zombie or human in sight. It felt like a deserted city. Jiang Xiao and his companions entered cautiously, finding not only no zombies or humans, but also the shops completely empty. No tables, chairs, benches, pots, pans, or anything else. The clothing store was devoid of clothing, not even racks to hang them on. If this were limited to 1 or 2 shops, it could be explained as preemptive moves before the apocalypse. But if the entire city was like this, it was outrageous. The stranger and more bizarre the situation, the more wary Jiang Xiao and his group became. However, after a day of exploring Rong'an County, they found no danger and, of course, no discoveries. The city seemed to have been emptied out, a veritable ghost town. Afterwards, Jiang Xiao and his companions' departure from Rong'an County went smoothly. Nothing suddenly appeared to stop them. The journey to City D was even more peaceful, with no people or zombies. This tranquility, however, made Jiang Xiao and his companions particularly uneasy, feeling as if it were the calm before the storm. Suddenly, Wei Yulong's voice, as seen from the front, exclaimed over the intercom, "Oh my god, what's that up ahead? Do you see it? I see a patch of green over there." "What green?" "I see it too. Really, it looks like a patch of greenery. Could it be those plastic plants? There's also a building over there, and a bunch of prefabricated houses. Sure, there's a whole bunch of people. Why are they crammed in there? Don't they think more people attract more zombies?" The intercom immediately erupted in conversation. Jiang Xiao opened the window, grabbed the window handle, and leaned out to look ahead. Sure enough, there was a lush green area over there, resembling a meadow. But it was the apocalypse. Where could there be any normal greenery? Most of it was plastic, perhaps meant to provide some comfort. Beyond the greenery, a building emerged. While it certainly couldn't compare to the towering structures of pre-apocalyptic times, it was still considerably taller than the structures at the current S province base. Further on, a large area of prefabricated buildings could be seen, neatly arranged in rows and rows, striking and conspicuous. Even more striking was the dense crowd of people crammed into the prefabricated buildings. There were so many people, at least 1,000. Jiang Xiao couldn't help but frown. Zombies are naturally sensitive to human scent, and gathering so many people in the wild would easily attract the surrounding zombies. But thinking about how they hadn't seen a single zombie along the way, he fell silent again. The military vehicle approached. Suddenly, a group of 2 people walked along the roadside toward the military vehicle. The 5 vehicles slowly stopped when they saw someone approaching. Wei Yulong, who was in the front, jumped out of the car, glanced at Song Yu and Ma Fong, and asked with a smile, "Hello, we are the rescue team from the S province base." He glanced at the area behind Song Yu and the others and said, "Excuse me, why are there so many survivors gathered here? It's dangerous to have so many people gathered in the wild." Song Yu looked the man up and down. A military aura always stands out in a crowd, even without the uniform. The man before him, dressed in casual attire, stood erect and straight, his back straight. A smile on his face made him appear quite approachable, yet his every move exuded a sense of calm and reliability. Song Yu smiled, his features softening slightly. Even before she encountered Zhou Tongxi's memories, she had heard of the strict military ethos of the Hailan nation, and so she had a natural affinity for soldiers. It's okay. We mostly cleared out the zombies in this area, and we conduct daily patrols, so safety is guaranteed. Song Yu's smile was faint, but it was much better than the stern expression he wore when facing others. Wei Yulong looked at the frail girl in front of him with some surprise, scratching his head. "Ah? So you guys cleared them out? I was wondering why we hadn't seen any zombies this whole trip." He glanced at the prefabricated buildings. "So you built a base here?" To be honest, he didn't agree. After all, prefabricated buildings are truly unsafe. Even if the zombies around them were cleared, what if a zombie wave hit? The S province base had previously faced a small zombie wave that nearly broke through the base's defenses. It was then that high walls were erected around the base to keep the zombies out. But here, it was completely deserted, without even a low wall. The sight was unsettling. Ma Fong, standing nearby, suddenly asked, "Are you really a soldier?" There was a gleam of doubt in her eyes. It wasn't that she hadn't sensed Wei Yulong's military aura, but with the experience of Li Renbao before her, she couldn't help but feel wary and suspicious. Wei Yulong couldn't help scratching his head. Didn't he just mention he was a soldier? However, seeing Ma Fong's wariness and suspicion, he pulled out his military ID. Luckily, he always carried it with him, otherwise it would have been awkward. "Yes, this is my ID." Ma Fong examined the seal and Wei Yulong's ID photo intently, then relaxed a little. At that moment, people from several cars got out. Song Yu explained, "Sorry, I didn't mean to doubt you." Ma Fong and her friends encountered a group of criminals escaping from prison in a military vehicle and suffered a lot. Wei Yulong became worried upon hearing this. What happened next? "Are you alright? What happened to those people?" After confirming Ma Fong's identity, she let down her guard and replied, "Many of our classmates died, and those who survived were seriously injured. If the Lord hadn't arrived in time, they would have been killed by those people. It wasn't likely that everyone would be killed outright. After all, Li Ringbao's desire for Qiu Yuanyuan was obvious." Wei Yulong breathed a sigh of relief, gnashing his teeth at the criminals who had committed such crimes. Now that it was the apocalypse, and there were no laws to restrain them, these people had become increasingly arrogant. The Hailan kingdom was so vast, who knew how many more had fallen prey to such cruelty? "Lord? What lord?" Jiang Shao approached and, upon hearing Ma Fong's words, immediately grasped the key point. This land was right here. Concealing it was impossible. And everyone knew that an I Ching had no intention of hiding anything from anyone. So Ma Fong replied sternly, "The owner of this territory, our lord." The soldiers were a bit bewildered, looking at each other in bewilderment. What kind of childish, Chunibu-induced brat? Territory? Lord? However, it was the apocalypse now. If someone actually carved out a piece of land, and claimed it as a country, and named who was its king, they couldn't do anything about it. Yu Shao, standing by, couldn't help but ask, "Is your territory truly safe? What if we encounter a zombie wave?" Song Yu couldn't help but curl his lips, smugly saying, "Of course it's safe. Zombies are forbidden from entering our territory." Everyone, that's ridiculous. You just say it's forbidden? Can zombies really follow the rules you set? For a moment, everyone felt incredibly apprehensive. If you hadn't experienced this yourself, just hearing about it from others would have been unbelievable. Jiang Shao was stunned by the way Song Yu's lips curled up, and he looked at him suspiciously. Sensing his gaze, Song Yu immediately glanced over, perceptive. Jiang Shao hurriedly apologized, "Sorry, I just thought you looked like someone." As he spoke, he furrowed his brows in thought. After a long pause, he finally dug out the person from the depths of his memory. "By the way, Yu loves to eat." Jiang Shao looked at Song Yu. "You're the food streamer Yu loves to eat, right?" Hearing the long-unseen address, Song Yu's once friendly face darkened, the dark aura that had vanished completely emanating with Jiang Shao's words. Yu loves to eat, that was the account name Song Ping had given her when he asked her to do the food stream. Many people affectionately called her Yu, and she even recognized the Yuyus filling the screen in the comments. But that period was unspeakably painful for her. Song Ping gave her the persona of a beautiful, gluttonous eater, forcing her to eat and eat in front of the screen, even if she felt like vomiting. She also had to smile for the screen. If her smile was too forced, and her food looked unappetizing, she would be beaten and scolded by her parents and Song Ping after the live stream. Because she would eat for 3 hours non-stop during her live streams, they would starve her before the broadcasts, figuring the hungrier she was, the more she would eat. Song Yu's past experience flashed back before her eyes, and hatred for the Song family surged. Wei Yulong was startled and asked hesitantly, "What's wrong with you? Are you okay?" Ma Fong also hurried over, looking at Song Yu with concern. Jiang Xiao hadn't expected Song Yu's expression to turn sour with just one sentence. Thinking he recognized the wrong person, he apologized immediately. "Sorry, I guess I was mistaken." Song Yu took a deep breath, detaching herself from the emotion, and shook her head. "No, I'm indeed Yu." Jiang Xiao looked at Song Yu with some surprise, puzzled as to why she had such a grim expression just now, given she hadn't made a mistake. Jiang Xiao had seen the live streamer Yu loves to eat a long time ago, while watching Jiang Yingying watching a live stream. Although Jiang Ren was the governor of S province, his salary was high by most standards, but in the already high-cost provincial capital of S province, it was still quite tight. And no matter how well Jiang Ren treated his children, he wouldn't give them much pocket money. Therefore, Jiang Zhao's monthly allowance never exceeded 1,000 yuan. Jiang Yingying was better off, but only between 2 and 3,000. So, while Jiang Yingying watched the live streams, she still didn't give them tips or anything like that. At that moment, Jiang Xiao spotted the girl on the live stream, who looked familiar. Familiar because she looked a bit like his mother. In the online world, it's not uncommon to see a few slightly similar people. Plus, those live streamers often use beauty filters, so the real person and the live streamer might not be the same. But somehow, he remembered the name EP91, likely referring to someone who loves eating, downloaded the live streaming app, and found the live streamer. The girl in the live stream wasn't eating fast, but she kept stuffing her mouth with food, her cheeks puffed up, and her cheeks moved like a hamster as she chewed. Jiang Xiao was busy, and didn't have much time to watch the live stream, so he only saw it a few times. Seeing the girl's dedication, he couldn't help but give her tips a few times. But one time, Jiang Yingying discovered it, and reported it to Jiang Ren. Jiang Xiao was severely reprimanded, and eventually uninstalled the live streaming app. It's fair to say that Jiang Xiao was still able to recognize Song Yu after all this time, perhaps because his memory was truly vivid. Having just finished discussing with Zhou Tongbin, and Yiqing stood up and saw the situation. She emerged from her territory, walked over, and asked, "What's going on?" When Song Yu heard Yiqing's voice, her anger instantly vanished. She turned and smiled. "Lord, they are soldiers from the S province base, here to search for survivors." Jiang Xiao instinctively looked up at Yiqing when he heard Song Yu's address. And Yiqing smiled warmly, a friendly smile on her face. She nodded and walked over, saying, "The zombies in this area have been cleared, and we rescued the survivors. You probably have a long way to go if you want to search for survivors." Jiang Xiao nodded. "Okay, thank you." He glanced around and said, "You can all go to the base together." And Yiqing was stunned for a moment, then smiled and shook her head. "Thank you, but no thanks. We're fine here." Jiang Xiao, And Yiqing didn't say much, but glanced at the people still waiting in line for the assessment. They haven't joined the territory yet, though. Perhaps you could ask for their opinion? Jiang Xiao was genuinely tempted. This place was quite close to City D. Perhaps there were people from City D here? However, since they were establishing a territory here, they clearly needed people. Going there now would be like trying to steal some of them. Jiang Xiao coughed lightly. Lord, right? Can I ask if you have any survivors from the urban area of City D? And Yiqing knew immediately that they were looking for someone, so she nodded. Yes, there are quite a few people here from D City. Who are you looking for? Song Yu knows the people here best. You can ask her if you need anything. And Yiqing glanced at the sky and said, "If you don't mind, let's go to the shelter and talk. It's almost noon, so we can have a quick meal here." The group looked at each other, feeling increasingly embarrassed. Jiang Xiao wanted to refuse, but he had heard that there were quite a few people from D City here, so he thought he'd try his luck. What if he ran into them? "Thank you, but forget about the meal. We brought some rations. Everyone's running low on supplies right now, and you have so many people here." Jiang Xiao followed and Yiqing toward the shelter. And Yiqing chuckled. "Don't worry, we have plenty of supplies. Look over there. We even raise our own poultry and livestock, and grow vegetables." Jiang Xiao almost thought he misheard and subconsciously looked in the direction and Yiqing pointed. They had now reached the edge of their territory, and up close, he could clearly see that there wasn't any plastic lawn over there. It was a real lawn. Before, because of the angle, he hadn't seen the cattle and sheep grazing there, but now he did. Also, the land inside the territory was noticeably different from the outside. Jiang Zhao's eyes nearly popped out of his head in shock. His mind went blank, and he pointed at the territory, stuttering slightly, "Here, here." And Iching smiled. "I have the ability to purify the land." Not only Jiang Shao, but everyone else also looked stunned. They'd seen plenty of psychics, all sorts of bizarre and strange ones. But this was their first time seeing one who could purify the land. But you can imagine how precious such a psychic is. That's the land humanity depends on for survival. Once the land can be purified, wouldn't it solve the biggest headaches facing the major bases? Jiang Shao looked at an Iching with a burning gaze, as if looking at a rare treasure, eager to bring her back to the base. And Iching, could you tone down that gaze a little? And Iching wasn't boasting about her ability to purify the land. The abnormalities in this land were obvious upon closer inspection. If she didn't claim it was the land she purified, she might end up facing off against these soldiers. It's just that, in this apocalyptic world, having a piece of normal, unpolluted land suitable for growing crops is incredibly valuable. The base would definitely want to take control of the land. Although the territory was blocked and they couldn't enter without their citizen status, and Iching didn't want to engage in a fight with the Hailan Nation soldiers, having made it clear in advance. After all, she knew from the original owner's memories that Hailan Nation soldiers were a group worthy of respect and trust. But if she hadn't purified the land, then she had no right to arbitrarily claim it as her own. Of course, even if she claimed to have purified it, it could still be seized. It all depended on the strength of the person seeking to seize the land. After what happened to Hong Ying, and Iching had fully understood that the system transformed by the heavenly Tao was truly only a supplement to her, not an all-powerful one. She might be able to do all of this herself in the future, but the system might very well lose connection to her due to the evil spirit's obstruction. Soon, everyone entered the holding area. Except for the temporary hospital, the other cabins were too small, only a few square meters, completely unable to accommodate so many people. So, an Iching had Su Jingxian bring tables, chairs, and benches to the playground. Wei Yulong was a little surprised. This was a space-based psychic. There were quite a few psychics in this place. However, they were able to clear so many zombies in the area, so their strength must be extraordinary. They probably had quite a few psychics. Jiang Shao saw people lining up over there. One by one, they went inside, and after a while, they came out, and then the next one went in. Are they checking these people for injuries? There were also checkpoints outside the base. Anyone who left the base had to be checked before returning. Anyone with injuries had to stay in the observation room for a few days, to confirm they were not infected before they could enter the base. And Iching shook her head. No, they're undergoing an assessment. She took out her citizen card and waved it. Non-citizens are prohibited from entering the territory, so no one without a citizen card can enter. Jiang Shao looked at the pure black card and asked, what would happen if someone who wasn't a citizen entered? And Iching smiled. Even if you can't get in, you can still give it a try. Don't worry, there's no danger. The territory's border was only about 10 meters away. Tan Zikuan, a man with a noticeably dark complexion among the group, stood up and strode over. I'd give it a try. As he spoke, he had already reached the border. There was clearly nothing there, yet as he approached, he ran into a wall of air. Tan Zikuan reached out his hand in surprise and felt around. There truly was an invisible wall of air before him. After confirming it once more, Tan Zikuan turned back to Jiang Shao with a stern face. I really can't get in. Jiang Shao stood up and walked over, reaching forward, and soon touched something. There was nothing before him, yet they were blocked out. Su Jingxian walked past them, stepped into the territory, turned around and said with a smile, Uncle, only residents of the territory can enter here. It was actually true. Even as the little girl walked over with such ordinary grace, an invisible wall still blocked their path. Jiang Shao thought back to what Song Yu and the others had said before. The territory prohibited zombies. It had sounded so outrageous and fantastical at the time, but it turned out to be true. Jiang Shao was deeply shaken, and the look he gave at Iching became unusual, even a hint of inquiry. After all, An Iching's abilities were truly extraordinary. She could purify polluted land and prevent non-civilians from entering. If she had the ambition, she could easily unify the world in today's apocalyptic world. Jiang Shao returned and sat in a chair, silent for a moment. Song Yu sat down next to An Iching and asked, What's the name of the person you're looking for? Where does he live? Su Jingxian approached and placed a bottle of mineral water in front of each person. An Iching smiled, unscrewed a bottle, and took a few sips. Jiang Zhao's mind was in a tizzy. Not only him, but his teammates were also silent, even a little dazed. It took a while for Song Yu to finish her question before Jiang Shao realized what she was asking. He pinched his brow and said, anyone will do, preferably someone living near the Xinhua community in City D. As soon as these words were spoken, Song Yu suddenly looked up at Jiang Xiao. And Yiqing was also a little surprised. Xinhua community? Jiang Xiao nodded, yes. And Yiqing smiled, that's true. I used to live in Xinhua community, along with Song Yu and Xiao Yunan. She turned to Su Jingxian. Jingxian, go get Xiao Yunan and Aunt Wang and the others. Jiang Xiao perked up, putting aside the chaotic thoughts in his mind and looking at them intently. There's a family surnamed Song, also from Xinhua community. Do you know them? They seem to be a family of 4. The couple are named Song Tian and Xiefan, and they have a son and daughter. Their son is named Song Ping, but I don't know their daughter's name. The air suddenly became dead silent. Even An Yiqing remained silent, subconsciously turning to look at Song Yu. Song Yu's expression hardened. She clenched her fists, staring intently at Jiang Xiao. Why are you asking about them? What's your relationship with them? Everyone could hear the coldness in Song Yu's tone. It was a simple question, yet her tone was sharp. Jiang Xiao, observing Song Yu's sudden change in attitude, suspected it was related to the Song family and immediately distanced himself from the matter. I have nothing to do with them. I only inquired about this family because I heard they're not good people. Here, he sighed and said with some worry, I want to find someone who knows this family. It's actually for my sister. My sister has been so well protected by our family since she was a child. She's completely unaware of the wickedness of human nature. Somehow, she felt a strong connection with the Song family and accepted them as her godparents. I heard about what this family had done before, but she didn't believe it. So, this time, I came here to search for survivors, hoping to find someone who knew them so I could prove it to my sister. The mention of Jiang Yingying made Jiang Xiao feel both helpless and angry. Song Yu's sharp expression gradually softened. After a moment's silence, she said, this family is all about profit. They're treating your sister well because they think it's profitable. For your sister's sake, keep her away from them. Jiang Xiao saw Song Yu's expression soften, and for some reason, he felt relieved. Do you know this family? You sound like you know them well? He asked very carefully observing Song Yu's expression as he asked, as if he would immediately end the conversation if she looked unhappy. Song Yu twitched her lips. I know them. How could I not? I'm their daughter, Song Yu. Jiang Xiao was stunned. Song Yu, yes. Her last name is Song too. So, the Song daughter being held captive and sucked dry by the entire Song family was this girl before him? Jiang Xiao was stunned for a moment, unsure of what to say. He examined Song Yu's expression and asked cautiously, then, why didn't you come with us to the base? Song Yu lowered her eyes, her hands clenched tightly, veins bulging on the backs of her hands. She had to suppress her emotions fiercely to avoid an outburst. Until now, she hadn't known where the Song family had fled to. Now she knew. They were at the S province base. Song Yu spoke slowly after a while. Because, when the apocalypse arrived, they threw me into the zombie swarm to buy time so they could escape. After she finished, she let out a long breath and actually smiled. Do you know what they did to me, their daughter? Song Yu looked forward, his gaze penetrating everything, as if he'd seen everything before. From the moment I can remember, I remember endless work, endless beatings, and endless scolding. Later, I became a food streamer. Every day before a live stream, I had to starve. No matter how hungry I was, I couldn't drink a sip of water. And while I was live, I couldn't eat too fast. I had to take my time and enjoy my food. Even if I was about to throw up, I couldn't show it and had to keep eating. Later, I got stomach cancer, but they had no intention of treating me. They only gave me painkillers and let me continue live streaming, hoping to make more money before I died. After the apocalypse, I was still useful to them. They took me with them and, when they encountered zombies, simply threw me out to buy time to escape. Song Yu had a strange smile on his face. So, if they treat their own daughter like this, do you think they truly treat your sister? They're just profiting. But the saddest thing is that even when her parents were profiting from her, they never treated her kindly, beating and scolding her every day. The crowd was stunned as they listened to the Song family's actions. Wei Yulong was stunned for a moment. After a long while he stood up, his face grim and furious, and roared, "Fuck, are they still human?" Jiang Zhao's face was ashen with anger, and a fire burned in his heart, rising to his head. He heard about the Song family sucking their daughter's blood before, but outsiders didn't know the details, only the general idea. No one could explain it more clearly than Song Yu, the person involved. Looking at the girl with eyes full of hatred before him, Jiang Xiao suddenly felt a sharp pain in his heart. He also seen her live streams before, but he didn't know the circumstances under which she did them. The thought made him feel suffocated and heartbroken. Yu Xiao, standing nearby, suddenly spoke up. Are you sure you're their daughter? Were you trafficked? Yes. Could it be that you weren't their daughter in the first place? That's why they treated you like this? I can't believe what kind of parents would treat their own daughters so cruelly. The soldier's eyes were red with tears, unable to believe how Song Yu had grown up in such an environment, and how she had managed to survive the zombie horde. Actually, there are some truly inhuman parents. There's one in my hometown. They believe their sons are their future support and the only ones who can carry on the family line, so they constantly exploit their daughters and give them all the good things. I also heard from my parents that there was a family in our area who sold their daughter to a near-death widower just to get a large dowry for their son's marriage. Yu Xiao said, but I feel like the Song family is forcing her to die. You have to know that Song Yu's live streaming earned her so much money, proving she was already famous. If she had stomach cancer at that time, wouldn't she have been able to make more money by simply getting proper treatment and then live streaming to show her pity? No matter how short-sighted the Song family was, since they knew they wanted Song Yu to make money, they couldn't have failed to understand this. However, they refused her treatment and continued live streaming as usual, clearly hoping for her immediate demise. Song Yu shook her head. I wasn't abducted. No one in our village buys children. My mother had a terrible reaction when she was pregnant with me. Not only did she see the village doctor, but she also went to the town clinic before giving birth, fearing the danger. She then looked at Jiang Xiao. When are you planning to go back? I'd like to go to the base with you. Is that okay? Everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. She had suffered so much in the past, and had nearly died at the hands of her own family. Judging by her resentment, it was clear she would go to the base to seek revenge on the Song family. Although it was the end of the world, they were still soldiers, and for a moment, they hesitated. Jiang Xiao was in a daze, having completely ignored Song Yu's words. He was still thinking about Yu Xiao's words. They're not biological children. Song Yu and his mother did look very similar. If you didn't look closely, you wouldn't be able to tell, you only notice a slight resemblance. But upon closer inspection, Song Yu's eyes were exactly like his mother's, and so were his lips, almost identical. His face shape was somewhat similar to his father's, though softer and more feminine. Just that one word, they're not biological children, filled Jiang Xiao with increasing alarm. Doubts sprouted like seeds, rapidly growing. No, his father and Ying had previously done a paternity test. There was no way they could have been mistaken. But his mind couldn't help but dwell on it, on the doubts. What if Ying had known all along? Come to think of it, before the paternity test, Ying ran away from home for 2 days. He and his father were so worried that they almost called the police before they found her in the park. But he had searched for her in that park several times. Where had she gone during those 2 days? Back then, fearing further upsetting her, and with both he and his father in the wrong, they didn't dare ask too many questions. Since she didn't want to talk, they didn't investigate. What if she had fled to City D? A chill ran down his spine, and Jiang Xiao's teeth chattered. If that were true, it was too horrifying. How old was Ying then? She was only 15 or 16. So when did she know her identity? Jiang Xiao closed his eyes, unable to help but recall the Song family he had met. He had seen the Song family 3 times. Once when Ying took them on a tour of the base, once when Ying took them to the cafeteria for dinner, and once when the Song family arrogantly took a large amount of supplies from the distribution point. The images of the Song family interacting with Jiang Ying flashed through his mind. Although they disliked the Song family, Jiang Xiao and Jiang Ren didn't forcibly sever Jiang Ying's ties with them, because they were truly kind to her. Although they kept taking supplies from Jiang Ying, the way they looked at her was also incredibly gentle and kind. You can tell whether someone likes you by the way they look at them. Recalling this made Jiang Xiao's heart ache even more. Song Yu had once been the Song family's cash cow, yet they treated her poorly, eventually even throwing her into the zombie swarm. Well, even if they had something to gain for Jiang Ying, they should have been scheming behind the scenes. Jiang Xiao closed his eyes, feeling a sudden lack of oxygen, a complete suffocation, and a brief dizziness. Captain, what's wrong with you? Wei Yulong was startled and quickly reached out to support the swaying Jiang Xiao. Jiang Xiao waved his hand. I'm fine. Song Yu frowned. Are you inconvenienced? Jiang Xiao heard Song Yu's voice this time. His suspicions hadn't been fully substantiated, but upon seeing her, he subconsciously softened his voice, as if afraid to startle her. What? And Yiqing had always known that if the Song family members weren't eliminated, they would remain like a demon within Song Yu, suppressed deep within his heart. If suppressed for too long, there was no telling when they would erupt. So she smiled and said, Song Yu, they still have to rescue the survivors. Now that they know the base is in Province S, that's enough. We can go there on our own later. Song Yu's eyes reddened, and she bit her lip as she looked at An Iching. Thank you, Sister Qing. An Iching reached out and touched her head. It's okay. You didn't do anything wrong. No need to apologize. Jiang Xiao opened his mouth, but no words came out. At this moment, Jiang Xiao was torn. On the one hand, he didn't want to believe that the sister he had watched grow up wasn't his sister. On the other hand, many doubts surfaced in his mind. At this moment, even the live broadcast of Song Yu he had seen on Jiang Ying's phone seemed like strong evidence. If the girl before him was indeed his sister. Jiang Zhao's breath hitched, and his heart felt like it was being stabbed by thousands of needles, the pain so severe that he could barely breathe. His fingertips couldn't help but tremble. If that were true, the little girl before him, who should have been raised with his love and care by him and his father, had instead been tortured and nearly died at the hands of another couple. Jiang Xiao opened his mouth, his voice trembling slightly. Do you know where you were born? An Iching looked at Jiang Xiao, whose mood was clearly off, and couldn't help but frown. What was going on? Song Yu, Hongye Town Health Center. Although she had never been to school and had always been trapped at home, she knew her home was in Xinshan Village, under Hongye Town. For Jiang Xiao, this was like a bolt from the blue. Hongye Town. His hometown was Shishir Village, under Hongye Town. Back then, his father had a happy family and a successful career, rising through the ranks, and had wanted to bring his grandparents to the city as well. But his grandparents couldn't get used to living in the big city, so they stayed in Shishir Village. His father bought them many gifts and asked the neighbors to take good care of them. That year, his father suddenly received a call from Shishir Village saying his grandparents were critically ill. His father was tied to work at the time, so his mother took the initiative to return to Shishir Village to see them. But they didn't expect a car accident in Hongye Town, which led to a premature birth. Jiang Zhao's grandparents were devastated to learn that their daughter-in-law had died in a car accident on her way to visit them. Their condition worsened, and they soon passed away. Jiang Ren hurriedly finished his work, and within a few days, he had lost his wife and parents, leaving only his daughter, who was waiting for him at the hospital. That day, Jiang Ren took Jiang Xiao with him. They took Jiang Ying from the health center, and then the father and son, along with a newborn baby, took care of the funeral arrangements for Jiang Ren's parents and wife. Jiang Xiao was already 6 years old at the time, so he remembered it clearly. When he and his father went to pick up Jiang Ying was the only newborn girl at the hospital, while the health center's records showed that his mother had indeed given birth to a girl. Jiang Zhao's lips trembled, and bloodshot eyes suddenly filled his eyes. When is your birthday? Song Yu was stunned, and shook her head hesitantly. I don't know. She had never celebrated her birthday since she was a child, so how could she possibly know it? While it was definitely on her household registration book, she was illiterate, and Siathan had kept it safe, so she had never even seen it. Oh, before becoming Zhou Tongxi and growing up with him, she hadn't even known there was such a thing as a household registration book. Song Yu looked at Jiang Xiao inquiringly. He asked too many, and his questions were truly strange. Jiang Xiao didn't know whether to feel relieved or disappointed. Everything was just his guess. What if he was wrong? What if his suspicions were just coincidences? And Iching's gaze lingered on Song Yu and Jiang Zhao's faces, and she suddenly realized the two of them looked a bit alike. Chapter 103. Jiang Xiao took a deep breath. He desperately wanted to accompany Song Yu back to the base immediately, and ask the research institute for a paternity test. But he hadn't lost his mind yet. He knew that his mission this time wasn't to find anyone in City D who knew the Song family, but to rescue the survivors. Even though he now had a bad suspicion about Jiang Ying and Song Yu's identities, rescuing the survivors was paramount. He couldn't let it go because of his family's affairs. Jiang Xiao looked at Song Yu, his eyes dry and his throat clogged with cotton, unsure how to speak. Suddenly, An Iching looked at Song Yu and said, There's still a lot of unresolved issues in the territory. I accompany you to the base after we're done. It just so happens that they need time to search for the survivors, so we can go together and be safer. Hearing An Iching's words, Jiang Zhao's spirits trembled, and he looked at Song Yu expectantly. This gesture made An Iching's heart even more tense, and for a moment, she felt a complex mix of emotions. Song Yu was somewhat surprised by An Iching's sudden change of heart, and the reason was quite bizarre. In her opinion, no matter how formidable these soldiers were, they weren't as formidable as Sister Qing. If they really left together, Sister Qing would have to devote her attention to protecting them. Going together wouldn't be safer, but it would be more troublesome. However, Song Yu had always listened to An I-Ching, and while she hated the Song family, it wasn't like she couldn't wait any longer. It had already taken so long. Previously, she had thought it would take a very long time, and sometimes even wondered if the Song family were already dead or transformed into zombies, leaving her with no chance for revenge. Now that she knew the Song family was safe and sound, and knew their exact whereabouts, it was already much faster than she had originally expected. So Song Yu nodded, okay. And I-Ching smiled, turned to look at Jiang Shao and the others, and asked, by the way, I don't know your names yet. Jiang Shao introduced, my name is Jiang Shao, and these are my teammates, Wei Yulong, Yu Shao, Zhang Miao, Lin Ziqing. He introduced his teammates one by one. And I-Ching paused. Jiang Shao? She used her consciousness to ask Tian Dao, did this name appear in the game survival you gave me? Tian Dao's presence was very low. It would basically not speak unless An I-Ching approached it. But since An I-Ching learned of its existence, it would answer almost anything An I-Ching asked. Yes, Jiang Shao is the son of Jiangren, the current head of the S-City base. An I-Ching was at a loss for words for a moment. In the original storyline, the S-Province base was the first base Song Yu destroyed after becoming the Zombie King. Upon becoming the Zombie King, Song Yu was still ruthless and crude, leading a massive horde of zombies to breach the S-Province base. The S-Province base held out for 7 days and nights, only to be overwhelmed by the zombie horde. And I-Ching still remembered that when the commander of the S-Province base realized the base might not be able to withstand so many zombies, he took his son atop the city walls to attract the attention of Song Yu, the Zombie King, and defend the base. He then sent the base's most powerful psychics to escort the survivors out of the encirclement. The commander's son, known as the strongest wind-type psychic, persevered on the city walls for 7 days and nights without sleep, and finally, exhausted, attempted to self-destruct, dragging Song Yu with him. However, Song Yu back then possessed a powerful foresight, far superior to the Song Yu of today. Therefore, his self-detonation only took away a large number of zombies, and failed to harm Song Yu at all. If Song Yu was Jiang Zhao's sister then, would Song Yu, who had become a zombie in her previous life, know about this? Back then, she would have been practically omniscient, right? When Xiao Yunan and Wang Yuehua arrived, the topic of the Song family had already ended, and no one wanted to bring it up again. And I-Ching asked Wang Yuehua to prepare extra food for Jiang Shao and the other 10 people at lunch. Wang Yuehua agreed and left. And I-Ching asked Xiao Yunan, how's the assessment going over there? Xiao Yunan pulled up a stool and sat next to An I-Ching. Because they're testing whether their reported skills are fake, the process is a bit slow. We haven't even finished a third of the assessment yet. It'd probably take all day. And I-Ching nodded. It's okay if it's slow. We figure it out before we make arrangements. Xiao Yunan looked at the people sitting at the table with curiosity. Why were they all sitting so straight and formally? And I-Ching introduced Xiao Yunan again. After they exchanged greetings, and I-Ching asked Xiao Yunan to find Zhou Tongbin and have him replace Zhou Tongxi. After this experience of having Zhou Tongxi take charge of the territory, and I-Ching's trust in him had increased. Because both the lordship card for the entire 7th floor and the respectful address of the survivors to her as lord were all arranged by Zhou Tongxi. Before this, and I-Ching was mentally prepared that Zhou Tongxi might do something small, but unexpectedly, he was very conscientious and had already started to improve her reputation when she came back. Don't underestimate Zhou Tongxi's small contribution. A person's reputation is often built through these small, incremental steps. And I-Ching saw clearly and understood that Zhou Tongxi was proving himself, a sign of his allegiance. After all, his words were empty, concrete actions were the only way to prove himself. This time, and I-Ching had summoned Zhou Tongxi to her place because she intended to assign him a task. Soon, Zhou Tongxi approached and took in the packed table. His gaze swept subtly over Jiang Shao and the others, forming a rough guess about their identities. He walked over to An I-Ching and said, Lord. And I-Ching was now completely accustomed to this address, so there was no change in her expression, and even the initial embarrassment she felt at the title was gone. She nodded, asked Zhou Tongxi to sit down, and introduced them with a smile. These are soldiers from Province S, heading here to search for survivors. Then, she introduced Jiang Shao and the others by name, and then introduced Zhou Tongxi to them. This is Zhou Tongxi. Since the territory currently lacked formal divisions of rank, and I-Ching introduced him by name. Zhou Tongxi greeted Jiang Shao and the others with a smile, quickly pondering why An I-Ching had called him over. It couldn't be that he was here just to have dinner with these people. A short while later, Wang Yuehua arrived with a few people, serving the food. Lord, the food is here. Wang Yuehua arrived with a beaming smile, carrying a stack of plates. And Yiqing didn't arrange for Jiang Shao and the others to be treated to a special meal or wine. She simply served the same fare as the survivors in the shelter area today. She nodded and smiled at Jiang Shao and the others, saying, "We don't have anything fancy to offer you, just some ordinary food. I hope you don't mind." Wei Yulong could smell the rich aroma of meat, smothered in rich oil and sauce. The aroma clearly mingled with the scent of garlic sprouts and scallions, making it even more pronounced. He couldn't help but swallow. Disgusted? Disgusted? He was already salivating before even seeing the food. Everyone looked at Jiang Shao. Disgusted, of course, but why would they actually come here to eat and drink for free? Jiang Shao thought for a moment and accepted Yiqing's offer. Thank you very much. Stainless steel plates were placed in front of each person. They were the kind used in school cafeterias, with 2 compartments for vegetables in the front and a large one for rice in the back. 2 people carrying large pots of food, one holding the pot in one hand and a large spoon in the other, began to serve them one by one. Today's lunch featured 2 dishes, bacon and vermicelli noodles. The palm-sized slices of pork belly, alternating between fat and lean, were appetizing. The translucent vermicelli noodles were smothered in a rich sauce and sprinkled with garlic sprouts and scallions. Both the aroma and the presentation were excellent. The other dish was shredded potatoes with green peppers. The potatoes were evenly shredded, stir-fried to a beautiful glossy color. Mixed with the vibrant green peppers, they looked delicious and went well with rice. Then, someone carrying a bowl of rice came over to serve them each. Then, someone handed each of them a small soup bowl and, carrying a teapot, poured them a bowl of hot broth. And Yiqing, Zhou Tongxi, and Song Yu all had the same meal in front of them. Jiang Shao looked at the generous portion of food before him, and couldn't help but glance at the group of people who had lined up for the assessment. This prompted the others to go get their food. Although the distance made it difficult to see clearly, he could vaguely see that the food there was likely the same as theirs. Jiang Shao was a little surprised. So, this kind of food was the standard here. This was even better than the food at the base. It wasn't that he couldn't get such food at the base, but it was just difficult to provide it to everyone, especially those in the shantytowns. Many now only received 2 steamed buns for breakfast, lunch, and dinner, which amounted to only 6 buns a day. While it wasn't enough to put everyone on edge, expecting them to eat so well wasn't feasible, given the limited supplies at the base. Jiang Shao fell silent as he watched, suddenly feeling that it was indeed better for these people to stay here than to follow him back to the base. Not only Jiang Shao, but Wei Yulong and the others were also quite silent. The food before them, while clearly delicious, tasted bland to them. It was simply that the living conditions at the base were vastly different from those here, whether it was accommodation or food. After all, there was still a large shantytown within the base. Zhou Tongxi had been observing the reactions of these people and vaguely grasped Yiqing's intentions, but whether it was as he suspected depended on her subsequent actions. The Highland Kingdom has always been a drinking culture. There's no such thing as talking while eating or sleeping. Although there were no bars now, Zhou Tongxi still used his sociability, and quickly struck up a conversation with Jiang Shao and the others. He extracted information from them about the base. Because of the stark contrast, Jiang Shao, Wei Yulong, and the others were somewhat embarrassed to bring themselves to speak, feeling rather awkward about the current situation at the base. However, Zhou Tongxi always managed to find the information he needed by circumventing their fragmentary conversations. A brief analysis of this information revealed that the base wasn't completely organized yet. While a considerable amount of supplies had been gathered, it was unlikely the people there would be able to eat to their heart's content for long, so life wasn't easy for them right now. Of course, no matter where they were, those at the top had it much easier than those at the bottom. In some ways, the leaders of the S province base were already very good leaders, after all, managing to keep everyone well fed. However, this wasn't a long-term solution. Supplies would eventually run out. Even if there were plant-based psychics who could help produce seeds, psychics were few and far between. Relying on them to grow crops to ensure food security for the base was impossible. Thinking of this, Zhou Tongxi's eyes flickered, and he felt fortunate to have chosen the right path. After dinner, as Yiqing saw Jiang Shao and the others off, she glanced at the 5 military vehicles. Your vehicles don't look very large. With so many survivors, it'd probably be a hassle, right? Isn't it? You know, before, their vehicles couldn't carry many survivors. They had to search the local area for large trucks, and find survivors who could drive them. Otherwise, they had to select only 1 or 2 members of the team to drive the trucks. This back and forth was why it took them nearly a month to reach this point. Before entering Rowan County, they had just escorted a group of survivors back home. After returning to Rowan County, they encountered no zombies or survivors, which is why they were the only ones in the group now. And Iching smiled. You're wasting time running back and forth like this. How about this? I lend you my battle bus. It can accommodate more people, so you don't have to run back and forth. You can go directly to City M and start searching for survivors. We'd be able to bring them all back in one go. Jiang Xiao was a little surprised. Battle bus? And Iching nodded. Yes, that saved time. They're the ones parked over there. Jiang Xiao looked up and saw 4 neatly parked battle buses. They were large, all black. They'd seen them before and thought they were model houses. After all, before the apocalypse, even houses that simulated space capsules appeared, so it wasn't surprising to see houses that simulated cars. However, from what Iching was saying, these were actually real cars. Seeing their skeptical expressions, Iching led them over, opened the door, and said, "This car has high defenses, capable of withstanding a 50-ton attack. It also has ample space inside. Although it only has 33 seats, they're wide enough to easily accommodate 2 people without feeling crowded. Therefore, it can easily accommodate 66 people. The center aisle is also wide, so if there are more people, they can sit on the floor. As for the issue of overloading, it's the apocalypse now, so why would we care so much? If comfort isn't a concern, this car should be able to accommodate over 100 or 200 people on one floor, but it will be uncomfortable. Of course, there's a second floor." Jiang Xiao and the others were stunned when they boarded the car. What kind of genius had modified this car? Could it be some doomsday enthusiast? Otherwise, under normal circumstances, they simply couldn't imagine the impact this car would have on the streets before the apocalypse. After all, the widest bus is only 2.5 meters wide, so this car must be about 5 meters wide, right? If the road were narrower, the car wouldn't even be able to pass. As if oblivious to their shocked expressions, Iching continued, "So, one car should be able to carry 300 to 500 people. Also, this car has a space device. With sufficient energy, it can accommodate 10 times the original number of people. So, with the space device activated, it can hold about 3,000 to 5,000 people." Jiang Xiao, Wei Yulong, The group stared at Iching blankly, unsure whether to believe such outrageous words. Could it be that not only people can awaken superpowers now, but cars can too? Iching sighed. I know it's hard for you to believe, but opening the space device requires energy, and I don't want to waste it carelessly. Jiang Xiao paused before saying, "Thank you." Even without the space device, it's already quite good. He believed this vehicle could carry 300 to 500 people, but the idea of 3,000 to 5,000 seemed unbelievable and hard to believe. However, 300 to 500 people is quite a lot. If packed like sardines, it could probably hold even more. Of course, that would be very dangerous. While he wasn't sure if this vehicle could carry 50 tons, it certainly looked as sturdy as a military vehicle. Jiang Xiao pondered for a moment, and was tempted. He then looked at Iching for confirmation. "Can you really lend us this vehicle?" Iching smiled and nodded. "Of course. I also hope the survivors can be rescued from danger as soon as possible." Jiang Xiao felt a complex mix of gratitude and emotion, and sincerely thanked him. "Thank you. I really appreciate your willingness to help us." Iching shook her head. "You're welcome. It's my duty." She led them to the driver's side, saying, "But the car needs a citizen card to start, so we need someone from our territory to drive it. Don't worry, everyone in our territory is strong and won't hold you back." Then they asked to borrow both the car and the people, making Jiang Xiao and the others increasingly embarrassed. They thanked her profusely. Iching smiled. "Wait here for a moment. I arranged for some help." Iching planned to loan out battle vehicles 1, 2, 3, and 4, so she needed 4 drivers. She returned to the territory with Song Yu and Zhou Tongxi and immediately instructed them to fetch help. She had seen Jiang Shan's abilities. She was basically fine now. Furthermore, she was a doctor, so she could sometimes treat injuries that couldn't be treated with the cell activation spray. Then there's Song Yu. She possesses precognitive abilities. While uncontrollable, she might be able to foresee particularly serious danger before it's too late. Furthermore, Iching has selfish motives. If Jiang Xiao truly is Song Yu's relative, then why did Song Yu end up living abroad, becoming the daughter of the Song family? There's no way to know what happened back then, but judging by Jiang Zhao's expression, it might have been an accident. Even if they were siblings, they'd been separated since childhood and had never spent any time together. How much affection could there possibly be based on that mere blood bond? Relationships are cultivated, which is why I Ching wanted Song Yu to come along, so they could spend more time together and cultivate their bond. Whether Song Yu would recognize the other party wasn't something I Ching considered. It was Song Yu's own choice, but she had to pave the way for him and make plans. Afterward, I Ching asked the people in the territory to deliberate and ultimately chose Wang Bin, Zhong Ni's apprentice. Wang Bin was a very capable fighter, even surpassing his master. Later, he began practicing physical training with Xiao Yunan, and his progress was remarkable. Also, she was very pleased with Zhou Tongxi, because she could see that he understood her intention. Then, there was Su Jingxian. Yes, this time I Ching planned to have Su Jingxian go along, to search for survivors while also gathering supplies, thus providing the group with a powerful resource. And Tang Bai. Tang Bai's mission wasn't to search for survivors, but to protect Su Jingxian. And Ching glanced at everyone and said with a smile, "Your mission this time is to cooperate with the soldiers over there in the search and rescue of survivors. While out there, do your best to comply with their instructions." She paused and looked at the only person who might be a problem. Tang Bai. She asked anxiously, "Tang Bai, you're going to stay with Jingxian every step of the way when you go out this time. Is that okay?" She still remembered how Tang Bai used to follow Lu Mingxiang closely. It was a bit like An Yao now. Speaking of which, where's An Yao? And Ching frowned and looked around. An Yao wasn't around, but she had other things to do right now, so she couldn't pay attention to him. Tang Bai nodded, "I'm fine." And Ching had originally thought that getting Tang Bai to leave Lu Mingxiang would require some serious convincing, but she was surprised by how easily he agreed. Then, she saw Lu Mingxiang smiling at her from a distance. Well, there's always a way out. She could probably guess why Tang Bai agreed. This time, there were only 6 of them going with Jiang Zhao. Including Jiang Zhao's 10 companions, there were 16 of them. And Ching took out the refining furnace and said to Su Jingxian, "Jingxian, throw all the zombies in your dimension into the refining furnace first." Su Jingxian nodded and began throwing the zombie corpses into the refining furnace. Because they were throwing them from their dimension, the speed was very fast. And Ching said, "This time, the distance is far, and you might encounter some danger. I enabled the Lord Summoning function on your cards. If you encounter a difficult, unsolvable danger, summon me immediately." Jiang Shan was stunned. "Lord Summoning?" And Ching nodded. "After the Lord Summoning function, I can immediately appear beside you for 10 minutes. So, be sure to prepare before summoning me, so that I can be informed of the situation immediately and avoid wasting time. After a summon, there's a 100-day cooldown period, during which you can't summon again. Of course, I enabled the summoning function for all 6 of you, so you have 6 chances to summon me this time. There will undoubtedly be high-level, dangerous zombies in City M, but it's unclear how high or how dangerous they will be, so An Ching will equip them before leaving. To summon, simply hold the Lord Summoning card and silently recite Summon the Lord. It's simple, but don't try it rashly, or you waste your chance." Everyone trusted An Ching, not doubting the instructions, which read like game instructions, and nodded cautiously. An Ching took out a protective shield necklace and handed it to them one by one. "This is a protective shield. It can reduce fatal attacks by 70%. It can also save your life in critical moments. Wear it with you, and don't take it off. Each of you should take 20 bottles of cell activation spray and zombie virus serum. After each use, go to Jingxian for a refill." She rambled on, sounding quite concerned. Zhou Tongxi felt a little amused. She was treating them like children. But such concern warmed their hearts, like a hot spring. Who wouldn't want someone to care? Especially since An Ching wasn't just paying lip service, she had actually provided something that could save their lives. Zhou Tongxi lowered his eyes. An Ching explained everything in detail. She had given them so much cell activation spray and zombie virus serum not just for herself, but also for Jiang Zhao, who was traveling with them, and for the survivors they were about to rescue. After Su Jingxian had refined all the zombies in the space into the refining furnace, she listened attentively to An Ching's words. She knew exactly why she was accompanying them this time, to collect supplies and zombie corpses. After confirming the details, An Ching tucked half of the crystal cores piled high on the ground into her own space. "Jingxian, do you have a backpack in your space? Something sturdy?" Su Jingxian nodded. Her space was now a treasure chest, filled with everything. An Ching smiled and said, "Take out 5, and give 1 to each of them. Su Jingxian obediently took out 5 backpacks and distributed them to Jiang Shan and the others. And Yiqing looked at Su Jingxian and said, Jingxian, first collect the crystal cores on the ground, then fill their backpacks. The battle vehicle has a space device. Once it's filled with enough crystal cores, it opens and expands the vehicle's capacity. If you're short on crystal cores, get some from Jingxian. And Yiqing took out a space car and handed it to Tang Bai. Tang Bai, this is a space car. Once you filled it with enough crystal cores, you can teleport. You can teleport 10 kilometers at a time. Jiang Shan, tell him how to use it. Okay. Jiang Shan agreed, opened the door, invited Tang Bai aboard, and explained how to refill the crystal cores and activate teleportation. Tang Bai listened intently. It was actually very simple. All he had to do was know where to refill the crystal cores. Then, when activating teleportation, he could set the distance he wanted to teleport to on the control panel. Even Yiqing didn't know this yet. After making sure she hadn't missed anything, Yiqing looked at Zhou Tongxi inquiringly. Zhou Tongxi smiled and nodded. Yiqing smiled. Let's go! I grant you access to the battle vehicle. They were also given access to the space vehicle, including Jiang Shan's. This way, all 5 of them could drive it in an emergency. Of course, Yiqing didn't leave Su Jingxian behind. Although she was still too young to drive, if anything happened, she could use the car to start the vehicle and then have Jiang Xiao and the others drive. Yiqing tried to think through every aspect, but she kept wondering if there was something she hadn't considered thoroughly. After granting all the authorizations, Yiqing looked at Jiang Shan and the others and let out a long sigh. M-City, by then, the communication range would have been exceeded. Yiqing didn't know what to say, so she just said, come back safely. The others nodded in agreement. Jiang Shan walked over to the battle vehicle and waved to Jiang Xiao and the others inside. Get off first. We put the vehicle away. Jiang Xiao got out of the vehicle, somewhat bewildered. Put it away? How? They had just curiously toured the battlefield vehicle and were immediately astounded by its amenities. While the toilet didn't have running water, the kitchen did. It was fully equipped with pots and pans, and it even had electricity and gas. After everyone got out, Jiang Shan took out a dark black card, the exact same color as the battlefield vehicle. She gently placed it against the vehicle, and the next moment, the battlefield vehicle vanished. Before Jiang Xiao and the others could even react with shock, they saw the parked battlefield vehicles vanish one after another, and soon all 4 were gone. The other 3 were put away by Song Yu, Wang Bin, and Zhou Tongxi. Jiang Xiao and the others were a bit dazed, as if they were watching some fantasy blockbuster. He opened his mouth several times, but no sound came out. He seemed so shocked that he seemed to have grown accustomed to it, but he hadn't. Where's the car? Wei Yulong asked in a sly, soul-searching question. Could it be a space-based psychic? Jiang Shan smiled. It's put away. To save time, we're teleporting to City M. Yu Xiao's face was filled with questions. Teleport? Do you have a teleporter? Jiang Shan smiled smugly. No, but don't we have a car? She then pulled out her space-based psychic. The psychic was large, but it would still be a bit difficult to fit 16 people. However, it wouldn't take long for them to teleport there. They could just squeeze in. Jiang Shan drove. Song Yu and Su Jingxian sat in the passenger seat. Zhou Tongxi, Wang Bin, Tang Bai, and Jiang Xiao sat in the second row. Of the remaining 9 people, 5 sat in the third row, leaving the remaining 4 in the trunk. Wei Yulong looked at the 5 people crammed into the third row and said with a grin, wow, the trunk is quite spacious. The 4 of us can sit comfortably. Do you want one of you to come over? Yu Xiao couldn't help but roll his eyes at him. Jiang Xiao, Why had he believed Jiang Shan's words? Did he really think this car could teleport? He was actually crammed in like sardines with them. Jiang Xiao was beginning to doubt his life, and couldn't help but glance at Song Yu, who was sitting in the passenger seat. Song Yu was holding Su Jingxian, and even wearing her seatbelt, holding both of them steady. Jiang Shan, filling the crystal core, said, Hold on, everyone. You might feel dizzy and nauseous in a little while. If you do, tell me right after you teleport. Get out of the car and vomit. Don't do it in the car. As she finished filling the crystal core, she said, Get ready. I'm teleporting. With that, the car vanished from its original location. For Jiang Xiao and the others, it felt like a moment of weightlessness. The surrounding scenery seemed to have transformed into a time tunnel, but it only took a moment, perhaps only a second. When their vision cleared, they had already left their original location and looked around at an unfamiliar area, perhaps a national highway outside City D. Jiang Shan immediately turned to look at the people behind her. Are you all right? Raise your hands if anyone feels like vomiting. After waiting for a while, no one raised their hands. Jiang Shan breathed a sigh of relief and continued to fill the crystal core. After teleporting nearly 40 times, they finally arrived at a small, remote town in City M. This city was at the intersection with City J in the neighboring province, with a street called Half Street in between. Because before, this street belonged half to J City and half to M City, so it was only half a street, wasn't it? When Jiang Shan and the others teleported over, the car landed right on the riverbank of this small town. A meter further, and it would have fallen directly into the river. Jiang Shan saw this, and was immediately terrified. Why is it always so dangerous? If only I could specify the exact landing point. Luckily I didn't fall into the river. Wei Yulong, who was behind him, wavered frantically. After teleporting over 20 times, he felt like vomiting and raised his hands tremblingly. However, Jiang Shan, seeing that no one had vomited before, ignored it. She refilled the crystal core at a rapid speed. After each teleportation, she could finish the refill in just tens of seconds and move on to the next one. It completely caught Wei Yulong off guard. Yu Xiao kindly spoke up for him. Ms. Jiang Shan, could you please open the car door for us? Our teammate is vomiting. Wei Yulong wasn't the only one feeling nauseous, the others were just slightly less so. Jiang Shan hurriedly opened the car door, fearing they might vomit in the car. Song Yu also got out, dropped Su Jingxian off, and then ran to the side to vomit. Jiang Shan, accustomed to teleportation, was stunned. You guys seemed fine before, weren't you? Why aren't you able to do it now? Jiang Xiao was speechless after hearing this, looking at Jiang Shan. A few or 10 times is fine, but you teleported nearly 40 times. Even he felt a little overwhelmed. If it happened a few more times, he vomited too. Looking at Song Yu, whose face had turned pale, Jiang Xiao walked over with a worried look. How are you? Are you okay? Song Yu vomited for a while, and after vomiting out the churning contents of her stomach, she felt much better. It's okay. She was a little surprised that Jiang Xiao hadn't bothered to check on his teammates, but had come to her instead. Su Jingxian trotted over and handed her a bottle of mineral water. Sister Song Yu, drink some water to calm down. Song Yu nodded, thank you. The only 5 people in the entire car who were completely fine were Tang Bai, Jiang Shan, Jiang Xiao, Su Jingxian, and Yu Xiao. After Su Jingxian handed Song Yu the water, she then handed each of them a bottle of mineral water. They didn't have the energy to refuse, and they thanked her, then drank from the bottles, and rinsed their mouths to clear the bad breath. After seeing Song Yu and the others off, and Yiqing didn't return to the territory, but went to the shelter. Seeing Old Li and the others being led in one direction by Xiao Yunan, and Yiqing asked, where are we going? Xiao Yunan scratched his head. There are quite a few people claiming to be bricklayers and capable of repairing houses, so I wanted Uncle Li and the others to take a look. After all, those students don't know how to do it, and neither do we. And Yiqing nodded and followed them. There were about 20 or 30 people waiting there, quite a few. Qi Sainer, standing in the crowd, waited, rubbing his hands together, secretly encouraging himself to perform well and gain a chance to enter the territory. He had heard that the territory was off limits to anyone except the inhabitants, and even to zombies. At first he scoffed. After all, the territory wasn't heavily guarded, so who could tell if someone would actually go in and come back out? It was obvious that conditions inside the territory were much better than outside. For one thing, the ground inside wasn't as gray and black as outside, and perhaps the air was even better. After all, the land and plants outside were infected. Thinking this way, Qi Sainer considered sneaking in to see what was happening, but he discovered he couldn't get into the territory. He desperately tried various directions, but nothing worked. Now Qi Sainer understood why non-residents and zombies were forbidden from entering. It seemed there was something blocking the way. But there was clearly nothing there. Qi Sainer had once followed Xiao Yunan in, attempting to enter, but Xiao Yunan made it in easily, while he was still stopped outside. Now Qi Sainer understood that this territory was truly extraordinary. He had taken the resident assessment very seriously, hoping to gain entry. After hearing an Yiqing say that it depended on everyone's expertise, Qi Sainer's mind became clear. What did the territory need now? He didn't know much else, but it definitely needed building. The territory only had one solitary building, and the Lord had to constantly recruit new subjects, so building would definitely need to continue. Doesn't territory construction require bricklayers? After entering the small room, when someone inside asked him what his specialties were, Qi Sainer immediately said confidently, I can build houses. Before the apocalypse, I was an experienced bricklayer and had participated in many construction projects. Then, those who claimed to be able to build houses were brought in. When Lowly and the others arrived, they also brought some bricks and cement, ready to show off their skills. And Iching stood aside, listening to Lao Li's questions, many of which left her bewildered. But his questioning actually singled out 2 people from the crowd who had been completely bewildered, and they were dragged out. Chi Saner wiped his sweat from his forehead and breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he had indeed worked on the construction site before the apocalypse, otherwise he would have been eliminated right away. After the questions were over, everyone was given tools, cement, and bricks, and asked to build a brick wall with the cement on site. The time had come for the real work to show. The remaining men were clearly experienced. Each one, whether quick or slow, knew what to do, and they all managed to lay the brick wall smoothly and fill the gaps between the bricks with cement. After confirming the situation of this group of people, Oldie smiled and said, "Lord, these are good. We're really short of people. Why don't we recruit them all?" And Iching smiled, but said nothing. Instead, she asked, "What are your names? Introduce yourselves." Everyone was a little nervous, swallowing, and began to announce their names one by one. And Iching's memory wasn't particularly good, so after hearing the names, she took out Song Yu's notebook and began to search through it, quickly finding the names of the group. Song Yu's handwriting was truly awful. It took a lot of effort for her to decipher the characters. She sighed. She better let Song Yu practice her handwriting when she came back. This writing was truly too difficult to decipher. After watching the performances of the 20 or so people, and Iching smiled and said, "Chi Saner, Chen Fuhua, Liao Qian, step out." When their names were called, the 3 of them, somewhat nervously, slowly emerged from the crowd. They glanced at each other, then nervously looked at an Iching, then politely addressed them, "Lord." And Iching glanced at them and said, "Except for them, everyone else can join the territory this time. Xiao Yudan, please keep a record. After the assessment, we will all issue the territory cards." Chi Saner froze, looking anxiously at an Iching. "Lord, why? I'm not bad at my job. I'm even more efficient than them. Why can't I be allowed in?" Chen Fuhua also complained, "Yes, there are several people here who do worse than me. How come they're allowed in, while I'm rejected? Lord, this isn't fair. You need to give us an explanation." Liao Qian also spoke anxiously. And Iching shook the notebook in her hand and said, "I told you, your performance will be recorded and evaluated. Your work is indeed good, but I remember clearly how you slacked off before. Do you want me to read it to you?" Chapter 104. The 3, initially disgruntled, suddenly choked, their expressions becoming evasive. Chi Saner, still somewhat unwilling to accept the situation, hesitantly said, "Lord, after Coach Xiao lectured us, we started working seriously." "Seriously? I swear, I haven't slacked off since then." Hearing this, the other 2 also nodded hurriedly, "Yes, yes, yes, we haven't slacked off anymore, Lord. We're really working hard now." Xiao Yudan couldn't help but roll his eyes. Did they become serious after he lectured them? It was clearly because they were being offered a carrot in front and a whip behind that they became serious, and Iching smiled. "But your performance, this time, was substandard, so you can't enter the territory." After a pause, she looked at the 3 frustrated and disappointed people and continued, "Your performance before the next assessment will also be recorded. If you perform well during this period, you will be able to join the territory next time. However, joining the territory doesn't mean you can cheat. If your performance fails, you will be expelled from the territory again. Do you understand?" Hearing that they could join next time as long as they performed well, the eyes of the 3 people who had missed out on entering the territory this time lit up. Then, hearing an Iching's supplementary remarks, they felt their skin tighten, and they nodded cautiously to show their understanding. On the 6th floor of the territory building, and Yao stood by the window with an expressionless face, his eyes following the busy Iching. His hands grasped the unfinished concrete wall at the edge of the window. Why can't my sister just keep looking at him? Why couldn't she just look at him? And Yao's beautiful eyes suddenly grew dark and deep. He didn't like it. He didn't like being ignored by his sister, nor did he like her eyes constantly looking at other people. Her eyes always seemed to be looking at someone else. No matter who it was, their presence was stronger than his, but he just wanted her to keep looking at him. A feeling of grievance and discomfort welled up in his heart. He didn't know why, but he just hated it, just didn't like it. He even felt a strong desire to take his sister back to that dark room. There, she wouldn't ignore him. Her eyes would only look at him, never looking at anyone else. And Yao exerted force with his hands, and a large chunk of the hard cement was lifted off like tofu. His expression froze, and he panicked. He frantically pressed the cement block back together with the bricks he had broken off. But even if he pushed back, the broken bricks would fall off. His anxiety was so intense that sweat began to form on his forehead. Suddenly, a stream of air surged through his body, and Enyao subconsciously directed it towards the cement block. The cement block and brick finally merged with the original fracture. Enyao breathed a sigh of relief, reaching out and gently touching the cement block, making sure it was intact and wouldn't fall off again. He slowly squatted down and picked up the empty cardboard box from the ground, then continued standing by the window, gazing down at Eniching. Before nightfall, Eniching drew another battle car card. Battle cars don't require much energy, so this time, Eniching drew 10 of them. With 10 battle cars, everyone saved time queuing for water and washing. That evening, the assessment concluded. Eniching sorted out the quotas for joining the territory and announced them publicly. Each time a name was called, that person came forward to receive a civilian card and then bind it to their card. It felt very much like an award ceremony. Those who were allowed to enter the territory were also very excited, truly like those receiving awards. A total of 100 people entered the territory this time. In addition to the Masons, there were also doctors like Sui. After joining the territory, they would also receive points daily, but Eniching planned to change the distribution schedule to once a month. Then, there were Kai Jihua and the others who cooked with her, and of course Lian Yu. Such talented cooks naturally needed to enter the territory to improve everyone's meals. Then, there were Tan Xian and her group. Their physical training had progressed rapidly, and they were already quite impressive. Eniching planned to have them learn sword techniques and formations from Zhong Qi after they joined the territory. Then, there were Jiang Shan's parents. Although they were in the grain processing business, they also knew a lot about farming. They had contracted a large field behind their processing plant. In addition to the couple, several older farmers were also issued resident cards and joined Jiang Shan's parents in cultivating the land for the ecological farm. As for the teachers who would teach the children to read and write, Eniching felt they could be put aside for now and allowed to join the territory later, but their food and benefits could be improved. After the cards were distributed, Eniching called Lian Yu over. Lian Yu was in high spirits, clearly delighted to be joining the territory. "Lord, what do you want to talk to me about?" Eniching looked at her and asked, "How is it here? Is there anything you're not used to?" Lian Yu's eyes curved with a smile. "No, it's great here. I love it." She looked at Eniching earnestly. "Thank you, Lord." Eniching nodded, accepting the thanks, and then asked, "What are your plans after joining the territory?" Lian Yu looked at Eniching suspiciously and blinked. "Or maybe cook for everyone." Eniching smiled. "There's a cafeteria on the second floor of the building. If you're willing to take it, the rent will be waived for the first year, and you can use it as a cafeteria business. Of course, you have to buy the ingredients yourself." Lian Yu looked at Eniching in surprise, then her eyes widened. "Okay, take it on?" But she quickly lost heart. "But I don't have any points yet." Eniching knew she just linked her territory to a citizen card, so she definitely didn't have any points. "I can lend you some startup capital." Lian Yu, wow. Is it that good? Not only is the first year's rent waived, but they also lend her startup capital. Eniching asked, "What do you think?" Lian Yu perked up. "I'd do my best." Eniching nodded. Among the people entering the territory, there are some who have been chefs and cutters. You can recruit them and give them a try. If they're qualified, you can keep them. If they're not, just return them to me. Eniching's decision to lend Lian Yu points so she could open a cafeteria wasn't out of kindness, but because she genuinely didn't want to manage it. She had more and more things to manage, so she wanted to delegate as much as possible. For example, regarding the cafeteria, Lian Yu was a descendant of an imperial chef, and her family also ran a high-end private restaurant, so she had experience. Of course, there's a difference between a canteen and a private restaurant. Eniching reminded her, of course, you can't set the prices too high. Lian Yu knew, of course, that the territory was still in its infancy. Who would come if she set the prices too high? Besides, those outside the territory obviously couldn't afford to eat in the canteen. They would definitely still be provided with meals as before. Lian Yu was thrilled to be opening a canteen soon. However, she was still pregnant. Although the pregnancy was still early, it would only last a few months. She planned to see if there were any promising candidates among the chefs and vegetable cutters. If so, she could start training them. Eniching rubbed her brows and took the elevator to the 7th floor. Standing at the elevator door, she finally remembered that she hadn't seen Enyao all day. And Iching turned and walked down the stairs to the 6th floor. Standing at Yao's door, she knocked gently. "And Yao, are you in there?" Before she finished her words, the door in front of her flew open. A hand reached out and grasped at Iching's wrist. And Iching was instantly pulled into the room. With a bang, the door slammed shut. In the dark room, and Iching was held tightly in the arms of a tall man, his head buried deep in his shoulder. And Iching paused, patted his back, and asked softly, "What's wrong?" And Yao simply felt aggrieved and didn't want to speak at all. Being held by someone who was a head and a half taller than her, with him buried in her shoulder, forced an Iching to hold her head high, which was very tiring. She reached out and nudged Yao. And Yao didn't move. And Iching sighed, "Let go. I'm tired of this." And Yao instantly retracted his hand and let go of an Iching, his eyes still fixed on her with a look of grievance. And Iching rubbed her neck, which was a little sore from tilting her head back, and reached out to turn on the lights in the room. Although the house was undecorated, every room had electricity and lights installed. The bright light illuminated the entire room. There was a wardrobe and a bed, the bedding already made, and 2 familiar large cardboard boxes on the floor. And Iching, The corner of her mouth twitched as she asked, "You didn't go downstairs for dinner today?" And Yao pursed his lips, looking quite pitiful. He shook his head. And Iching pulled him to sit on the bed, standing in front of him, so she wouldn't have to keep looking up at him. "I'm busy, so I don't have time to stare at you. But I told you before, right? You should eat well?" And Yao lowered his eyes, and said sullenly, "Yeah." And Iching looked at him, "But you didn't eat today." And Yao looked up at an Iching, then lowered his head again, "I'm sorry." And Yao was frustrated. He was clearly upset, and wanted his sister to comfort him. So why was he apologizing here? And Iching reached out, and touched Yao's head, frowning at his unhappy expression. You know, every time she'd been mean to Yao before, he'd been so happy to see her pay attention to him, completely forgetting the previous incident. And every time she was busy, she overlooked Yao, and he always been by her side. So why was he so angry this time? Was it because she insisted on letting him sleep alone yesterday? And Iching rubbed her brows. It was hard to guess what a child was thinking, but she could tell that Yao was genuinely upset. Even a normal child would get into trouble if they kept their emotions bottled up, let alone this one. And Iching had a lot on her plate, and was truly busy. She couldn't possibly be constantly watching over Yao, and keeping him around wasn't practical either. After thinking about it, Iching felt that Yao was too idle. Anyone would have their minds wander to idle thoughts if they stayed alone all day, and the more they thought, the more upset they become. So, she had to find something for Yao to do. But what could he do? And Iching pondered for a while. Although Yao had an adult body, Shinzi was only 12 years old, perhaps even less, considering he'd been locked up in a dark, deserted place for the past 12 years. From the fact that Yao was learning to speak, it was clear that he was very intelligent. She really couldn't let him continue like this. After pondering for a while, Iching finally came up with something. School? Yeah, what's a 12-year-old kid doing if he doesn't go to school? Of course he should go to school and learn. As for the apparent age difference between him and the other kids, it's actually not a problem. I just talk to the teacher and take care of him when the time comes. And Iching bent down and looked levelly at Yao, who was sitting. And Yao, look, I'm really busy and have very little time to spend with you. You'd be bored alone, wouldn't you? Do you want to play with other kids your age? And Yao paused, looking up at her in confusion. And Iching narrowed her eyes. Everyone has to go to school. Can I take you there too? And Yao blinked, as if he heard Xianglan and the others mention school before. He tilted his head. Is your sister here too? And Iching shook her head. Of course not. I'm an adult, and don't have to go to school anymore, but you're still young, so you have to go. And Yao lowered his head and fell silent. And Iching coaxed him, there are lots of kids your age at school. You can play with them. The teachers will tell you great stories and play games. And Yao looked completely uninterested, unmoved. Seeing this, Iching lowered her eyes and sighed, and Yao, I'm really busy and exhausted every day. And some things just don't work out for me. If I'm too busy next time, and you skip meals like you did today, I'd be upset. When Yao heard Iching say she was tired, she couldn't help but stir. Slowly, she looked up at her, worry evident in her clear eyes. And Iching watched Yao's reaction. His expression was always easy to read, his thoughts clearly expressed. Seeing Yao's reaction, she pressed the issue. Just listen to me, and go to school. Make some good friends and play with them. After school, I pick you up when I'm free, okay? And Yao then slowly looked up. Pick me up? And Iching nodded. Yes, everyone gets picked up after school. And Yao's dark eyes brightened slightly, but he hesitated. Will you really pick me up? And Iching nodded, but only when I'm free. And Yao pouted, what if I'm not free? And Iching reached out to rub his head, not wanting to lie. Even if I'm not free, I have someone pick you up. Is that okay? And Yao's eyes dimmed instantly. She raised her hand and said, I swear, as long as I can make time, I pick you up. Is that okay? And Yao was still sullen and unhappy, but seeing the weariness evident in Iching's eyes, he slowly nodded. Okay. Having coaxed in Yao, and Iching felt relieved. And Iching smiled, then we have a deal. She retrieved bread and milk from her space, and handed them to Yao. You haven't eaten all day. Are you hungry? Have some bread tonight. You must go to dinner tomorrow, okay? And Iching knew very well that Yao had survived all those years after having his blood drawn, proving that he could survive without food. But if he really didn't eat, that would be too strange. And Yao could still use the excuse of being harvested by the power of time as an excuse for his current condition. What would others think of him if he could survive without even eating? After being coaxed by Iching for a while, and Yao's mood noticeably improved, and his familiar smile returned to his face. He obediently took the bread, unwrapped it, and handed it to Iching first. Sister, are you eating? And Iching shook her head. Sister, I already eaten. You eat? After that, go to bed early. I need to go back to bed too. And Yao stood up reluctantly and eagerly escorted Iching out the door. He stood at the doorway, staring at Iching's back until she was out of sight, then dejectedly returned to his room and closed the door. He looked at the bread in his hand, lowered his eyes, and gently opened his mouth to take a bite. The bread was soft and sweet, but he felt no joy at eating, nor did the food hold much appeal to him. And Yao knew, in fact, that he seemed different from the others. Ever since being rescued by Iching, he had been observing others. Others would get hungry if they didn't eat, but he wouldn't. Others would sweat, but he wouldn't. Others would become filthy and smelly if they didn't wash for a few days, but he wouldn't. And Iching left the 6th floor and returned to the 7th floor, where she washed up thoroughly and lay down on her bed. She first checked her superpowers. She now possessed quite a few. Plant, space blockade, space slicing, illusionary miasma, hearing divine voice, wind, water, thunder, earth, metal, speed, skin enhancement, speed enhancement, and silk control. Adding the spiritual power she had gained from devouring Hongying, she now possessed 15 superpowers. This is especially true of the superpowers acquired from the messengers and apostles of religions, as similar superpowers can be combined and stacked, resulting in a high level of power. The ability to hear divine voices cannot be stripped away. She had no intention of stripping away the 3 abilities of spatial blockade, spatial cutting, and mind control, but the others were fine. And Iching took out the deprivation card and used it on herself. The card was used successfully, and a thick gray-black mist enveloped Iching. And Iching felt a coolness seeping into every pore of her body. But she could control these things. And Iching guided the deprivation card to the superpower core contained within her body, carefully enveloping the powers she intended to retain, and then, with the superpower core, she left her body. During this time, to Iching's surprise, she didn't feel any discomfort at all. Soon, a pile of superpower cores appeared before her. Adding the time superpower core she had previously acquired, and Iching now possessed 12 superpower cores. And Iching felt a little regretful. If these superpowers hadn't been obtained by devouring religious people, but had been directly stripped from them, she would have thousands of superpower cores. While their power levels would have been lower, her territory would have more superpowers. In this apocalyptic world, superpowers do have a higher survival rate than ordinary people. However, now that she possessed psychic powers, she no longer needed to rely on mind control skill cards to control others. Add to that the unlimited deprivation card, and she could freely deprive as many scumbag superpowers as she could in the future without any burden. Thinking of this, her mood instantly brightened. After some thought, Iching sent a message to Xiao Yunan, asking him to come to the 7th floor. Xiao Yunan had just fallen asleep when he heard a beeping sound. He woke instantly, and took out his ID card. It was Sister Qing looking for him. He scratched his head in confusion. After all, it was already late. Why would Sister Qing want to see him at this hour? Confused, Xiao Yunan quickly put on his clothes and shoes, opened the door, and went out. He quickly climbed the stairs to the 7th floor. Seeing that the door was open, he knocked on it to alert Sister Qing of his presence before entering. Sister Qing, are you looking for me? And Iching waved from the sofa, her eyes smiling. Good. Tell me, what superpower do you want? Xiao Yunan, question mark. He walked over with a questioning look in his eyes, almost wondering if he'd just fallen asleep and was dreaming, otherwise it would be hard for him to understand the question he just heard. What do you mean? What superpower does he want? Can he get it just by wanting it? Xiao Yunan's mind was in a tangle, and he looked at An Yiqing blankly. Sister Qing, what do you mean? An Yiqing smiled. You can choose the superpower you want from plants, illusion miasma, wind, water, thunder, earth, metal, speed, skin enhancement, silk control. An Yiqing didn't specify a time, it was too dangerous, and she had no intention of giving this superpower to anyone. Xiao Yunan's Adam's apple rolled, and he couldn't help swallowing. Even if he thought it was impossible, he couldn't help but feel excited. Could he really get a superpower? Sister Qing was so amazing, she could do anything. Giving him a superpower didn't seem impossible. Xiao Yunan immediately racked his brain to recall what superpower An Yiqing had just mentioned. Thunder. Sister Qing, I want thunder. Of all the superpowers, he felt that thunder was the most offensive. Since he had to choose, he had to go with the strongest. An Yiqing nodded. Okay, sit down. She had asked Xiao Yunan to come up because she had discovered during her previous power stripping that she could fully control the gray mist of the deprivation card. Since she had complete control, she could certainly do both stripping and granting. After using the deprivation card, a gray mist surged out. An Yiqing controlled the mist, carrying the Thunder superpower core, and poured it into Xiao Yunan's body. As soon as the superpower core entered the body, it seemed to be pulled away, trying to break free from the gray mist, and surge toward Xiao Yunan's Dantian. Seeing this, An Yiqing controlled the gray mist, and released the supernatural core from his body. Xiao Yunan felt an electric current instantly run through his body, and his face paled slightly. An Yiqing watched as sparks and lightning crackled and exploded all over Xiao Yunan's body, his skin instantly charred black. This was the first time An Yiqing had given someone a supernatural core, and she hadn't expected such a mishap. She instinctively wanted to use the deprivation card to pull the supernatural core out. However, she noticed that Xiao Yunan grunted, gritting his teeth and holding on. His charred skin slowly cracked, revealing no scarlet flesh beneath. Instead, it was like a layer of skin being shed. Of course, this kind of shedding must have been painful. Xiao Yunan gritted his teeth and fell to the ground, shaking uncontrollably. An Yiqing hesitated for a moment, and Xiao Yunan's charred flesh began to peel off, revealing a fresh layer of skin. While the scene was a bit terrifying, it didn't seem life-threatening. Perhaps this was because superpowers were directly granted to ordinary people. It's unclear if all superpowers have similar effects, or if only those with powerful attacks like this would experience this. Can you still hold on? If not, I'd peel out the superpower core again. An Yiqing asked softly, looking at Xiao Yunan, who was trembling and almost rolling his eyes. She felt a little guilty. I'm sorry, I didn't expect giving you superpowers would be so painful. Gaining superpowers is certainly a good thing in today's world, so after discovering that she could control the gray fog to grant powers to others, An Yiqing's first thought was Xiao Yunan. Being electrocuted was truly unpleasant. Xiao Yunan was in excruciating pain. His entire body was numb, his skin charred and painful. The pain of the electric current was worse than being stabbed. The crackling sound of electricity filled his ears. Xiao Yunan faintly heard An Yiqing's voice, muffled by the crackling, but still audible. But Xiao Yunan, his eyes rolling in confusion from the shock, took a moment to process An Yiqing's meaning. Can he still hold on? Of course he can. If he were to strip away his superpower now, wouldn't all his suffering be in vain? Furthermore, Xiao Yunan could feel that, despite the pain, his superpower core was gradually merging with his. The process was slow, but he felt he could hold on, with his current physique. Thankfully, he had practiced physical techniques for so long that his physical condition was far superior to before the apocalypse. Otherwise, he felt he wouldn't be able to withstand this initial wave of electricity. Xiao Yunan gritted his teeth, his lips and tongue numb from the shock, making it impossible for him to speak. He nodded vigorously with all his might. An Yiqing paused and asked, Can you hold on? Xiao Yunan nodded again. An Yiqing was relieved, but awakening superpowers this way was far more painful than a natural awakening, and it was likely not something everyone could endure. Over an hour later, Xiao Yunan shed layer after layer of skin, feeling instantly thinner. Finally, the crackling currents throughout his body stopped singeing his flesh. Xiao Yunan lay on the ground, gasping for air, his eyes fixed on the ceiling. Okay, done. An Yiqing handed him a box of chocolate chips. Can you eat them yourself? Xiao Yunan struggled to sit up, took the chocolate beans, and poured one into his mouth. A warm current instantly spread through the sweet chocolate, warming his limbs, brain, and dantian, bringing him back to his senses from the torture. The electric current in Xiao Yunan's body disappeared. He raised his hand, trying to control his superpowers. The next moment, a small crackling lightning appeared in his palm. Success? Xiao Yunan was overwhelmed with excitement. Sister Qing, I have superpowers. Look, I have lightning powers. And I Ching smiled. Congratulations. Then, she began to guide Xiao Yunan through the mental training method. The reason why guiding Song Yu and the others through the mental training method was so slow before was because she had to guide 4 people at once. Now that it was just Xiao Yunan, and I Ching felt that she should be able to finish it in one night. As the sky began to turn pale, and I Ching successfully guided Xiao Yunan through a cycle of the mental training method. This time, I Ching was truly exhausted. She waved her hand. You go out first. Remember to cultivate your spiritual power later. Also, have the prefabricated school buildings prepared and have the teachers organized to teach the children to read and write. For underage children, let them go to class after their physical training. By the way, the teachers' meals will be slightly improved. Xiao Yunan saw I Ching slumped on the sofa, her eyes barely open, and hesitated. Sister Qing, how about I take you to bed? The sofa was no more comfortable than a bed. And I Ching raised her eyelids and propped herself up on the sofa. No, I go myself. You go out and close the door for me. Oh, okay. Xiao Yunan stood there, making sure I Ching had returned to bed and not collapsed mid-flight. Then he quietly left, gently closing the 7th floor door. He couldn't help but glance at the door, his heart aching. At first, he just wanted to cling to the boss's leg to survive this apocalypse. But Sister Qing had made so many plans for him, which touched Xiao Yunan deeply, yet also made him feel guilty about his incompetence and inability to help Sister Qing. Even if it was his superpowers, Sister Qing still had to find ways to give them to him. However, now that he had superpowers, his strength would increase rapidly. He would definitely become Sister Qing's right-hand man. Xiao Yunan clenched his fists, feeling the extraordinary strength in his body. A smile curved his lips, his eyes resolute. It was still dark, but after a mental training session, he was now full of energy and showed no sign of fatigue. He strode downstairs and began practicing physical techniques on the playground in the detention area. While practicing physical training, Xiao Yunan suddenly remembered the feeling he had when he merged his superpowers. Oh, I almost forgot about it. I have to tell Sister Qing about it later. To gain superpowers this way, one must first improve their physical fitness. Failure to do so could result in death. M City. Song Yu and his group traded their space vehicles for battle vehicles. Of course, with so few people around, they naturally didn't bring out all the battle vehicles, they only brought out one. Everyone had been severely strained by teleportation, and their combat effectiveness had plummeted. Going out to kill zombies now would likely result in them being scavenged. So, after discussing it, the group decided to rest for the night before taking action. That night, Su Jingxian took out the rice from her space and had Jiang Xiao and the others cook porridge. The group drank 2 bowls of the thick, fragrant porridge and went to sleep. Everyone slept soundly that night and woke up feeling very refreshed. Zhou Tongqi looked at Jiang Xiao and said, "The Lord said, we be under your command after we arrive. So where should we go first?" In reality, this was just a question, merely a way of showing I Ching's attitude. The search for survivors would definitely involve going to various locations, so it didn't matter where they went first. Jiang Xiao pulled out his phone and pulled up a map of the country. It was a solar-powered phone. When it ran low, it would automatically charge in the sun. Therefore, Jiang Xiao's phone was still fully charged. This small county town wasn't large, with a total area of just over 300 square kilometers. They were currently located on the riverbank half a block outside the town. Jiang Xiao pondered for a moment, looking at the map. This area isn't big, and the permanent population isn't very large. I suggest we split up and rescue the survivors in the county town as quickly as possible. Zhou Tongqi frowned slightly. We only have 16 of us combined. Wouldn't that be too few if we split up? Jiang Xiao nodded. Indeed, so we don't need to split up too much. 2 teams will do. How are your combat capabilities? Jiang Shan. I'm no problem against many enemies below level 4. Wang Bin, me too. I can even try to deal with level 5 zombies that aren't particularly difficult. Song Yu. Level 5 zombies are no problem for me. Zhou Tongqi smiled. Don't worry. The Overlord didn't send us here to hold you back. We're not top tier, but we all have experience killing zombies. Jiang Xiao was also a bit surprised. He had originally assumed these people were just there to help with driving, and he had already figured out how to allocate them to ensure their safety. Now it seemed, they didn't have to worry about anything. Of course, they were naturally happy to have strong teammates. Jiang Xiao glanced at Song Yu, his mind unable to help but think of Jiang Yingying, who was well protected at the base. Even when the apocalypse struck, aside from the initial shock, he and his father had always protected her well. The thought made his heart ache. Even though his identities hadn't been confirmed, it was as if he had subconsciously determined the outcome. Tang Bai raised his eyes and said calmly, "I'm a fire-type psychic. I can handle level 5 and 6 zombies with minimal problems. But my mission is to protect her. If danger strikes, I protect her first." Jiang Xiao regained his composure, glanced at Su Jingxian, and nodded. Space-type psychics were indeed very important, and since they were non-aggressive, they naturally needed protection. He hadn't refused an I Ching's request for Su Jingxian, because he considered that Su Jingxian could gather as many supplies as possible, allowing them to provide adequate supplies to the survivors. Otherwise, if there were too many survivors and supplies were scarce, problems would easily arise. Su Jingxian glanced at everyone, but remained silent. In general, she could protect herself. She was only too young and short, which put her at a disadvantage against higher-level zombies. Otherwise, she wouldn't need anyone's protection. Jiang Xiao quickly divided everyone into groups. The 10 of Jiang Xiao's group split into 2 teams, 5 on each side, and he assigned Song Yu and the others to each team. Tang Bai was quite capable and a psychic, but he couldn't be separated from Su Jingxian because he had to protect her, and Su Jingxian would definitely lower his combat effectiveness. So Jiang Xiao assigned Tang Bai and Su Jingxian to his team, followed by Song Yu. In fact, he had decided to assign Song Yu to his team long ago so that he could protect her in case of danger. Zhou Tongqi, Wang Bin, and Jiang Shan followed Yu Xiao and his team in a group of 5. Afterward, Jiang Xiao and his team took out walkie-talkies and emerged from the base. They each carried one, but there were only 10, and with 16 people, that was clearly not enough. Soon, 3 members of Jiang Xiao's team gave their walkie-talkies to Song Yu and his team. The same went for Yu Xiao's team, with 3 members giving theirs to Zhou Tongqi and his team. Song Yu fiddled with the walkie-talkie curiously. This was her first time seeing it, and she had no idea how to use it. Seeing this, Jiang Xiao called them all over and taught them how to use it. The walkie-talkie was equipped with a headset, so the sound wouldn't alert the zombies. After learning how to use it, Jiang Shan frowned. "I remember walkie-talkies had a range limit? I think it was only a few kilometers." Jiang Xiao smiled. "Don't worry. This walkie-talkie was newly developed by the base's research institute. Its maximum range is 20 kilometers. During that time, we can transmit a small signal device, which can quickly extend our communication range." Jiang Shan was a little surprised, but after confirming that they could still communicate, she breathed a sigh of relief. The 2 sides quickly split up. Jiang Xiao and the others walked halfway across the street. The halfway between the 2 cities looked a bit shabby. The storefronts on both sides of the street still had the old-fashioned wooden plaque doors that needed to be installed into the door frame piece by piece. This street had clearly been deserted before the apocalypse, not a soul in sight. After separating, Jiang Xiao and his companion soon encountered zombies. Jiang Xiao possessed wind abilities, while the others did not, but their explosive power when encountering zombies was astonishing. They quickly dispatched them without Song Yu or Tang Bai having to fight. Throughout the journey, they encountered no survivors, but numerous zombies. Gradually, Jiang Xiao realized something was amiss, and turned to look at Su Jingxian. Su Jingxian had just stored a zombie corpse in her space. "Jiang Xiao, eh?" He opened his mouth, staring at Su Jingxian for a long moment before asking, "Why are you collecting the zombie corpses?" Su Jingxian blinked. "I'm taking them back to destroy them." "Jiang Xiao, question mark." Song Yu patted Su Jingxian's head. "You can't just discard zombie corpses. Once they rot, they might further contaminate a world already contaminated by the zombie virus." Jiang Xiao understood, but looked at Su Jingxian with some hesitation. "But, is it really okay for her to store the zombie corpses in her space?" Su Jingxian smiled, puffing out her chest with a hint of pride. "My space is very large, and time doesn't pass inside. It'd be fine." Seeing the strange expressions on Jiang Xiao, Wei Yulong, and the others' faces, she continued, "Don't worry. I kept the zombie corpses and supplies separate, far apart." Jiang Xiao, eh? After all, they weren't his own men, and they were just children. He didn't know what to say, so he could only keep moving forward. As they walked, they gradually came across houses that showed signs of life. Now they needed to go in and search for any survivors. Then Jiang Xiao discovered that wherever Su Jingxian passed, it was as terrifying as a swarm of locusts. Everything in the house vanished as she passed. Jiang Xiao had just dispatched a few zombies when he looked back. The house, which had previously contained tables, chairs, benches, sofas, and a television, was now empty. Song Yu, seeing Jiang Xiao's hesitation, said, "Don't worry. Her space is really large and can be used for anything. So, she wants to take anything she sees, whether useful or not." Jiang Xiao, looking into Song Yu's sincere eyes, couldn't help but ask, "Is that why she's storing zombies in her space?" Song Yu, "Not really. It's to destroy the zombie corpses. Of course, it's also because zombie corpses can be used to refine crystal cores." Su Jingxian didn't care what others thought of her. She followed along, constantly picking up zombie corpses and collecting supplies into her space, determined to leave nothing behind. They hadn't reached the city center yet, so they encountered many self-built houses along the way, but there weren't any survivors inside. Soon, Su Jingxian had cleared out the self-built houses along the way, leaving the road ahead seemingly empty. Song Yu then pulled out his SUV and asked, "Does anyone here know how to drive?" Jiang Xiao, ? He hesitated. "You can't drive?" Song Yu nodded. "I never even been to school. How could I drive? You guys can, right? While this car is a bit large, it's not difficult. With some familiarity, it should be no problem." Jiang Xiao, Although, an Yiqing had arranged for someone who couldn't drive to come. Being a driver, isn't it a bit? He hesitated to speak to Song Yu. Wei Yulong, standing beside him, had a different thought and asked directly, "Didn't your lord assign you to be our drivers?" Song Yu, "I don't know how to do it, don't I? I just start the car for you, that's all." Wei Yulong looked at Tang Bai, who spread his hands. "I can't drive either." If he could drive, he could take Lu Mingxiang back to her parents in the hearse after the apocalypse, instead of being stuck in the funeral home. Jiang Xiao sighed, "I drive." Just as he finished speaking, Yu Xiao's tense voice came over the intercom. "Captain, something's wrong." Chapter 105. Shou Tongxi, Yu Xiao, and the others stood on the second floor of the battle vehicle, staring out the windshield. Before the apocalypse, the Highland Kingdom was at peace, and every city had long since lost its walls and gates. But now, the city ahead of them was surrounded by a high wall, clearly occupied by garrisons. At first, they thought someone had built a base there, but they soon realized something was amiss. The people on the wall looked strange. The battle vehicle Zhou Tongqi was driving was the original number 1, and it still had the telescope Zhou Tongyuan had brought back. Sensing something amiss, Zhou Tongqi immediately stopped the vehicle and peered through the telescope toward the city gate. On the high wall, those who looked like defenders were actually zombies. These zombies roamed back and forth along the wall. Without the telescope, they would have had to reach the city gate to see them clearly. Yu Xiao used his binoculars to examine the remaining gate in the city wall. Numerous zombies were guarding it. These zombies didn't move around like the zombies on the wall. They stood guard on either side of the gate. They took turns looking at each other, each falling silent. Jiang Shan also took a closer look through the binoculars, her brow furrowed. What's going on? A base was built here before, and then it was overrun by zombies? Yu Xiao shook his head. Impossible. How could such a large base be built in such a short time? Our base, after clearing out the zombies and building the base, only has 2,000 or 3,000 square meters left. Zhou Tongqi pondered. So, could this place be built by zombies? For a moment, a deathly silence fell around them. Zombies? While they knew their levels would gradually increase, zombies building a city? What would they build a city for? Tan Ziquan pondered for a moment, then spoke slowly. It's really possible. Think about it, humans are food to zombies. Zombies are occupying land, perhaps keeping humans like livestock? As soon as he said this, everyone fell even more silent. There were so many zombies swarming just outside the city gates. Could there be even more inside? After they separated from Jiang Xiao and the others, they didn't encounter many zombies, and the zombies were generally low level, making them easy targets for their group. It's true, they hadn't found a single survivor along the way, and they assumed they all unfortunately become zombies. And now they saw a city like this. Zhou Tongqi looked over there solemnly, then turned to Yu Xiao and said, if this is true, then the zombies controlling this place must be very high level. I suggest we bypass this area and search for survivors elsewhere. Their group was small in number, and lacked the ability to deal with high-level zombies. Charging in directly would be a death sentence. Yu Xiao anxiously turned in circles. Let's wait for the captain to arrive. They didn't wait long before they saw a battle vehicle approaching from another road and quickly stopped behind their car. The car door opened, and after Jiang Xiao and his group got out, Song Yu immediately put the battle vehicle into his cart and followed them to Zhou Tongqi's side. Yu Xiao handed the binoculars to Jiang Xiao. Captain, take a look. Jiang Xiao held the binoculars toward the city wall, his brow furrowed. After a moment, he slowly lowered the binoculars. First, switch to the space car and be ready to teleport away at any time. Zhang Miao, you control the drone and check the situation inside. Okay. Zhang Miao agreed. Everyone got out and switched to another car. Jiang Shan, the most experienced driver, was behind the wheel again, but this time everyone was crammed into the 2 rows of back seats, squeezing like sardines in a can. The spacious trunk was left for Zhang Miao, allowing him to tinker with his equipment. After installing the signal device, Zhang Miao piloted the drone away from the space car. The drone's camera also transmitted images to his small laptop. The drone's camera was ultra-high definition, so even at this higher altitude, Zhang Miao could still see the ground clearly through the magnified image. The drone flew toward the city wall, taking in the zombies atop it. This drone's noise was actually quite low, but it was noticeable to the zombies. Therefore, when the drone first reached the top of the wall, many of the zombies lifted their heads and looked over. Zhang Miao's camera also gave him a clear view of the zombies' eyes. For a moment, Zhang Miao's scalp tingled, his hands trembling as he operated the drone, and he couldn't help but gasp. Is there something wrong? Jiang Xiao asked. Zhang Miao swallowed and nodded. According to the current classification system, those zombies on the wall should be level 4. Although 4th level zombies don't yet possess superpowers, their level is already very high. The ones guarding the city gate are all 4th level zombies, so how many higher level zombies could there be in the city? Jiang Xiao and the others also leaned over to take a look, but before they could capture the footage from inside the city, the computer screen went black. Zhang Miao's forehead was covered in sweat. Captain, the drone's been blown up. Jiang Xiao immediately said, let's go. Jiang Shan, already prepared, immediately activated teleportation, and the next moment, the space car disappeared. Just seconds after the space car vanished, a young man in a hooded sweatshirt appeared. He looked around and sniffed. The air still lingered with a faint human scent. He couldn't help but sigh and mutter in dissatisfaction, we're too late. Humans are so cunning. They're getting harder and harder to catch. At this moment, in a field 10 kilometers away, everyone got out of their cars, stowed the space car, and then moved to a nearby road to relaunch it and drive away. The energy tank in the space car was also refilled. They were primarily concerned that the higher-level zombies in that city would catch up. Otherwise, they could have switched to a battle vehicle and left immediately. Even without teleporting, the space vehicle was incredibly fast. After just over half an hour, they left the previous small town and entered the next one. For safety's sake, they decided not to split up this time and instead moved as a group. Thankfully, nothing was amiss in the city, and they quickly rescued survivors from numerous areas trapped by zombies. But after searching the entire city, they only managed to rescue around 200 people. Of course, most people had already escaped on their own, but it was unknown in which direction they fled. If they were heading for the base in the neighboring province, they would definitely be heading for the small town of Minghua they had just passed. But no matter how many survivors were trapped in Minghua City, with their current strength, it was impossible for them to break into Minghua City. Jiang Shan and her subjects were stuck this far away, and communication was cut off, making it impossible to contact Aniqing. For now, they could only search and rescue the survivors first, and then inform Aniqing about the situation in Minghua City after returning. Territory. You seem happy today? Zhou Tongyuan looked at Xiao Yudan suspiciously. Although he usually woke up early to monitor the training of the people in the internment area, but this morning, the moment he saw him, his face was filled with an unstoppable smile, so bright, so dazzling that it was blinding. During lunch, Zhou Tongyuan couldn't help but stare at Xiao Yudan with suspicion, wondering what good news had happened to him that made him so happy. Xiao Yudan tried to suppress the curl of his lips. Really? Zhou Tongyuan twitched his lips. Stop it! You're almost upturned? Tell me, what good thing happened? Xiao Yudan thought for a moment, and shook his head. I can't tell you now, but you know when the time comes. Zhou Tongyuan grew even more curious. What on earth is it? It's so mysterious. Xiao Yudan grinned, revealing a row of bright white teeth. It's good news anyway. By the way, you still got your body training right? Zhou Tongyuan rolled his eyes. Don't worry, I haven't. How could I be like those people out there? He ate from his plate, a little melancholy. Didn't we leave our meals to that Lian Yu before? How come my mom is doing it now? Wang Yuehua's cooking skills weren't bad, but after eating Lian Yu's food, Wang Yuehua's cooking felt a little off. Xiao Yunan ate mouthfuls of tofu and rice. It's good to have something to eat. Are you complaining? He suddenly remembered something and nodded towards the second floor cafeteria. But I saw Lian Yu taking people to clean up the second floor today. I guess she'd be in charge of it from now on. I guess I didn't cook today because I didn't have time. Zhou Tongyuan immediately looked over eagerly. Isn't the cafeteria already cleaned? What else is there to clean? Xiao Yunan shook his head. How would I know? Zhou Tongbin, who was passing by with his plate after finishing his meal, stopped and looked at Zhou Tongyuan with a half smile. The cafeteria won't be free anymore. You have to pay for it with points. Zhou Tongyuan was stunned, looking at Zhou Tongbin in disbelief. You have to pay for it with points? Zhou Tongbin nodded. Yeah, haven't you heard? Lian Yu has contracted the cafeteria on the second floor. Zhou Tongyuan, He felt his vision go dark, deeply regretting all the points he spent on the vending machine when the mall opened. Xiao Yunan, standing nearby, smirked with a gloating smile. And Yiqing slept until noon, and as she came down from upstairs, she couldn't help but yawn. It was lunchtime, and the internment area of the territory was filled with people carrying trays of food. Some ate on folding chairs, some squatted on the floor, and some looked like they were carrying their food back to their rooms. And Yiqing glanced over and saw Yao, sitting at a folding table in the territory, eating his meal intently. It seemed he was listening carefully to her. And Yiqing smiled, and walked over to touch Yao's head. What are you eating? And Yao looked up, and the moment she saw Yiqing, a bright smile appeared on her face. Sister. Stewed tofu and magnolia slices. And Yao didn't recognize these things, but he had heard that they were being served for lunch today. And Yiqing smiled. And Yao was a serious eater, and never left any crumbs everywhere. He just wasn't very sociable. Whenever you saw him, he was always by himself. I wonder if things will get better after school. And Yiqing also went to get a meal, and came over to eat. After dinner, Xiao Yunan came over. Sister Qing, the classroom shelter is ready. Do you want to go take a look? And Yiqing nodded. Okay. She looked at Yao. Let's go, Yao. You should go see the school too. And Yao's beautiful eyes curved up, and he happily followed. Xiao Yunan couldn't help but glance at Yao twice. With the ground leveled, setting up the prefabricated buildings was much faster. With so many people involved, 3 classrooms and a teacher's office were completed in just one morning. And Yiqing walked in and took a look. The desks, chairs, and benches in the classrooms were already in place. These were the ones Su Jingxian had left behind. There were also books. Books were placed in the back of each classroom, for kindergarten, elementary school, and middle school. There was also a portable blackboard in the front, along with chalk and a podium. It was quite presentable. When several teachers heard Yiqing was coming, they hurried over to introduce her. The other teachers, unfamiliar with Yiqing, were a little nervous. Wenjie, on the other hand, wasn't as nervous, since Yiqing had brought him back, and they spoken briefly in the car. Lord, these children are quite different in age, so it wouldn't be a good idea to lump them all together. So, we're going to divide them into 3 classes. This classroom will be for children under 7, considered kindergarten, this one will be for elementary school, and this one will be for junior high. And Yiqing nodded. Okay, that's the arrangement. Wenjie smiled and agreed. Okay, Lord. And Yiqing beckoned Yao closer. And Yao obediently came over, and Yiqing pushed him forward. This is Yao. Although he looks in his 20s, he's actually only 12. His age has been altered by a time-based psychic. Wenjie and the other teachers were a little surprised, but they didn't doubt Yiqing's words. They had seen quite a few psychics by now, and while they hadn't heard of a time-based psychic, there was no need for Yiqing to lie to them about something like this. Although he's 12 years old, he's actually been alone since birth, and hasn't had the opportunity to interact with others. Let's assign him to kindergarten. I hope you take good care of him and encourage him to interact with other children. Wenjie nodded immediately. I understand. Lord, don't worry. We take good care of him. And Yiqing nodded and asked, when does he start school? Wenjie, starting tomorrow. We already notified the child's parents and the other middle school students today. After confirming that everything was fine at the school, and Yiqing left with Yao and Xiao Yunan. On the way, Xiao Yunan said to Yiqing, Sister Qing, if you're not in good physical condition, You wouldn't have been able to make it through what happened yesterday. I was able to make it through thanks to my physical training. Xiao Yunan's words were vague, but An Yiqing understood his meaning. Recalling Xiao Yunan's miserable state last night, An Yiqing nodded cautiously. Okay, I understand. Xiao Yunan is now practicing the fourth stage of physical training, and his physical fitness is extremely strong. That's why he was able to survive last night's situation, and successfully fuse his supernatural power core. An Yiqing was thinking about the brothers Zhou Tongyuan and Zhou Tongbin next. An Yiqing still trusted the two Zhou brothers, and now Zhou Tongqi was also someone she could trust. How are Zhou Tongyuan and Zhou Tongbin's physical training going? An Yiqing asked. Xiao Yunan scratched his head. I've been keeping an eye on the internment area lately, but Zhou Tongyuan said they haven't fallen behind. I go check on them later. An Yiqing nodded. Okay. By the way, do you think someone could take over and oversee the training in the internment area? Xiao Yunan sighed, looking at An Yiqing in confusion. An Yiqing, it's a waste of time for you to keep watching. You just need to teach them physical skills, and someone else can oversee the training afterwards. Xiao Yunan understood and thought for a moment. That Ma Fong could do it. She's improving very quickly, almost catching up to Zhou Tongyuan. An Yiqing boarded the battle vehicle and found a seat. Okay, then call Ma Fong over, and then you can go and observe Zhou Tongbin and Zhou Tongyuan's physical skills. Okay. Xiao Yunan turned and left. Soon Ma Fong hurried over. Lord, you wanted to see me? An Yiqing nodded, looked Ma Fong over, and asked, I asked you to supervise the training of those in the internment area. Can you do it? Ma Fong nodded, yes. An Yiqing smiled. Okay, from now on, this will be your responsibility. You will also need to record their daily performance and give me a summary when I need it, okay? Ma Fong was stunned. I'm afraid I can't do it alone. An Yiqing was at a loss for words. It's all your responsibility. Of course, you can arrange this kind of thing. Didn't Xiao Yunan divide the team into groups before, and even appoint 2 team leaders to each group? They will record the team members' performance themselves. Of course, each group must supervise each other to prevent cheating. Ma Fong nodded. Okay, I understand. This vast territory is very busy, and everyone has their own things to do. And Yiqing saw that Old Li and his team had also begun working on the hospital's construction. They were currently digging the foundation, which was clearly much easier with the excavator. The excavator was being driven by Zhong Liang, the former crane operator. And Yiqing took a look at the orderly construction site and called Old Li over. Old Li wiped his sweat from his forehead and walked over quickly. Master, what do you want to talk to me about? And Yiqing studied Old Li for a moment and smiled. I see you're leading them quite well. The arrangements and planning are very organized. Old Li felt a little embarrassed by the compliment. I'm just talking to the boss. He came to his senses mid-sentence, his eyes dimming slightly, and sighed. If he were still alive, he'd do a much better job than I do. And Yiqing didn't pursue the topic further. She directly stated her plan. From now on, you be fully responsible for everything on the construction site. You be responsible for overseeing safety and quality. Of course, I award you points for each completed project, and you be responsible for paying the others' wages. How's that? Old Li was stunned. This meant he could become a foreman. He was suddenly excited. Before this, he never even considered becoming a foreman. Old Li swallowed hard, suppressed his excitement, rubbed his hands, and asked sheepishly, Lord, what are the points for each project? There are over 50 people working now. And Yiqing's current daily bonus of 100 points equals 5,000 to 6,000 points, or over 100,000 to 200,000 points a month. The territory is in urgent need of construction, and the territory mall has already opened. She's receiving a considerable amount of points every day. Although food and accommodation are still provided, once the cafeteria on the second floor opens, many people will undoubtedly want to improve their food. After all, you can order your own food in the cafeteria, but in the territory, you're stuck with what's available each day, with no freedom at all. So we can give them a slight raise now. Managing a construction site requires hard work, and Old Li has done a great job before. And Yiqing thought about it. The building is 500 square meters and 7 stories high, and it took them nearly 2 months to build. The hospital is only 300 square meters and 5 stories now, so it should be completed in just over a month, maybe even less. I give you 300,000 points for the hospital construction this time. Of course, I don't want you to sacrifice quality because of the rush. If you do, I hold you accountable, Uncle Li. And Yiqing smiled at Old Li. Old Li's heart leaped with joy when he heard the 300,000. He patted his chest repeatedly and assured, "Don't worry, Lord. I strictly control the quality." If it were before the apocalypse, 300,000 would actually be a small amount. But it was the apocalypse, and the materials were all provided by Aniching. Now they had machinery like mixers, cranes, and excavators to assist them, so the construction would definitely be faster than before. If the project could be completed in a month, that would be 10,000 points a day, which would be 170 points per person. If he increased everyone's daily salary from 100 to 150, his own daily salary would be over 1,000. Of course, wages couldn't be calculated that way. Oldley also knew that since Aniching had given him this job, he should award points to each person based on their work, rather than the previous uniform distribution. For example, Zhong Liang, who could operate various construction vehicles, would definitely receive a higher daily salary, but he still needed to carefully consider the appropriate amount. Although Oldley had little education and had previously done manual labor, he was well paid. He knew from the moment he took on this job that the points he would earn would be far greater than before. He returned to the construction site with a brisk pace, his mouth wide with joy. Afterwards, Aniching went to the ecological farm to take a look. A pig pen had already been set up where the pigs were kept. Kai Jinhua and the others had just finished cleaning the pen after the well-fed pigs had been well fed. As Aniching approached, the plump, white pigs huddled together in the clean pen for warmth and sleep, occasionally snorting. The cattle and sheep were fenced off and fenced, each with a shed above. The chickens, ducks, and geese were also kept in separate pens. Aniching called Kai Jinhua over and put her in charge of all livestock matters, including payroll. Every month, Kai Jinhua would come to her to settle the accounts, and then she would distribute the salaries to her subordinates. Kai Jinhua beamed, "Oh, I'm a small-time leader now." Aniching smiled, "Yes, but Grandma Kai, we don't allow withholding wages from our subordinates here." Kai Jinhua waved her hand, I know. Lord, don't worry. I would never do such a heartless and unethical thing." Aniching nodded, "I was just joking. Since I entrusted this to you, Grandma Kai, I certainly trust you." Kai Jinhua then smiled. Aniching walked over to Jiang Guodong and his wife, who were leading a group of men cultivating the fields. They were moving at a brisk pace, having already turned over a large area of land. Some were turning the soil, while others were squatting in the tilled ground, clearing weeds. The cleared weeds and roots were piled high on either side, forming several heaps. This grass would later become fodder for cattle and sheep. Aniching pondered for a moment and called Jiang Guodong over, intending to contract the farming duties to him. When they grew crops and vegetables, they could sell them to Lian Yu or her. Jiang Guodong thought for a moment and immediately agreed. However, the couple had no points at the moment, so they would have to pay on credit for the land they contracted. After handing over the farm duties to Jiang Guodong, Aniching took a look around the territory. She was in dire need of funds, and one person wasn't enough. Now she needed at least 2 treasurers, responsible for accounting and settlement. After pondering for a moment, Aniching called Chu Dong over. Chu Dong, unsure why Aniching had called him over, was a little nervous. Aniching smiled and soothed him, "Don't be nervous. Nothing else. I just wanted to ask if you still have the materials from the previous assessment." Chu Dong breathed a sigh of relief when he heard that. He nodded, "Yes, I kept them. I thought they might be useful in the future, so I sorted them out and put them in my room." "Lord, do you want them now?" Aniching nodded, "Bring them here." Chu Dong immediately ran back to his room and pulled out a thick stack of organized materials. Aniching flipped through the pages and asked, "Did anyone work as an accountant during the assessment?" Chu Dong thought for a moment and nodded. "Yes, among the group I was assessing, there was a man in his 30s, who said he was an accountant for some company before the apocalypse." Aniching flipped through the pages and stopped at a record. "Is that it?" Chu Dong peeked over. "Yes, that's him." Zhang Jin, 35, had been an accountant at a food processing factory in City D before the apocalypse. Because he had no other specialties, he hadn't been able to secure a spot in the territory. He was currently working with a group of survivors in the internment zone, leveling the ground and building prefabricated houses. After pulling out this one, Aniching continued flipping through the pages, and soon found 2 more who had worked as accountants. 3 people in total. Besides Zhang Jin, the other 2 were women, also in their 30s. Aniching pointed at the 3 and said, "Call them over for me." "Never mind. I go to the battle vehicle. Tell them to come find me there. I almost forgot that these people couldn't enter the territory without citizen cards." Aniching quickly decided on Zhang Jin and the woman named Guan Qing. Zhang Jin had clearly been an accountant for many years, while Guanqing was a very steady and upright person, a man of integrity and no ulterior motives. She chose these two because, after reviewing the records left by Song Yu, she discovered that they had been following instructions and hadn't been dishonest since their arrival at the internment zone. Of course, having two people in charge of finances also served as a means of mutual oversight. Soon, Zhang Jin and Guanqing were added to the territory. The territory was proceeding smoothly, and Yiqing redeployed the people who had been leveling the ground and building prefabricated houses in the internment zone to level the land on the other side of the territory. She planned to expand and purify the territory. At 2,300 square meters, the territory was still a bit small, and Yiqing planned to build a residential complex, which would be rented by residents of the territory, while the building would be provided free temporary housing for newcomers. That evening, Yiqing called Zhou Tongyuan up and asked him to choose a superpower. Zhou Tongyuan nearly jumped up. He finally understood what Xiao Yunan meant: superpowers. When Yiqing asked him to choose from a variety of superpowers, Zhou Tongyuan was torn. He actually wanted a fire-type superpower like Tangbai, but he clearly didn't have one right now. Zhou Tongyuan didn't want to give up this chance to obtain a superpower and wait who knows how long for a fire-type superpower, so he kept tossing between the various superpowers. He wanted a powerful one, and both gold and wind types seemed equally good. After a moment's hesitation, Zhou Tongyuan chose wind type, simply because Li Ringbao, who previously possessed wind type superpowers, looked more formidable than Xiong Qi, who possessed gold type superpowers. And Yiqing nodded. Be prepared. It will be very painful when the power core fuses with you. Tell me immediately if you can't bear it. Zhou Tongyuan confidently said, if Xiao Yunan can handle it, I can definitely handle it. And Yiqing, She used the deprivation card, and a gray mist enveloping the wind power core seeped into Zhou Tongyuan's body. In an instant, Zhou Tongyuan's face paled, his face contorted in agony, his teeth chattering. He felt a powerful current surge into his body, coursing freely through his veins with such destructive force that he felt as if he were about to explode. For a moment, Zhou Tongyuan wanted to give up. This wasn't what he imagined. Even with Yiqing's warning, the pain he had to endure far exceeded his expectations. But this is a superpower. If Xiao Yunan could make it, why couldn't he? Thinking this way, Zhou Tongyuan, driven by his thirst for superpowers and his unyielding spirit, gritted his teeth and persevered. He didn't know that his wind-based superpowers were not only damaging his tendons and veins, but also his skin and flesh. And Yiqing watched as countless wind blades sliced through Zhou Tongyuan's flesh. His clothes were already tattered, and blood flowed from the wounds, but they quickly healed. She stared closely at Zhou Tongyuan, making sure his vitality hadn't declined. When Zhou Tongyuan merged with the superpower core, he looked like he had been pulled out of a pool of blood, the rags draped around his body soaked in blood. And Yiqing smiled. Congratulations, you become a wind-based superpower. Zhou Tongyuan gasped for air, trying to smile, but he couldn't even muster the strength to lift his lips. And Yiqing gave him chocolate chips, and he slowly recovered. After guiding Zhou Tongyuan through a cycle of spiritual training, and Yiqing slept soundly again. She noticed that guiding others through spiritual training significantly boosted her own, though it was a bit tiring. Afterward, she called Zhou Tongbin up and asked him to choose a power. Zhou Tongbin hesitated between water and earth for a moment before choosing earth. The process of fusing the power cores was still difficult, but it seemed less grueling than with wind and lightning. After fusing the power cores for the two, Yiqing had the ground leveled almost to completion. So, that morning, Yiqing drew two 1,000 square meter territory purification cards and one territory expansion card, and used them simultaneously. She controlled the expansion and purification of her territory, quickly enclosing the new 2,000 square meters. 2,000 square meters was still too small for a residential complex, but she didn't demand an entire one immediately. Smaller areas could be built one building at a time. Of course, Zhou Tongbin was still responsible for the layout and design of the residential complex. The prefabricated buildings in the shelter area were also continuing to expand, and now 2/3 of the rooms were empty. And Yiqing led her men to City D to search for survivors. She deployed 5 of the 10 battle vehicles in the territory, sweeping through the zombies and rescuing survivors in City D. 10 days later, the number of survivors in the shelter area had reached over 8,000. On the 7th floor of the territory building. After Yiqing finished her spiritual training, the sky gradually brightened. She drew aside the curtains and looked outside. The territory and the internment area were bustling with activity. Everyone had risen early to train, eat breakfast, and then return to work. Everyone was in high spirits, and she could see smiles on the faces of those who came and went, chatting and laughing. She wondered what was happening with Song Yu and the others. At that moment, An I-Ching suddenly felt a familiar pull. It was the same feeling she felt when Xia Rui had summoned her. Then, an unpleasant odor washed over her, blinding her vision. Sister! Su Jingxian rushed over as soon as she saw An I-Ching. An I-Ching instinctively hugged Su Jingxian and asked, "What happened?" Su Jingxian knew An I-Ching had only 10 minutes to be summoned, so she needed to explain everything immediately. Having already organized her words, Su Jingxian quickly explained the current situation to An I-Ching in simple terms. After leaving Mingwei City, they had been searching for survivors in other parts of City M. They didn't know if the high-level zombies were all in Mingwei City, but their search and rescue efforts had been smooth, and they had rescued over 10,000 survivors throughout City S. With so many people, it was thanks to the battle vehicles. Otherwise, it would have been difficult to carry so many people. All 4 battle vehicles were in use, making the space less crowded. Jiang Shao prepared to leave City M and head to City D, then search for more survivors along the way back to base. The battle vehicles were too crowded, so Su Jingxian and the others disembarked. Song Yu and Tang Bai didn't know how to drive before, but Jiang Shao taught them how on the way. Now both Song Yu and Tang Bai can drive. So, Tang Bai drove the space car with Su Jingxian behind the battle car. As they were about to leave City M, a massive black hole suddenly appeared in front of them. Before anyone could brake, the black hole surged towards them like a devouring maw, swallowing them all in one gulp. Tang Bai immediately turned around and activated teleportation, but the black hole, as if it knew they were going to teleport, pursued them relentlessly. Tang Bai's attacks had no effect on the black hole, and Su Jingxian was thrown into the sewer by Tang Bai, swallowing her and the space car. Su Jingxian hid in the sewer, and the black hole didn't appear again. But she was terrified, wondering what had become of the others, whether they were dead. Amidst her fear, Su Jingxian suddenly remembered An I-Ching's suggestion of summoning the Lord, and immediately summoned her. An I-Ching asked, "So you think that black hole is connected to Mingwei City?" Su Jingxian nodded yes. Since we came to City M, we only encountered something fishy in Mingwei City. An I-Ching checked the time. Su Jingxian had spent a minute explaining the situation, and she now had 9 minutes left. 9 minutes might not be enough for her to resolve the situation here, but it was enough for her to see what was happening in Mingwei City. The situation of the black hole was still unclear, so An I-Ching could only ask Su Jingxian to stay in the safer sewers for the time being. An I-Ching emerged from the sewers and teleported towards Mingwei City. When summoned, her teleportation was unlimited, allowing her to instantly teleport to any place she could see. In less than a minute, An I-Ching could already see Mingwei City. She draped herself in an invisibility cloak and teleported once again onto the walls of Mingwei City. Mingwei City seemed to retain its pre-apocalyptic appearance, the streets clean and tidy, except that the people passing through had become zombies. Most of these zombies were level 4 zombies, nearing level 5. They only needed one more level to awaken their special abilities. An I-Ching spotted the bus station in the distance and immediately teleported over. The bus station was completely empty, not a soul in sight. She looked elsewhere and continued teleporting. After confirming that the buildings were deserted, An I-Ching opened the system panel and searched for Tang Bai and the others' locations. They seemed to be in the same place. After teleporting over, An I-Ching discovered that she was actually in a factory. As she stepped inside, she was shocked by the scene inside. The factory was densely packed with iron cages, each containing a man and a woman, naked and clothed. The factory wasn't cold, it was quite warm inside. Even without clothes, these people wouldn't be cold. An I-Ching looked at the men and women in the cages. Some clung to each other tightly, like chicks huddled together for warmth. Others occupied separate sides of the cage, wary of each other. An I-Ching stood there, and everything she saw and heard chilled her to the bone. These people were like livestock kept in captivity. Chapter 106. An I-Ching looked up and saw the security cameras in the factory working. Someone, no, more like a zombie, was watching this place. Draping her invisibility cloak, An I-Ching quickly headed towards where Song Yu and the others were, following the location indicated on the system panel. Song Yu and Zhou Tongji and the others weren't held together, but in separate cages. When An I-Ching approached, they were in adjacent cages. Song Yu was unconscious, and the man in her cage was starving, his eyes gazing at her eagerly. An I-Ching frowned, quickly stepped forward, and with a single blow, stunned the man who had reached out to Song Yu. She struck with such force that the man fainted instantly. An I-Ching then turned to Song Yu, crouched beside her, and whispered, "Song Yu, wake up." Amidst the clamor, An Iching wouldn't be picked up by the surveillance cameras as long as she didn't speak too loudly. An Iching reached out and nudged Song Yu, who was leaning against the edge of the cage. After a long call, she noticed his eyelashes flutter slightly. Then, Song Yu slowly opened his eyes. She felt a slight headache. She remembered only the sudden appearance of a black hole, which instantly engulfed the battle vehicle. Then, as if struck by a powerful blow, she felt as if she had been plunged into darkness. Song Yu propped herself up and sat up, but suddenly her body stiffened. Her clothes were gone. She instinctively looked around and realized she was trapped in a cage, along with another man. "Song Yu, it's me." An Iching, noticing Song Yu's panic, whispered soothingly, "Don't talk. Keep your head down." Song Yu instantly calmed down upon hearing the familiar voice, immediately lowering his head, as An Iching requested. "This is Mingwa City. Listen, I'll be leaving in 30 seconds. Wait 20 minutes before you start summoning me. Understand?" Time was running out, and An Iching didn't have time to talk to Song Yu much. She could only explain what she would be doing. Song Yu hummed softly. "Be careful, there are surveillance cameras here," An Iching warned, and the next moment, she was pulled back to the territory by a force. Standing by the window of her room, An Iching watched the people in the territory and the internment area begin training, rubbing her brow. "Heavenly Way. I'm here. How many Lord Summoning cards can I draw now? Lord Summoning cards consume a lot of energy, so I can only draw one right now. Can I still draw a domain card?" She was still a little short on energy. An Iching immediately took out crystal cores from her space and ate them. She was quick, stuffing one crystal core after another into her mouth, swallowing them quickly. About 10 minutes later, Tiandao's voice finally arrived. "All right." An Iching immediately began drawing cards. After 200 consecutive draws, she successfully obtained 2 SSR cards. The Lord Summoning cards were fused and upgraded. After the upgrade, the summoning cards that had been added to the resident card remained on the original resident card. Now, only 3 of her 10 summoning cards remained unused. However, the summoning data available to the resident had changed. Summoning card. Summoning time limit is 20 minutes, with an 80-day cooldown. Note, the Lord and resident must be at least 30 kilometers apart when using summoning. An Iching frowned and asked, "Is the data wrong? Why has the distance limit increased? The stronger the summoning card, the higher the distance limit." "That's right." An Iching, This setting is truly a rip-off. But Mingwa City is hundreds of kilometers away, well beyond the distance limit. She didn't dwell on the issue, and instead fused the domain card. Domain card fusion upgrade. Expands to a 400 square meter domain, PS, usable for 6 hours per day. 400 square meters is still too small, but she could bring a battle car, which should be able to accommodate more people. There was still time, so An Iching immediately opened the door and left. Everyone had finished training and were back to work. An Iching boarded the battle car and quickly filled its energy tank with crystal cores. Then she dismounted, placed the battle car in her card, and then filled the energy tank of the next vehicle. Zhou Tongyuan saw An Iching packing up her battle vehicles and approached curiously. "Sister Qing, what are you doing?" An Iching worked tirelessly, quickly collecting 5 battle vehicles. "Nothing, I'm busy right now. Don't let anyone disturb me later." Zhou Tongyuan nodded. "Oh, okay." Before he finished speaking, he saw An Iching turn and quickly walk back to the building. He couldn't help but scratch his head, wondering what had happened to make her so anxious. An Iching had just walked back to her room and closed the door when she felt a tug. The moment she felt the pull, she redraped her invisibility cloak. Song Yu in the cage summoned the Lord and waited, but didn't notice anything. In a barely audible voice, he asked, "Sister Qing?" An Iching, "Yes, I'm here. I go check out the situation here first." With that, she turned and went to find Zhou Tongxi, Wang Bin, and Tang Baisan. By now, the 3 of them had already woken from their comas, their faces all grim. An Iching glanced at the woman trapped in the same cage with them. She couldn't tell if she was unconscious herself or had been knocked unconscious by them. Both were still unconscious. An Iching first approached Zhou Tongxi and whispered, "It's me." Zhou Tongxi's expression instantly relaxed, but he remained silent, as if he had grasped the situation. "Mark the time in your mind. Use Lord Summon in 20 minutes, An Iching instructed. Zhou Tongxi hummed an inaudible nod. An Iching then went to Wang Bin and asked him to estimate the time to summon her in 50 minutes. After all, mental calculations can easily lead to errors, so An Iching gave Zhou Tongxi and Wang Bin a 10-minute margin of error. Finally, it was Tang Bai's turn. and I Ching told him to summon her in 80 minutes, giving him and Wang Bin a 10-minute leeway. After spending 2 minutes explaining everything to them, and I Ching began teleporting throughout Mingwa City. She suspected the humans in this factory had recently been captured and imprisoned, otherwise they wouldn't have arranged for a man and a woman to remind those around them how to get food. What about the others? The factory's cages held only about 400 or 500 men and women. And I Ching teleported to various locations, and found no one in the residential buildings. Instead, every factory building had identical cages holding men and women. Many cages contained only men, no women. Thinking of the woman, who had demonstrated to others that pregnancy would lead to a good life, where were the pregnant women? And I Ching's gaze shifted to the county hospital in Mingwa City. She teleported there, and discovered that the pregnant women were indeed in the hospital. They were all staying in wards, mostly one per room. Aside from a few who seemed hesitant and anxious, most of the women, despite their large bellies, were chatting and laughing, seemingly enjoying a comfortable life. They were indeed enjoying a comfortable life, as the tables in the wards were filled with food like milk, bread, fruit, and nuts. Just then, a zombie arrived, delivering some stew. The aroma of the nourishing stew wafted through the air, filling the entire floor. It was still fragrant and well cooked. The zombie's arrival made the women, who had been chatting and laughing, growl nervous, and they stole a glance at the zombies delivering the soup. Then, with their rubber-gloved hands, the zombies took out bowls of soup and poured them for the women. They seemed used to it, and when they saw the zombies pouring the soup, they lined up to take it. If the factory was used for breeding, then the hospital was clearly an incubation facility. So where were the babies raised? And I Ching teleported to many locations, and finally found her destination. It was the school. The nursing infants at the school were all cared for by their mothers, and were still well fed and well cared for. The weaned children were all cared for by the zombies. To avoid harming the children, the zombies covered their hands with thick rubber gloves, and even had bite guards on their mouths to prevent them from being tempted to eat them. And I Ching felt it was absurd. This had become a complete industrial chain. It had simply gone from being a livestock farm to a human farm. And I Ching took a deep breath, and then shifted her gaze to the slaughterhouse in Mingwa City. As she teleported there, even before she entered, she could smell the strong stench of blood. Entering the slaughterhouse, she saw, as expected, that it had become a slaughterhouse for human beings. Looking at the fresh thighs, arms, and internal organs, and the bottles of bright red blood stacked up for transport, and I Ching felt sick to her stomach. And there were also many people imprisoned in cages here, men, women, and children. And I Ching tried her best to restrain herself from vomiting immediately. She closed her eyes, and thought calmly. How could she gather everyone together quickly, and use her domain for protection? The domain was only 400 square meters. It wouldn't cover the entire Mingwa City. She would have to gather everyone first, and then use the domain for protection. Gathering so many people was difficult, not to mention the zombies' undeniable presence. Speaking of which, and I Ching hadn't seen many high-level zombies yet. What about those zombies? Especially the zombies that controlled so many zombies in this complete breeding industry. After leaving the slaughterhouse, and I Ching teleported throughout Mingwa City, searching for the zombie controlling Mingwa City. However, after searching many places, she couldn't find it. Suddenly, and I Ching saw someone exiting the hotel. The moment she met those purple eyes, she knew this wasn't a human, but a zombie. A high-level 7th-level zombie. And I Ching looked up at the most luxurious hotel in Mingwa City. It looked enormous, probably covering at least 1,000 or 2,000 square meters. It was indeed quite luxurious for such a small city. The hotel was 9 stories high, and the 9th floor was covered with large floor-to-ceiling windows. It was so spacious that I Ching could vaguely make out a figure in a suit standing there. The moment she saw the figure, a black hole suddenly appeared before her. And I Ching immediately used Devour, sending a gray mist surging towards the 9th floor of the hotel. She teleported away from her original location. As she teleported to another location, another black hole suddenly appeared beside her. At the same time, the figure in the suit standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window also vanished, the gray mist swallowing up nothing. And I Ching wanted to teleport away from the black hole again, but she quickly felt the familiar pull. Her thoughts shifted, and instead of dodging, she stepped into the massive black maw. The moment I Ching stepped into the massive black mouth, she felt pain, the ache of her mental strength being eroded. The next moment, I Ching vanished and returned to the 7th floor of the territory building. Atop the towering rooftop of the Mingwa Hotel, a man in a black suit lowered his gaze to the area below. The man with purple eyes, who had vanished the moment the black hole and gray fog appeared, reappeared beside the suited man. I thought he was a formidable character, But this is all he's got. He smiled and sat down at the suited man's feet with a relaxed expression. The suited man glanced at him and said gravely, "That human has vanished. He's in my black hole." The man with purple eyes was stunned, staring at him in astonishment. "How is this possible?" The man in the suit leaped down from the high rooftop. "Anyway, report this to the king first." Zitong followed suit, still puzzled. "Doesn't your black hole disintegrate everything? And even the most powerful psychic would be trapped after falling into a black hole. How did that human escape?" The man in the suit, "I don't know." The two of them left the hotel and headed to the villa area of Mingwest City. Mingwest City is a small city, but it has its share of wealthy residents. The villa area is nestled by the mountains and the river, offering a pleasant environment, though the villas are typically small, measuring several hundred square meters. At that moment, a young man in silk pajamas sat on a recliner, swaying leisurely. A white porcelain tea set was placed on a delicate small table next to him. However, the cup wasn't filled with hot tea, but a bright, vibrant cup of fresh blood. Zitong swallowed hard at the sight of the blood. The suited man calmly walked over, stood beside the young man, and respectfully called out, "King." The young man, who had been resting with his eyes closed, slowly opened them, and asked lazily, "What's the matter?" The young man's features were indistinguishable from those of a human, perhaps even more so than those of an ordinary person. He was the kind of handsome man who would turn heads even if he walked down the street before the apocalypse. The suited man's pupils were also black, but he was extremely respectful in front of the young man. A human just broke into the city. They must be someone with the ability to become invisible. If I hadn't smelled their presence, I wouldn't have noticed them breaking in. The suited man looked up at the young man. This human must have more than one supernatural power. She can control a cloud of gray mist, and it strikes me as very dangerous. The young man looked intrigued. "Oh, how does the gray fog compare to your black hole?" The man in the suit said, "She vanished. She vanished suddenly in my black hole." The young man hummed. "Interesting. Did she leave behind the scent of that human?" Zitong nodded immediately. "Yes." The young man smiled. "Great. I'm just bored. I go meet this human." The man in the suit was a little surprised and asked tentatively, "You're going in person?" The young man stood up, stretched himself, picked up the teacup on the table, drank the blood in one gulp, and licked his blood-stained lips. "Such an interesting person, it would be a shame if I didn't meet him." Zitong and the man in the suit exchanged glances, then followed the young man out of the villa. Back on the 7th floor of the territory, and Yiqing's forehead was covered in a fine layer of cold sweat, the pain from the erosion of her mental power. She sat on the sofa, leaning back wearily, tilting her head back to slowly calm the pain from her mental power. After a 10-second rest, and Yiqing took out a chocolate bean and ate one, slowly recovering her damaged mental strength. The zombie in the suit was the one capable of using black holes, and that black hole was the one that had swallowed several battle vehicles. The energy within the black hole erodes the mental strength of those with special abilities, and it must have possessed other abilities as well, otherwise Song Yu and the others in the battle vehicles wouldn't have been captured. With so little information, she still wasn't sure if the zombie in the suit was the leader of the Mingwest City zombies. The zombie's black hole was probably a manifestation of the devouring ability. In essence, it was still devouring. Since it could use a black hole to devour a human and then spit them out intact, could her gray mist do the same? Thinking of this, and Yiqing sat up straight. It was a pity the skill was on cooldown, otherwise she could give it a try. A pulling sensation appeared, and the next moment, and Yiqing reappeared beside Zhou Tongxi. Without chatting with him, she immediately used the Devour card. Gray mist appeared, and instantly devoured the zombie that had just arrived to deliver food to the human. The zombie was trapped in the gray mist, and the surrounding gray mist swarmed over, devouring the zombie's body. And Yiqing immediately controlled the gray mist, creating a safe zone around the zombie. Success? She could do it too. However, she couldn't keep the human in the gray mist for too long. After all, without the Lord Summoning card, her normal devouring time was only 6 seconds. If she hadn't spit out the human by the time the summoning ended and the skill cooldown came, she would lose control of the gray mist, and those people would be completely consumed by it. And Yiqing controlled the gray mist to digest the zombie. Then, the gray mist suddenly expanded, opening a massive gaping hole and instantly swallowing up everyone in the factory, including the cages. Ah! The unsure people let out a series of shrill screams. And Yiqing immediately teleported, heading for the nearest factory. Everywhere she arrived, she devoured the people and quickly departed. Suddenly, a young man slowly approached from the corner of the street and stopped where Yiqing had teleported. His lips curled up into a smile, I'm sorry, I haven't been able to entertain you well enough. The young man had a handsome face, and his smile was even more radiant. And I Ching lowered her head to confirm that she was wearing an invisibility cloak. This was the second time her cloak had failed. Could it be the corrupted divine consciousness again? And I Ching narrowed her eyes, and without further ado, gray mist emerged from her body, opening its mouth wide and lunging at the young man. The young man dodged left and right, his steps slow but effortless, his movements effortless. Oh my! Why are you so short-tempered? I was hoping to have a friendly exchange with you. As he spoke, the young man suddenly extended his 5 fingers towards the gray mist. Bang! An invisible air current rushed towards the gray mist, and in an instant, it was completely dispersed. And I Ching's eyebrows jumped. The young man smiled, his eyes curved. Can we have a good chat now? And I Ching teleported past the young man. She didn't have time to waste with this zombie. She planned to gather the humans first, and then deploy a protective field. Now, she can use her domain for 6 hours a day. Even if the Lord Summit expires, and she's pulled back to her territory, the domain remains in effect. The young man raised his eyebrows upon seeing this, and quickly caught up with an I Ching. Why are you acting like this? Wouldn't it be nice to chat with me? As he spoke, he spread his 5 fingers and pointed them at an I Ching. Bang! A stream of air rushed towards an I Ching's back. An I Ching flashed and swiftly left the spot. The airflow impacted the ground, shattering the tiles and creating a pit about a meter deep. And I Ching turned and used space block and space cut on the young man. Then, without stopping, she continued towards her next destination. The young man paused, and the next moment, the space that had imprisoned him shattered. The spatial slicing failed to harm him at all. The young man's fingers twitched lightly, a bright smile playing on his lips. Space system? How interesting. Following the lingering scent in the air, he quickly chased in the direction an I Ching had left. An I Ching arrived at the hospital, but instead of entering, she controlled the gray fog to enter, swallowing everyone inside. Then, it moved to the slaughterhouse, and finally to the school. By the time they reached the school, over 10 minutes had passed. And I Ching wasted no time, and immediately activated her domain card. No human casualties here. The domain expanded around her, and an I Ching placed the prepared battle vehicles within it. The 400 square meters of the domain could accommodate just 4 battle vehicles. She had to stack the 5th on top of the other 4. Afterwards, an I Ching vomited batches of people out of the gray fog, which seeped into the battle vehicles, spitting them directly into them. Song Yu, Zhou Tongxi, Wang Bin, Jiang Shan, and Tang Bai were each in one of 5 vehicles. And I Ching, activate the space device. Song Yu, regaining consciousness, immediately ran to the control panel of the battle vehicle and activated the space device. Zhou Tongxi and the others also reacted and activated the space device. Then, the space capacity of the 5 vehicles expanded tenfold. And I Ching quickly spit out the people in the gray mist into the battle vehicles. She had devoured over 20,000 people in Minghua City. And I Ching managed to cram most of them into the 4 lower vehicles. The pregnant women were placed in the upper vehicle, giving them as much space as possible to avoid being squeezed and injured. No human casualties are allowed here. Stay safe. No one can hurt you. After an I Ching expelled all the humans from the gray fog, she barely managed a single word before returning to the 7th floor of the territory. The young man who had rushed over frowned at the scene, his 5 fingers spread wide, and a stream of air suddenly blasted towards the battle vehicles. However, the air dissipated the moment it touched the edge of the domain. Tao Xian, come and take a look. The young man's smile faded, and he gazed sullenly at the battle vehicles, which looked like stacked blocks. The black-suited zombies quickly arrived at the school and, upon seeing the battle vehicles, immediately devoured them with their black holes. However, the gray fog was blocked outside the domain, unable to get any closer. Zitong also approached. Is this a domain? It was indeed a domain, and a very powerful one that even their king couldn't destroy with brute force. Zitong walked around the area. Wang, what are the rules of this area? Are there any loopholes? The hoodie zombie appeared before Zitong and smiled. Yes, there are. I heard it clearly just now. The rule prohibits human casualties. A woman in a black evening gown emerged, smiling. That's easy. I just pushed these vehicles out. The battlefield vehicle was now abuzz with clamor. The iron cages holding everyone had long since been swallowed by the gray fog, leaving the occupants crammed like sardines in a can. Someone banged on the windows and doors in panic. Where is this? Let me out. Help. Someone, help me. I don't want to die. Woo-woo, Dad, Mom, I'm scared. The cacophony of voices mingled, making Wang Bin's head pound in the driver's seat. But the cacophony of voices from the thousands was so deafening that his words, whether scolding or trying to comfort them, were drowned out by the throng. He silently calculated the time an I Ching had given him. He still had 7 minutes until he could use the Lord Summon. At this moment, Wang Bin's entire body tensed, his gaze fixed on the group of zombies outside that looked like human beings. Seeing their attacks unable to break through his territory, he breathed a sigh of relief. Then, as he saw more and more zombies appearing around him, his nerves tensed again. Especially when he saw the smiling zombie in the evening gown, his brain went on high alert, and he felt a terrible sense of unease. But only 2 minutes had passed, and there were still 5 minutes left. At this moment, a delicate, frail female zombie in an evening gown, swaying in high heels, stalked towards the territory, her slender waist swaying in a charming manner. However, Wang Bin's feeling grew worse. The car was too noisy, and he couldn't hear what the zombies outside were saying. But as this one approached, he felt even more uneasy. For minutes left. Wang Bin took a deep breath, gritted his teeth, and summoned an I Ching ahead of time. The car was already incredibly crowded, leaving no room for an I Ching, so the summoned I Ching stood directly on top of the battle vehicle. The evening gown zombie, having just entered the area, sensed danger and immediately dodged backward. The gray fog suddenly split in two, attacking from both sides, swallowing the female zombie before she had time to react. The man in the hoodie tooted, useless. And I Ching removed her invisibility cloak. After all, against these zombies, it made little difference whether she had it or not. She glanced at Tang Bai and instructed, "Summon me immediately when you see me disappear." The car was too noisy, a cacophony of screams and sobs. Tang Bai couldn't hear an I Ching's voice at all, but he understood her meaning from her mouth movements. An I Ching tiptoed out of the realm. The man in the hoodie narrowed his eyes, and flashed to his side, appearing beside an I Ching. He spread his fingers, his sharp nails darting towards her chest, attempting to rip out her heart. An I Ching grabbed his wrist with her backhand, and the next moment, the gray mist engulfed the man in the hoodie. Zitong's expression grew cautious. Her gray mist is the same as Tao Xian's black hole. "Wang, what should we do now?" Unlike the other two who had rushed forward to face their own deaths, he remained vigilant against the gray mist lingering around an I Ching. The young man raised his hand, sending a stream of air blasting towards the gray mist surrounding an I Ching. Having witnessed the young man's manipulation of air currents before, an I Ching took no chances. She teleported behind him, carrying the gray mist with her, and the mist opened its mouth to devour him. Zitong and Tao Xian exchanged glances, and immediately charged towards an I Ching. Purple electricity lashed down at an I Ching from above. Tao Xian's black hole appeared at her feet, devouring her from below. Simultaneously, the young man's air currents reached an I Ching again. She was surrounded, and no matter which direction she teleported, she would inevitably be struck. The young man, nearly engulfed by the gray mist, vanished from the spot. The next moment, he appeared behind an I Ching, pressing against her back. "You're amazing. I admire you." He opened his mouth, his once human-like white teeth transformed into sharp, serrated teeth. He reached out and grasped an I Ching's neck, biting down on her shoulder. And I Ching realized that the moment the young man's hand clamped on her neck, all her abilities and system skills were blocked, rendering them inoperable. She subconsciously used her divine power to gather threads and attack the young man, but even the divine power within her body became stagnant. This state of affairs made it 100% certain that this young man was connected to the evil god's consciousness. A sharp sawtooth pierced her flesh, and the pollution flowed madly into an I Ching's body along the sawtooth. "Sister Qing." Song Yu threw himself against the windshield of the battle vehicle, his eyes bloodshot. Tang Bai was also stunned, staring at an I Ching with wide eyes, his Adam's apple rolling, his mind blank. He wanted to use his supernatural powers to help an I Ching, but they were so weak right now, so weak that he couldn't even use a tiny flame. Zhou Tongxi frowned, nervously watching an I Ching as her shoulder was bitten. She seemed to have lost the ability to resist, standing there motionless, her face expressionless. No, she couldn't have transformed into a zombie so easily. Zhou Tongxi still remembered how an I Ching was scratched and bitten by zombies, yet she ultimately escaped infection. Wang Bin closed his eyes, his entire body drooping. Jiang Xiao finally squeezed to the front of the battle vehicle, and was stunned by the sight outside. He no longer cared about the shame of his naked body, and shouted to Song Yu, "Open the window." Song Yu stared at him blankly for a moment. "Jiang Xiao, I'm a wind-type esper." Song Yu came to his senses, and immediately opened the window next to him. He then hurriedly pulled out chocolate beans from his deck. "This quickly restores your esper mental energy." Jiang Shao nodded, ate 2 chocolate beans, and then directed wind blades towards the zombie biting and Iching. Tang Bai saw the wind blades emanating from the car next to him, and instantly regained consciousness. He immediately took out some chocolate beans, ate them, and opened the window. Flame blades formed from flames also attacked the zombies. Tao Xian glanced disdainfully at the humans on the battle vehicle. A black hole appeared, devouring the wind and fire blades completely, leaving no trace behind. The pollution assaulted an Iching sea of consciousness, forcing her back to her ideology. She manipulated her mind to conjure 2 Xiatian swords, charging towards the polluted divine power. With the sword's swiftness, they shattered the gathering pollution piece by piece into her sea of consciousness, quickly engulfing it. This time, the pollution was particularly potent, instantly fragmenting into countless pollutants that surrounded an Iching's consciousness from all sides. Surrounded by this zombie virus, an Iching could clearly feel her consciousness gradually slowing down, her mind becoming dull. The next moment, the surrounding pollution surged forward, enveloping an Iching's consciousness, as if she were trapped in a swamp of mud, completely sealed off. Her thinking grew increasingly sluggish, her consciousness unable to move at all. The pollution enveloping her was gradually devouring her consciousness. And Iching could feel it shrinking in size, as her mind grew increasingly chaotic. Am I going to die? With my consciousness being devoured, would time reversal still be effective? No. Ordinary death only involves the death of the body, not the disappearance of the consciousness. But even reversing time wouldn't allow her to return to the moment before death once her consciousness is completely devoured. What level is this zombie? Why is the pollution so strong? As her consciousness gradually faded, and Iching suddenly recalled the zombie's appearance. It looked somewhat similar to Enyao. However, Enyao was more mature, while the young man's face still held a hint of childishness, so she didn't initially notice the similarities. So, this is also an incarnation of a god? No, it should be said to be an incarnation of an evil god. He actually thinks highly of her, creating an incarnation specifically to deal with her. And Iching scoffed. Now, does she still have a chance of turning the tide? This zombie can even contain her divine power, so how else can she turn the tables? Racking her brain, and Iching paused. She remembered what the heavenly Tao had once said to her. Purification. Purification wasn't an ability bestowed upon her by the heavenly Tao, nor did it have anything to do with the gods. It was a power she brought with her upon crossing over. Even if her current abilities weren't enough to evolve into an evil god, this was just an incarnation of an evil god. Couldn't it be purified? No matter what, she had to try. An Iching sea of consciousness began to boil, the surging sea of consciousness rushing towards the pollution surrounding her mind. Instantly, the pollution was engulfed by the sea of consciousness, and the entire pollution, carrying an Iching's consciousness with it, fell into the sea of consciousness and slowly sank. And Iching's consciousness grew increasingly hazy. She could no longer think clearly, her mind gradually fading into darkness. Having been bitten on the shoulder by the young man, an Iching's body suddenly collapsed. The young man reached out and put his arm around an Iching's waist, lifting her up. Her blood still clung to the corner of his mouth, and he couldn't help but lick it. It tastes so good. He felt a little regretful, almost regretting turning her into a zombie. He wouldn't be able to drink such delicious blood anymore. What a shame! Thinking of this, while the person in his arms wasn't transformed into a zombie, he picked up the spot where he'd bitten her and tore off a piece of flesh. This time, not only Zitong, but even Tao Xian couldn't help but stare at the blood flowing down an Iching's shoulder. His Adam's apple rolled as he swallowed. However, the young man, who had just devoured the feast, suddenly froze. The next moment, he opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood with a strong fishy stench. His grip loosened, and an Iching fell to the ground from his arms. Tao Xian, startled, stepped forward. Wang, what's wrong with you? Zitong also hurried forward, staring at the young man anxiously. It seemed as if the young man's mouth was overflowing with blood. Long streams of black blood gushed out, as if he were vomiting out all the blood in his body. He bent over, his expression contorted in pain. Perhaps the blood gushing out was too much for his mouth to spit out quickly, causing blood to flow from his nose, and blood to seep from his eyes and ears. The scene was so horrifying that Tao Xian and Zitong both took a step back, not daring to approach the young man. Thrown to the ground, and Iching's fingers moved slightly, and the wound on her shoulder was healing at a rapid pace. Soon, the flesh on her shoulder healed, leaving no trace of the zombie's bite. And Iching slowly opened her eyes. They were blank at first, then slowly focused. The young man, who had been vomiting blood, finally stopped. He looked at an Iching with a gloomy expression. Noticing she had woken up, He walked over, squatted down, and strangled her neck. "Who are you?" And Iching lay on the ground, her neck held by a zombie, yet she remained calm. "I thought you should know?" The young man's face was still stained with the black blood he had just wiped off, and the stench was truly pungent. He pulled his lips into a sinister smile. And Iching's shoulder, where he had bitten off a piece of flesh and had lost its fabric, had healed as before. The new flesh was white and tender. He stroked the new flesh with his fingers. "How interesting. This is the first time I've seen a human who can't transform into a zombie. It's true that some people have strong resistance, and the zombie virus is metabolized after entering their bodies, so they don't turn into zombies. But such people are rare. Even if they can metabolize the virus carried by ordinary zombies, they can't metabolize the virus carried by him." He didn't want to think about what an Iching meant by "you should know." This person was too dangerous, too uncontrollable, and needed to be eliminated immediately. Thinking of this, the young man's 5 fingers formed claws, ready to tear the human in front of him into pieces. Then, his eyes widened, his vision rising uncontrollably and rolling back. After a dizzying moment, he saw someone who looked exactly like an Iching standing behind him. The thin golden thread still lingered on her hand, and his neck was silently severed by that thread. And Iching rose from the ground, her consciousness instantly returning to her body. A smile crossed her lips as she gazed at the young man's head, which had fallen not far away. Tao Xian and Zi Tong stared blankly, finally coming to their senses. The young man's death had been a profound blow to them, and they were now extremely wary of an Iching's strength. They had completely given up on killing an Iching and immediately turned and fled. They were moving very fast, but the moment they rushed out, a gray mist expanded in front of them. It was too late for them to break, and they were plunged into the mist. The gray mist that had swallowed the 2 zombies surged forward, swallowing the young man's body and head in one gulp before his pupils had fully closed. Then the gray mist split into 4, surging towards Mingwest City in all directions, devouring any zombies it found. Soon, the entire city's zombie population had been devoured. A deathly silence fell all around, and the people who had been clamoring in the battle vehicle were like chickens with their necks stuck, unable to utter a single sound. Chapter 107. And Iching seized the last ounce of time, allowing the gray fog to engulf all the zombies in Mingwest City. She only managed to turn back and say to Tang Bai safe. The next moment, she was pulled back to the 7th floor of the territory. The air was as still as death. In reality, there were too many people in the battle vehicle, many crammed in, unable to see what was happening outside. But human emotions are contagious. After those who could see the outside were speechless with shock, the people sitting next to them gradually fell silent. Thousands of people were packed into one battle vehicle, yet they were so cautious that even their breathing was barely audible. It took a while for Song Yu to react. He burst into tears of joy. Great! Sister Qing is okay. But a strong sense of resentment welled up inside him. But it was still too dangerous. Just now, although she didn't know how Sister Qing had managed to split herself up and sneak around to kill the zombie, the thrill of the process had almost made her think Sister Qing was going to die. If she had known this beforehand, if Sister Qing had understood the situation earlier, it wouldn't have been so dangerous. Song Yu gritted her teeth. The urge to control her supernatural powers was so strong for the first time. After all, activating supernatural powers at will was too uncontrollable. She needed to have complete control over her powers. At this moment, Song Yu, completely relaxed, also realized her awkwardness. She was still naked. Just now, she was so preoccupied with worrying about Sister Qing that her mind was completely elsewhere. Now, she hurriedly pulled a set of combat uniforms from her resident card. She had seen Xiao Yunan buy this uniform and bought it too, but it had been stored in her resident card and she hadn't worn it. Now was the perfect time to put it on. After getting dressed, Song Yu opened the door of the battle bus and said to the quieted down group, "The zombies have been dealt with. It's safe now. Get out." The group's previous noise had been truly annoying. If she hadn't been worried about Sister Qing being upset if they died after leaving, she would have kicked them out long ago. The group in the battle bus remained motionless. No one had gotten out early. The main reason was, no one was wearing any clothes. Before, when they were caged, they had felt ashamed, but there was nothing they could do about it. They had no power to change their situation. Now that they were free, shame followed suit. Even though everyone around them was in the same boat, no one had the courage to get out and stand outside. Not only that, they had retreated further. Song Yu was so irritated by the crowd that she laughed. "What? You're not getting off the bus? Are you planning to stay naked the whole way?" Jiang Xiao saw that Song Yu was genuinely angry, so he quickly cleared his throat, deliberately turned his back to her, and shouted, "Move aside, make a path so she can find some clothes for you." Because everyone had fallen silent, Jiang Zhao's voice could be heard, and the crowd quickly began to surge, leaving a gap so wide that Song Yu had to sidestep to squeeze out. "Song Yu, eh?" Jiang Zhao glanced at her face and soothed, "Let's just leave it that way. It's really not good for everyone to go out like this." Forget about others, he himself couldn't stand it. Song Yu glanced at him, and saw Jiang Zhao awkwardly hide himself in the crowd again, as if afraid she'd see him. Song Yu let out a breath and sidestepped through the crowd. She grabbed the battle car and quickly climbed up to the roof, knocking on the window. "Jiang Shan, can I borrow the space car?" Jiang Shan heard this, and opened the window a little, leaving her leader card outside, and taking out the space car inside. The space car landed on the battle car's roof. Song Yu used a card to retract the space car, jumped off, and then released it, driving to find a clothing store. Luckily, he had learned to drive, otherwise it would have been even more trouble. Minghua City must have been occupied by zombies earlier, so the clothing store still had a lot of clothes. Song Yu stuffed all the clothes into the space car until it was completely full, then returned, leaving the clothes next to the battle car and continuing his search. Now, everyone in the battle car, no longer concerned about the awkwardness, hurriedly got out, grabbed their clothes and put them on. Jiang Zhao also followed the crowd out, first finding a men's suit. It wasn't that he wanted to compete with this group, but mainly Song Yu, who might be his biological sister, was here, and he really couldn't bear to be naked in front of her. Remembering that Tang Bai might have a space vehicle, Jiang Zhao immediately found a set of clothes for Tang Bai, so that the two of them could go and search for clothes faster. Tang Bai put on his clothes and got out of the vehicle, saying, "I have to find Jingxian first." Jiang Zhao was stunned. "Didn't your lord come before? Didn't he take her back first?" Tang Bai shook his head. No time at all. The lord had been summoned, and there was a time limit. How could he take Su Jingxian back? Tang Bai took out the space vehicle, got in, and disappeared in an instant. Jiang Zhao looked at the group of people scrambling for clothes. Some were even fighting over the clothes. Since the area outside the battle vehicle was outside the territory, there were naturally no rules to prevent them from suffering casualties. Jiang Zhao's eyelids twitched at the chaotic scene. He used his supernatural powers to push away the fighting people, coldly saying, "What are you fighting for? Line up. Anyone who tries again will lose their clothes." The threat didn't seem very threatening, but it instantly calmed everyone down, and they lined up obediently under Jiang Zhao's cold and hostile gaze. The people in the queue were extremely embarrassed, but no one dared to say a word. After all, Jiang Zhao had separated the fighting people in a flash, and it was obvious that they were no ordinary people. Soon, Wei Yulong and the others, who had put on their clothes, arrived one after another to maintain order. When Song Yu brought more clothes, they hurried to unload them from the cart. Su Jingxian had been staying in the sewers, and hadn't gone anywhere, so Tang Bai teleported to the place where he had dropped her off and found her. Soon, Tang Bai took Su Jingxian back to Minghua City. He put Su Jingxian in an empty field vehicle and let her wash up inside. Song Yu happened to find children's clothing among the clothes she'd been searching for, so Tang Bai brought her a set. After everyone put on their clothes, the awkwardness faded, only to be replaced by another kind of awkwardness. After all, many people had previously engaged in such persistent behavior to survive, and now that they were still together, it was even more awkward. The pregnant woman in the other car was even more silent, staring blankly out the window from her convoy. Some wept silently, others caressed their bellies, lost in thought. Jiang Shan couldn't help but sigh. "It's okay. It's for survival, there's no shame in that." She truly didn't feel ashamed of doing such a thing to survive. They say one shouldn't advise others to be kind until they experience their suffering. The same applies here. From the way people used to eat their own children when starving, to the point of consuming guanine soil to the point of choking themselves to death, we know that hunger isn't easily overcome. When starving, one's bottom line naturally declines. The current situation is relatively good, although these people are hungry, they haven't done anything irreparable. Jiang Shan's words brought tears to many people's eyes, and they lowered their heads and raised their hands to wipe their eyes. But another voice sneered, "Stop your condescending attitude of pity. Who needs your sympathy? It's okay, aren't you ashamed? You aren't the one who went through all this, so of course you say that." The man's tone was sharp, like a hedgehog bristling with fur. Jiang Shan paused, but she wasn't angry. Instead, she thought of how An Iching had suppressed her sympathy when she heard she had brought back the group of women. She patted her face, smiled, and met the woman's gaze. I'm sorry, I don't mean to sympathize with you. I just want to cheer you up. You're still alive, and there's endless hope for the future, right? Also, although I haven't experienced what you've gone through, I know there are women who have endured the same situation. They were all made into reproductive machines, all forced to bear children. The woman was stunned, looking at Jiang Shan in astonishment. They didn't take the blame for others' mistakes, nor were they ashamed of their once powerful instinct to survive. Jiang Shan didn't elaborate on the women's experiences, only briefly mentioning them. But this simple description made the women feel a sense of empathy. Although their circumstances were different, they were ultimately the same. Suddenly, someone looked at Jiang Shan hopefully and asked, "So what about their child?" The man placed one hand on her belly, which was slightly bulging, but the hand on it was very firm, as if his fingers wanted to dig into her belly. Jiang Shan frowned invisibly, sensing the woman's mood. After a moment's hesitation, he asked, "Don't you want this child?" The woman paused, looking down at her belly in silence, tears welling up in her eyes. Although everyone knew that pregnancy would lead to a good life, she had never really wanted to get pregnant. She could barely accept doing that with a stranger just to have enough food, but she couldn't accept her child being raised as livestock, then bred and used as food for the zombies. No one was stupid. Everyone knew the zombies' reasons for doing this, but what else could they do? Not everyone had the courage to commit suicide. If they didn't, the burning hunger would truly drive them mad. Ever since the woman became pregnant, she'd been feeling depressed and lost. She truly didn't want the child, but when Jiang Shan asked, she felt a gentle fluttering in her palm, and was speechless. She was already 5 months pregnant, and while her belly wasn't swollen much, she already felt the movement of the little life within. Feeling the gentle kicks of the little life within, the woman couldn't bring herself to say she didn't want the child. Seeing her silence, Jiang Shan didn't ask any further questions, simply saying, "These are the end times, and medical care isn't very good. Giving birth is better for the mother than having an abortion." After a pause, she raised her lips slightly. "However, we already started building a hospital in our territory, and we already gathered the equipment. It should be ready by the time we return. If you need an abortion, the damage should be minimized. Of course, if you're already pregnant, abortions are still not recommended. Although there's a woman in the territory with healing abilities, Okamoto Yui, her ability level is relatively low. She can still use her healing abilities if there are only 1 or 2 people, but not if there are more." "Territory? Isn't that a base?" someone asked, seizing the key point. Su Jingxian shook her head. "It's either a base or a territory. We didn't go to the built base, and now we live in a very safe territory. The one who dealt with those zombies earlier was our lord." When they mentioned an I Ching, everyone thought of the figure controlling the gray fog to devour the zombies, and they couldn't help but feel envious. Some even thought, if they were as powerful, they wouldn't be in this situation. People admire the strong. Jiang Shan knew that clearly, and she saw the mixed admiration and envy in many eyes, both admiring and envious of an I Ching. Jiang Shan couldn't help but say to the women, "Our lord is powerful but also a very kind person. She taught us a set of physical training techniques to improve our physical fitness, and even had someone teach us swordsmanship. I used to be unable to carry anything, but now I can handle a few level 3 or 4 zombies with ease. If you're willing, you can learn after you have children. In our territory, everyone can learn physical training and swordsmanship." Meanwhile, Zhou Tongxi was chatting with others about the lord and the territory. Except for the pregnant women who weren't naked, everyone else had already gotten off the vehicle, and a large group now surrounded the battle vehicle. There were so many people, and Zhou Tongxi couldn't possibly use a loudspeaker to preach, so he chose to speak selectively. While his voice wasn't as audible as Jiang Shan's, he knew it wouldn't take long for everyone to understand what he wanted to convey. Zhou Tongxi's conversations were much more purposeful and skillful. He knew exactly what kind of living environment these people wanted, so he discussed the living conditions in the territory in detail. "As long as you're diligent and capable, you can have enough to eat, but that's just the basics. If you excel and can join the territory as a full citizen, you can then live on a purified, pollution-free land, live in a comfortable house, and earn points to buy whatever you want. It's basically the same as before the apocalypse. You can buy whatever you want. Furthermore, the territory has zombie virus serum, so there's no need to worry about being infected by zombies. There's also a cellular activation spray. As long as the wound isn't serious, it can quickly heal, surpassing many healing abilities. Besides, what could be safer than having an incredibly powerful lord? Not to mention, a lord's territory is immune to zombies. Even if a zombie wave were to strike, the territory would be completely resilient. It would be even better if the lord were in the territory." Did you see the gray fog the Lord used to devour zombies? It could have swallowed up the entire zombie horde. Zhou Tongxi deliberately engaged people from different vehicles in conversation, and many people nearby perked up curiously. I'm sure within 2 days, everyone will know the situation in the territory. Wei Yulong glanced at him again and again, unable to resist looking at Jiang Xiao. Is he doing this on purpose? He's praising the territory so highly. Are they really going to follow us back to base? Jiang Xiao crossed his arms, looking at those who were clearly skeptical, but couldn't help but walk toward Zhou Tongxi, wanting to hear more. So what if he's doing it on purpose? Isn't what he's saying true? Wei Yulong nodded. It's true, but it feels like we've been doing someone else's bidding for so long. Jiang Xiao twitched his lips and said unhappily, Our goal is to rescue the survivors, not bring them all back to base. If they can find a safer place, that's even better. Besides, with so many people, bringing them all back to base would only deplete their supplies faster, and there's a chance of chaos at the base. Wei Yulong rubbed his nose. I'm influenced by his eagerness to recruit people. However, he was a little worried. Can they really accommodate so many people in such a small space? Jiang Xiao, we see. If it can't fit, we can just bring another group back to base. Wei Yulong opened his mouth. Why did this sound like their base was just a collection of discarded junk? However, saying this would definitely get him scolded, so he opened his mouth and then quickly closed it. Jiang Xiao, looking at the large group of survivors, said, Besides, we didn't save these survivors in the first place. Wei Yulong paused, then realized this was a response to his earlier claim that Zhou Tongxi had acted deliberately. Indeed, it wasn't just these survivors, they too might have been killed here if it weren't for an I Ching. Although they wouldn't have arrived in Minghua City immediately without the battle vehicles an I Ching provided, this place was within Province S, and they would have arrived sooner or later. Perhaps the later they arrived, the more high-level zombies there would be, making the situation even more dangerous. Wei Yulong scratched his head and fell silent. On the way back, the survivors in the car were indeed talking. Whether these people believed it or not, the rumors about the territory had indeed spread. But some people were privately grumbling. Even if the territory is fantastic, we wouldn't dare go. Wasn't the Lord bitten by a zombie before? If such a powerful person turns into a zombie, wouldn't he be even more powerful? Then life would become death. They have zombie virus serum, so how could they possibly turn into zombies? Who can say for sure? And who knows if the zombie virus actually works? What if it's all just bullshit? Unexpected things naturally raise suspicions. Furthermore, Zhou Tongxi painted the territory so rosy a picture that some people became wary, thinking he was deceiving them. Zhou Tongxi knew this would happen. People's hearts are complex, and even the most skilled at manipulating them can't predict everyone. So, he maintained his composure. Once they arrived at the territory, these people would be able to tell the difference. If some still remained skeptical and unwilling to join, there was nothing that could be done. He just needed to ensure that most people were willing to join the territory. And I Ching waited a moment, confirming that Tang Bai understood her intention and hadn't summoned her, before she sat down on the sofa. She closed her eyes, and moments later, her consciousness separated from her body and appeared before her. When I Ching opened her eyes, her perspective became extremely strange. She could observe the consciousness across from her, who looked identical to her, from her own perspective as she sat on the sofa. At the same time, she could see herself sitting on the sofa from the perspective of her standing consciousness. It was a strange perspective, and unfamiliar with it, she subconsciously closed her eyes to avoid the dizziness it brought. After a long moment, she slowly opened her eyes, allowing herself to adjust to this strange perspective. The consciousness was identical to her, the only difference being that neither her powers nor her card skills could be used by her original body. The consciousness could not use anything produced by the system, not even powers gained through system skills. The only thing it could use was divine power. However, her consciousness wielded divine power more fluently and powerfully than her true form. The evil god's incarnation carried a heavy burden of contamination, but after being drawn into the sea of consciousness, her purification played a decisive role. After purging the contamination, she gained a pure and immense divine power, even greater than she would have gained from being scratched and infected by a high-level zombie, or from devouring a pile of crystal cores. At the time, she was in a state of chaos, her consciousness unconscious, yet the purified divine power rapidly nourished her consciousness. Thus, when I Ching awoke from the darkness of chaos, she discovered that her consciousness had solidified and was able to travel outside her body. It was like the spiritual consciousness leaving the body in immortal cultivation novels, or like a deity creating an avatar for itself. However, unlike spiritual consciousness leaving the body, she could simultaneously control both her consciousness and her true self. It was also different from the incarnation of a deity, because she could sense that her consciousness wasn't entirely her separate self, that its thoughts, actions, and every movement were entirely driven by the same brain. This time, she was able to defeat the evil god's incarnation thanks to the consciousness's ability to separate from its true self. However, whereas last time it was controlling humans, this time it was directly the evil god's incarnation, proving that the evil god's consciousness was gradually overpowering the god. Do you know what the god's current situation is? And I Ching asked. I don't know. And I Ching thought so too, so she dropped the subject and asked, how many territory expansion cards can I draw now? With abundant divine power, I can now use my draw points to upgrade the system. Do you want to upgrade? And I Ching was a little surprised. Her draw points were quite high. She already earned 200,000 draw points by defeating Hong Ying's husband and son, 2 zombie kings. This time, the evil god incarnation had several level 8 zombies under its command, as well as level 7 and 6. The rest were all level 4, but that still gave her a lot of draw points. And I Ching's draw points were already over 1 million, thanks to the evil god incarnation providing her with 500,000. How many draw points are needed to upgrade the system? 100,000. And I Ching paused, fully expecting Tiandao to ask for 1 million. After all, she already earned over 100,000 draw points, but Tiandao hadn't said a word. With 100,000 draw points, I could have upgraded the system long ago, right? At that time, divine power wasn't enough to support the upgrade. And I Ching was speechless. So the key isn't the number of cards drawn, but divine power? She closed her eyes, a headache aching. She asked in a sullen tone, so, everything I have now relies on my purification ability? Otherwise, you'd be of no use to me. Sorry, I didn't realize that transforming into a system would consume all remaining divine power. And I Ching chuckled. If she didn't have her own purification abilities, she would have been contaminated and turned into a zombie the first day she crossed over. Now that she thinks about it, when she found the system in her sea of consciousness, she had to touch it to bind to it. Perhaps she swallowed some divine power at that time, unknowingly transferring it through touch, which enabled the system to be turned back on from its closed state. Of course, dwelling on these things now is pointless. What changes will the system undergo after another upgrade? This upgrade will allow me to make some adjustments to the system. And I Ching's eyebrows twitched. For example, the card draw interface could be changed to one with clearly defined levels. That means you could choose to draw in cards, R cards, SR cards, SSR cards, or even up cards. And I Ching was indeed tempted by this. Who would want to draw low-level cards when they could draw high-level cards? However, she had a feeling that the heavenly Tao couldn't be so completely rectified. There might still be some pitfalls. After a moment's thought, and I Ching suddenly asked, so it's still 1 card draw per draw? For a moment, there was silence. And I Ching's lips twitched. Sure enough, there was no such good thing as being able to directly choose the level of cards to draw. Tiandao struggled for a long moment. After the system upgrade, you'd be able to draw up cards you never drawn before. While the cards all draw upon the divine power you purified, many of them are based on the divine power previously bestowed upon me by the gods, so there are still many valuable items within. And I Ching knew, of course, that it was impossible for all the cards to rely solely on the limited divine power she had absorbed. She wasn't sure how many valuable items were in the system's card pool, but it was true that SSR cards had 10 times the purification power of SR cards, so up cards would definitely purify a larger area than SSR cards. Especially, the number of card draws was simply based on the system's operating logic set by Tiandao. Divine power was the most important factor. So, with the same amount of divine power, activating up cards would definitely be more cost-effective than activating SSR cards. And I Ching, okay, upgrade. After thinking it through, she didn't even bother asking the system how many draws were required to draw up cards. 100,000 draws have been deducted. System upgrade in progress. 86,400 seconds remaining. And I Ching's face darkened, and she gritted her teeth, speak humanly. 24 hours countdown. It was already afternoon, and it was almost time for Anyao to finish school. And I Ching stretched her body, and stood up to pick up Anyao. In the classroom, the children were drawing on the blackboard. Supplies were scarce these days, and Su Jingxian was away, so the children took turns drawing on the blackboard. Fortunately, there weren't many children under 7, so the rotation went quickly. The child in front drew a crooked flower, and obediently handed the chalk to Yao, who was standing behind him. The teacher divided the movable blackboard into grids, one for each child. Yao was the last one, and he had a small grid like the others. Yao, holding a piece of chalk, looked at the various flowers and plants on the blackboard. Then, he picked up the chalk and drew a flower in the empty center box. His movements were skillful and smooth. Though he moved slowly, he quickly sketched a unique flower with white chalk. The petals were long, thin, and transparent, yet at first glance, they held a breathtaking beauty. Wow, that's amazing! Brother Yao, you're amazing! The children nearby clapped their hands in amazement. Brother Yao, what kind of flower is this? It's so beautiful. I know. It's a lily of the valley. Before the apocalypse, my mom loved it the most. She'd bring a few home every other day to put in a vase. No, it's not a lily of the valley. It's an impatiens. No, it's a lily of the valley, right, Brother Yao? Brother Yao, it's an impatiens, right? I seen impatiens, and it looks just like this. Lily of the valley. Impatiens. Two children each tugged at one corner of Yao's clothes, glaring at each other like bullfights, each assuming that Yao had drawn a flower they knew. And each looked at the flower and felt it wasn't a lily of the valley, nor did it look like an impatiens. It was probably just a random drawing. Whatever it was clear that the kids in the class loved Yao and were very close to him. And each couldn't help but smile, waiting for Yao's response. The teacher tried to smooth things over, saying, "Oh, the flower Yao drew is really beautiful, but I can't tell what kind of flower it is. It looks a bit like a lily of the valley, and a bit like a balsam." Qianqian and Luo Bao are both very smart, and can tell what flower it looks like right away. But let's ask Yao what he drew. Maybe he drew something else? Children of that age all love being praised. Although they were a little confused by the teacher's long, confusing speech, they understood the teacher's recognition and held their heads high with pride. Brother Yao, what kind of flower did you draw? The surrounding children also asked curiously. Yao tilted his head, concentrating on the beautiful flower he had created on the blackboard. It was beautiful yet seemed incredibly fragile. The long, thin petals looked like gauze, as if the slightest pressure could crush it. He was confused for a moment, then shook his head. I don't know either. Ah. Brother Yao doesn't even know? Everyone was clearly disappointed. The teacher smiled and said, "So this is the flower that Yao imagined. In that case, Yao, can you give it a name?" "Wow, you can even name a flower?" The teacher nodded. "Of course. This flower was drawn by Yao, and it doesn't belong to any known species. He can give it any name he likes." "Ah, I want one too. I want one too. I want a name for my flower too. Teacher, I want a name for my grass too." The children clearly didn't understand what the teacher meant. The teacher could only smile helplessly and say, okay, come one by one, and I write your names next to the flowers and grass, okay?" "Sure." The children jumped and danced with joy, circling Yao. In an I Ching's ear, the heavenly Tao, which never appeared on its own initiative, suddenly spoke. That was the flower of human faith. And I Ching was stunned. What? Humanity's faith in the gods, a flower once destroyed by the gods themselves. And I Ching's gaze fell on the strange flower on the blackboard, delicate and dazzling. Was it the flower of humanity's faith in the gods? Beautiful yet also fragile. And Yao stared at the flower, lost in thought. A flower he had casually drawn was humanity's faith. The gods must have cherished humanity's faith. So what was they thinking when they destroyed it with their own hands? Was they sad? In the end, Yao didn't name the flower, but the children around him were very enthusiastic in giving him ideas, spouting all sorts of bizarre names. It was almost lunchtime, and school finally ended. And I Ching was the first one to pick up her child, so she said hello to the teacher and left with Yao. And Yao, no longer distracted by the flower of faith, appeared happy, following I Ching briskly. "Sister, are you tired today?" And I Ching smiled. "No. How about you? Did you have a good time at school today?" And Yao nodded heavily. "Yes, everyone's been nice." After a pause, he added, "They really like me." And I Ching was relieved. "That's good, but Yao, you can't just be silent and ignore people. You have to learn to express yourself to the kids and the teachers. You can't just sit there and not respond when people talk to you." And Yao paused, then nodded. "I understand, sister." The next day, the system was successfully upgraded. And I Ching opened the system panel. The number of draw boxes on the panel had increased from 1 to 5, corresponding to the 5 levels, N, R, SR, SSR, and up. Below each draw box was a draw button. And cards have a draw count of 10. Our cards have a draw count of 100. SR cards have a draw count of 1000. SSR cards have a draw count of 10,000. Up cards have a draw count of 100,000. There's also an input card next to it that allows you to specify the number of draws. And Iching glanced at the draw count and was somewhat speechless. Even if I don't care about the draw count, your pricing is too high, isn't it? I'm not talking about up cards, just in cards. Drawing one in card costs 10 draw counts. Who are you trying to trick? The system rules have changed, and card draws are no longer based on luck, so the draw count has been slightly increased. And Iching was speechless. Okay, I want to draw up territory expansion card. Is that okay? Yes, my current divine power is enough to secretly manipulate 20 up cards. And Iching curled her lips. One draw was worth 100,000 cards. 10 draws would be worth 1 million. Where would she get the 2 million cards she needed to draw now? After a moment's thought, she said, 5 territory expansion cards, 5 purification cards. After notifying the system, and Iching directly chose to draw 10 up cards. Soon, 10 green up cards flew out of the card box and floated before an Iching. An Iching clicked and flipped open. Territory purification card. Purifies all toxins, covering an area of 100,000 square meters. An Iching paused, then looked carefully, counting the zeros and confirming that she hadn't added an extra zero. This was a genuine 100,000 square meter purification card. One card was worth 100,000 square meters, and 5 cards combined made up 500,000 square meters. While the total was less than a square kilometer, it was actually a very large area. And Iching looked at the territory expansion card. As expected, the expansion card also granted 100,000 square meters. The problem was, the land here clearly wasn't enough for her to use the territory expansion card, unless she expanded into the mountains. But given the current situation, including the mountains wouldn't help her territory development at all, it would actually be a hindrance. After all, if it were a mountain, it would definitely need to be flattened. Just flattening the mountain would waste a lot of time. Besides including the mountain, the only other option was to occupy the national highway, allowing the fields on the other side to be included in the territory. But that would block the road. And Iching thought for a moment, and sent a message to Tianqing, asking him to come up to the 7th floor immediately. Tianqing was Zhong Shi's youngest disciple, and, besides Wang Bin, his most talented disciple. Now that Wang Bin was away from the territory, it was Tianqing who had accompanied Iching in leading the search and rescue efforts around City D. Tianqing now also had the task of patrolling the territory daily to ensure there were no zombies. Before long, Tianqing hurried to the 7th floor. Lord, what's going on? He asked, breathlessly and directly. And Iching paused, seeing him sweating profusely, and asked, puzzled, Did you run up the stairs? Tianqing was stunned, then nodded, yes. And Iching was speechless. Isn't there an elevator? Why run up the stairs? Tianqing sighed, glancing at an Iching's face, a little embarrassed. I thought we couldn't take the elevator. And Iching was at a loss for words. It's just an elevator, why can't we take it? Don't be so naive next time. Tianqing smiled sheepishly. Lord, what do you want from me? And Iching asked, Is there a way to get from City D that doesn't involve the national highway through the territory? Tianqing recalled for a moment and nodded. Yes, there's a fork in the road about 7 or 8 kilometers from the territory to City D that takes you around to Ronin County, but it's an extra 40 to 50 kilometers compared to taking this route. And Iching thought a 40-50 kilometer detour was a long way, but since her territory needed to expand, there was no alternative. Since there was a way around it, she make do. And Iching stood up and said, Come on, take me to that fork in the road. Tianqing wasn't sure why, but he followed an Iching downstairs anyway. And Iching drove him down to point out the road. After confirming the location, an Iching returned to the territory, intending to mark the boundary of the territory at the fork in the road. This way, anyone traveling there would know that the route to the territory was blocked and could take a detour, avoiding further detours. On the way back, an Iching asked Tianqing, Do any of your senior brothers know how to drive? Tianqing nodded, yes, quite a few of them do. And Iching, okay, when you get back, go tell everyone there that those who can drive will teach you. Also, those of your senior brothers who can't drive should learn as well. Also, people like Tanxiang, who are learning swordplay and formations with your master, need to learn how to drive too. Tanxiang could drive, but the rest of them hardly knew how. In any case, they still had to learn how to drive. Who knows when they might need him to drive. Tianqing felt embarrassed. After all, he had followed the Lord out, but because he couldn't drive, he had to sit by himself, leaving the Lord to drive for him. As soon as Aniqing said this, he nodded in agreement. I understand, Lord. I tell my brothers when I get back. Aniqing hummed. The car soon arrived at the territory. The hospital was already being topped out. And now, because the number of people in the shelter had increased, the area had expanded even larger than the territory itself. After Tianqing got out of the car, Aniqing messaged Ma Fong to bring the survivors' performance records. It had been almost a month since the last recruitment, and it was time for the next round. This time, the territory had expanded significantly, so the number of people to be recruited would be even larger. Of course, as before, those who were cunning would be punished. Soon Ma Fong arrived, holding not a paper notebook, but a laptop. She had picked it up from a store selling mobile phones and computers during her last search for survivors. When Aniqing saw the laptop, she remembered Song Yu's words, so she stored it in her space and brought it back. Lord. Ma Fong opened the car door and got in. He turned on his computer and opened the document recording everyone's performance. He showed it to Aniqing. From the last assessment until now, both the previous survivors and the newcomers have been very obedient and performed very well. The new survivors were no fools. After being rescued, they were extremely cautious. They had learned a lot from the survivors, who had been here before. After understanding the rules of the territory, they naturally didn't dare to cause trouble, and were very obedient. But Lord, while you were busy the other day, a survivor named Hang Chi awakened a superpower. She hesitated for a moment, then looked at Aniqing and said, he's a little special. It seems he has more than one. Aniqing was surprised. Dual element? Ma Fong shook her head. No, I've seen him use healing powers, as well as lightning and earth powers. Aniqing was truly shocked. A 3-element superpower? You know, awakening one superpower in this world is already difficult enough, but now someone has awakened 3 at once. Even Aniqing couldn't help but be surprised. Chapter 108. Ma Fong nodded hesitantly. That should be it, but I don't think it's right. Aniqing asked, what do you think is wrong? Ma Fong shook her head blankly. I don't know, but it just feels wrong. Aniqing pondered for a moment. Ma Fong relied heavily on her intuition, and in many cases, her intuition was, if not 100% accurate, at least nearly accurate. How about this? Bring the person over to me tomorrow. Ma Fong nodded. Okay. Aniqing glanced through the records on the computer and raised an eyebrow. Are there no reports of each other? Yes, there have been quite a few reports this month, an average of 2 or 3 per day. But I carefully checked the people who were reported. While they were slacking off, it wasn't the kind of slacking that was meant to be cunning and deceitful. Human energy is limited, it's impossible to maintain high-intensity work all the time. Those who were reported were exhausted and afraid of being seen as slacking off, so they carefully avoided others and tried to rest. Aniqing paused, frowning. I forgot, she said. Please arrange it. The workload shouldn't be too intense. Give them a break after a while. You can decide how long they should work and how long they should rest. Ma Fong nodded. I understand. Aniqing glanced through the notes. Ma Fong, probably imitating Song Yu's method, kept them very detailed. Thanks to computers these days, Aniqing could only imagine how thick the notebooks would be. Suddenly, Aniqing came across a familiar name. Chi Sanner, who should have been selected to enter the territory last time due to his work ability, was eliminated because of his disobedience and slacking off when he first arrived. She carefully reviewed Chi Sanner's records. After being rejected last time, he had truly gritted his teeth and worked incredibly hard, both in his work and in his physical training. Because of his dedication, he had already begun the 3rd stage of the physical training, which surprised Aniqing. You have to remember that Qiu Yuan and her group had started practicing physical training long before Chi Sanner, and they were only just beginning the 3rd stage. Chi Sanner, who had been slacking off before, had actually begun the 3rd stage. Ma Fong saw Aniqing poring over Chi Sanner's page and said, I asked someone about Chi Sanner. I heard he was a lazy, second-rate person before the apocalypse. Aniqing looked up at Ma Fong. Ma Fong nodded. This guy's been a total slacker. His only saving grace is that he doesn't rely on his parents. His parents were still alive before the apocalypse, but he hasn't asked them for money since he became an adult. I heard he ran out of money and found work to earn money, but he rarely stayed for long. He's a lazy guy. As long as he's got a little money in his pocket, he quit working and just wander around. It's because of this behavior that he's quite famous in their area. Aniqing, It's hard to put into words. However, this guy was able to become diligent shortly after joining the territory, and he's been able to stick around for this long, which is quite impressive. However, he has a criminal record, and an Iching is very skeptical that he can still be the same after joining the territory. Of course, that's not a big deal. Even if he joins the territory and becomes a citizen, she can destroy his citizen card if the situation becomes stagnant. And Iching said nothing. After closing her laptop, she said, "Go find Xiao Yunan and Zhou Tongbin later to organize this assessment." The basic process remains the same. Have Chu Dong and the others register, and then you can select candidates from them. The number of people joining the territory can be larger this time, anywhere from 3 to 5,000. Ma Fong was stunned. "Lord, are you saying that we will review all the candidates joining the territory?" And Iching nodded. "Yes. Vetting the new subjects joining the territory is important, but not so important that she has to review them one by one. If she did everything herself, she'd quickly become overwhelmed by the complexity." Ma Fong hesitated. "But what if we don't choose the right person?" And Iching smiled and soothed her. "It's okay. You have to believe in yourself. Besides, becoming a subject doesn't mean you can't change your status." Her words relieved Ma Fong's suddenly growing pressure. She quickly took her laptop and went to find Xiao Yunan and Zhou Tongbin. Since there are already nearly 10,000 survivors in the territory, the assessment cannot be completed in a single day. Therefore, it should be spread over several days, and it is important to plan who will be waiting for assessment and who will continue working each day to avoid any disruptions. And Iching got out of the car, stood at the edge of the territory, opened the system panel, and selected up Territory Expansion card. An invisible barrier expanded in all directions. She didn't immediately expand towards City D. After all, Songyu and the others hadn't returned yet. With so many non-territorial residents there, if she really set the border at the fork in the road 7 or 8 kilometers away, the survivors wouldn't be able to cross. So An Iching focused solely on expanding her territory forward. Soon, it encompassed an area of 100,000 square meters. Across from her was a large field, estimated to be at least 1,000 acres, with numerous ditches running through the fields. On the other side, there was a large forest, and beyond the forest, a series of rolling hills. To be fair, the mountains in City D weren't particularly high, but this particular area had quite a few. But the 1,000 acres across from her was still quite large. Once she had completely encompassed the land, she could easily accommodate the mountains as she expanded further. After all, the territory was already well developed by then. As long as the land wasn't wasted, it could easily accommodate tens of thousands of people. Of course, with the increasing population, cultivating land for farming and animal husbandry was imperative. The food card she drew wouldn't be enough to feed so many people in the long term, so she had to draw as many useful items as possible. Now, she felt that skill cards were a waste of her divine power. The ones she had were more than enough, so she focused on drawing territory expansion and purification cards. She also needed to draw resource cards, and then there were communication cards. After using a purification card, An Iching checked her draw balance. Currently, there were 533,421 draws. She could draw 5 more up cards. "What's the range of the up communication card?" An Iching asked. The newly acquired 100,000 square meters of territory was rapidly recovering, like spring flowers blooming. All the hardworking people looked toward the vast expanse across the way. No matter how many times they looked, they were still stunned by the scene before them. Only when all the land miraculously revived in the faint green light did they reluctantly look away. Wang Yi stared at the scene in a daze, her hand reaching out to her chest, feeling her heart beating uncontrollably. She couldn't describe how she felt right now. But seeing this scene always gave her a sense of hope. Her mother, who was working nearby, suddenly said, "The Lord's territory has grown again. I wonder if we have a chance to join this time." Wang Yi came to her senses and said with a smile, "Of course we can. Although none of us are particularly skilled, we always been obedient and honest, and we never slack off at work. We definitely join this time." Wang Yi's mother laughed. "How can it be so certain? The Lord has already said that the territory needs talent." Wang Yi, however, was very confident. Talent is needed, and so are mediocre people like us. "Mom, just wait and see, we definitely get in this time." She could see clearly that the land she had joined was exactly the same as it was before, vast fields. Whether the Lord wanted to level the land and build a house, or to recultivate the soil for planting crops and vegetables, he needed manpower. We can't just hire talented people to do all the work, right? That's why she felt they would definitely be selected this time. And I Ching had no idea there was a girl here with such confidence and fighting spirit. She asked, and Tiandao quickly answered. The UP communication range is 10,000 kilometers. The SSR communication card has a 200-kilometer radius, and adding the UP's 10,000 kilometers makes it 10,200 kilometers. 10,200 kilometers, radiating out from the territory to a semi-diameter of 5,010 kilometers, means the entire S province is within communication range, and even a significant portion of the surrounding provinces is within range. And I Ching immediately activated the system and drew up communication card. After the card was successfully used, the previously dim names of Jiang Shan, Song Yu, and the others lit up on the communication screen, indicating they were now within communication range. And I Ching called Song Yu. On the other side, Song Yu, receiving the call, was stunned and took out his territory card in surprise. They had already left Mingwa City, and hadn't yet reached the city center of M City. They had passed through this area before, but it was outside the territory's communication range back then. So, could they actually communicate now? Seeing an I Ching's name displayed, Song Yu quickly connected the call. Sister Qing. Song Yu's voice was filled with excitement. And I Ching asked with a smile, where are we? Song Yu, we just reached Qianjiang district in M City. We probably have to pass through 3 more districts before we can leave M City and reach D City. And I Ching roughly estimated the distance and concluded that if there were no problems along the way, they would be back in a few days. How are the survivors in the car? Are they coping? And I Ching asked. Song Yu hummed. Although it's a bit crowded, they have food and drink, and they don't seem to be having any problems. It's just that a few of the pregnant women are having some serious reactions, so we're not going too fast. What about Jingxian? How is she doing? And I Ching asked. Song Yu, Jingxian's fine. She just feels like she's constantly smelly after being in the sewers for so long, and she feels like she needs to shower 8 or 10 times a day. Other than that, she's fine, and she's in good spirits. Before leaving Mingwa City, she took everything she could carry away from Mingwa City. And I Ching, Although communication was now possible, and I Ching didn't call to inquire about each person. After getting the general situation from Song Yu, she hung up. The next morning, as the group of people assigned to the assessment stood in line in front of a row of boarded houses, Ma Fong and someone approached I Ching. Hang Chi had been feeling a bit cocky recently, having awakened his supernatural powers. After awakening his powers, he discovered that his physical fitness had greatly improved. Not only that, his strength had increased, and his reaction speed had become sharper. So even though he was only exerting a third of his effort, no one noticed. But after just 2 days of elation, he began to feel dissatisfied. He was now a psychic, 1 in a million. Who could possess such powerful psychics? He believed that after awakening his powers, he was completely different from these ordinary people, ascending to a higher class. Surely the lord of this territory should show some respect and invite him to join the territory. However, he had deliberately displayed his powers in front of these people, but the lord showed no reaction at all, as if he didn't even know him. He was clearly a psychic, yet he had to do manual labor alongside these ordinary people. He felt extremely frustrated and gradually developed resentment towards the lord of the territory, feeling that he was being treated poorly. Just as he was considering leaving this internment camp, Ma Fong approached him, saying that the lord wanted to see him. Hang Chi was extremely proud, and he couldn't help but hold his head high, his arrogant attitude undisguised. After Ma Fong told Hang Chi that an I Ching wanted to see him, she couldn't help but frown when she saw his expression. If the lord hadn't said that he would meet him today, she would have wanted to slap this guy back. What the hell? Why is he being so arrogant? Even if he's awakened his powers, he doesn't have the capital to be so arrogant in front of the lord. Ma Fong, with a sullen face, brought Hang Chi to an I Ching. And I Ching glanced at Ma Fong, her gaze settling on the man beside her. He wasn't short, probably around 1.80 meters, though a bit thin. Fortunately, his 1.80 meter frame was there, so even a slight skinny didn't look unattractive. However, the arrogant posture he held as he approached made him look rather foolish. And I Ching sat on the seat next to the battlefield vehicle at the edge of the internment area. At first glance, all she could see was the man's nostrils. This reminded an I Ching of a saying, judging people through their noses. So, she was being looked down upon, and I Ching's expression was a little ambiguous, but she wasn't angry. Instead, she smiled and asked, "Are you Hang Chi?" Hang Chi believed that an I Ching must have known about his abilities when she approached him. A talent like him would definitely require careful recruitment, and he could still use his skills to gain better treatment. For example, life as a grown man alone is not easy, a woman is a must. And then, there were the daily physical training and labor regulations. He must have been given special privileges and not have to participate. He was already a psychic, so why would he need to practice physical training? While physical training could improve a person's physique, could it truly compare to a psychic's? His living allowance would also need to be improved. He would definitely be given priority for the good food and drink. It wasn't that he was arrogant. After all, there were so few psychics these days. How many were there in the territory? Not to mention those who could wield multiple abilities like him. Hang-Chi felt he had every reason to be so arrogant. After hearing An I-Ching's gentle question, he nodded modestly, "Yes, it's me." Although An I-Ching had no idea what this man was thinking, she could guess based on his cocky demeanor. She couldn't help but wonder what kind of image he held in her mind that he could be so arrogant in front of her with his newly awakened powers. Arrogance isn't a bad thing, but the man before her was the kind of arrogance that failed to grasp the situation. He was arrogant despite his lack of strength. He truly deserved to be punished. An I-Ching's expression faded, and her voice rose slightly, asking curiously, "I heard you're a triple strength Esper?" Hang-Chi scoffed, unable to restrain his smug boasting. "Triple strength Esper? Who are you looking down on? Forget triple strength. If I were given a chance, I could become a full-strength Esper." An I-Ching raised an eyebrow. "What opportunity? Can you take someone else's abilities?" Otherwise, she couldn't understand why he said he could become a full-strength Esper if he were given a chance. An I-Ching guessed that the abilities this person had chosen weren't lightning, healing, or earth. It was quite a coincidence, and I-Ching narrowed her eyes slightly, hiding the emotion behind them. Xiao Yuanyuan possessed a healing ability, and she had previously given Xiao Yunan a lightning ability, and Zhou Tom an earth ability. Hang-Chi's lips curled up, completely unaware of An I-Ching's mood swings. He held his chin high and said, "I can't take it, but I can copy other people's abilities. Each copy can be used 3 times, and I can now use it once a day." He had previously copied Xiao Yuanyuan's ability while she was using her healing power on an injured person. Later, seeing Xiao Yunan practicing his lightning ability, he also quietly copied it. After Zhou Tombin gained his powers, he often came to the internment area to help. He was an Earth-type ability user, and his help leveling the ground made things much easier. This was the origin of the ability he displayed before everyone. However, to Hang-Chi's regret, the ability he copied couldn't fully utilize its original power. It was reduced by half. Thus, his healing ability could only heal minor injuries, like accidentally cutting his hand while cutting vegetables. And Xiao Yunan's lightning ability, which looked so powerful, was halved in his hands, only creating a small dent the size of a basketball. However, he had only just awakened his powers, and Hang-Chi believed that as his abilities gradually matured, he would eventually be able to replicate them with 100% accuracy. An I-Ching nodded, "I see." Hang-Chi waited proudly to see how An I-Ching would recruit him next. An I-Ching smiled, her tone gentle and warm. "Since you gained the ability to protect yourself, it seems you no longer need the territory's support. I wish you a bright future and a long and prosperous journey." Hang-Chi's expression was blank, his face vacant. He stared at An I-Ching in disbelief. "You?" An I-Ching looked innocent, a smile still plastered on her face, as if she didn't understand why he was angry. "Your abilities are formidable. My small territory can't afford you to soar, but it certainly can't hold you back." Hang-Chi's face paled and sank. No matter how sweet An I-Ching's words, he wasn't a fool. How could he not understand that she didn't care about him at all? He thought his awakened powers gave him the leverage to negotiate with An I-Ching, but he didn't expect An I-Ching to send him packing before he even started. Women are truly unreliable. Shouldn't a lord prioritize self-interest? Just because he acted a little arrogant, he was rejected, completely disregarding the fact that he was a powerful psychic. Hang-Chi sneered. With a lord like that, this territory would sooner or later be destroyed by her. Okay, you think I want to stay in this damn place? As a psychic, I'd be treated like a guest of honor at the base. Do you really think I enjoy being bullied by you in this damn place? Hang-Chi, furious, lashed out at An I-Ching and then turned and walked away. An I-Ching smiled and watched Hang-Chi leave without saying a word. Ma Fong frowned. "Lord, this guy's words are so harsh. How about I go and teach him a lesson?" To be honest, she wasn't really afraid of Hang-Chi's powers. She had seen his abilities before. Besides having more types, even his lightning abilities had limited attack power. Furthermore, his lightning ability only sent down a small bolt, which she could easily deflect with enough speed. As for his earth ability, which could raise a single earth spike, there was really nothing to fear. Ma Fong clenched her fists. She already had divine strength, and now, after so much training and physical training, she was confident that she could easily handle a psychic like Hang Chi. And I Ching smiled and waved her hand. No need. This guy needs a social beating. Let's show him if he can rise to prominence with his abilities. This guy's personality is a bit rotten, almost like a brainless fool. He thinks his awakened powers make him superior, but he's not so ruthless as an I Ching to strip him of his powers. However, given his character, even arriving at the base wouldn't be a good life. Ma Fong saw Hang Chi heading toward the dormitory and frowned. Lord, I go keep an eye on him. Let him take anything he shouldn't. And I Ching nodded. Okay. Hang Chi returned to his room, his face as black as the bottom of a pot. He immediately began packing his luggage, ready to leave. What are you doing? Ma Fong saw him grabbing his bag and about to pack it. Hang Chi's hands froze. I pack my gifts, okay? Ma Fong half smiled. Everything here was given by the Lord. Now you're leaving the territory, and you want to take our Lord's things? Aren't you a bit shameless? Hang Chi's face darkened even further, and he glared at Ma Fong fiercely. What? I worked for you here for nearly a month, and this isn't worth it. You're really stupid. Ma Fong sneered. It's the end of the world now. How precious is food these days? All these things combined aren't as valuable as a packed lunch. Have you ever thought about what you eat 3 times a day here? Hang Chi sneered, dismissive. You dare mention that kind of food? My old work meals weren't even this shabby. Ma Fong stared at Hang Chi for a long moment, wondering if he was truly clueless or just trying to be tough. Then she realized that he seemed to genuinely believe it. She blinked, and seeing Hang Chi's irritated expression, she suddenly understood I Ching's meaning. Ma Fong nodded, glanced at the bedding and water bottle he was about to take, and stepped aside to make way. All right, I'm too lazy to argue with you. Take what you want, and leave immediately. But you can't touch other people's things. Hang Chi's face sank. Seeing that Ma Fong showed no sign of leaving after he finished speaking, he stared at him, feeling extremely depressed. Although he believed that people with special abilities were supposed to be superior to ordinary people, and should enjoy the same offerings as ordinary people, eating, drinking, and using the best things. Isn't that how it's portrayed in novels? Ordinary people are like ants in front of people with special abilities. But after leaving the territory, he would need food to get to the base. One of his roommates was born in the year of the rat, and loved to hoard food. Hang Chi had noticed long ago that the man stockpiled eggs every morning, and whenever he had pancakes that could be stored for a long time, he also stockpiled them. There must have been quite a few pancakes, rice crusts, and eggs hidden in his bed. If he had taken them, he wouldn't have to worry about food on the journey, and he could have reached the nearest base as quickly as possible. Once there, he would have naturally enjoyed everything he deserved. But now, with Ma Fong watching him closely, he couldn't take anything. In the end, Hang Chi was sent away by Ma Fong like a thief. Aside from his bedding, the thermos, and his cup, toothbrush, toothpaste, washcloth, and wash basin for washing his face and teeth, Hang Chi was unable to take anything with him. After sending Hang Chi away, Ma Fong felt refreshed. She, who never liked to talk behind people's backs, told Xiao Yuanyuan about Hang Chi's situation during lunch. Xiao Yuanyuan was shocked. She couldn't help but point at her head. Is there something wrong with this guy? Chu Dong said while eating. Maybe he's been poisoned by those apocalyptic novels before the apocalypse. He really thinks that becoming a psychic means he can trample over ordinary people. Gong Chong said with a smile. Chu Dong might be right. Look, before he awakened his powers, wasn't he so obedient? But after awakening, he's completely changed. Ma Fong nodded. I really want to see what expression he have when he leaves the territory and discovers that reality is completely different from his imagination. What they said was destined to never reach Hang Chi's ears. In fact, after leaving the internment zone, Hang Chi regretted his decision. Although he had awakened his powers, he had never dealt with zombies, so the thought of facing them in the future made him feel a little insecure. He wanted to go back, but then he felt embarrassed for a psychic like him. So he gritted his teeth and left. Because the territory had expanded, he had to take a detour to reach the nearest S-province base from the internment area. He wasn't sure how far he'd have to go to get around the territory, and he was genuinely apprehensive. After a moment's hesitation, he decided to climb the mountain and traverse the territory. Going up the mountain would definitely be shorter than taking the detour. 2 days later, the hospital was completed. Lao Li and his team took a day off and immediately began building the residential complex that I Ching had requested. Since there was already 100,000 square meters of land on the other side of the highway, and I Ching no longer planned to build buildings one by one. The area where the residential complex had been planned could be reclaimed for farming, and the construction site would be moved to the fields on the other side of the highway. With sufficient construction machinery available this time, the residential complex could be built higher. And Iching planned to raise the building to 36 stories. Of course, this was a bit too high, and Iching was worried about Lao Li and his team, so she went to ask Lao Li for advice. Thankfully, Lao Li said it was no problem. He had experience building elevator apartments, and as long as the materials and machinery were up to par, they could handle it. Over 4,000 new people joined the territory this time, many of whom had some experience working on construction sites, and could be put to use with a little training. Thus, 1,000 people were temporarily assigned to Lao Li's construction team to work alongside Jiang Guodong and his wife, cultivating the land and growing crops, fruits, and vegetables. The initial 2,000 square meters of land planned for the residential complex, plus the 3,000 square meters of land Iching had recently added when she expanded there, totaling 5,000 square meters, were now under the care of Jiang Guodong and his wife. The specific division of the land, the crops to be grown, and the arrangements for the people assigned to them were all handled by the couple, and Iching had no involvement. People are insatiable. When hungry, they crave fullness. When full, they crave delicious food. And when they eat well, they begin spiritual pursuits. So, these fields certainly can't be used solely for growing food. Fruits and vegetables are essential. And Iching also gave the various seeds she had won earlier to Jiang Guodong and his wife. Of course, it wasn't given away for free. These seeds were earned through points, and were temporarily accounted for like rented land. And Iching assigned the remaining people to level the land across the street. A few days passed, and Songyu and his companions still hadn't returned. And Iching sent a message to Zhou Tongxi to inquire about their situation. Only then did she learn that, after entering City D, they had continued their extensive search for survivors. Su Jingxian didn't miss this opportunity, desperate to scrape away the very ground. Although Iching and her team had previously searched for survivors in City D, they hadn't been able to cover the entire city. Consequently, Jiang Xiao and his team, returning from City M, had rescued a significant number of survivors. Of course, these survivors couldn't fit into the battle trucks, so, as before, they found someone who could drive a large truck and loaded them onto the trucks. To protect the people on the trucks, Jiang Xiao arranged for 2 battle trucks to drive in front and 3 to drive in the back, protecting the trucks in the middle. By the time Iching sent a message to Zhou Tongxi, 2 large trucks and a dozen private cars were already following the battle trucks. Zhou Tongxi also chatted with the survivors he had rescued along the way. This was especially true for those who had just been scratched by zombies, or injured for other reasons. Zhou Tongxi was very active in treating people with zombie virus serum, or cell activation spray. When he received gratitude, he would casually say, "Don't thank me. These were all given by our Lord. Our Lord instructed us before we set out this time. If anyone is scratched or injured by zombies, don't be stingy with these things. Save as many as you can." Nearly everyone who heard Zhou Tongxi's words was touched, and then curious about the Lord he was talking about, they would ask about it. After that, Zhou Tongxi could naturally start chatting with them about the territory and Iching. Thus, even before they arrived at the territory, many people were already enticed by Zhou Tongxi's rosy descriptions and were yearning for the territory. Of course, there were also many who remained skeptical and unconvinced. And Iching, She glanced at the nearly completed first building of the residential complex and doubted they would be able to return to the territory by the time it was finished. She was right. Jiang Xiao and the others took another month to reach the territory. And Iching later learned that they had encountered a group of robbers in a town in City D. They were a group of somewhat formidable psychics. So, they had to spend quite a bit of effort in that town to kill them and escape. And Iching felt a little regretful. Why hadn't she encountered these psychics who specialized in robbery when she was searching for survivors? She had missed out on a lot of psychics. Now, 2 buildings in the residential complex under construction in the territory have been completed. Xiao Yunan, Lian Yu, and the others have already moved out of the building and into the community. The building covers approximately 800 square meters and is divided into 2 units. Each floor has 4 units, each with 3 bedrooms, a living room, a kitchen, and a bathroom. Because accommodation is currently tight, rooms, like the building, aren't designed for 1 person per room. After all, the territory's inhabitants now total 4,000 to 5,000, providing her with 400 to 500 card draws daily. The building can currently only accommodate 100 or so people. Before the community building was completed, newly arrived residents had to move back to their prefabricated houses. The rooms in the community are certainly larger than those in the building, but to accommodate all residents, each room typically has 3 or 4 people. Of course, for safety reasons, 3 rooms in one house are occupied entirely by women, and 3 rooms in another house are occupied entirely by men. This not only provides safety, but also provides greater convenience. Of course, there were also families staying together. For example, Wang Yi, her parents, and her younger brother. In this case, the 4 of them shared a room, with the other 2 rooms also being used by families of 3 or 4. Outside the territory, 5 battle vehicles, over 20 private cars, and several large trucks formed a long line. The survivors, having not seen so many vehicles in a long time, couldn't help but glance sideways. The door of a car following the battle vehicles opened, and Zhang Yin stepped out, staring blankly at the scene before him. Countless rows of prefabricated houses, and a vast expanse of land that seemed untouched. The hospital with the familiar number 10, the construction site, and the 2 tall buildings truly felt like a dream. He couldn't help but say to his girlfriend, who had just gotten out of the car, "Pinch me. I feel like I'm dreaming. Can there really be a place like this these days?" Lin, watching his dazed look, found it both amusing and heartbreaking. She walked over and pinched his arm hard. "How is it? Does it hurt?" Zhang Yan gasped in pain, then burst into laughter. "It hurts, it hurts, it hurts so much. This isn't a dream, this is real. Lin, this is real. We're safe from now on. No more worrying about the ever-present zombies. No more worrying about going hungry." Tears welled up in Lin's eyes, and she nodded vigorously. Yes, we be safe from now on." Her heart ached. Zhang Yin had once been a lifelong, untouched young master, yet who would have thought that the apocalypse would bring him such suffering, injury, and starvation? He was so terrified of zombies, yet he gritted his teeth and took up a kitchen knife to fight them to protect her. When Zhou Tongqi found them, Zhang Yin had already been wounded by a zombie. He was tearfully explaining his final plans, then, with his eyes closed, asked her to chop his neck immediately. How could Lin possibly have the heart to do that? She cried so hard she couldn't even hold the kitchen knife. Despair and collapse, she flung it aside, intending to die with Zhang Yin. Thankfully, Zhou Tongqi arrived just in time and injected Zhang Yin with the zombie virus serum, saving him from the brink of becoming a zombie. Because Zhou Tongqi had pulled him back from the brink of becoming a zombie, Zhang Yin believed Zhou Tongqi's words without a doubt. But someone told him he was a liar, saying that the world's land and plants were now infected, so how could there be a single piece of uncontaminated land? No matter how much Zhang Yin trusted Zhou Tongqi, he couldn't help but have doubts. But seeing is believing. Now he had seen it with his own eyes, and it was exactly as Zhou Tongqi had described it, if not better. It was lunchtime when they arrived at the territory. The aroma of meat, vegetables, and rice wafted through, leaving the newly arrived survivors feeling hungry. After all, Su Jingxian had only distributed food every few days along the way. With so many people, distributing it every day would have been too much. So even when they had food, they didn't dare eat it all. They just filled their bellies and saved it. After all, the rescued survivors had all experienced the pain of hunger. The aroma of stir-fried meat made their mouths water uncontrollably. Wang Weihua, who was in charge of cooking for the survivors, saw this and told the survivors in the shelter area that new survivors had arrived. The newcomers had suffered so much, so they should first enjoy the first batch of food. Those in the shelter area, who had been eating 3 meals a day for a long time, could wait while they immediately began cooking the next batch. Everyone in the internment zone was envious of those entering the territory. Entering earned points allowed them to purchase a variety of pre-apocalyptic food, and even enjoy delicious meals in the second-floor cafeteria. As a result, everyone was eager to perform well, hoping to be among the next group to enter. As soon as Wang Weihua spoke, everyone agreed. No one was interested. Some even raised their hands to volunteer to help serve food to the new arrivals. Wang Weihua was anxious to prepare the next batch of meals. She had previously thought she had enough manpower, but now it wasn't. She was delighted to have someone willing to volunteer. She set up the serving table and invited those who had raised their hands to come and get their meals. Zhang Yin was still drooling when someone quickly ran over to greet everyone to get their meals. Wang Yuehua's place was bustling with activity. The new survivors, already taught by Jiang Shao to stay in line and not act rashly, obediently formed long lines. This group was large, nearly 30,000 people. Of course, the food Wang Yuehua had prepared for thousands of people wasn't enough. So she quickly began cooking noodles, soon producing buckets and buckets of sloppy noodles. Those at the back of the platoon who didn't get to eat had to eat the sloppy noodles, but no one complained. Everyone was quite satisfied with the delicious noodles, along with the vegetables and meat. Wang Weihua and a large group of people worked until 2 in the afternoon before she even had a meal. Even in excellent physical condition, Wang Yuehua was so exhausted she could barely lift her arms. Jiang Xiao and the others also ate the sloppy noodles, watching the large group of contented survivors. Yu Xiao smiled. Looks like we really be the only ones returning to base soon. Jiang Xiao glanced at him. That's not possible. Wei Yulong was surprised. Captain, look at this group now. Do any of them look like they could go with us? Jiang Xiao said seriously. Don't we still have Song Yu and the Lord? Chapter 109. Yu Xiao and Wei Yulong were proven right. Even though they had been stubbornly skeptical along the way, upon arriving at the territory and enjoying a steaming, delicious lunch, they all seemed to have collective amnesia and obeyed the arrangements to move into the prefabricated shelters in the internment area. Even though 4 people had to sleep in a few square meters of room, no one raised a finger. Compared to the first group of survivors who entered the internment area, this group had suffered the most from hunger and hardship. Now well fed and warmly clothed, they were all more obedient than ever. Even Zhou Tongxi hadn't expected such a positive effect after arriving in the territory. He had previously estimated that at most 3/4 of the people would stay in the internment area. After all, he had heard countless people making negative comments about him and the territory he had described behind his back. With nearly 30,000 people arriving at once, not only were the many vacant prefabricated shelters instantly filled, but a large number of people were left without shelter. So, those without shelter had no choice but to go to Su Jingxian to get tents and air mattresses. Of course, with so many people without shelter, it was impossible for Su Jingxian to distribute the supplies alone. She simply pulled out a pile of tents from her space and piled them on the playground, along with mouthwash cups, toothbrushes, toothpaste, and towels. She then gathered a group of people to distribute the supplies. With the increase in the number of people, the playground, which had previously seemed spacious, now felt too small. Zhou Tongxi walked around the area, and then went to find Zhou Tongbin to discuss how to expand the playground, and in which direction. By the time the new survivors were fully settled, it was already evening. Because of the sudden increase in the number of people, Wang Yuehua and the others started preparing dinner right after dinner. When they were short on manpower, they recruited some more survivors to help. The kitchens of the 5 newly arrived battle vehicles were put to use, and they were finally finished in time for dinner. Dinner consisted of thick white porridge, 2 large white steamed buns per person, a small bag of pickled radish and a small food bag, and a portion of minced meat and tofu. Zheng Yin and his girlfriend, Lin Lin, took a mat from the trunk of the car and patted it onto the floor. They sat on it and began to eat. He squinted his eyes in satisfaction as he took a bite of the steamed bun and sipped a sip of the hot porridge. How comfortable! Lin Lin placed the dinner plate on the mat in the middle, slid a steamed bun in the middle, and then tucked the minced meat and tofu into the bun. The minced meat was very fine, and even the tofu was cut into half-centimeter pieces, making it difficult to pick up with chopsticks. Zheng Yan quickly reached out to lift the plate, so she could use her chopsticks to push the food inside. Lin Lin smiled, sandwiched minced meat and tofu between the steamed buns, and then stuffed some pickled radish inside. She handed it to Zheng Yan, saying, "You probably never had this before. Try it. It's incredibly delicious." Zheng Yan paused for a moment, then took the bun from her hand and took a bite. The weedy aroma of the bun, the salty aroma of the minced meat and tofu, and the sour, crispy pickled radish blended seamlessly, each layered and distinct, neither overshadowing the other. It was truly, truly delicious. He couldn't resist taking another bite, and nodded vigorously at Lin Lin. It's really delicious." Lin Lin smiled, her eyes curved with delight. Zheng Yan finished his meal in a few bites and, imitating Lin Lin's example, sandwiched the minced meat, tofu, and pickled radish between the buns and handed them to Lin Lin. Soon, they had finished the buns and rice porridge. Someone, holding a loudspeaker, shouted back and forth across the playground, "Those who have finished their meals, line up by the battle vehicle and wash their dishes in the kitchen on the 2nd floor. Remember to wash them thoroughly. If you don't, you lose a meal." This echoed back and forth across the playground, so after dinner, everyone spontaneously grabbed their plates and headed for the battle vehicles. There were so many people, and there were only 10 battle vehicles, so a very long line soon formed. And Yiqing, seeing this, pulled out 10 more battle vehicles for the survivors to use. And Yiqing and Jiang Xiao and the others ate in the battle vehicles. She and Jiang Xiao had agreed to leave early the next morning, and Jiang Xiao and the others had no objections. However, there were no beds left in the barracks, so Yiqing arranged for Jiang Xiao and the others to rest in the battle vehicles tonight. The battle vehicles were empty, so there wasn't a need for too many beds. As they were about to leave, Aniching didn't go around to everyone to give them instructions as she had last time. Now that they were within communication range of the S province base, Aniching didn't have to worry about being unable to contact her from the territory. However, she still called Zhou Tongxi, Xiao Yunan, Zhou Tongbin, Ms. Wang, and Ma Fan over for a chat. The next morning, Aniching and Song Yu left with Jiang Xiao and his group. Because Jiang Xiao and his group's car was inside the territory, Aniching had to help them get out so they could get in. Aniching used her space car to teleport Jiang Xiao and his group to the other side of the territory, saving them from having to backtrack and take a detour. This time, Aniching and Song Yu got in Jiang Xiao and his group's car instead of driving alone. At this time, Yu Xiao was driving, Jiang Xiao was in the passenger seat, and Aniching and Song Yu were in the back seat. Jiang Xiao glanced at Song Yu in the rearview mirror, feeling a bit conflicted. The paternity test required hair, but having spent so much time with Song Yu, and the opportunity he had happened to be in a dangerous moment, he was so focused on protecting her that he hadn't even thought about the hair. Once they were safe, he no longer had the chance to pull a single strand of Song Yu's hair. Now they had to go back, and Jiang Xiao was secretly anxious. Jiang Xiao, standing in front of him, was fidgeting. Song Yu was puzzled. What's wrong with you? Song Yu had nearly been in trouble when he encountered the Esper robbers before being rescued by Jiang Xiao. Thus, Song Yu and Jiang Xiao's relationship had improved somewhat, and they could barely be considered friends. Jiang Xiao hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth and spoke directly. He turned to Song Yu. Can you give me a few strands of your hair? Song Yu was stunned, looking at Jiang Xiao in bewilderment, feeling a little confused. She pulled a few strands of hair from her head and handed them over, somewhat uncertainly. You mean this? Jiang Xiao's tense body suddenly relaxed, and he smiled. Yes, thank you. He took the hair from Song Yu's hand, and carefully and lovingly pulled out a notebook from his pocket. He tore off a piece of paper, wrapped the hair in it, and tucked it inside. Song Yu, No, what do you want my hair for? She found it incomprehensible, and the way she looked at Jiang Xiao was strange, as if he were looking at a pervert. Aniching pursed her lips, trying not to laugh out loud, and pretended to tilt her head to look out the window. Yu Xiao drove without looking around, as if he were alone in the car, hearing nothing, seeing nothing. Jiang Xiao's previous inquiries about Song Yu's birthplace were already strange. The members of their team had been following Jiang Xiao since before the apocalypse, and knew him well. He wasn't the type to pry into other people's affairs. Add to that Jiang Xiao's obvious cautious attitude towards Song Yu, his current request for Song Yu's hair, and the Song family's attitude towards him now that he had become Jiang Yingying's godparents, and it was obvious that something was amiss. Not to mention Yu Xiao, everyone else had a rough idea of what was going on. Only Song Yu, completely unaware of the situation, and Jiang Xiao, remained unaware. She was obsessed with reaching the base and taking revenge on the Song family. In reality, Song Yu didn't want Aniching to come along. She was afraid that upon meeting the Song family, she would lose control of her hatred and become irrational, and that she would disappoint her sister. But conflictedly, she longed for her sister to be by her side. For some reason, she didn't want to face the Song family alone. Jiang Xiao's strange behavior distracted Song Yu, and she deliberately tried to distract herself from the Song family. Jiang Xiao opened his mouth, unsure what to say, and could only mumble, well, I have some use for it. I tell you later. Is that okay? Song Yu didn't know what else her hair could be used for. It couldn't possibly be used to make voodoo dolls, could it? She amused herself, unable to help but chuckle. Okay, then remember to tell me. Jiang Xiao breathed a sigh of relief and nodded. Don't worry, I'd definitely tell you. No matter what the result was, he would tell Song Yu about the paternity test. The reason he didn't tell her now was because he feared Song Yu's hopes would be dashed, believing she wasn't a biological daughter of the Song family. Even though Jiang Xiao kept thinking about the uncertainty of the result, he had already begun to put himself in Song Yu's shoes. City D wasn't far from Province S, but they were taking a slightly longer route because they were traveling on the national highway. Jiang Xiao had encountered many high-level zombies on his previous trips to City D, so he hadn't been able to conduct a thorough search along the way, as he had in City M and City D. But Jiang Xiao still remembered the place where he had encountered the high-level zombie. After hesitating for a moment, he asked Aniching, when I passed through City C before, I encountered high-level zombies in both Liuya County and Chongqing County, a level 6 poison fog zombie and a level 7 earth zombie. Can we go and take care of these two high-level zombies when we pass through there later? He knew they couldn't handle it on their own for the time being. The poison fog zombies' toxic fog was indistinguishable from normal white fog and had no odor. Therefore, by the time he discovered it, his teammates were all suffering from poisoning. Thankfully, he was a wind-powered user, and he controlled the wind to blow the poison fog away, allowing him and his teammates to escape successfully. Of course, Liuya County was also fortunately not far from the S Province base, allowing them to return to the base in time to seek detoxification from Liaozaheo. The subsequent encounter with the Earth zombies in Chongqing County was even more dangerous, and Jiang Xiao and his group narrowly escaped death. After passing Ronging County and traversing the rolling mountain roads, they arrived at the border of Chongqing County. Not long after following the road, Aniching saw a long, enormous rift in the middle of the highway, as if a giant beast, standing tall and unshaken, had opened its bloody maw, ready to devour anyone. Yu Xiao, still feeling a lingering fear at the sight of this vast, endless gap, couldn't help but say, "We floored the accelerator and almost thought we were doomed." Unexpectedly, once we reached this area, the Earth-type zombie stopped moving. Aniching got out of the car and walked to the crack in the middle of the highway. Based on the time Yu Xiao and his companions arrived, the gap had been forming for nearly 2 months. Aniching had used the supernatural power she had acquired in Mingwa City. Said tracking. After devouring all the zombies in Mingwa City and seeing the supernatural power she had acquired, Aniching understood why the zombies with the devouring power had appeared just as Song Yu and his companions were about to leave City M, devouring them, and even continuing to track Tang Bai and Su Jingxian as they fled. However, said tracking clearly wasn't infallible. For example, when Su Jingxian was thrown into the sewer, the stench of the sewer completely masked her scent, and the SID tracking zombies were unable to find her. After using SID tracking, Aniching immediately identified the location of the master of the supernatural power from the large crack. It was as if a map had opened in her mind, and the location of the Earth-type zombies was precisely marked. Well, it was quite useful. Aniching walked to the car, opened the door, and asked, "Is this road still drivable?" The national highway was a two-way street, and a gaping hole, about a meter wide or even more, had appeared in the middle, with many pieces of dirt falling beside the gap. As a result, the road had now become extremely narrow on both sides, its edges barely fitting the tires. This was a real test of driving skills. If one wasn't careful, they'd likely fall off. Furthermore, this was a necessary road, with no way around it. Yu Xiao smiled confidently. "Don't worry, we definitely make it." Aniching nodded and got in the car. "Okay, let's go." Yu Xiao's driving skills were indeed excellent. The military vehicle moved forward smoothly, though at a noticeably slower speed than before. The 4 vehicles behind them also passed one after another. The Earth-type zombie was in the Chongqing County town. The journey, over 10 kilometers, took Yu Xiao and his companions an hour and a half to reach. Yu Xiao turned the corner and followed the crack in the road toward Chongqing County. At this moment, Aniching was not far from the Earth-type zombie. On the 3rd floor of the Chongqing County High Club, Ruan Yun was incredibly thirsty. Winter weather is dry, and people's need for water increases. However, she only had half a bottle of mineral water left, and she didn't dare drink any more. After taking a small sip to wet her lips, she carefully screwed the cap back on. Everyone around couldn't help but look at Ruan Yun, their Adam's apples rolling as they swallowed. Their mouths were so dry that their throats ached. But no one dared to snatch Ruan Yun's water, because she had a powerful psychic brother. If it weren't for Ruan Yun's brother, Ruan Xie, who seemed somewhat wary of the Earth-type zombie outside, everyone here would have been devoured by it long ago. Chongqing County is now riddled with cracks, like fences enclosing the humans within like animals. Those inside can't cross the massive cracks in the ground, nor can they escape. Thus, the people here, like the poultry and livestock raised by this zombie, occasionally capture humans for food. Those on the 3rd floor of the High Club have witnessed many people being devoured by the zombie. This zombie has purple eyes, and aside from its paler skin, it looks almost human. However, it devours humans with exceptional ferocity, not allowing them the chance to transform into zombies, devouring them skin and bones whole. Whether it's a quirk or something else, it seems to enjoy eating in front of others, often taking people out on the streets to eat them where survivors can see. However, because of this, there are now only this one zombie in all of Chongqing County. Ruan Xie is a metal-type psychic. Since awakening his powers, he has been consciously controlling them, attempting to deliver the most powerful attacks with the least energy. Thus, Ruan Xie never uses large-scale metallic attacks, opting for precise, small-scale attacks. For example, steel wire as thin as spider silk, and weapons as thin as a finger's width and thinner than paper. Now that Ronsia's powers have increased, he feels a chance of killing the Earth-type zombie, and has been pondering how to kill it. It's not that he doesn't want to wait until his powers improve further, and he can be absolutely sure of killing the zombie. It's more that the survivors in Chongqing County seem to have been nearly consumed by this zombie, so the Earth-type zombie has set its sights on the survivors of the High Club, whom it has been unable to prey on. In the past, when there were still survivors elsewhere, the Earth-type zombies would simply drag people over and devour them ferociously, flashing them a dangerous, terrifying smile with blood-stained mouth reading them to wait. Yes, this purple-eyed Earth-type zombie could speak. It had to be said that it truly was a high-level zombie. Its actions had the survivors in the club terrified, constantly dreading its arrival. But now, the Earth-type zombie hadn't come here to devour humans for a long time. Instead, it had been appearing around the club, glaring at them with increasingly hungry eyes. Ruanxia suspected that the people of Chongqing County had been largely devoured, so the zombie was sharpening its claws, preparing to tackle this tough nut in the club. So Ruanxia had no choice but to act. At this moment, the Earth-type zombie appeared again, its gaze even more menacing. Ruanxia stood up, holding a thin, almost transparent piece of metal between his fingertips, and walked down the stairs. The Earth-type zombie licked his lips. It was starving, its thirst for flesh and blood reaching its peak. It hadn't eaten a human in 2 days, so it had to start targeting the High Club. Seeing Ruanxia step out of the club's door, the zombie's lips curled up into a smile. "Human, I really don't want to fight you. Just leave those people inside, and I let you go, okay?" Just like how it dealt with the wind-type psychic that it feared before, it relied on the fact that there were 9 ordinary people on the other side, and since they didn't know the specific situation inside, it used the Earth Fisher to scare them all away. Of course, with 9 ordinary people, even if it didn't scare them away, it was confident it could defeat the wind-type psychic. After all, companions are a human's weak point. However, there was another Ruanxia in the city, and it was worried that if a fight broke out, Ruanxia would appear and attack it from both sides with the wind-type psychic, which would be disastrous. That's why it deliberately made such a loud noise to scare people away. The zombies' cries reached the 3rd floor of the High Club, and the dozen or so survivors' faces turned pale. They stared at Ruanxia below in disbelief, their limbs limp with fear. Unfortunately, Ruanxia was standing right under the eaves of the building, so they couldn't see him from the 3rd floor windows. Not being able to see Ruanxia made the tense people even more uneasy. They're still alive thanks to Ruanxia. If Ruanxia agrees. No, Ruanxia definitely won't agree. His sister's still here. Someone tried to console themselves, but their voices trembled. He definitely won't. If Ruanxia wanted to leave alone, he could have left long ago. Why wait here until now? Yes, that's right. He won't agree. But, what if he asks to take Ruanyun with him? A voice whispered. That one sentence silenced everyone on the 2nd floor. Thump, thump, thump. Everyone's nervous heartbeats seemed to synchronize, so that on the deathly silent 3rd floor, only the sound of heartbeats filled everyone's ears. Ruanyun felt bad after hearing this and quickly said, "Don't worry, my brother won't abandon us. I think we should tie her up and hold her hostage first. That way, Ruanxia won't dare take his sister away alone." No, that's obviously a bad idea. What if we anger Ruanxia? He's a superpowered being. Can you guarantee he won't kill us if you anger him? Then what should we do? Stop arguing and listen to his answer first. However, they listened carefully. They didn't know if Ruanxia's voice was too soft or if he had already answered the zombies during their argument, so they didn't hear any response from him for a long time. The unknown made everyone even more nervous, and the atmosphere on the 3rd floor grew increasingly tense. Ruanyun's heart was pounding. While everyone's attention was focused on the window, he carefully inched towards the elevator. She was very careful, trying not to attract the group's attention. Why can't I hear it? Didn't he answer? Why aren't they fighting? Look, that zombie's expression has changed. It seems like it's relaxed. Could it be that they reached an agreement? Not fighting. Reaching an agreement practically meant that Ruanxia had agreed to the zombie's proposal. Perhaps Ruanxia had even asked to take Ruanyun with him, and the zombie had agreed. The next moment, the zombie nodded and smiled kindly. "Okay, I promise." Boom! Like a thunderclap, it exploded in their ears, and everyone froze, followed by the rage of being abandoned. A dozen people's eyes, bloodshot with anger, turned and looked at Ruanyun. Ruanyun was almost at the stairs. She definitely couldn't go downstairs, doing so would only give her brother leverage. So, She had a brilliant plan. She ran upstairs when she reached the stairwell. She had the key to the electrical box upstairs, and since the power was already out, she wouldn't have to worry about electrocution if she hid inside. Those people wouldn't be able to find her downstairs, and even if they ran upstairs, they wouldn't suspect she was hiding inside. But as dawn approached, the group of people nervously staring out the window suddenly turned their heads and looked at her. Ruan Yun instinctively took off running. However, she had been frail since childhood, so sneaking away without a trace was a good idea. But if she were actually discovered, outrunning the group would be impossible. She was clearly close to the stairs, but before she even reached them, the people behind her grabbed her. "Let me go, let me go!" "Believe me, my brother won't give up on you. We've been together for so long, you know what kind of person he is, don't you?" Ruan Yun spoke rapidly, momentarily struggling to breathe, gasping for air through her open mouth. "Yeah, I didn't expect your brother to abandon us at the critical moment." Someone nearby said sinisterly, "It doesn't matter. Since he plans to feed us to the zombies, let you die with us. Let's not wait any longer. If the zombies and Ruan Xia reach an agreement, how can we be their match? Ruan Xia might just take her away. If that happens, I die with my eyes open." "That's right, we can't wait. Kill her now. I want Ruan Xia to regret this. I want him to see his sister die." "No, you can't, you can't." Ruan Yun was frightened by the hatred and anger in their red eyes, but no matter what she said, they wouldn't listen. Since the apocalypse, they had been trapped in the high club. There were vending machines in the club, and they had to smash them to get enough food. But it wasn't enough. Their continued survival depended entirely on Ruan Xia finding opportunities to scavenge for supplies. Ruan Yun couldn't understand why her brother, who had clearly saved them, would have died long ago without him, was now questioning him and threatening to kill her in revenge. Tears streamed down her face, yet she tried to explain, urging them to calm down. Suddenly, someone drew a dagger, approached, stared at Ruan Yun, and said, "Don't blame us. Blame your brother for being so selfish." Ruan Yun shut up. She didn't want to explain, tears still streaming down her face, but she felt like laughing. Was her brother selfish? Her brother was truly selfish, having long since given up on the lives of these people. Every time he gathered food, he only saved half for the two of them, the other half was given to them, downstairs. Ruan Xia was trapped. Metal-type zombies were good at close combat, but this earth-type zombie was incredibly cunning. Walls of earth rose up in front of Ruan Xia, blocking his path. Spikes would suddenly emerge from the walls, shooting towards him. Ruan Xia dodged the spikes, stepped on them, and leaped to climb over them. The towering wall instantly retreated, and the spot where he was about to land suddenly sank into a deep gully. His pupils constricted, and he controlled the metal spider silk to wrap around the stone pillars at the club's entrance, instantly pulling his body back. The moment he found his balance, Ruan Xia's weapon flew out, piercing the zombie's neck. The earth-type zombie took a half-step to the side, nonchalantly, almost relaxed, a cheerful smile playing on its lips. "Okay, I promise." This came out of nowhere, and Ruan Xia frowned. The zombie's initial words suddenly flashed back to his mind, and a bad feeling settled in his heart. He had rejected the zombie's proposal, wanting to end it quickly, and without further ado. But he hadn't expected it to have planned this all along, trapping him beneath the club's roof to prevent anyone upstairs from seeing what was happening. Those people, already trembling with fear and on edge under the prolonged mental pressure, now, with the zombie's earlier proposal, and this seemingly plausible statement, it was easy to imagine what they would do. Ruan Xia immediately wanted to turn around and head back upstairs. However, the Earth-type zombie had already planned this, and wouldn't let him go. Killing Ruan Xia would be difficult, but trapping him would be much easier. The Earth-type zombie glanced at the third floor. There was no sign of a human near the windows. He smiled with pleasure and licked his lips. With a bit of luck, he might even be able to devour a high-level psychic. If he could devour Ruan Xia, the Earth-type zombie's eyes burned. He might even reach the threshold of becoming an 8th-level zombie. Ruan Xia, desperate, shouted upwards, "Wake up! Don't fall for this zombie's divisive tactics." He had always thought that the zombie's ability to speak was astonishing enough, but he hadn't expected it to be so cunning. There was no response from upstairs. Ruan Xia's heart sank, but the zombie was determined to stop him from ascending. Ruan Xia's gaze flickered as the metal spider silk in his hand instantly shot out, wrapping around the air conditioner outside the wall on the 3rd floor. With a firm grip, he shortened the silk and pulled himself upward. The Earth-type zombie narrowed his eyes and stomped the ground. With a rumble, the club building began to tremble violently, then slowly split in the middle, splitting in two and stretching away in both directions. The The ground beneath the building had suddenly cracked. Still hanging in midair, Ronsia saw that in the split half of the building, a group of people on the third floor were standing right at the edge of the other half. His sister was being held with her hands tied behind her back, and one of them had stabbed her in the neck with a dagger. No! Ronsia's eyes were bloodshot, and he watched the scene on the third floor with a tearing gaze. The Earth-type zombie took advantage of his momentary emotional distraction and used a ground sink, instantly sinking the half of the building Ronsia was clinging to. Ronsia reacted, and once again, a spider silk appeared in his hand, attempting to wrap around the opposite half of the building. However, a high earthen wall suddenly appeared before him, obstructing his view and intercepting his thread. In a rage, Ronsia whipped his head around, and the silk instantly redirected itself, wrapping around the streetlight behind the zombie. His body, dragged by the silk, flew sideways as he rapidly approached the zombie. Simultaneously, several weapons appeared in his hands and flew towards the zombie. The attack was fierce. Unlike his initial tentative attempts, this time Ronsia clearly intended to kill it with all his might. The Earth-type zombie, not wanting to be complacent, lost his footing and instantly fell into the sudden drop in the ground, which then flattened. The weapon stabbed into the ground, sinking several meters deep into the mud, but failing to penetrate the zombie. Ronsia immediately tried to return to the third floor, but another high wall rose from the ground, this time with the Earth-type zombie standing on it. Then, a dense mass of earth spikes sprouted from the wall. Like an arrow shot from a bow, they suddenly detached themselves from the wall and flew towards Ronsia. Ronsia leaned back, weaving a web of spider silk in his hand to intercept the earth spikes, and then he retreated rapidly. The earth spikes were cut into small pieces by the spider silk and fell to the ground. Ronsia manipulated the spider silk like a serpent, striking at the Earth-type zombie. The Earth-type zombie smiled at Ronsia, then leaped back, landing gently on the third floor of the club, with only half of the building remaining. The survivors on the third floor were clearly terrified, abandoning Ruan Yun, whose neck was still bleeding, and quickly dodged. The zombie grabbed Ruan Yun and held her in front of him, glaring at Ronsia provocatively. Ronsia's pupils constricted, as if a spider silk thread, carrying 1,000 pounds of force, froze in an instant before falling limply. The Earth-type zombie looked at Ruan Yun, whose neck was oozing blood. It licked its lips and turned to Ronsia. "You're very powerful. How about this? I don't eat her, but instead transform her into a zombie." It smiled at Ronsia, whose expression was grim. "Look, she's dying. If she doesn't transform into a zombie, your sister will be gone. Actually, becoming a zombie isn't bad either. As long as she has enough flesh and blood to sustain her, she regained her memory in no time. Humans, aren't you ungrateful creatures? Look, you protected them for so long, and what about them? How have they repaid you?" The pupils of the trembling group huddled to the side, constricted, their minds, clouded by anger, suddenly clearing. What had they just done? People driven by anger and fear always do irrational things. They stared in horror at Ruan Yun, who was nestled in the zombie's arms, too weak to stand. After a while, Ronsia's cold voice rang out from downstairs. "What are the conditions?" The Earth-type zombie's smile deepened. "Give me some of your flesh and blood every day." It had finally seen clearly that even with Ronsia's mental state shaken, it wouldn't be easy to attack him. So, a daily supply of flesh and blood would be fine. The flesh and blood of a psychic, especially one with high-level abilities, is a profound tonic for zombies, a resource incomparable to ordinary humans. The Earth zombie licked its lips, its eyes gleaming with excitement. It knew this human before it would never refuse its offer. After all, this human loved his sister dearly. As a zombie, it didn't quite understand what humans meant by love. Even with memories of its human past, it didn't understand, but that didn't stop it from exploiting human emotions. As expected, Ronsia's hoarse voice came over. "Okay." The survivors on the third floor's eyes flashed with despair. They closed their eyes in regret, tears streaming from the corners, and mournful sobs emanated from their throats. Ronsia, you can't agree to it. It's a zombie. You can't trust it." "That's right, Ronsia. Even if your sister becomes a zombie, she's no longer your sister. She's just a zombie. Wake up." Faced with a crisis of survival, these people no longer cared about fearing the Earth zombie. They tumbled and trembled, tumbling towards the edge, shouting at Ronsia below. "Ronsia, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. I was so scared I didn't even realize what I did. I'm sorry." "Don't be impulsive. Think about it. Would your sister want you to become a zombie's food supply?" The Earth-type zombie lowered its eyes, and stared at the hideous faces of the humans, making no attempt to stop them, letting them scream and groan in their dying struggles. Spider silk wrapped around the broken rebar on the cracked cross-section of the third floor. The next moment, Juancia stood at the edge of the third floor below. The survivor who had been shouting just now was like a rooster being strangled. Suddenly, his voice fell silent, and he even scrambled backward in fear. Juancia glanced at the zombies, but didn't attack. Instead, he stared expressionlessly at the trembling crowd. Can't trust it? Then who should I trust? You? His gaze was icy, as if he wanted to slice these people into pieces. For a moment, no one spoke. Juancia turned to the Earth-type zombies. I have a request, too. Leave these people to me. Don't worry, not a single drop of their blood or flesh will be wasted. He simply didn't want them to die too easily. The Earth-type zombie's mouth cracked into a broad smile. Okay. With that, he opened his mouth and bit Ruan Yun's still bleeding neck. Woo! Ruan Yun uttered a faint sound, tears streaming down her cheeks. Her lips moved as if she were about to say something, but she was too weak to speak. As the sweet, fresh flesh entered his mouth, the Earth-type zombie instinctively wanted to devour it as usual. Reason suppressed his impulse, and reluctantly, he opened his mouth and released Ruan Yun. Juancia hurried over and held Ruan Yun in his arms. Ruan Yun's lips moved softly, but it was impossible to tell what she was about to say, but tears continued to flow. Juancia hurriedly lowered his head and asked, What's wrong, Yun Yun? However, even as he leaned closer, he couldn't hear a single sound. He could only hold her tightly in his arms. It's okay, Yun Yun. I'm here, don't be afraid, I protect you. The Earth-type zombie, having tasted a bit of flesh, only felt hungrier. He stared at the remaining humans with a sinister gaze, and softly sighed, What are you going to do to them? I'm hungry, and I want to eat meat right now. Juancia hummed, carefully set Ruan Yun down, and stood up, a weapon appearing in his hand. The others tried to escape, but the staircase was on the other side of the building, leaving them with nowhere to go. The next moment, a spider silk shot out, not slicing the group apart outright, but binding them all. Juancia, weapon in hand, stepped towards them, the edge of the blade flashing with a sharp, cold light. No. Juancia, please let me go. I know I was wrong. Juancia, it wasn't me. I didn't do it. I really didn't. I didn't mean to kill your sister. It was him, he did it. No, it wasn't me. I was against it. Juancia, seriously, I didn't agree to kill your sister. They did it. Juancia turned a deaf ear, just as he had before when his shouting from below had gone unheeded. Suddenly, one of them shouted, You promised me that if I told you about what's going on here, you let me go. The woman standing in the front, watching Juancia's blade about to fall on her, suddenly shouted at the zombies. Juancia paused, then turned to look at the zombies. The Earth-type zombie smiled, I only asked you to pass on the message, not to incite them to kill his sister. The woman froze, her face horrified. You lied to me. You clearly said you let me go. The people tied to her finally reacted, instantly erupting in rage out of sheer terror. Suzume! You bitch! You actually made a deal with the zombies to harm us. I remember now. It was her. We all said Juancia wouldn't abandon us, but she was the one who suddenly said, What if you made a deal with the zombies? Suzume! I kill you! Bitch, it's all your fault. Everyone was cursing at Suzume. If she weren't bound by the metal spider silk, they would have wanted to skin her alive. Suzume was desperate. This zombie had clearly broken its promise, and had no intention of letting her go. Now that she had deeply offended Juancia, he would definitely not let her go. The sound of the people cursing in her ears was piercing. Suzume, already desperate, sneered, You're talking as if you wouldn't do anything if the zombies were targeting you. I did mention the possibility that Juancia might suggest taking Ruan Yun with him, but if you didn't have that intention, how could you have been so easily persuaded by me? Don't make it sound like you're being wronged. Suzume looked at Juancia. You know what? Your sister keeps telling this group that you won't abandon them, won't make a deal with that zombie, but not a single one of them listens. She keeps saying it, and it's a shame no one listens. Don't you think you're ridiculous? You protected them for so long, and in the end, they kill your sister. Suzume was provoking Juancia. She wanted him to kill her with a single blow. She wanted to die quickly. She didn't want to suffer the agony of slicing before her death. Juancia looked at Suzume and nodded. Want to provoke me into killing you? Don't worry, I'm not that stupid. I won't do what you wish. Suzume's face suddenly darkened, her lips trembling. They were the ones who wanted to kill your sister. I just said something. You can't do this to me, Ruanxia, you can't. Ruanxia, expressionless, reached for a nearby mineral water bucket and, with a slicing motion, instantly cut it in half. He threw the top section away and placed the bottom section in front of Suzume, intending to collect her blood. Suzume trembled violently, her teeth chattering in fear and despair. Are you that cruel to me? In response, Ruanxia's knife slashed mercilessly, and a piece of flesh fell into the bucket, followed by a trickle of blood. Ah! Suzume screamed miserably in agony. An Earth-type zombie sauntered over, plucked a piece of meat from the bucket, and stuffed it into its mouth. As it ate, it said disdainfully, "It's too small. Eating it this way isn't satisfying at all." Ruanxia ignored it. Suddenly, a black hole suddenly appeared nearby, catching the Earth-type zombie off guard and swallowing it whole. Chapter 110. Songyu closed her eyes and tried to control her precognitive powers. For a while now, she had periodically attempted to manipulate her precognitive powers, which she couldn't actively use, but she always failed. However, she wasn't completely unimproved. She had a vague feeling that, though her groping was haphazard, she was heading in the right direction, slowly approaching the point where she could control her powers. It seemed, however, that she always fell just a little short, as if she were almost at her destination when she suddenly became too exhausted to move. She suspected that perhaps her mental strength was too weak to sustain her precognitive powers. So now, she would practice mental training every night instead of sleeping, and also practice mental training whenever she had time during the day. Intensifying her mental training seemed to be working. This time, Songyu felt as if she had reached the threshold. The next moment, a scene suddenly appeared before her eyes. Songyu's eyes snapped open, his throat tight, as he clutched Niqing's arm. "Sister Qing! Hurry! There's a girl on the other side of that Earth-type zombie who's about to turn into a zombie. Save her! We must save her!" And Niqing felt they were close enough to the Earth-type zombie to use the black hole. She was about to use it to devour the zombie, so she could take her time rescuing the survivors inside. The main problem was that the area was riddled with cracks, wide and narrow, making it difficult for the vehicle to move forward. They were currently stuck at a crack about 10 meters wide. The crack formed a circular path, completely encircling the city, like an isolated island. Military vehicles couldn't pass through it. But getting through wasn't difficult for them. After all, Jiang Xiao was a wind-type user, and an Iching had devoured a wind-type zombie in Mingwa City. She also had wind-type abilities, as well as teleportation, which allowed her to pass through the crack. But getting the others in would be more complicated. And Iching was thinking about simply devouring the Earth-type zombie, and then she and Jiang Xiao would go into Chongqing County to search for survivors, while Songyu, Yu Xiao, and the others would wait here. But then, Songyu suddenly shuddered, then, with a pale face, grabbed her and told her to go and rescue them. Knowing what supernatural powers Songyu possessed, and Iching frowned. It was obvious that Songyu had witnessed something terrible. She immediately opened the car door and got out. "You all wait here. I go in first." With that, and Iching vanished in a flash. Thanks to her location tracking, and Iching quickly teleported to the downstairs of the club. She looked up at the shattered half of the building and immediately used the black hole devour. The frequent use of supernatural powers had strained an Iching's mental strength. She swallowed 2 chocolate chips and teleported again. 3rd floor. The black hole suddenly appeared and disappeared. In the blink of an eye, the Earth-type zombie vanished. The crowd, previously terrified, froze in shock, their eyes wide open as they stared at the spot where it had vanished. Ruanxia reacted quickly, almost instantly stepping back to scoop up Ruan Yun, who was standing nearby, and held her in his arms. His muscles tensed, his sharp eyes scanning the surroundings warily. The next moment, a figure suddenly appeared before him. And Iching immediately spotted the girl in his arms, her skin already turning blue, her vitality rapidly declining. The man holding the girl protected her, and the moment she appeared, countless weapons emerged and attacked an Iching. In front of an Iching, a massive black hole appeared again, swallowing Ruanxia's attack. "She's dying. I can save her. Trust me." And Iching walked quickly toward Ruanxia. The moment the black hole reappeared, Ruanxia knew he was no match for the person before him, and he immediately wanted to flee with his sister. However, before he could escape, he heard an Iching's words. Can she save her? Given the disparity in strength, there seemed no reason for the other party to lie to him. Ruanxia looked down at Ruan Yun, whose body was stained blue, and whose blood vessels beneath her skin were gradually turning gray and black. How could he not know that his sister had died after transforming into a zombie? But if his sister was completely dead, he would rather she had lived as a zombie. Wanxia's body trembled slightly. He looked at Aniching and said in a hoarse voice, "Can you really save her?" Aniching, "Yes." As she spoke, she squatted in front of Wanxia, took out a bottle of zombie virus serum, and quickly injected it into Wan Yun. Then, she took out the cell activation spray and sprayed it evenly on Wan Yun's neck. At the same time, another version of Aniching suddenly appeared beside her. A consciousness emerged, harnessing its purifying divine power to penetrate Wan Yun's body, supplementing the zombie virus serum she had just injected. Wan Yun was already deeply infected, her consciousness largely consumed by the zombie virus. After Aniching used her divine power, combined with the zombie virus serum, to successfully devour the zombie contamination within Wan Yun, she hesitated for a moment before detaching a fingernail-sized portion of her consciousness from her own consciousness and feeding it to Wan Yun's. Wan Yun's loss of consciousness was even more severe than Song Yu's before. If left untreated, she would either never regain consciousness, or become a confused idiot upon awakening. Thinking of Song Yu's urgency, Aniching opted to replenish Wan Yun's consciousness, at least allowing her to regain consciousness and normal intelligence. Wanxia looked at his sister in his arms. Her skin was visibly recovering, and the grayish-black blood vessels were gradually returning to their original blue. The wound on her neck was covered with dense granulation tissue, intertwined with each other, and the wound was rapidly healing and filling. Wanxia touched Wan Yun's neck, which had healed as if the knife had been stuck there before was just an illusion. He reached out and touched Wan Yun's face. Her body temperature, which had turned icy, was rising. Wanxia hugged his sister tightly, closed his eyes, and shed tears that had returned. Thank you, thank you." His voice was trembling, as if he could not speak any other words, and he only kept mumbling thank you. Aniching stood up, her consciousness returning to her body. She turned to look at the group of people still bound by Wanxia's spider silk, and at the woman in the front, whose face had been cut off on both sides. The woman continued to wail miserably, seemingly unconscious from excessive blood loss, and her wails were growing weaker. As if catching a last breath, the woman suddenly opened her eyes, a fierce desire to survive blazing in them. "Help, help me." Aniching frowned and looked at Wanxia. "Can you tell me what happened here before?" The previous 7th level zombies here were Earth-type zombies, unable to create metal webs to bind these survivors, so it was obviously this person who bound them. Before she arrived, the Earth-type zombies had been here for a long time. During this time, so many ordinary people hadn't been bitten by the zombies, but it was the people this metal-type psychic cared about who were almost turned into zombies. More importantly, Aniching had noticed it when she just sprayed the girl with the cell-activating spray. While there were zombie bites around her wounds, there was a deep wound in the middle, clearly caused by a knife or dagger. So, instead of rushing to help, Aniching questioned Wanxia. Before Wanxia could even speak, the people tied up with Su Zime erupted in agitation. "It's her, this woman's fault. It has nothing to do with us. Please save us. Wanxia's gone mad. He made a deal with the zombies, wanting to cut off our flesh and blood to feed them. Yes, 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 boss, help us. We're all innocent. This woman deliberately instigated us to kill Wanxia's sister. We didn't mean to kill her. I didn't do it. It had nothing to do with me. I really didn't do it." Everyone was talking at once, their voices mingling in a cacophony, making it hard to hear what they were saying. However, Aniching did manage to glean some information from the fragments of conversation. After sorting through these fragments of information, Aniching narrowed her eyes. So, it was this woman, nearly dying from blood loss, who deliberately instigated these people to attack the sister of the psychic named Wanxia, and then, for some unknown reason, they actually did it. Wanxia's sister was dying, and Wanxia had gone mad, making a deal with the Earth-type zombies, using these people's flesh and blood in exchange for his sister's chance to become a zombie? This is ridiculous. A 7th level zombie still needs to be fed? These are clearly just ordinary people. Without Wanxia's help, as long as he leaves them alone, can't the 7th level zombies devour a group of ordinary people on their own? Aniching said nothing, looking at Wanxia. Wanxia gently brushed the hair from Wan Yun's cheek with his fingers. He felt Wan Yun's breathing gradually strengthen, his heartbeat returning to normal from its previous slow pace, and his emotions stabilized. He looked up at Aniching and said seriously, "After the apocalypse, I protected them. But their way of repaying me was to kill my sister while I was trying to kill that Earth-type zombie." Admittedly, he knew these people would kill Wan Yun, and the Earth-type zombie had some ulterior motives. But so what? Regardless, It was a fact that he had protected them for so long. Without him, even if they didn't die at the hands of the zombies, they would have starved to death. Don't they know they depend on him to survive? No, they do. Because they knew they took his protection for granted, they didn't hesitate to backstab him, provoked by the Earth zombies' schemes. Ruanxia, I truly know I was wrong. Please forgive me. Seeing that Aniching clearly wasn't listening, instead, she listened intently to what Ruanxia had to say. These people panicked, begging Ruanxia for mercy, hoping he would forgive them just this once. I really didn't mean it. Whoa. Ruanxia, for the sake of your sister being alright now, please forgive me. I never, ever dare to do it again. If you just let me go, I work like a slave to repay you, okay? Ruanxia's eyes flashed coldly, and he glared at them with murderous intent. Impossible. From the moment you chose to attack Yunyun, you should have been prepared to die. Ruanxia, you can't do this to us. We were deceived too. Su Zimei is your girlfriend, and she instigated your sister's murder. You can't blame us. A voice screamed in horror, its voice breaking. What? Su Zimei is his girlfriend? Yes, since she's your girlfriend, you're responsible for what she does. You can't blame us entirely. That's right. It's obvious your girlfriend doesn't like your sister, so she's deliberately stirring things up and using us as pawns. This is your family dispute. You can't use us as a scapegoat. Ruanxia curled his lips. She's not my girlfriend. Just an ex-girlfriend. Ruanxia was the most handsome man on campus at Ping University. He shot to fame during his freshman year thanks to a secretly photographed entrance photo, and was recognized as the most handsome man in every department. He was handsome, and usually aloof. Only when he was with his sister did he reveal his gentle side, and he was completely obedient and doting on her. This contrast actually made even more girls like him, wanting to be his special someone besides his sister. Su Zimei was one of Ruanxia's many suitors. She was bold and passionate. Unlike other girls, who shyly confessed their feelings in love letters or stopped him in secluded places, Su Zimei confessed her love to Ruanxia directly on stage after performing a solo dance at a campus event in front of the entire school. At the time, Ruanxia declined, saying he simply focused on studying and wasn't considering anything else. However, Su Zimei wasn't one to give up easily. She often created opportunities to run into Ruanxia, enjoying his presence and getting closer to him, intentionally or unintentionally. Ruanxia, with his reserved nature, was somewhat overwhelmed by such a passionate girl, but gradually, he was also moved by her. Before agreeing to date, Ruanxia discussed the matter with Su Zimei. Ruanxia had a sister whom he doted on, a fact known to everyone in the school. However, no one knew that his sister was very frail, requiring him to spend a lot of time caring for her. He wasn't sure if he could balance his time between her and his girlfriend. At the time, Su Zimei was bright and cheerful, openly stating that his sister was her sister, and that she would accompany him in caring for Ruanyun. Ruanxia was deeply touched. After dating Su Zimei, he introduced her to Ruanyun. Ruanyun was delighted to have a girlfriend, and Su Zimei, as she had promised, treated Ruanyun very well and very close. However, at some point, Su Zimei gradually began to resent him. She didn't like the fact that he spent so little time alone with her, nor did she like the fact that she would often receive calls from her aunt in the middle of a date, informing her that Ruanyun was ill. She felt that Ruanyun was acting on purpose, faking his illness. Even when Ruanxia placed the hospital test results in front of her, she refused to believe them. Gradually, she became more critical, questioning whether he had any hidden agenda regarding Ruanyun. Even if they were siblings, he was taking such good care of her. Ruanxia found it inconceivable. Ruanyun was his biological sister, from the same father and mother. Why would she harbor such a disgusting thought? At that time, Ruanxia still wanted to win Su Zimei back, but he couldn't abandon his sister. He told Su Zimei that he had the right and obligation to care for Ruanyun. She was in poor health and might never be able to lead a normal life or take care of herself, so he might take care of her for the rest of her life. Ruanyun's frailty wasn't congenital. As a child, Ruanxia adored the soft, sweet, and adorable Ruanyun. Every day after school, his favorite thing to do was take his sister out to play and show her off to his friends. That time, while taking his sister out, he and his friends were so engrossed in the fun that when he returned home, his mother, who had finished preparing dinner, asked him about it. He was horrified to discover that he had lost his sister. The family rushed out to look for her, but in their haste, their father was hit by a speeding car and died before he could even reach the hospital. The mother spotted a small, struggling figure in the park's lake. With no one around, she gritted her teeth and jumped in to save her sister. The winter water was icy cold, and after trying her best to push her ashore, her strength gave way, and she sank. Amid his cries, someone finally arrived, but they only had time to rush Wan Yun, who was frozen and almost dead, to the hospital. By the time her mother was pulled from the water, her heart had already stopped. Overnight, both parents were gone. Their only sister was saved, but she was severely weakened from choking on too much water in the lake and being frozen for too long. Wan Yun lived in the hospital until she was 10 years old. Even after her condition improved and she was able to leave, she continued to suffer from minor illnesses every few days, spending most of the year in the hospital. Thankfully, when they were born, their parents had invested in a large growth fund for them and left them a substantial inheritance, allowing Wan Yun to grow up with no setbacks. Suzy Mei, whether she didn't believe him or what, gave him two choices. She told him to choose between her and Wan Yun. Wan Xie felt powerless at the time, and he deeply realized that perhaps he shouldn't have agreed to Suzy Mei's confession. Given his circumstances, he wasn't suited for dating or marriage. He couldn't possibly ignore his sister, which meant he had less time for a girlfriend or wife. It was his fault. He oversimplified things. Suzy Mei gave him a few days to think about it, but he didn't need to. Besides the guilt over his parents' death and causing his sister's weakness, his sister was his only family. He'd been with her for so many years, how could he possibly ignore her? So, Wan Xie chose his sister and broke up with Suzy Mei. After the breakup, Wan Xie was depressed for a long time. Wan Yun blamed herself and worried about him. Wan Xie had to cheer her up, but fearing that his own affairs would upset her, he didn't dare tell her the reason for his breakup with Suzy Mei. But unexpectedly, he received a call from the hospital during class, asking him to rush over. When he rushed to the hospital, he was greeted by a doctor's notice stating he was in critical condition. It was Suzy Mei. Someone had said something to Wan Yun that had irritated her, causing her to flare up with ferocity. She seemed to have lost all desire to live, and her breathing stopped several times. After several days of emergency treatment, Wan Yun was barely revived. Wan Xie, terrified, lost control of his emotions. He sat by Wan Yun's bed, holding her hand, and repeatedly told her that she was his only family and that she couldn't abandon him. He was afraid. Perhaps because he took his words to heart, Wan Yun's condition began to improve, but after this incident, she became even weaker. Wan Xie had completely let go of Suzy Mei, even resenting her for nearly killing Wan Yun. Suzy Mei had also been frightened by Wan Yun's illness, and had come to apologize in a panic. Wan Yun had forgiven her, and Wan Xie hadn't said anything. But when Suzy Mei later tried to reconcile, Wan Xie firmly refused. She had never believed his words, not even the medical records he had shown her. After their breakup, she had even gone to his sister, triggering her illness. How could she have the nerve to reconcile with him in such a situation? He would never be with her again. Each time Wan Yun fell ill, she was in extreme pain, yet she still had to smile and comfort him, which made Wan Xie very upset. He desperately wanted his sister to get better. At the very least, he wanted to reduce her illnesses and relieve her suffering. So, for the past few years, Wan Xie had taken Wan Yun to various places, receiving treatments from both Chinese and Western medicine. Wan Yun was still very weak and fell ill from time to time, but the frequency seemed to be less than usual, which gave Wan Xie a glimmer of hope. After Wan Yun's condition improved slightly, Wan Xie took her hiking. When she couldn't climb anymore, he carried her on his back, so she could enjoy the scenery from the top. He also played games that she could handle, games that weren't too stimulating. High Club was a gathering place for many like-minded people, and the third floor was a gathering place for soothing music lovers. Wan Yun loved listening to music. She wasn't a music fan, but she was indeed suited to soothing music. Before the apocalypse, Wan Xie happened to bring Wan Yun here, and unexpectedly ran into Suzy Mei there. But judging by Suzy Mei's indifferent attitude towards them, perhaps she had let it go. Both sides now treated each other as strangers. Now Wan Xie realized that Suzy Mei hadn't let go at all, and perhaps even harbored a hatred for them. And Yicheng glanced at Wan Yun in Wan Xie's arms. She's about to wake up. You need to be quick if you want to deal with these people. Wan Xie shuddered, looking at Yicheng in surprise. She had been attacked the moment she appeared, yet she had put aside past grudges and helped him save his sister. Wan Xie had already concluded that this person was a pushover, and he was still convinced that she would definitely stop him from killing. Wan Xie had already figured it out. She had saved his sister, and if she stopped him, he wouldn't kill them for now. But he would still find an opportunity to kill them later. And Yicheng saw him motionless and asked, "Do you need help?" Wan Xie came to his senses, his lips curled up, as if he were smiling, but something seemed to be holding them down, preventing them from rising. Thank you, but no thanks. He carefully placed Ruan Yun on the blanket beside him, and tucked her in. Ruan Xie then stood up, and amid the screams and curses of terror, he chose no further torture. He used the same method he had used on Ruan Yun before, swiftly and accurately stabbing his weapon into their necks, puncturing their aortas. Blood gushed out, and the place instantly became a living hell. When Song Yu and Jiang Xiao arrived, they saw blood dripping from the disconnected section of the third floor. Jiang Xiao's heart tightened, and he immediately controlled the wind to drag himself up. He immediately saw I Ching, who was unharmed on the third floor. Just as he breathed a sigh of relief, he saw Ruan Xie's blade fall, piercing the neck of the last person. Next to him, I Ching made no attempt to stop him. Jiang Xiao landed on the third floor. Did we take care of that Earth-type zombie? I Ching nodded yes. Jiang Xiao looked at Ruan Xie, who was approaching covered in blood, and then at the pile of bodies lying behind him. Blood was swirls along the floor, almost covering the entire surface. What is going on? Jiang Xiao's gaze involuntarily fell on the pile of bodies. I Ching, damn you, let's go. It's time to leave. Jiang Xiao didn't ask any more questions. He watched Ruan Xie pick up Ruan Yun and jump from the third floor. A strand of spider silk in his hand quickly wrapped around the steel bars, slowing his descent. Jiang Xiao was stunned. Spider-Man? I Ching, She twitched her lips. Gold-type ability. Jiang Xiao felt a little embarrassed. That's quite impressive. He can actually shrink his gold-type ability to a thin line. I Ching flashed and appeared below. Song Yu glanced at Ruan Xie, then at the girl in his arms, who slowly opened her eyes. She was fine, and she breathed a sigh of relief. I Ching came down and patted her head. Didn't I tell you to wait outside? Why did you come in? Song Yu felt a little apologetic. I'm a little worried. She was terrified that I Ching wouldn't make it, and that the future she's seen would repeat itself in reality. Brother. Ruan Yun opened her eyes, and stared at Ruan Xie in a daze, a bit lost. I'm still alive? Have I turned into a zombie? As soon as she finished speaking, she trembled all over, frantically reaching for her face, then her hands, then her teeth. Ruan Xie was stunned, then quickly reassured her. No, you're fine. You didn't turn into a zombie. Really, someone very powerful saved you. Ruan Yun could clearly feel her normal teeth and see her hands as usual, yet she still felt uncertain. Really? Ruan Xie's throat was dry. Yeah. He suddenly wondered if his sister's tears at that moment were simply a reaction to turning into a zombie. She was so afraid of becoming a zombie. If I Ching hadn't appeared, would she have hated him if he had turned her into a zombie? Ruan Xie closed his eyes, a wave of dread rising in his heart. I Ching walked over and asked, What are you two planning now? Ruan Xie paused and shook his head. Ruan Yun was still very weak. Knowing she hadn't turned into a zombie, she relaxed instantly, almost falling asleep. Hearing the question, she struggled to open her eyes to see who it was, but a blurry figure reflected in her pupils, and she soon fell asleep. Ruan Xie subconsciously checked Ruan Yun's carotid artery and breathing, and only breathed a sigh of relief when he confirmed they were still there. I Ching smiled. Since you haven't made any plans yet, why don't you join us? Ruan Xie didn't resist I Ching's invitation. Perhaps because she had saved his sister, he trusted her deeply. But after a moment's thought, he nodded. Okay. Jiang Xiao said, let's search for any survivors first. We don't know how many are left here. Ruan Xie looked over and shook his head. Apart from us, there's probably no one left alive here. Lest Jiang Xiao disbelieve him, Ruan Xie explained the Earth-type zombies' behavior. Jiang Xiao, I understand. But let's still search. What if there are people the zombies haven't found? It's possible, but it's very small. However, now that Chongqing County has cleared its safety risks, Jiang Xiao didn't want to give up on any possible survivors. After a thorough search, Jiang Xiao actually found a child, a boy and girl, about 6 or 7 years old, in a secret escape room. They were surrounded by many eaten food packages, and even more untouched food and water. Their parents had hidden them there. Although it was a secret room, it had ventilation. Their parents were afraid that too many people would be picked up by the zombies, so they had only the 2 children there, and put plenty of food and water inside. If Jiang Xiao hadn't found them, this food would only last them a month or 2. And I Ching didn't follow Jiang Xiao in his search for survivors. Instead, she walked aside with Song Yu and asked her what she had seen. Song Yu didn't hide anything. She hadn't said it before because she hadn't had time to elaborate. Now that she was safe, she still described what she had seen in detail. In the scene Song Yu saw, an Iching devoured the Earth-type zombie just within range of using her black hole, and then everyone began searching for survivors. By the time they found Wan Xie and his sister, it was too late. Ruan Yun had become a zombie. It went without saying that an Iching and Jiang Shao were determined to kill the zombies. But how could Wan Xie allow them to kill his sister? The two sides engaged in a fight. Wan Xie, a formidable opponent, managed to draw with Jiang Shao. However, while he could stop Jiang Shao, he couldn't stop an Iching. An Iching used her black hole to devour the zombie like Ruan Yun. With his sister gone, Wan Xie went mad and desperately wanted to kill an Iching. No matter how strong he was no match for an Iching. An Iching initially showed him mercy, even reasoning with him, explaining that his sister had already died when this body transformed into a zombie, and that the living one wasn't his sister, just a zombie. After all, the zombies could be considered his sister's murderers. But Wan Xie couldn't accept this. Even though he knew he was no match for an Iching, he repeatedly attempted to assassinate her. If he couldn't kill her, he would target those around her. Finally, an Iching succeeded, enraged, and killed Wan Xie. However, Wan Xie's death wasn't the end. After death, he transformed into a spirit form, a supernatural power that only activated after death. Neither physical nor supernatural attacks were effective against spirits. Only an Iching could harm him, but having died once, Wan Xie no longer fought an Iching. He began avoiding her and wreaking havoc on others. Ordinary people and supernatural beings alike were like lambs to be slaughtered before him. To save lives, an Iching was forced to rush around, trying to rescue as many as possible before Wan Xie could. However, Wan Xie suddenly turned and slaughtered people in the internment area outside the territory. An Iching desperately wanted to kill Wan Xie's spirit, but he always kept himself out of range. Even when the people of the territory summoned an Iching in times of danger, he could disappear before she appeared. In the end, an Iching was forced to bring everyone into the territory, and chaos ensued. Many people, far from being grateful to an Iching, resented her. Even if they dared not express it openly, they looked at an Iching with uncontrollable hatred. After all, in their eyes, Wan Xie, the demon, was brought here by an Iching. Their lost relatives and friends were all because of her. In the future Song Yu saw, an Iching's depression grew day by day, making her want to cry. She never knew Sister Qing would one day become like this, clearly alive, yet living like a walking corpse. That's why Song Yu was so anxious the moment she opened her eyes. An Iching frowned, her intuition telling her that this was another trap set by the evil spirit. The incessant buzzing of flies made an Iching feel irritated. Do you know what this strange spirit is? Is it the work of the evil spirit? An Iching asked Tian Dao with her consciousness. According to Song Yu, that was too far-fetched, sending a chill down an Iching's spine. If it was truly the work of the evil god, without Wan Xie, would he create another like him? As soon as he died, he could transform into a spirit, immune to all attacks. Even the most powerful psychic would be no match for him. Song Yu said she was the only one who could harm the spirit, presumably because she was using divine power. Perhaps, only gods could maintain a soul after death. However, for a spirit to be resistant to both physical and psychic attacks, while possessing so many abilities, the demands placed on the soul would be very high. Not just anyone could become such a spirit after death. An Iching remained silent. However demanding, it was clearly not impossible to find one. She rubbed her brow, feeling a heavy heart. An Iching pulled the crystal core from the space and held it in her palm. The divine power contained within was quickly absorbed by her consciousness. With her consciousness separated from her body, she no longer needed to absorb divine power through food. She could do so directly through her consciousness. Consciousness absorption was also faster and more effective than her ingestion. After setting off again, they added 4 new members. As they passed through other counties, they also conducted thorough searches, successfully covering areas they hadn't explored before. By the time they arrived in Liuya County, their team had expanded from a dozen to nearly 100. However, an Iching didn't have a battlefield vehicle to use, so the others drove their own vehicles, protected by military vehicles. When they arrived outside Liuya County, the white fog had already enveloped the entire county, making even the slightest trace of its buildings invisible. An Iching tried to use said tracking against the poisonous fog, but failed. She frowned and asked Jiang Shao, "You said your teammates were poisoned by this fog before. What were the symptoms?" Jiang Shao recalled for a moment. At first, their eyes were wide open and their expressions were dazed. Then, they went berserk and attacked everyone around them, as if they didn't recognize each other. Then, they started foaming at the mouth. At that time, when Jiang Shao and his men rushed back to base, they had just started foaming at the mouth. He urgently summoned Liao Zihao to use his healing ability on them, which helped them recover. However, healing so many people at once took a heavy toll on Liao Zihao. After healing them all, he collapsed. And I Ching squinted at the thick fog. Was it like this before? Jiang Zhao's expression was also serious. He shook his head gently. No, there was only a thin layer of fog in Liuya County. If it had been like this before, we wouldn't have dared to enter so easily. And I Ching nodded and looked at Song Yu. Did you see anything? Song Yu's face was a little grim. She shook her head slowly. No, I didn't see anything this time. There was an unavoidable hint of frustration in her tone. And I Ching patted her head. Don't overthink it. You've done a great job, always helping me in critical moments. Don't set your sights too high. You need to learn to be kind to yourself. Jiang Shao looked at Song Yu, looking dejected. After the previous incident, he had a vague feeling that Song Yu's ability wasn't just any ordinary one. He didn't ask what it was, though. But he had a vague suspicion that perhaps Song Yu possessed a clairvoyant ability, able to see what was happening in certain places. This ability wasn't easy to control, so sometimes she could see, sometimes not. After spending some time with Song Yu, Jiang Shao would occasionally casually ask about her past. Thankfully, Song Yu wasn't averse to discussing the past, so he knew that when Song Yu was thrown into a zombie swarm by the Song family and was being eaten by them, it was an I Ching who rescued her and treated her injuries. Jiang Shao could see that an I Ching was very important to Song Yu, perhaps because it was an I Ching who had pulled her back from hell. Song Yu trusted and was very close to an I Ching, and that closeness made him feel a little bitter, a sour feeling welling up in his heart. He also felt ridiculous, he hadn't even confirmed it yet, as if he had already decided that Song Yu was his sister. However, seeing Song Yu's dejected expression made him feel distressed. The Song family had left such a deep mark on her. Even though she had been pulled out of hell, and was no longer under their control, she always felt it was her fault, that she hadn't done the right thing, whenever something happened. This tendency wasn't so obvious with other people, but it was especially evident with an I Ching. Hearing an I Ching's gentle words of comforting Song Yu eased Jiang Zhao's tense nerves a little. He pulled the corners of his mouth together, trying to force a natural smile. That's right, people can't be too hard on themselves. We have to learn to treat ourselves well. Don't think everything is your fault. Song Yu was initially touched by an I Ching's words, but when Jiang Shao said this, she couldn't help but roll her eyes. Can you please stop talking like Sister Qing? Jiang Shao choked. Jiang Shao was driving. Yu Shao, sitting in the passenger seat, couldn't help but laugh, covering his mouth with his hand to hide his smile. Although it didn't make a sound, his shoulders swayed with laughter. Jiang Shao glared at Yu Shao, pretending not to hear Song Yu's words. Noticing that she had lost her previous frustration and self-blame, he smoothly changed the subject and asked an I Ching, so what do we do now? Should we go in? If there were only level 6 zombies here before, there must be more now. I just don't know if it's level 7 or 8. And I Ching shook her head. The situation is unclear. Let's go around it for now. Jiang Shao was stunned, a little disappointed. But the thick white fog obstructing his vision wasn't a good idea. With his vision blocked, he'd be even more difficult to deal with if he encountered danger. Though disappointed, Jiang Shao still followed I Ching's advice, and didn't enter Liuya County, instead bypassing it, and heading towards the S province base. We're almost at the base. Barring any unexpected events, we'd be there in a little over 2 hours. Jiang Shao said, going to look at Song Yu. When Song Yu heard they were nearing the base, he slowly sat up straight, a dark light flashing in his dark pupils. And I Ching remained silent, her attention completely focused on the consciousness. While consciousnesses can be seen, they don't necessarily have to appear in human form. Therefore, earlier in Liuya County, she had quietly transformed her consciousness into a liquid-like form, slipped through the crack in the car door, and quickly disappeared into the thick fog. However, after transforming into liquid form, she found the strange perspective difficult to adapt to. So, after entering the dense fog, she transformed her consciousness into human form. This time, her consciousness walked through the thick white fog, its vision slightly clearer than with the naked eye, but not completely clear. She could only barely make out the outline of the road.